Song Shao has traversed into a realm where beast tamers reign, finding himself as a high school student juggling 3 jobs from the very outset. Do you believe his fortune is lamentable? Not in the slightest. The creatures he aspires to bond with are willing to engage in duels for the privilege of forming a contract with him. Rare beasts are prepared to humble themselves for his sake, while divine creatures even bring their wealth to offer him. If one were to inquire about Song Shao's secret, he would assert that it is not an act of pretense. Rather, his innate talent is simply extraordinary. Chapter 1. My colleagues are not human. Join us this Friday at 8 p.m. for the eagerly anticipated Cadia Human Beast performance. Prepare for an unparalleled display featuring the rare beast Fantasia Hiko, accompanied by the robust Lon Luo's unique creature in attendance. Work is arduous. Work is exhausting. All one desires is to curse their superior. Dreamland is the ultimate sanctuary for alleviating fatigue, guaranteed to rejuvenate your spirit and invigorate your vitality. A human beast performance? A spa? Upon awakening, Song Shao discovered his translocation, clutching a plethora of promotional flyers, his expression one of mild bewilderment at the blatant advertisements. Shall I attend? Of course. 2 hours later, after witnessing a performance of questionable propriety, Song Shao found himself seated in a flower bed by the roadside, rubbing his eyes. He contemplated the notion that perhaps he was ensnared in a dream. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to witness such an exhilarating yet unbelievable human-beast performance. After 2 hours of reflection, he had come to accept the reality of his transmutation with relative tranquility. This world utterly subverts Song Shao's understanding, where humans coexist with beasts, a lifestyle that has persisted for millennia. In the beginning, both humans and beasts were exceedingly feeble in the face of the insect horde. To survive, over 3,000 years ago, they embarked on their inaugural collaboration. A select few human prodigies awakened their mental prowess, enabling their spirits to resonate with the souls of beasts, thus facilitating contracts that allowed for a profound empathic connection. Following this empathic bond, both humans and beasts experienced evolution, granting them a slender chance of survival in the war against the insect race, and through incessant evolution, they ultimately achieved a momentous victory against the insects a millennium ago. To this day, while the era of insect invasions has faded into history, the rapport between humans and beasts has grown increasingly harmonious. However, not everyone possesses the potential to become a beast master. Each interstellar citizen undergoes a mental awakening at the age of 12, and only those who successfully awaken their mental faculties may forge contracts with beasts. According to the statistics from the Interstellar Alliance, only about 45% of interstellar citizens have successfully awakened their mental powers. The original owner of this body belongs to that fortunate minority. Nevertheless, from the age of 12, when the awakening occurred, to now, at 16, Song Shao has yet to form a contract with any beast, and the sole reason for this is his poverty. Observing his slender arms and legs, he scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, noting that this 16-year-old body, in the throes of adolescence, exhibits signs of malnutrition, being gaunt with pallid skin and a height just shy of 6 feet. His visage, however, is quite appealing. His delicate phoenix eyes paired with his pale complexion and the graceful curve from his nose to his lips is strikingly beautiful. He bears a resemblance to himself in younger years, evoking memories of his youth. Discarding the provocative flyer for the spa, Song Shao tousled his hair, gazing at the peculiar beast that occasionally appeared on the street when suddenly his phone buzzed. It was time for him to embark on his third job. Slipping on a somewhat worn black backpack, Song Shao boarded the bus and checked the route on his phone, heading towards his next employment destination. It is hard to fathom that a high school student would toil through 3 jobs on the weekends, and today, Song Shao's third employment involves scavenging for refuse. The garbage dump stretched endlessly before him, a ceaseless expanse of refuse, with scattered individuals and beasts navigating through the mounds. These were his colleagues. Song Shao donned a pitch-black protective suit, meticulously inspecting to ensure that every inch of his skin was shielded. His task for the day was to manage hazardous waste, which invariably carried some degree of radiation, thus necessitating thorough protection. His partner, an unusual creature approximately 1.5 meters tall, was covered in a drab gray hue. Its head resembled that of an anteater, while its body bore a striking resemblance to an underdeveloped triceratops, featuring a circular exhaust vent measuring 20 centimeters in diameter on its neck. This was an adult rast, a being that thrived on decaying gases and possessed the ability to purify contaminated air, providing a certain level of resistance to radiation. La. The black wristband on Song Shao's arm began to translate synchronously, "Do not be lazy." Song Shao merely replied with silence. Holding a hazardous waste detector, Song Shao meticulously sorted the hazardous waste from regular and recyclable refuse, while the RAS proceeded to mitigate the dangers posed by the toxic materials. The stench-ridden landfill was oppressively hot, causing Song Shao to feel somewhat suffocated within the airtight confines of his black protective suit. Taking a deep breath to persist, he began to divert his attention, mechanically repeating the motions of waste classification while his mind began to wander. In this world where beast tamers were revered, the Interstellar Alliance classified all citizens into 6 tiers. Song Shao belonged to the 4th tier, indicating that he had awakened his mental powers but had yet to contract any beasts. Should he contract a beast with a sea-level attribute, he would ascend to the rank of a 3rd-tier citizen. After awakening his mental powers, one must engage in genetic matching with beasts within the beast repository. Only those with a compatibility rating above 80 could be contracted. Contracting a beast with low compatibility would not only hinder evolution, but could also inflict significant harm upon one's mental faculties. Conversely, a higher compatibility rating would accelerate the growth of one's mental powers, thereby enabling the contract of additional beasts. Throughout the millennia of the Interstellar Alliance's history, those prodigious geniuses, including the renowned General Bai Fei Yuan, who played a pivotal role in defeating the insectoid forces, have contracted multiple beasts, with Bai Fei Yuan achieving an extraordinary total of 8. After awakening his mental powers, Song Shao engaged in matching within the beast repository, discovering over 100 beasts with compatibility ratings above 80. Excluding those unattainable from other planets, as well as rare and exorbitantly priced beasts, around 20 options remained. After consulting with his family, Song Shao selected the sea-level beast, Hue Muban. The price for Hue Muban was a staggering 800,000. Thus, at a tender age, Song Shao found himself burdened with a beast loan. While others traversed realms as unparalleled heroes, Song Shao's journey began with a debt of 800,000. Chapter 2. The Burden of Debt from the Start. The gray-eyed spotted beast, a creature of the lightning attribute, bears a resemblance to a snow wolf. Its fur mottled in shades of gray and white, and its eyes deep and crystalline like gray jewels. Its slightly elongated tail and juvenile stature fall short of 1 meter. Individuals who awaken their mental faculties possess greater physical resilience than ordinary people. In a bid to amass the 500,000 credits required for the down payment on the gray-eyed spotted beast, Song Shao dedicates his days to attending classes and his nights to working, often laboring at 3 different jobs over the weekends. As he glanced at the time, he realized that only 2 hours had passed since the start of his shift. A wave of pain surged through his head, prompting him to take a few deep breaths before slowly crouching down to alleviate the sharp sensation. The creature, Laster, paused and regarded the crouched Song Shao, inquiring with its gaze whether he needed a respite. Battling nausea, Song Shao could not articulate a response, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, rather than remaining still, Laster approached him, standing before Song Shao. Its elongated mouth moved, and an imperceptible sound wave radiated outward, causing the air around them to swirl. Soon, a refreshing breeze emanated from the hollow at its back. In an instant, Song Shao felt a clarity wash over him. The throbbing discomfort in his head significantly diminished. Slowly, he raised his gaze to see Laster purifying the air surrounding him. "Thank you," he said, retrieving a handful of candies from his pocket, small treats he had taken from the tea shop where he worked part-time that morning to offer to customers. Laster's tone brightened noticeably, eagerly accepting the sweets. Once he had regained his composure, Song Shao resumed his labor. Throughout, he experienced 2 more bouts of head pain, each time Laster coming to his aid by purifying the air, granting Song Shao moments to breathe, though the stockpile of his small snacks was swiftly depleted. At 8:30 in the evening, Song Shao concluded his shift. Before departing, he approached the supervisor, who was also Laster's beastmaster, to express his desire to change positions. Although the salary for handling hazardous waste was 3-fold that of other jobs, Song Shao harbored doubts about whether he would earn enough to survive the endeavor. On his way home, he received a notification of a money transfer. His part-time jobs paid daily, and today, having worked 3 shifts, he had earned a total of 1,000 star coins. Exiting the subway, he arrived at a dilapidated parking spot, wheeling out his bicycle and navigating through a narrow alley heavy with the scent of oil and smoke, starkly contrasting the sleek, advanced aesthetic of the interstellar world. Stopping before the 3rd eatery, he caught sight of a girl tidying up the tables. Her eyes brightened upon seeing him. "Brother, you're back," she exclaimed. The girl was his younger sister, Song Jingjing, a slender 14-year-old with somewhat dry hair, a delicate face, and lively eyes. Dressed in a faded red apron while still clutching used chopsticks, Song Shao parked his bicycle and rolled up his sleeves, stepping over to take the greasy chopsticks from his sister's hands. He gestured for her to wash her hands, indicating that he would handle the cleanup. The harsh glare of the fluorescent light outside was nearly blinding, while 2 tables of patrons enjoyed their drinks and laughter nearby. The scent of cheap shampoo wafted in from the adjacent barber shop, and the handsome, slender youth bent over to clear the remnants of the meal, the light casting a greenish shadow over his slightly long hair. School starts tomorrow. You and Jingjing should head home. You're too tired. You won't have the energy for class, Song Qin remarked, one hand holding a pot as he deftly transferred all the dishes to a plate, swiftly washing it with a smooth, practiced motion that showcased the taut muscles of his arms. Song Shao observed him briefly before glancing at his own slender arms, stubbornly balancing several plates. Let Jingjing go home to rest. I'll clean up with Big Brother. He added, I'm not tired. He lied, for he was indeed exhausted, his head throbbing painfully, but no matter how drained he felt, he knew Song Qin was far more fatigued. If left to handle the cleaning alone, it would surely stretch into the early hours of the morning, as Song Qin needed to rise at 4 or 5 to procure ingredients at the morning market. In truth, Song Qin was only 22, younger than the previous Song Shao, yet he bore the heavy burden of supporting the family. Song Qin lowered his gaze, tightening his grip on the pot, and after a moment said, Don't push yourself too hard, Shao Shao. You're doing exceptionally well. Song Shao smiled, brother. Why say such things? In our family, you're the one who is hardest on yourself. When Mom and Dad were gone, I was only 10, Jingjing was 8, and you were just 16, yet you took on the responsibility of caring for us. Now that I'm 16, I still rely on you. It seems I'm far less capable. Song Qin chuckled, though his breath was somewhat uneven. Nonsense. You're far more capable than I. You're a beastmaster. Once you form a contract with a pet beast and become a third-class citizen, you'll have the opportunity to attend a prestigious university. That is what truly matters. As the aroma of the food enveloped him, the sharp pain in his head subsided considerably, and he responded with a smile, Of course, I will definitely become remarkable. Song Shao had never doubted himself, neither in his past life nor in this one. On Monday, seated in the classroom, Song Shao gazed at the books on his desk, once again questioning the meaning of life. There were no subjects such as language, mathematics, or history. Instead, he faced volumes titled Origins and Evolution of Extraordinary Creatures, Illustrated Compendium of Extraordinary Artifacts, and Historical Evolution of Extraordinary Beasts. The academically adept Song Shao was struck with the realization that he felt utterly illiterate. Nevertheless, he found these topics fascinating, as they represented the culture of an entirely different world. Extraordinary creatures were the academic designation for pet beasts, and as he delved into their origins, evolution, and historical transformations, it felt akin to reading an enthralling fantasy novel. Among the annals of extraordinary creatures, the most illustrious figure was the general by Fei Yuan, who led humanity and pet beasts to victory against the insectoid race a millennium ago. He expanded the previously singular path of pet-beast evolution into 4 distinct pathways, laying the foundational principles that persist to this day. So enthralled was Song Shao that he lost track of time, only snapping back to reality when the school bell rang. His phone buzzed with a notification indicating it was time to work. Slinging his black backpack over his shoulder, he rose and exited his seat, brushing past a girl who seemed on the verge of speaking. Yet he remained oblivious, his thoughts consumed by extraordinary creatures and their remarkable evolutionary pathways. As he arrived at the parking lot, dressed in a blue and white school uniform and carrying his somewhat tattered black backpack, a thick green snot unexpectedly splattered onto his pants. The sticky sensation caused him to stiffen momentarily, and, as he straightened up, he turned to see a diminutive creature, a sprout mushroom, about 50 centimeters tall. Behind it stood a boy of average height with acne-scarred skin, possessing an expression that exuded mischief. Sorry, Song Shao, my sprout mushroom tends to act up around people it dislikes. He spoke the words of apology with an unmistakable lack of sincerity, clearly seeking to provoke. As anticipated, he continued with a smirk, I almost forgot. You don't have a pet beast anymore, do you? You know, they can have some peculiar temperaments. Chapter 3. The World of Beast Masters. Once an individual awakens their mental faculties and becomes a beast master, they are expected to form a contract with a pet beast that has a compatibility rating of 80 or above. It is exceedingly rare for a beast master like Song Shao, who is financially strapped and has yet to contract a pet beast, to exist. There are hardly a few in the entire school. Moreover, given Song Shao's good looks, many girls are fond of him despite his lack of a pet beast, resulting in a significant number of individuals harboring resentment toward him in secret. Song Shao did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved the plastic bag he had intended to discard, unflinchingly collecting the green snot into it. Once the mess was largely contained, he turned to face the boy, It's all right. I'm not familiar with the temperaments of these creatures, but were you just apologizing to me? The boy scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Yes. So you surely wouldn't hold a grudge against my sprout mushroom, would you? Song Shao nodded, and in the next moment, he forcefully slapped the plastic bag he held against the boy's face, forcing the thick green mucus into his open mouth. Simultaneously, he tightened his grip around the boy's throat, compelling him to swallow. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, the mass of mucus was consumed, and as the boy screamed and struggled, Song Shao released his hold. The matter is resolved. No need for an apology. Seeing his beast master treated in such a manner, the sproutling immediately swelled in size, its once green skin transforming to a fiery red as it shouted angrily, "Sprout!" The liquid expelled from the sproutling's red surface was highly corrosive. With a cold glint in his eyes, Song Shao noted that the juvenile sproutling stood only 50 centimeters tall. He could easily evade this attack, or even knock the creature down if necessary. Just as the sproutling prepared to unleash its corrosive liquid, a voice called out sharply from behind. "What are you doing? Fighting beasts is prohibited on campus. Which class are you from?" A security guard approached briskly. The sproutling's red hue gradually faded back to green, casting a reproachful look at its beast master, who grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Sprout." The boy, his eyes aflame with anger, had to rein in his emotions upon seeing the guard. If he were caught allowing his beast to attack Song Shao, he would undoubtedly face repercussions, especially since Song Shao possessed no beast of his own. He would certainly lose credits. Thus, he twisted his face into a semblance of friendliness and stated, "It's nothing. We're just classmates having a bit of fun." The guard scrutinized both the boy and Song Shao with suspicion, but was reluctant to intervene further, merely admonishing, "Get home quickly. If I catch you doing this again, I will definitely report it to your homeroom teacher." Once the guard departed, the boy sneered at Song Shao. "For years, and you still can't afford beast. Inferior people will always be inferior. Even if they awaken, they're still worthless." Song Shao cast a blank glance at the boy's apologetic face and turned away. "Though I may be poor, at least my display is top-notch, unlike your outwardly unattractive self." With that, he walked away. The minor incident hardly stirred any emotions within Song Shao. He had long since passed the sensitive phase of adolescence. As he sat on the subway, heading towards the garbage dump, the screens displayed a live broadcast of the Interstellar Beast Challenge. With Song Shao's memory, he could barely recognize the competitors. The blue team featured a mature, intelligent woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. As she formed her seals, 6 rings of varying colors appeared around her, spinning rapidly and encasing her in a formidable barrier of power and danger. The red team, in contrast, was represented by a man with red hair and brown eyes, who similarly surrounded himself with 6 colored rings. Almost simultaneously, their 2 beasts emerged onto the battlefield, causing their respective rings to diminish to 5. On the woman's side stood a 10-meter-tall, golden beast god-class Liyue dragon, while the man summoned a black-scaled, horned beast god-class Heibai snake. The classification of beasts ranged from junior to 7 tiers, including awakened, evolved, extraordinary, king, emperor, god, and super god levels. Historically, only 5 beast masters had achieved the super god level, and in the last 5 centuries, no super god beast had appeared, making the beast god level the pinnacle of beast classification. As Song Shao watched the live stream, the woman appeared to be engulfed in flames, her gaze burning like molten lava fixed upon her opponent. Meanwhile, the man's face was adorned with black scales, his pupils transforming into vertical slits, radiating a cold, dangerous aura. This phenomenon was known as resonance, where a beast master and their beast would temporarily undergo a physical alteration through high-frequency empathy, merging their spirits into one. The Heibai snake unleashed a dark swamp, turning the training grounds into a toxic mire. The Liyue dragon, left with no ground to stand on, was forced to take to the skies. The Heibai snake then swiftly appeared behind the Liyue dragon to launch a venomous attack. However, the Liyue dragon, highly perceptive, immediately employed spatial confinement to freeze the Heibai snake midair, subsequently unleashing a white flame shockwave that sent the Heibai snake crashing to the ground. Following that, it activated a magma hell, engulfing the scene in a vivid crimson hue, swirling with dark poisonous gas as the Heibai snake let out a furious roar. The live broadcast shifted back to the blue team man, where the patterns of black scales on his face became increasingly defined, and snake fangs began to sprout. Song Shao observed the fierce exchange between the 2 combatants, their skills unfolding like an extravagant visual spectacle, making it exceedingly difficult for him to discern the techniques being employed. This stark contrast between top-tier beast masters and ordinary individuals was as profound as the depths of the ocean. With a beep signaling his arrival, Song Shao disembarked from the subway, glancing back at the screen just in time to see half of the Heibai snake's scales shed, while the Lieroway dragon was enveloped in a layer of toxic mist. It was challenging to articulate the impact of the brief scene he had just witnessed. Even though it was only the third day since he had arrived in this world, he had gained a rough understanding of its historical origins. Yet, nothing could compare to the sheer shock of witnessing such power firsthand. This was the pinnacle of combat strength in this world. Taking a deep breath, Song Shao lifted his beautiful, ink-like phoenix eyes towards the sky, which, despite being reminiscent of his previous life, felt entirely different. A sharp pain pierced his mind, prompting him to close his eyes. Moments later, he nonchalantly proceeded towards the garbage dump, having already arranged for a position change. This time, he was tasked with sorting recyclable waste. Donning a white protective suit, Song Shao joined his colleague at a garbage mound. His partner was not a beast, but rather a scruffy man in his 40s, whose weary eyes reflected the toll of life. He had no expectations of Song Shao, merely requesting that he not hinder his work. Following the instructions, Song Shao diligently sorted through various types of refuse. After about an hour, a man emerged from the refuse pile to speak with his colleague, and they made plans to grab a drink after work. After finalizing their plans and chatting for a while, as Song Shao bent down to continue sorting garbage, he suddenly heard his companion let out a scream, filled with sheer terror. Turning to look, Song Shao's pupils trembled at the sight before him. A monstrous creature, towering at approximately 20 meters, resembling a giant stick insect with 3 pairs of compound eyes, was cleaving a person in half with its serrated limbs, warm blood splattering as entrails spilled onto the ground. It was a bug species. Screams erupted around them as both humans and beasts scattered in panic. For a brief moment, Song Shao's body froze, recalling the danger sign at the entrance of the garbage dump, which warned of bug infestations. Many thought it was just a relic of the past, especially since the dump had been peaceful for over 20 years, and the sign had long since faded and rusted. The beasts working in the garbage dump were primarily rasters, which only consumed waste and purified the air, lacking any offensive capabilities. However, in a matter of moments, more bodies were added to the growing pile of those cut in half, the stench of blood mingling with the foul odor of garbage, causing intense pain in Song Shao's head. His vision blurred, and in a daze, he vaguely saw a bloodied guillotine reaching out towards him. Instincts for survival surged within him, propelling Song Shao to turn and flee, diving to the ground and rolling away just in time to narrowly avoid the deadly guillotine. The frenzied bug thrashing its tail caused the garbage mound to collapse like a sand dune, and Song Shao barely had time to glance up at the sky, now engulfed in garbage, before being buried beneath the debris. A discarded oven might serve no purpose, but remained an authoritative force in terms of delivering a fatal blow. Song Shao was struck on the head by a filthy mint-green oven, the intense pain and dizziness plunging him into unconsciousness. He had often contemplated his own demise, yet never did he envision such a fantastical end, being bludgeoned to death by a colossal insectoid creature wielding an oven. This absurdity filled him with a profound sense of the ridiculous. Gathering a breath, he pushed the oven aside, blood trickling down his forehead and staining his left eye, rendering half his world a vivid crimson. The distant echoes of terrified screams waxed and waned as Song Shao grimaced in agony, struggling to catch his breath. Through his blood-stained vision, he glanced toward the direction of the insectoid's roar, and, in a daze, he seemed to glimpse a massive 20-meter-long body through the debris. Name: Mutated Compound-Eyed Centipede. Attribute: Silent. Level: C-Class. Skills: Side Harvest, Destructive Venom. Advantages: Gigantic Size, Hard Shell, Explosive Force, All-Around Vision. Disadvantage: Third pair of compound eyes. Was it an illusion? Song Shao felt as if he had seen something. As he lingered in a stupor, the sounds of gunfire and explosions reverberated. He turned toward the source of the noise and beheld a 5-meter-long white avian, upon which stood a tall man clad in black combat attire, encircled by 3 differently colored beast rings. Suddenly, a turquoise beast ring detached from him, transforming mid-air into a combat mantis. The mantis teleported onto the back of the mutated compound-eyed centipede, its 2-meter frame dwarfed by the centipede's massive head, yet it exhibited no fear, its sharp raptorial limbs flashing with deadly light. Amidst the clashing blades, many of the centipede's legs were severed, and as it roared in anger, attempting to seize the mantis. The mantis suddenly vanished. The man atop the white bird then commanded, "White Feather, attack." The 5-meter-long avian's wings unfurled instantaneously, casting a holy white light in the sunlight, before it struck the mutated compound-eyed centipede's tough shell with the swiftness of lightning. However, The centipede's defenses were formidable. This assault did not sever it in two, but did slice through its shell, causing a foul black liquid to ooze from the wound. The mutated compound-eyed centipede retaliated by spraying venom at the white bird, while its remaining legs poised for attack. "Continue," the man ordered, his tone unwavering. Several white feather attacks targeted the centipede's wound, ultimately carving a significant gash into its abdomen. Now to attack the compound eyes. At this moment, the previously invisible combat mantis revealed itself, only to vanish once more, reappearing atop the centipede's head. Its raptorial limbs, akin to sharp blades, plunged into the centipede's eye, and a foul, black liquid erupted from the injured eye. Struck at its weak point, the mutated compound-eyed centipede thrashed violently in the air. "Finish it." The man's tone, now nonchalant. The white bird displayed its crimson talons and unleashed a rending skill, tearing the already damaged centipede cleanly in half. Song Shao's final consciousness was marked by a fleeting glance from the man in combat attire, and when he awoke, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. His older brother, Song Qin, clad in a faded apron from their shop, was hunched at his bedside. Song Shao took a moment to collect himself. Realizing his vision was impaired, it seemed one of his eyes had been bandaged. He raised his left hand to touch his face. Discovering his left eye was protected by a gauze bandage. The sharp pains that had occasionally plagued him over the past few days had now subsided. Tentatively employing his psychic power, he sensed a lingering cloud of white mist deep within his mind. He sighed in relief. For a beastmaster, the absence of a contracted beast rendered the mind a mere expanse of white fog. Upon forming a contract with a beast, the fog would manifest various colors depending on the beast's attributes. However, there were instances where a beastmaster's psychic power was compromised, leading to an inability to control their beasts, resulting in backlash. Song Shao had feared that his head injury might affect his psychic abilities. Just then, Song Qin stirred and awoke. Noticing Song Shao's left hand raised to his eye, concerned his brother might overthink, he hurriedly explained, "The doctor said the pollution from the dump was too severe. Your eye merely suffered an infection. It will heal in a few days." Shao, you've been asleep for 2 days. Yesterday, the head of the dump acknowledged your status as a beastmaster and mentioned a compensation payment will be issued. Song Shao's first thought was, damn, I'm about to be burdened with that 300,000 pet loan. Chapter 5, Gray-Eyed Spotted. Regardless, this was somewhat good news. Song Shao would finally be able to have his own contracted beast. Song Qin was far more excited than Song Shao. After Song Shao awakened his psychic abilities, Song Qin's future plans shifted. Their family had never had anyone awaken psychic powers, remaining fifth-class citizens, including himself. Thus, upon Song Shao's awakening, the 16-year-old Song Qin made a decision. He dropped out of school to reopen their parents' dilapidated little restaurant, supporting his younger siblings' education and living expenses. Contracting a C-class beast, the gray-eyed spotted, would allow Song Shao to apply for universities, potentially becoming a police officer or an enforcer, positions of considerable respect, sufficient to elevate him from the lower citizen class and to truly enjoy the privileges of interstellar citizenship. At the very least, his brother would not have to languish in this impoverished, chaotic, and hopeless slum for his entire life. At noon, Song Jingjing arrived with a meal, accompanied by a doctor and an enforcer. Song Shao recognized that the uniform of the enforcer resembled that of the man who had slain the mutated compound-eyed centipede while standing atop the white bird, although this enforcer seemed to hold a lesser rank. Reflecting on the earlier scene, he recalled the man surrounded by 3 beast rings, coupled with the white avian beneath him. He must be a 4th-tier beastmaster. The planet Song Shao inhabited was Blue Star, divided into 13 districts, each containing numerous cities. Song Shao resided in District 10, in Jinggang City, a place rife with disorder, where the ratio of awakened beastmasters was less than 20% of the total population. The streets were predominantly filled with ordinary people, and even among the beastmasters, most were of the 1st or 2nd tier, individuals like the man he had encountered. A 4th-tier beastmaster were considered rare talents, even in the mid to upper districts. The doctor examined Song Shao's wounds and noted that the injury on his head had healed considerably. He remarked, though beastmasters possess significantly better resilience than ordinary people, it is quite rare to see someone like you, who has not yet contracted a beast, exhibit such strong recovery. There are no issues. However, your psychic power is somewhat unstable. You could be discharged this afternoon and rest at home for a couple of days until your psychic stability returns. After the doctor finished his examination, he departed the ward. At this moment, the young enforcer in his 20s activated his body camera and addressed Song Shao. "Hello, Song Shao? We need to take a statement from you." The enforcer, Eugene Yuan, primarily inquired about Song Shao's colleague and the man who had been the first to be bisected. So, Lu Song approached your partner voluntarily? Song Shao nodded. Eugene Yuan asked a few more questions, to which Song Shao responded truthfully. Upon concluding, Eugene Yuan collected his notes and said, "This inquiry is now complete. Thank you for your cooperation, Song Shao." Song Shao nodded. "You're welcome." Song Qin stood to escort Eugene Yuan out of the ward, leaving only Song Shao and Song Jingjing behind. Song Shao glanced at the quiet Song Jingjing and, feeling a twinge of guilt, spoke up, "Jingjing, I'm hungry." Song Jingjing glanced at him, her chopsticks hovering over a bowl of mushroom noodles before finally settling on a piece of meat, which she picked up and said, "Brother, didn't you say your part-time job was safe?" What could Song Shao possibly say? He gazed at Song Jingjing, pondering how best to soothe his sister's fury. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Song Jingjing softened, lowering her head and speaking in a subdued tone. "Brother, I'm just glad you're all right." Song Shaoxin felt a sudden tremor within him. He recalled that when their parents had tragically passed away, he had been bedridden with illness while his elder brother was at school. The only witness to the entire ordeal had been the 8-year-old Song Jingjing. The pang of heartache was peculiar, a sensation that Song Shaoxin had never experienced as an only child in his previous life, yet he found no aversion to it. He reached out, tousling Song Jingjing's slightly disheveled hair, and chuckled gently. "Brother is a beast tamer. He will become a formidable one in the future. I shall be fine." Leaning against the doorframe, Song Qin observed his younger siblings and smiled in return. After being discharged that afternoon, Song Shaoxin had contacted the manager of the junkyard regarding the compensation. As he beheld the funds deposited into his account, he momentarily lost himself in thought, only to be enveloped by a wave of joy. Upon regaining his composure, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. It seemed he had never been this elated when securing several million in research funding in his previous life. "Brother, the compensation has come through," exclaimed Song Qin, abruptly turning around while tidying up Song Shaoxin's clothes, his face alight with excitement. "We can go by the gray-eyed spotted beast now." "Indeed," Song Shaoxin nodded. Song Qin appeared even more jubilant than him, unable to contain his smile. "We must tell Jingjing when she returns from school. I've arranged for her to take 3 days off, and as soon as the compensation arrives, we'll head straight to the beast base." The compensation had been credited that morning, and Song Jingjing had taken the afternoon off, donning her favorite light blue dress. Song Qin had also cleaned himself up, looking like a bright and cheerful young man. Only Song Shaoxin remained in his blue and white school uniform, carrying an old black backpack, one eye shrouded in a bandage. Yet, the eye patch did nothing to diminish his attractiveness. Rather, it added an air of delicate beauty to his countenance. "We're flying today. Let us indulge in a bit of luxury," Song Qin declared as he tapped on his phone app. Within 3 seconds, a gray eagle descended from the sky, its yellow beak curving into a sharp arc. Upon landing, it squawked, white. Song Shaoxin regarded the creature, scientifically known as the bald eagle, an awakened-level beast adept at long-distance flight, characterized by its cold demeanor and sharp talons, with a beak reinforced by steel-like resilience. This particular bald eagle exhibited a relatively gentle temperament, likely the companion of a beast tamer. Beast tamers not only hold a higher social status than ordinary individuals, but also possess far greater earning potential. Many beast tamers can easily send their beasts out to work while merely directing them. Stepping onto the feathers of the bald eagle, Song Shaoxin sat down, maintaining a composed expression throughout, though inside, he was profoundly stirred. He had truly ridden a bird. The breeze tousled his hair, revealing his exquisite phoenix-like eyes, which he squinted slightly, savoring the exhilaration of soaring through the atmosphere. The bald eagle, known for its speed, preferred gliding during flight. Song Shaoxin experienced a thrilling aerial roller coaster ride, during which the bald eagle even engaged in a speed contest with a nearby siskin falcon. Upon arriving at the beast breeding base, Song Shaoxin still felt a lingering lightheadedness, as if he were floating. Chapter 6. Am I really this popular? The beast breeding base was one of the most bustling and significant locations in the region, designed in a circular layout reminiscent of a beast's ring. Having pre-registered and scheduled the purchase of a gray-eyed spotted beast via his phone, the trio proceeded to the front desk for information verification. A minute later, a 30-something female staff member clad in a gray uniform approached, accompanied by a plump little white duck about a meter tall, waddling toward Song Shaoxin. The staff member operated her tablet for a moment, smiling as she inquired, "May I ask if you are Mr. Song Shaoxin?" "That's me," he replied. The staff member's gaze flicked to the eye patch adorning his face, but remained unfaltering. "You have an appointment to purchase a gray-eyed spotted beast at 3 o'clock. Please follow me." The little white duck wiggled its rear, a tender yellow feather on its forehead bobbing as it quacked. Quack, quack. The beast language translator chimed. Welcome. Song Shao nodded at the staff member and the little white duck, expressing his gratitude. They entered the elevator, and the staff member pressed the button for the 13th floor. After disembarking, she introduced the gray-eyed spotted beast, an electric-type creature, starts at level C. Its primary skills include thunder roar, electric surge, and electromagnetic paralysis. Its evolution is achieved through learning. The gray-eyed spotted beast possesses a somewhat aloof personality and requires a beast tamer's affection and care. Yet it dislikes excessive interference in its affairs. Song Shao mused to himself that this creature would indeed be challenging to cater to. One must decipher its thoughts without overstepping boundaries. Quack, quack, quack! The little white duck exclaimed cheerfully, raising its wings and pointing towards an ecological garden as it addressed Song Shao. The staff member smiled, explaining, "The little white duck says it has many friends among the gray-eyed spotted beasts. If you have a preference for a certain personality, it can assist in making introductions." Quack! The little white duck nodded, its adorable eyes gazing at Song Shao, peering through the glass into the ecological garden. Song Shao observed over a dozen awakened-level gray-eyed spotted beasts, each approximately 80 centimeters in size, their fur a mottled gray and white, predominantly gray, with eyes as deep and dazzling as gray crystals. Their forms resembled that of snow wolves, albeit with longer tails and sharper ears, and two black, lightning-like stripes running from beneath their eyelids to their ears. The little white duck entered the enclosure, flapping its wings in a circle, and called out, "Quack, quack!" Instantly, all the gray-eyed spotted beasts turned their attention to Song Shao, their gem-like gray eyes narrowing as they assessed him with a haughty indifference. As electric-type combat beasts, they ranked among the more formidable creatures within the sea-level category, and establishing a contract with them would necessitate their approval. Song clapped a hand on Song Shao's shoulder, gazing at the assembled gray-eyed spotted beasts, encouragingly whispering, "Go on, Shao Shao." He understood that once his brother stepped inside, he would be entering an entirely different world. Song Jingjing clenched her fists, her eyes radiating encouragement as she looked at Song Shao. "Brother, you can do it." As Song Shao ventured into the ecological garden, a refreshing breeze swept by, tousling his slightly longer hair, framing his delicate and refined features. His slender figure stood upon the grass, and as he entered the domain of the gray-eyed spotted beasts, they all became alert. Their once dragging tails now raised as they squinted threateningly at him, adopting aggressive postures. Song Shao took 3 more steps, then paused, despite one eye being covered by the bandage. His vision was clearer than ever at that moment. He waved his hand, summoning 2 milky white beast rings that danced around him. The sun's rays casting a warm glow upon his blue and white uniform, as though enveloping him in a gentle aura. The handsome youth, with his eyes veiled in white gauze, spoke amidst the swirling beast rings. "Which of you wishes to form a contract with me?" The staff member, who had maintained a standard smile throughout, now completely forgot her expression management, exclaiming in disbelief, "2 beast rings? How is that even possible? Without having contracted a single pet beast, how astonishing it is to witness 2 beast rings." Upon awakening, a beast tamer's beast rings should manifest as milky white ethereal rings, transforming into the colors corresponding to the contracted pet's attributes only after a bond is formed. It is only after contracting a pet that the pet's progression will yield a reciprocal enhancement to the beast tamer's mental prowess, allowing the unlocking of a second beast ring slot once their mental strength reaches a certain threshold. She had never encountered a beast tamer who automatically awakened a second beast ring without having contracted any pet. In that fleeting moment, she found herself questioning the very fabric of reality, wondering if she were still ensnared in a dream. How else could such an extraordinary phenomenon occur? Although Song was not a beast tamer himself, he had garnered considerable knowledge about them through his brother, who was one. Thus, observing Song Shao's dual beast rings, he hesitantly remarked, "How does my brother possess 2 beast rings? In the videos I've seen, other beast tamers only have 1. Surely, my brother cannot be afflicted with some issue." His first thought was whether something was amiss with his brother. Had he suffered a head injury that left lasting repercussions? After a moment of silence, the staff member responded, "I am uncertain." What did she possibly know? She had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Inside the ecological park, a dozen gray-spotted bees stirred, their voices rising in unison. "Ban ban." The beast language translator conveyed, "I wish." Song Shao was taken aback. Was it not said that gray-spotted beasts were inherently indifferent and uncommunicative? Yet they seemed remarkably enthusiastic now. Chapter 7. They fought for me, given this enthusiasm. Song Shao addressed the eager gray-spotted beasts. "I have 2 requirements, a good temperament and formidable abilities." Contracting a pet was a lifelong commitment. and the initial pet would often accompany one longer than family or lovers. Naturally, Song Shao desired a companion with a congenial disposition to ensure a smoother life ahead. As for strength, one with no ambition would not seek to contract a combat-type pet. Ban Ban, Ban Ban, Ban Ban. Outside, Song Qin, thanks to the beast language translator, realized that they all aspired to become Song Shao's contracted pets, even willing to engage in combat for the honor. He glanced at the staff member. They seemed quite enthusiastic. Nothing like the cold indifference described online. The staff member replied, "In all my years of work, I've never seen them so spirited." The gray-spotted beasts began to vocalize loudly. Adopting combat stances, it was clear they intended to duel amongst themselves, with only the victor allowed to contract with Song Shao. The dozen gray-spotted beasts entangled in fierce competition were all at the awakened level, possessing only the rudimentary skills of thunder roar and electromagnetic paralysis. Thunderous roars echoed, with their long tails entwining as they utilized electromagnetic paralysis against one another. The first to succumb lay on the ground, a gray-spotted beast with a coat considerably lighter than its peers. Song Shao understood that the evolved form of the gray-spotted beast was the pitch-black electric-spotted beast, thus indicating that deeper coloration signified greater strength and a swifter evolution process. This lighter-colored gray-spotted beast was evidently among the weaker of its kind. Quickly regaining its composure, it rejoined the fray, baring its fangs and emitting a thunder roar to intimidate its opponents. It swiftly ensnared another with its tail, successfully defeating one gray-spotted beast before being toppled by yet another. However, it rose once more, re-entering the battle. Ultimately, only it and another dark gray-spotted beast remained, locked in a standoff. Its body bore numerous wounds, and its lighter fur lay in disarray, trembling slightly from the repeated electromagnetic paralysis strikes. The larger, dark gray-spotted beast bared its fangs and growled threateningly. Ban Ban. Despite its trembling form, the lighter gray-spotted beast stood its ground defiantly. Ban Ban. Feeling provoked, the dark gray-spotted beast unleashed a thunder roar, leaping into action with its sharp claws aimed at its opponent. The lighter gray-spotted beast, momentarily stunned, failed to evade in time, receiving 3 deep scratches across its face, the black lightning patterns on its coat torn open, leading to a clumsy fall. The dark gray-spotted beast contemptuously scraped its claws against the ground. Song Jingjing tightened her grip on Song Qin's sleeve. The outcome seemed all but determined. Their gazes were fixed on the dark gray-spotted beast, while only Song Shao, with eyes as deep as ink, observed the fallen gray-spotted beast. Suddenly, its brilliant gray eyes turned towards Song Shao, blood staining its facial fur, rendering it a pitiful sight. "Stand up," Song Shao commanded. The dark gray-spotted beast halted its clawing motion, emitting an irritated growl. Ban Ban. It questioned why Song Shao was fixated on this weaker creature when it was the strongest. Meanwhile, the battered gray-spotted beast, upon hearing Song Shao's words, exerted all its strength to support its body, slowly rising again, prompting an anxious gasp from Song Jingjing. The staff member, equally astonished, looked on. She recalled this gray-spotted beast was merely 2 months old, the youngest among them, and its lighter coat made it unpopular among its peers. The risen gray-spotted beast bowed its head, blood dripping from its nose onto the ground, and it growled softly, "Ban Ban." In an instant, both gray-spotted beasts clashed once more. As the dark gray-spotted beast unleashed another thunder roar, the lighter beast unexpectedly extended its long, fluffy tail, wrapping it around the opponent's mouth, choking off the impending roar. Yet, its energy had been depleted, and it could not unleash electromagnetic paralysis. Thus, it leaped up while still entangled, sinking its teeth into the dark gray-spotted beast's nape, refusing to release its grip despite the latter's thrashing. The dark gray-spotted beast transitioned from furious struggles to final whimpers of submission as pain overwhelmed it. When the lighter gray-spotted beast finally relinquished its hold, it collapsed on the ground, utterly drained. They then noticed its belly and flanks were riddled with mottled claw marks. Its pale fur now stained crimson. Even in such a grievously wounded state, it had not let go. Song Jingjing felt an inexplicable wetness in her eyes, murmuring, "Brother, surely you will contract this gray-spotted beast, won't you?" Song Qin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the battered gray-spotted beast. Song Shao approached, lowering himself to observe the panting creature on the ground, extending his hand and saying, "Contract with me." The gray-spotted beast gazed up at the human before it, drawn by a pleasant scent that beckoned it closer. As gentle light cascaded down like a tender rain, it softly replied, "Ban Ban." Its blood-stained paw rested upon Song Shao's distinctly knuckled hand, and a milky white beast ring began to spin rapidly, transforming into a brilliant white beast ring. The white beast ring gradually detached from Song Shao, swirling swiftly before encircling the gray-spotted beast. The wounds on the gray-spotted beast healed rapidly, its mottled fur regaining its luster, as a black lightning pattern gradually emerged upon its brow. Once the contract was finalized, the gray-spotted beast curiously examined its restored form, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through it. It flicked its tail and approached Song Shao, affectionately uttering, "Ban Ban." Simultaneously, a wealth of information regarding the gray-spotted beast materialized before Song Shao. Name, gray-spotted beast. Attribute, lightning. System, combat. Level, searing pet, awakened. Skills, thunder roar, novice apprentice. Electromagnetic paralysis, novice apprentice. Electric shock, novice apprentice. Electric kiss, intermediate apprentice. Evolution path, learned evolution, bloodline evolution, secondary attribute. Not yet recorded. It was not merely an illusion. He truly possessed the ability to perceive the attributes of pets and insectoid species. Song Shao recalled the information he had seen regarding the mutated compound-eyed centipede before losing consciousness in the garbage heap. It seemed that his injured I had bestowed upon him this peculiar sight, and he wondered if he would still be able to see such things once as I healed. Bending down, Song Shao picked up the gray-eyed pet, which instantly stiffened, its tail quivering in disbelief. The human, who emanated a delightful fragrance that compelled it to draw closer, was actually cradling it. In that moment, the gray-eyed pet's tail wagged even more vigorously. The other defeated gray-eyed pets observed its sycophantic behavior, emitting jealous growls. As Song Shao exited with the gray-eyed pet in his arms, he addressed the staff. The injured gray-eyed pets require treatment. The staff promptly replied with a smile, "We will arrange for specialized care." In fact, combat-type pets frequently engage in skirmishes. This is quite commonplace. Song Shao inquired, "Will we be responsible for the expenses?" The staff assured him, "Not at all." Chapter 8. Second Rank Beast Tamer. Song Shao exhaled in relief. He had exhausted his savings to acquire the gray-eyed pet, and further financial strain was unwelcome. Song Jingjing extended her hand, her eyes sparkling with eagerness to touch the gray-eyed pet. The creature sniffed the air and detected the familiar scent of its new master, prompting it to lower its head in deference. Instantly, Song Jingjing beamed with joy, petting the gray-eyed pet's fluffy fur. She turned to her elder brother and exclaimed, "Brother, it's so obedient, not at all like the aloofness described online." Song Qin nodded in agreement. Indeed, how delightful. After completing the payment, Song Shao received all pertinent information regarding the gray-eyed pet, whose identification number was C1075, born on March 7th, and currently only 2 months and 10 days old. Upon confirming the accuracy of the information, Song Shao, along with his brother and sister, departed from the pet cultivation base, their spirits high as they began discussing potential names for the pet. Song Jingjing suggested, "How about calling it Song Hui Hui?" Song Qin shook his head. "No, it's male. It should be called Song Hui." "Song Hui sounds too unappealing," remarked Song Shao. Observing their retreating figures, the staff swiftly dialed a number. "Manager, today we encountered a beast tamer who, despite not having contracted a pet, possesses 2 beast rings." After an animated debate among the 3, punctuated by lively back and forth, Song Shao settled on a name. "Let us call it Song Xing with a nickname Star. From henceforth, you shall be known as Star." The gray-eyed pet excitedly waved its claws. Exclaiming "Ban," with a smile in his eyes, Song Qin remarked, "Our Song family has welcomed a new member. We should celebrate. Tomorrow, we'll go to the pet bureau to officially register Star as part of our family. Star will be our youngest brother." Understanding the sentiment, the gray-eyed pet looked happily at Song Qin, even placing its tail in his hand to signal that he could pet it. Song Qin was taken aback. He recalled reading online that gray-eyed pets despised having their tails touched, viewing such an act as a declaration of war. As he stroked the gray-eyed pet's tail, he mused that indeed, one should not believe everything read online. Curious about the outside world, the gray-eyed pet gazed around, and upon spotting various flying attribute pets in the sky, it could not contain its excitement, exclaiming "Ban Ban," noticing the gray-eyed pet's fascination with the flying creatures. Song Qin waved his hand flamboyantly and summoned one. A 4 to 5 meter long Jiujiu Ing descended, its forehead adorned with 3 red feathers amidst a cascade of snow-white plumage. Perched atop the Jiujiu Ing, the gray-eyed pet suddenly adopted an air of aloofness, lifting its chin with a cool demeanor, though Song Shao could see its tail swishing with suppressed excitement. Fascinated by the ability to directly sense the emotions of his pet, Song Shao confirmed that the gray-eyed pet indeed enjoyed the experience, albeit it seemed burdened with the desire to maintain an image of composure in front of other creatures. At merely 2 months old, it was already concerned with image management. As the Jiujiu Ing landed at the pet shopping center in the city center, it elegantly nodded its head before announcing, Jiujiu. Journey concluded, thank you for riding. How courteous. The gray-eyed pet observed the Jiujiu Ing and attempted to mimic the gesture by lowering its own raised chin. Amused, Song Shao ruffled the gray-eyed pet's head, playfully transforming its aloof expression into one of endearing innocence. The gray-eyed pet, looking at its master, displayed no aversion. Instead, it nuzzled Song Shao's palm with greater enthusiasm. Ban, happy. This scene attracted the attention of onlookers, as gray-eyed pets were known for their high contract difficulty, and those who succeeded were typically quite aloof. It was a rare sight to witness such a warm and amiable gray-eyed pet, prompting curious glances from passers-by. As the attention from the crowd increased, the gray-eyed pet, still gleefully rubbing against Song Shao, suddenly stiffened. It turned away, its brilliant gray eyes narrowing with a hint of menace, showing its baby teeth in a slight snarl. Emanating an impatient growl, it conveyed a clear message. Look again, and I shall strike. The onlookers murmured, ah, it's still that familiar demeanor. Once the gazes diminished, the gray-eyed pet nestled back into Song Shao's embrace, calling out in a sweet, childlike voice, Ban. Song Shao remarked, ah, you have 2 distinct personas, don't you? Handing the gray-eyed pet over to his sister, Song Jingjing, he retrieved the documentation provided by the pet cultivation base, which included the dietary preferences for the awakened gray-eyed pet. The favored foods included electric fruits and lantern balls, with preferred flavors being 3 drops of tree trap liquid or peach blossom honey steeped for over 12 hours. Considering that this gray-eyed pet was still a juvenile, he decided to prepare the food in the size of small steamed buns for convenient feeding. Pointing ahead, Song Qin declared, that should be the food center for combat-type pets. Leading Star, Song Jingjing approached, and a staff member greeted them, assessing Star before inquiring, hello, are you here to purchase food for your pet? Song Jingjing nodded, and Star, maintaining its aloof demeanor, slightly raised its chin, exclaiming Ban. The staff member, unfazed by the gray-eyed pet's attitude, continued, please present the pet's identification. A second-rank beast tamer is entitled to a 10% discount, while a third-rank beast tamer enjoys a 20% discount. Song Jingjing looked back at Song Shao, then turned to ask, is there no discount for a first-rank beast tamer? The staff member confirmed, correct, first-rank beast tamers do not receive a discount. However, you may follow our public account. Every 15th of the month is Pet Discount Day, where first-rank beast tamers enjoy a 5% discount. Song Shao approached, pondering aloud. If one possesses 2 beast rings, does that not denote a second-rank beast tamer? The staff member paused, taken aback. Indeed, 2 beast rings clearly indicated a second-rank beast tamer. Despite her surprise, she answered earnestly yes. 2 beast rings signify a second-rank beast tamer. Song Shao nodded in understanding. Then I'm a second-rank beast tamer, though I have only contracted 1 pet. The staff member scrutinized the delicate youth before her, noting his injured eye and high school uniform. Yet he claimed to be a second-rank beast tamer. He did not appear to be lying, but the presence of only 1 juvenile pet raised questions. Typically, it took a first-rank beast tamer 5 to 6 years to advance to second rank, and one would expect their pet to be fully grown. Was he genuinely attempting to deceive for a discount? The staff member, now somewhat skeptical, requested, could you please demonstrate your beast rings? Chapter 9. A family already struggling faces further hardship. Song Shao was not surprised. He formed a seal and summoned Star back to him. With a wave of his hand, 2 beast rings encircled him. One a solid white ring, the other a translucent cream ring, indicative of an uncontracted pet. Once the staff confirmed the presence of 2 beast rings, their apprehension eased. However, upon witnessing Song Shao summon the gray-eyed pet, confusion washed over her. A second-rank beast tamer with only 1 juvenile pet? She had never encountered such a phenomenon before. As the bewildered shop assistant struggled to comprehend the situation, Song Qin found himself equally perplexed. Tentatively, he inquired, Shao, I was meaning to ask at the beast-raising base, how is it that you possess 2 beast rings? After a moment's thought, Song Shao replied, perhaps it is simply because I am a bit more formidable. Song Qi nodded, it to seem that way. Song Jingjing gasped, brother, you just formed a contract with a beast today, which makes you a second-tier beast master. The shop assistant furrowed her brow in disbelief. How could someone who formed a contract with a beast today possibly be a second-tier beast master? Surely, this must be some sort of pretense. The astonishment was not limited to the shop assistant. Song Qin and Song Jingjing were equally taken aback. Unlike Song Shao, who had only a superficial understanding of beast knowledge, They were natives of this world. Though they had always been ordinary individuals, interacting mainly with others of the same ilk, they were not ignorant of beast knowledge. They had never heard of anyone possessing 2 beast rings before forming a contract. Observing the bewilderment on Song Qin and Song Jingjing's faces, Song Shao hesitated and asked, "Is this really that rare?" The shop assistant, seeing the confusion on Song Shao's face, felt compelled to shout out loud. This was not merely rare, it was unprecedented. The mental prowess required to unlock a second beast ring without having formed a contract with a beast must be extraordinary. She had never heard of such a thing. Logic told her that he must be putting on airs, but emotionally, as she gazed upon Song Shao's delicate yet frail visage, she forced herself to believe that even if he were pretending, what did it matter? Being so handsome, what harm could there be in a little boasting? Internally flustered yet invigorated, Song Qin wrapped an arm around Song Shao's shoulders, as if he had just uncovered a monumental secret. Shao, you must be a genius." Song Shao cast a fleeting glance at his exuberant elder brother, replying nonchalantly, "Yes, I am aware." Song Qin exclaimed, "Huh? This is not at all how I envisioned it." "Brother, you are a genius. Why are you not the least bit excited, having been labeled a genius or a top student throughout his life?" Song Shao was acutely aware of this fact. The little star in Song Jingjing's arms chirped joyfully, "Ban. Ban. Of course, its Beastmaster was a genius. It had snatched the qualification to form a contract from among many of its peers. In essence, it too was a genius." Song Shao glanced at the little star, suppressing the urge to inform it, "You still have a long way to go." Suddenly, Song Shao's expression turned grave as he scrutinized the price list for the electric fruit. Why was it so exorbitantly priced? Electric fruit was 500 star coins each. Lantern balls were 399 star coins each. Tree cage grass liquid was 1,999 star coins for 10 milliliters, and peach blossom honey was 599 star coins for 10 milliliters. His part-time job at the milk tea shop earned him a mere 100 star coins, and handling hazardous waste at the junkyard garnered only 800 star coins. Looking into the starry, shimmering gray eyes of the little star, he reluctantly placed 6 electric fruits and 6 lantern balls into his shopping basket. Additionally, he selected 5 milliliters of tree cage grass liquid and 10 milliliters of peach blossom honey, intending to craft an energy meal that would sustain the little star for 20 days. Half infused with tree cage grass liquid and half soaked in peach blossom honey. He also purchased some general food for battle-type juvenile beasts. The total came to 8,093 star coins, with a discount of 10 bringing it down to 7,283 star coins. At that moment, the former Song Shao, who had always been indifferent to wealth and viewed money as inconsequential, suddenly felt a powerful yearning, a yearning for money. Indeed, his elder brothers had not deceived him. He recalled the frequent remarks of those married with children. "Junior, once you have a family, you'll understand the value of money." Although Song Shao was not married, he had indirectly experienced the burdens of raising a child. The challenges of his originally modest household had only compounded. As he handed his card to the shop assistant for payment, he was too absorbed in his melancholy over his financial situation to notice the changing expressions on her face. As he exited the shop, burdened with his purchases, he abruptly halted and earnestly promised the little star, "I will provide you with a better life." The little star, confused, replied, "Ban, what is happening?" In that moment, having never cared for a child before, Song Shao felt akin to many responsible fathers, resolved to work hard to earn money to offer his child a more prosperous future. After all, he would soon be responsible for raising many children. Song Qin exchanged a knowing glance with his sister, unable to suppress a chuckle. Becoming a genius did not move Song Shao, but the lack of funds certainly posed a dilemma. Song Qin reached out to take the shopping bag from Song Shao's hands, affectionately ruffling the back of his brother's head as he did so. "Brother is still here. Our family will continue to thrive, especially since our Shao is a genius. A beast master will never lack for money, and a genius beast master even less so." After a moment, Song Qin softly remarked, "However, we currently do not have the funds to purchase a second beast, so we should hold off for now." With 2 beast rings, Song Shao could indeed form a contract with 2 beasts. Turning to his brother, he replied, "Brother, I have no immediate intention of forming a contract with a second beast, especially since I just formed one with the little star today. There are many aspects to nurture, and I still need to contemplate which second beast I wish to contract. Most importantly, the finances are not sufficient." In summary, there was a lack of funds, and he was also burdened by debt. Song Qin acknowledged that the summary was spot on and suggested they refrain from summarizing further. The family momentarily cast aside their financial woes and joyfully returned home to prepare for a celebration. Chef Song, in particular, showcased his culinary prowess, preparing ate sumptuous dishes that tantalized the senses. Before they began their meal, the head of the family, Song Shao, raised a toast to their deceased parents, his eyes glistening with tears. This was a man who, at the age of 16, had dropped out of school to single-handedly support his younger siblings through the family restaurant. Xiao Xiao, toast to Mom and Dad, Song Shao urged, handing the glass to Song Shao. With his head bowed, Song Shao murmured, Mom and Dad, it's Xiao Xiao. It was difficult for him to articulate his current feelings. He sensed a warmth rising within him, a heavy sensation in his chest. In his previous life, his parents had divorced when he was 7, subsequently forming new families. He felt as if he had been a lodger, drifting between two households. After middle school, this nomadic existence ceased, and he had lived at school ever since, leading to a rather detached relationship with his parents. The meal, shared among 3 people and 1 beast, was lively and filled with warmth. As the only adult, Song Shao became somewhat inebriated, his youthful visage revealing hints of boyish innocence beneath the facade of maturity he had cultivated through the years. Just as Song Shao was about to assist Song Shao in freshening up, he was unexpectedly restrained by his elder brother's arm. Noticing Song Shao's muscular arms, developed from years of culinary labor, he glanced at his own slender frame, then sat silently on the sofa, discreetly opening his phone to purchase a set of dumbbells. Chapter 10. Bloodline Evolution. Bam Bam. The little star rested its front paws on Song Shao's lap, its beautiful eyes sparkling with joy as it gazed up at him before turning to the side, urging him to look. When Song Shao followed its gaze, he discovered that the little star had been eyeing some pet snacks, a bag of which the shop assistant had gifted them. Do you want to eat? Song Shao asked. The little star nodded in eagerness. As Song Shao picked up the bag of pet snacks and opened it, a refreshing aroma wafted forth. However, instead of immediately feeding it to the little star, he accessed its status panel, which revealed that the little star possessed 4 skills: thunder roar, electromagnetic paralysis, electric impact, and electric kiss. Song Shao had already seen thunder roar and electromagnetic paralysis at the beast raising base, but the other 2 remained unknown to him. Little star, do you have any other skills? If you reveal new skills, there will be snacks for you. The little star, puzzled by what Song Shao meant by new skills, inquired. Bam Bam? Song Shao produced his phone, which contained information on the gray-eyed spots, including videos demonstrating some of their basic skills. He located the video for electric impact and played it for the little star to observe. In a video, a 10-month-old gray-patterned beast squints its eyes, emitting a menacing low growl. Gradually, a black lightning pattern appears on its forehead, accompanied by subtle currents, until a bolt of electricity strikes a fist-sized stone, shattering it into fragments in an instant. Star, observing intently, extends its forepaw to touch its own head, then imitates the gray-patterned beast in the video, displaying a defiant gaze and producing a low growl, but thereafter, nothing follows. 10 minutes later, Star, puzzled, touches its forehead. Why is there no current? Although the initial attempt was unsuccessful, Star exhibited immense interest in various skills. Song Shao searched for an array of beginner and intermediate lightning skills, among which one particularly captured Star's attention. Upon discovering that the thunder skill could conjure a lightning bolt out of thin air to sear the outer flesh of a beast, he mused that it would indeed be quite convenient for barbecuing. This skill could even be upgraded, with the advanced version being Thunderous Might. Song Shao set the video to loop and then disregarded Star for the moment. Later, upon examining Star's evolutionary path, Song Shao paused, contemplating the notions of learning evolution and bloodline evolution. Although his knowledge of the beasts in this world was limited, he had perused some texts recently and learned that there were 4 evolutionary paths established by the 7th-tier Beastmaster by Fei Yuan a millennium ago: learning evolution, item evolution, bond evolution, and bloodline evolution. From the original owner's memories, he was certain that the gray-patterned beast currently possessed only one evolutionary path, which was learning evolution. But why then? Did Star's evolutionary path indicate an additional bloodline evolution option? Song Shao found this peculiar and searched for bloodline evolution. This path was exceedingly rare, existing solely among beasts possessing divine king genes. Beasts with bloodline evolution could ultimately ascend to at least the divine beast level, with the potential to reach even the super divine level. Historically, over 70% of super divine beasts within the Galactic Alliance were products of bloodline evolution, and Bai Fei Yuan himself owned 2 super divine beasts of this lineage. Moreover, every beast with a bloodline evolution was exceptionally rare, causing a considerable stir whenever one appeared. The previous champion of the Galactic Alliance Challenge had a dragon-type beast that evolved through bloodline to the divine beast level. Thus, was Star actually a superlatively powerful beast endowed with divine king genes? Song Shao cast a skeptical glance at Star, who lay on the ground, futilely attempting to unleash an electric shock. Soon, he dismissed this notion. Aside from wild beasts that had not been cultivated or trained, creatures like Star, which emerged from beast-nurturing facilities, underwent regular assessment from birth to evaluate their genes and potential, subsequently being assigned various price tags. Since Star was priced at 800,000, it indicated that its qualifications were merely those of an ordinary gray-patterned beast. If it truly possessed divine king genes, such traits would certainly have been detected, as any beast identified with divine king genes would be auctioned on the main Star, likely not circulating at all. So, why then did Star exhibit a pathway for bloodline evolution? Continuing his search for terms like gray-patterned beast bloodline evolution, he found no results, suggesting that in the annals of the Galactic Alliance, no gray-patterned beast had undergone bloodline evolution. Classified as a sea-level beast, the evolutionary ceiling for gray-patterned beasts was the Beast Emperor level. If Star, with divine king genes, were to pursue bloodline evolution, could it potentially surpass its racial limits and attain the 6th-tier divine beast level or even the super divine level? In the dimly lit room, the yellow light cast a sense of despondency. A slender youth with fair skin and delicate features sat on the sofa, lightly stroking the eye veil on his face. His inky phoenix eyes fixated on the data on his phone. Super divine beasts had not graced the history of the Galactic Alliance for 500 years. Perhaps it was worth a try. The youth glanced at the gray-patterned beast, which had finally begun to exhibit faint currents on its forehead, and smiled gently. Upon deciding to cultivate Star towards the path of bloodline evolution, Song Shao earnestly gathered information on bloodline evolution. Regrettably, such evolutions were exceedingly rare. After reviewing the public information on a dozen bloodline-evolved beasts, he found little in common among them. However, one salient point emerged. These beasts, due to their noble lineage, all bore striking personalities, most often cold or irascible, including by Fei Yuan's 2 super divine beasts. Song Shao then searched for divine king beasts, discovering that over 3,000 years ago, there had been 16 divine king beasts representing the 16 attributes of contemporary beasts. The gray-patterned beast belonged to the lightning attribute, with the principal divine king of lightning named Yujiasi. Lacking a concrete image, only descriptions remained, entirely snow-white, with a tail boasting 9 wings, a single eye, and twin azure-black horns on its forehead. None of these characteristics seemed to align with the evolutionary form of the gray-patterned beast. Having found no answers, Song Shao set aside his inquiries and continued to study bloodline evolution. After a prolonged examination, he noted that all bloodline-evolved beasts, aside from their formidable abilities and volatile temperaments, harbored an intense aversion to the insect race. For instance, Bai Fei Yuan's 2 beasts were typically aloof and difficult to communicate with, often sleeping during competitions. Yet on the battlefield against the insect race, they became ferociously bloodthirsty, having even completed evolutions multiple times in combat. The enmity between beasts and the insect race predates humanity, and these inherently simple yet stubborn creatures possess an intrinsic hatred for the insect race. Did this imply that for Star to undergo bloodline evolution, it must engage in more battles with insects? Chapter 11. Registration. Such a small size is hardly sufficient for an insect to consume in one bite. Song Shao recalled a mutated faceted-eyed centipede, also sea level, yet reaching over 20 meters in length. Nevertheless, this seemed to be a viable path to explore. As for the insect race, Blue Star still harbored many remnants of it. Humanity and beasts had battled the insect race for millennia, and during the darkest times, humanity and beasts had but one main planet, Lanluos, a refuge for their kind. As both humanity and beasts teetered on the brink of extinction, they forged their first alliance. After vanquishing the insect race a millennium ago, humanity and beasts embarked on a protracted campaign to reclaim planets, now having expanded from the original main Star to 7 planets, including Blue Star, where remnants of the insect race still lingered. The areas where the insect race persisted were deemed danger zones. Song Shao was not foolish enough to send Star into a danger zone. Instead, he resolved to stimulate the Divine King genes within Star through combat, hoping to trigger bloodline evolution. At 5:30 the following morning, Song Shao rose to find his older brother, still asleep from the previous night's revelry. He quietly took Star and left the house, beginning a morning jog. His body was a tad too slender. A bit of muscle would serve him well, ensuring he wasn't easily overpowered by his Song Qin. Star, having spent its brief life in the ecological garden of the beast nurturing facility, found everything fascinating. When alone, it would paw at flowers by the roadside, yet when in the presence of others, it appeared aloof. After an hour of running, Song Shao prepared to return home, mindful of the need for gradual progression in exercise. On the way back, he planned to buy breakfast. Star was quite curious about human food, particularly captivated by the steam rising from the dumplings as he lifted the steamer lid, tugging at Song Shao's leg and exclaiming, "Ban Shan, what is this? I want to eat." Song Shao paid for the food, explaining, "This is human food. It cannot provide you with energy, just a little taste, lest you lose your appetite for your energy meals." The ant selling breakfast looked at Star in astonishment, exclaiming, "Young man, you're a beast master. This beast is truly impressive." Upon receiving compliments, Ban Ban elegantly lifted her chin, her eyes narrowing slightly in a manner that exuded an air of superiority, as if to say that it was only natural for mere mortals to praise her. Song Shao produced a small steam bun and addressed Xingxing. "Do you see that stone over there? Unleash a lightning strike." Upon hearing this, Xingxing turned to gaze at the fist-sized stone, lowering its head to reveal a menacing glare. A faint lightning pattern emerged on its forehead, and as the lightning swelled and intensified, it swiftly struck the stone, shattering it into fragments in an instant. "Impressive," Song Shao remarked, feeding a piece of the bun to Xingxing. "Ban Ban." Xingxing joyfully leaped, but after biting into the steamed bun, it froze in place. 3 seconds later, its long, fluffy tail shot up, and its gray eyes sparkled as they fixated on the remaining bun in Song Shao's hand. Unmoved by Xingxing's eager gaze, Song Shao coldly ignored its longing, thinking to himself that indulging a child in too many snacks would ruin their appetite for proper meals. Seeing Song Shao's indifferent demeanor, Xingxing's tail drooped, and its innocent face took on a pitiful expression. "Ban Ban, I want to eat." Song Shao replied, "Brother Song Qin is a chef. He can prepare many delectable dishes that far surpass this one. Once you master a new skill, I will have Brother Song Qin whip up something much tastier for you." "Something even tastier?" The look of dejection on Xingxing's face vanished, replaced by an eager nod. "Ban Ban, let us learn it now." "There's no need to rush," Song Shao said, but Xingxing protested vehemently, a sense of frustration apparent, as if it felt that its beast master was not living up to expectations. Lifting Xingxing into his arms, Song Shao jogged home, discovering that this hefty little creature was surprisingly suited for such an endeavor. Upon returning home, Song Jingjing barely had time for a quick bite before rushing off to school. She attended a prestigious institution for ordinary people, where she could eventually apply for programs related to beast companions. Thus, the management was quite strict. Moreover, with her approaching 3rd year of middle school, her studies were increasingly demanding, and it had been quite a feat for her to secure a day off yesterday. Consequently, the task of registering Xingxing had fallen solely to her elder brother, Song Qin. After finishing breakfast and ensuring that Xingxing had consumed its energy meal, the two of them, along with the creature, made their way to the Companion Beast Administration Center. Having reverted to a state of extreme poverty overnight, flying was out of the question. They could only take the subway. They rode their bikes to the subway station, with Xingxing perched on the back seat, clutching Song Shao's jacket. Clad in a black sports jacket and white sweatpants, Song Shao's windswept, inky hair glistened in the sunlight, his aloof expression radiating a youthful sense of freedom, while his companion mirrored the same indifference. After a 15-minute bike ride, they arrived at the subway station. Song Shao had a peculiar habit. He preferred purchasing tickets in person rather than through his phone, clinging to the tradition of acquiring subway tickets. As he bent down to retrieve a single journey ticket from the machine, Xingxing's paw rested on his arm. "Ban Ban, hug." In response, Song Shao naturally lifted Xingxing into his arms, while Song Qin, taller than him, regarded them with a gentle gaze. The scene froze in time, eliciting an involuntary smile from a nearby girl who had captured the moment on her phone. Upon entering the subway, Song Shao observed a considerable number of companion beasts within, yet he did not spot another gray-eyed ban. It seemed that gray-eyed bans were indeed quite rare to contract. "Hello, may I take a photo with your gray-eyed ban?" An excited boy, around 12 or 13, inquired of Song Shao. Song Shao patted Xingxing's head. "You'll need to ask it." The boy turned to Xingxing. Whenever outsiders were present, Xingxing would adopt a demeanor of aloofness. Its gray eyes scrutinized the boy for a few seconds before reluctantly nodding in acknowledgement. The boy, oblivious to the creature's cool demeanor, remarked, "This gray-eyed ban has such a lovely personality. I should let my cousin see it." Xingxing, mimicking its earlier lofty pose, lifted its chin, gazing down imperiously. As the boy prepared to take a second photo, Song Shao reached out to ruffle the fluffy head of the gray-eyed ban, instantly transforming its haughty demeanor into one of adorableness. "Ban Ban," Xingxing tilted its head toward its beast master, appearing to express exasperation. "If you enjoy being petted so much, then I suppose I can indulge you a bit more," Song Shao said, and with that, Xing rubbed against his palm again. Chapter 12. Third-class citizens. This moment was captured on video by the boy, along with his astonished expression, prompting him to ask, "Brother, how do you usually train your gray-eyed band? Its personality is so good and obedient. You wouldn't believe my cousin also contracted a gray-eyed band. But that one barely acknowledges him. It only responds when it feels like it." Song Shao lowered his hand. "I only contracted it yesterday, and haven't really trained it yet. It's naturally friendly towards people." The boy would never have believed that gray-eyed bands were innately sociable had he not witnessed his cousin's gray-eyed band's demeanor. Ban. Indeed, it was both formidable and amiable, a trait that had earned it the privilege of contracting with its beast master, and Xing proudly lifted its chin. After a 10-minute walk from the subway station, they arrived at the Companion Beast Administration Center. Upon entering, a Bopi beast bounced over, its long ears dragging on the ground, its body a vibrant raspberry pink. Resembling a fox, but with a short tail and a pouch reminiscent of a kangaroo on its abdomen. The Bopi beast, an auxiliary-type companion beast, can connect with electromagnetic signals, and its upright ears enhance network connectivity. Bopi, the companion beast translator, chimed. "Hello, what services do you require?" Song Shao replied. "We need to register a companion beast." Bopi, the translator responded. "All right, do you have all the necessary documentation? If so, we can proceed with the appointment." Song Shao confirmed. "I have everything." The Bopi beast nodded and puffed out its belly. Song Shao watched in astonishment as Song Shao placed his hand into the Bopi beast's pouch. A light flickered, and when he withdrew his hand, he held a ticket for their turn. Bopi, the translator continued, "Your appointment is confirmed, and you can expect to wait 15 to 20 minutes. Cradling Xing. Song Shao joined Song Shao in the waiting area, contemplating how this world differed entirely from the one he had known, with its distinct energy and material systems. This meant that the knowledge of Song Shao, the academic prodigy, was rendered useless. It appeared that he would need to meticulously devise a new plan for earning a living. Many individuals were present to register their companion beasts, the majority being boys and girls around 12 or 13 years old. There were hardly any others of Song Shao's age. Once a child awakened their spiritual energy at 12, they would hastily contract a companion beast, allowing it to grow alongside them over time. The 4-year gap could enable a well-qualified companion beast to transition from the awakening stage to the evolution stage, meaning that Song Shao was already at a disadvantage from the starting line. Song Shao sighed deeply, relieved that his brother was a genius. Next, 021, Song Shao. Receiving the registration documents from Song Shao, Song Shao approached the window, seated himself, and presented the paperwork to the staff member. The staff member verified the registration information, confirming the presence of a spiritual energy awakening certificate before inspecting Xing's documentation, which was issued by the companion beast nurturing base. Song Shao, 16 years old, contracted companion beast gray-eyed band, named Song Shao, first-tier beast master. Very well, the information is correct. Please proceed to the photo area for your picture. Song Shao interjected. That's incorrect. I'm not a first-tier beast master. I'm a second-tier. The staff member, puzzled, responded. That's not right. This gray-eyed band is your first companion beast, and you just contracted it, so you are indeed a first-tier beast master. Instead of immediately explaining, Song Shao summoned Xing into the beast ring. After forming a seal, 2 beast rings circled around him, one solid white and one translucent milky white. I'm a second-tier beast master. Song Shao reiterated that second-tier beast masters are entitled to a 10% discount on the purchase of pet items, emphasizing that it is imperative to remain vigilant. The staff member gazed at Song Shao, bewildered, as 2 beast rings swirled around him. Even though the second beast ring appeared as a phantom due to the absence of a contracted pet, it nonetheless represented 2 genuine beast rings. Did you truly contract your pet just yesterday? How could your mental strength have surged so rapidly? This was a first in the staff member's lengthy career. A contract executed yesterday, and today the Beastmaster had already advanced? No, prior to the contract, there were indeed 2 phantom rings. Song Shao was puzzled. Wasn't it merely the case that without a contract, he bore 2 beast rings? This only indicated a slightly elevated mental capacity, particularly since this body was already 16 years old. Furthermore, as he had traversed from another realm, possessing high mental strength was entirely reasonable. While a 16-year-old second-tier Beastmaster could be deemed a genius, it was not particularly extraordinary. He had discovered through research that renowned Beastmasters in the interstellar realm often ascended to second-tier status by the age of 14 or 15, by Fei Yuan. The foremost among them awakened his mental strength at 10 and became a third-tier Beastmaster by 15. Please amend the records to reflect second-tier Beastmaster. Song Shao politely requested. Certainly, the staff member responded, still dazed, grappling with the notion that before contracting a pet, one could possess two phantom rings. Unbeknownst to Song Shao, even a prodigy like Bai Fian, a third-tier beastmaster at 16, had never possessed two phantom rings prior to contracting a pet. While Song Shao acknowledged his genius, he remained oblivious to the extent of his absurdity, lamenting that even a hint of talent in less developed regions could provoke astonishment. After departing the window, the staff member snapped back to reality and made a phone call. Song Shao, cradling his pet Star, proceeded to the photo area, first capturing a single portrait of Star for his pet identification, followed by a joint photo, the former destined for the Song family's household registration, while the latter would signify that this gray-spotted cat belonged to Song Shao. In this day and age, though rare, incidents of pet trafficking still occurred. Some rare creatures were abducted while still vulnerable, coerced into severing contracts with their beast masters by criminals each year. Upon acquiring a brand new household registration, Star was officially registered with the Song family, becoming a legally recognized family member. Concurrently, Song Shao's personal citizenship status was elevated from 4th to 3rd class. Song Qin's gaze lingered on the words 3rd-class citizen with a tinge of excitement. The Song family had always been classified as 5th-class citizens, and it was astonishing to witness the emergence of a 3rd-class citizen among them. In this world, the hierarchy of citizenship was exceedingly rigid and unfriendly to the common populace. Ordinary individuals with criminal records were relegated to the lowest tier, 6th-class citizens. The majority of ordinary citizens occupied the 5th tier, with the possibility of ascending to the 4th tier through substantial tax contributions or notable achievements. However, upon awakening mental strength, one could effortlessly attain 4th-class status, and contracting a formidable pet or becoming a 2nd-tier beastmaster would readily elevate one to 3rd-class citizenship, which afforded various invisible benefits in both policy and daily life. Chapter 13. Part-time work with affairs settled, and still some time before noon, Song Shao, accompanied by Star and Song Qin, made a detour to the hospital to remove the eye bandage and ascertain whether his eye infection had healed. This would also serve to test whether his newfound ability to perceive information about pets and insectoids would diminish with the recovery of his vision. After a meticulous examination, the doctor concluded that the bandage could be removed, noting only slight redness in his eyes, advising a regimen of eye drops morning, noon, and evening for a few days to ensure complete recovery. Following the prescription, Song Shao procured the eye drops, and his vision had remained unaffected by the bandage. At that moment, he observed the pink feline-shaped pet darting around the lobby. Scientific name, Nemo's Beast, Attribute, Wood, Type, Special, Level, B-Class Evolution Abilities, Light of Restoration, Abundant Harvest. Sweet Dream, Song of Hope. Characteristics, prefers healthy, vibrant individuals and pets, holds a high affinity for them, dislikes the color red, and detests being told it sings poorly. It appeared he had indeed unlocked some skill. What was this? An all-seeing eye? A humanoid CT scanner? A scanning device? He could perceive information about both insectoids and pets, even deciphering their skills, preferences, and weaknesses with ease. This could be regarded as a golden finger, at the very least. Star's chances of victory in future battles against other pets had significantly increased. "Let us go eat," Song Qin said, patting Song Shao on the shoulder. Song Shao nodded, still cradling Star. The two enjoyed a simple bowl of noodles, while Star feasted on energy snacks resembling tiny steamed buns. Just as they were about to head home, they encountered a man in a suit at the intersection, his casual demeanor contrasting humorously with his formal attire. The suited man first noticed the gray-spotted cat in Song Shao's arms before shifting his gaze to Song Shao, approaching with a smile. "Hello, I'm Ing Nanfeng." Song Shao regarded this peculiar individual, his cool, phoenix-like eyes resting on the indifferent gray-spotted cat at the man's side. "Hello," Song Shao nodded. Star locked eyes with the indifferent gray-spotted cat beside Ing Nanfeng, its gray irises subtly exuding disdain, lifting its chin in a manner strikingly similar to Song Shao's nod. Ing Nanfeng quickly clarified, "Please don't misunderstand. I merely noticed you have contracted a gray-spotted cat as well, and yours appears to be quite affectionate. Not resisting at all while you hold it. I wanted to inquire about your upbringing methods. Do you have any tips?" Standing nearby, Song Qin scrutinized the aloof and proud gray-spotted cat beside Ing Nanfeng, sensing a distinct difference from their own Star. Song Shao stroked Star's head, explaining, "There are no special tricks. I just contracted it recently. It has a naturally good temperament and is affectionate." Ing Nanfeng, observing Star's enjoyment of Song Shao's touch, felt a surge of jealousy, his eyes reddening as he lamented, "I don't believe it. How can there be such a well-behaved, gray-spotted cat? Mine, on the other hand, finds me lacking in charm and style. It only graces me with a pleasant demeanor when I wear a suit. Otherwise, It won't even look at me. It can ignore me for an entire day if I go to the bathroom. Song Shao. Song Qin. Brother, we're merely strangers. There's no need to share such intimate details, Song Qin interjected. Ying Nanfeng, realizing he had overshared, appeared more haggard, and the disdain on his gray-spotted cat's face became even more pronounced. Song Qin glanced between Ying Nanfeng and his brother, finally speaking gravely. Brother, is it possible that my brother is indeed quite handsome? Ying Nanfeng. Ying Nanfeng yearned to refute this claim. Yet upon gazing at Song Shao's authoritative visage, he found himself at a loss for words. This young man's face was not merely handsome. It exuded a refined and aloof aura. At that moment, the gray-spotted cat beside him spoke up, Bon. Pet translator, I really like your Beastmaster. Can we trade? Star immediately assumed an aggressive stance, emitting a low growl, with lightning flickering upon its brow. Bon, dream on. Song Shao retrieved his household registration, soothingly stating, You are Song Xing, a member of our family. No one can trade you away. Upon hearing this, Star relaxed its aggressive posture, nestling comfortably in Song Shao's arms, exuding an air of invulnerability to infuriate the gray-spotted cat that sought to usurp its Beastmaster. Song Shao raised his gaze towards Ying Nanfeng, contemplating before suggesting, The gray-eyed beast is a combat-type pet. Though its demeanor may appear aloof, it is inherently drawn to strength as a creature of battle. If your gray-eyed beast does not seem close to you, it may perceive you as lacking in power. Thus, focus on enhancing your mental fortitude. A sufficiently robust mental strength will place you in a dominant position within the realm of spiritual resonance with your pet, causing it to naturally submit to you. Song Qin nodded in agreement with her younger brother's words. Indeed, pets also possess an affinity for power, particularly the gray-eyed beast. Our family's Star only gained the privilege of contracting with my brother after defeating all the other gray-eyed beasts. Just as Ying Nanfeng resolved to diligently improve his mental strength, he was abruptly struck by Song Qin's remark. Defeating other gray-eyed beasts was a prerequisite for obtaining the contract. Damn it. He had spent an entire month flattering his gray-eyed beast to secure the contract. Despite feeling battered and bruised, Ying Nanfeng still expressed his gratitude to Song Shao. He then requested to add Song Shao's contact information, mentioning he had several friends who had also contracted gray-eyed beasts and would like to exchange insights. Song Shao did not refuse, and after adding each other, he returned home with Star and his brother. Song Qin had to open a shop that evening, while Song Shao, free from school obligations on the weekend, assisted in preparing ingredients. He instructed Star to practice electric impact in the backyard, noting that Star's recent displays lacked the potency seen in videos. He promised that once Star could shatter the stones he had brought, he would treat it to a dish prepared by Song Qin. With fierce determination, Star unleashed electric impact upon the stones in the backyard, exuding an aura of relentless ambition. Bang, bang. Accompanied by Star's roars, Song Shao skillfully washed and prepared the vegetables. Their neighbors were well aware of Song Shao's contract with a pet and would occasionally stop by to observe Star, showering him with compliments. Regardless of the circumstances, Song Shao was a Beastmaster, a status that set him apart as an esteemed citizen in the eyes of ordinary people. As Song Shao finished gathering the ingredients and removed his apron, his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was the manager of the milk tea shop. Hello. Manager, he answered. Shao, can you work an extra shift tonight? The mall is hosting an event, and we need some handsome staff to boost our tea shop's popularity. We'll pay you double. The financially strapped Song Shao agreed, pondering, Manager, are employees allowed to bring their pets to work? There was a brief silence on the other end before the manager responded, puzzled. Shao, you're a Beastmaster? Yes. Song Shao heard the manager take a deep breath, suppressing his curiosity. Why didn't you mention you were a Beastmaster before? Don't you know they earn more than ordinary people? Is that so? Chapter 14, Hikaru. The manager sighed. Beastmasters do earn more. Come in tonight for your shift, and I'll triple your pay. We can discuss the rest when we meet. After hanging up, Song Shao fell into contemplation. He had been unaware that Beastmasters typically earn higher wages. Why hadn't this information surfaced in his original memories? Upon reflection, he recalled that the former Song Shao had harbored insecurities about not having contracted a pet, fearing ridicule. Consequently, he had never mentioned his status as a Beastmaster during job interviews, and since no pets were seen in his company, others naturally assumed he was an ordinary person. Understanding the reason behind this, Song Shao released his concerns and clarified the situation to Song Qin. After changing his clothes, he took Star and headed to the mall. This mall was a large, comprehensive shopping center, always bustling with crowds. Upon reaching the second floor and arriving at the milk tea shop, he found a few young men and women placing orders. The manager first noticed Song Shao then shifted his gaze to the gray-eyed beast at his side. Although the manager was an ordinary person, like most, he had a fondness for pets and instantly recognized the gray-eyed beast. As Song Shao cradled the gray-eyed beast and approached, both he and his pet wore expressions of cool detachment, yet their features were strikingly handsome. The manager, initially intending to have Song Shao work inside the shop, promptly changed his mind. He had Song Shao don a black uniform and handed him a stack of flyers. Have the gray-eyed beast perch on your shoulder while distributing flyers at the entrance. This will surely attract many customers. Star cast a disdainful glance at the manager. The manager continued, pets can earn wages too. Song Shao placed Star on his shoulder, replying, it's willing to do so. Star, perplexed, thought, what did I say? I was willing. Song Shao explained, I'll get you a cup of milk tea. It has a delightful aroma. Star replied, deal. As they entered work mode, Song Shao groomed Star's appearance. Standing at the entrance, the exquisitely handsome youth donned a black uniform, with a similarly aloof and attractive pet perched on his shoulder, drawing attention. In no time, Song Shao had distributed numerous flyers, and the influx of customers surged. A group of high school students who had just arrived on the second floor noticed the commotion, one of them exclaiming in surprise, that gray-eyed beast is actually cooperating with the Beast Master to distribute flyers. Star, embodying a domineering executive demeanor, handed a flyer to a girl and then lifted its chin slightly, bang. The girl was instantly charmed and pulled out her phone to take a selfie with Star. Another boy in the high school group scoffed, that gray-eyed beast has such a light color. Its qualifications must not be impressive. It's just visually appealing. He then turned to a boy at the center of the group. By the way, Inga, weren't you planning to contract Hikaru? When can we see the legendary god of 10,000 eagles? Hikaru, an A-class combat-type pet, was rumored to have flight speeds rivaling lightning. Ing Si Bo's brow furrowed with irritation, yet he maintained his composure, replying, once contracted, I'll let you all see. Listening to the flattery from his entourage, Ing Si Bo felt his annoyance dissipate slightly. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Song Shao, who was soothing Star, and he felt a tinge of disdain. After all, it was merely a C-class pet. The gray-eyed beast, known for its lack of affection, was already testing its patience by cooperating with Song Shao to distribute flyers. Sensing Star's restlessness, Song Shao returned to the shop and placed a cup of pet-friendly milk tea on a nearby table, entrusting Star to the manager's care. Take your time sipping it. Once you finish, we can head home. Song Shao gently patted Star's head before resuming his task of enticing customers outside. Star took a sip of the milk tea, its gray eyes immediately lighting up with delight. Bang! The manager was overjoyed, snapping pictures of Star with his phone. After a few sips, Star peered through the milk tea shop's window at its Beastmaster. Song Shao typically wore a serious expression, yet at this moment, a gentle smile adorned his face as he bent slightly to hand out flyers to each passerby. Some accepted politely, while others tossed them aside, prompting Song Shao to retrieve the discarded flyers. Bang! Star fidgeted uneasily, too young to comprehend the concept of empathy. It simply wished to be by its Beastmaster's side. After taking a hearty sip of milk tea, Star addressed the manager, bang. The manager set down his phone, looking at the pet translator. You want me to keep an eye on you? Star nodded, then leaped off the sofa, exited the milk tea shop, and approached Song Shao, tugging at his pant leg with its paw. Song Shao bent down to lift Star, asking, aren't you tired? Why not take a break? Star climbed onto Song Shao's shoulder, seizing the flyers from his hand, declaring, bang. I want to stay with you. Song Shao gazed at the stars, hesitating to speak, ultimately resigning himself to shifting the weight of the hefty little creature, Xing, onto a different shoulder. Though the rotund child was not excessively heavy, he still weighed a good dozen or so pounds. Should this continue, he might find himself suffering from shoulder impingement at such a tender age. After work, Song Shao collected his earnings from his part-time job, and with Xing's wages combined, they totaled 1,000 star coins. En route home, on the subway, he massaged his sore shoulders, resolute in his determination to bolster his physical fitness. Moreover, the strength of a Beastmaster directly influences the prowess of their companion beasts. The stronger he became, the stronger Xing would be as well. Upon returning to the small restaurant, Song Shao instructed Xing to practice Thundershock while he took the claw from his sister, Song Jingjing, and began tidying the tables. After bidding farewell to the last group of patrons, Xing joyfully bounded back inside, exclaiming, Ban Ban. Song Shao was taken aback. Had he truly shattered all the stones so swiftly? Some of those stones were larger than basketballs. Well done. We'll have an extra meal tomorrow, he encouraged, acknowledging that his lack of experience in child-rearing left him to learn from Song Qin. In his view, Song Qin was a far superior guardian than many parents. As praise filled the air, Xing brimming with delight, spontaneously showcased his abilities. A fist-sized bolt of lightning coalesced on his forehead, striking a nearby table with a resounding bang. The old table, which had dutifully served customers for over a decade since the shop's opening, was reduced to splinters. Well, that was quite something, Song Shao remarked dryly. Chapter 15. The Bouncing Mouse with Bright Gray Eyes. Xingxing looked up at Song Shao and exclaimed, "Ban Ban, look how impressive I am." Song Shao sighed, feigning admiration. Truly remarkable. Xingxing's long tail lifted slightly, exuding pride and exuberance. After clearing the debris from the shattered table, Song Shao rode home with Xingxing, and upon arrival, he noticed the delivery. His dumbbells had finally arrived. Exhausted from a long day, Xingxing was already sprawled on Song Shao's bed, fast asleep. After a refreshing bath, Song Shao began to strategize, focusing on 3 primary tasks: earning money, enhancing Xingxing's abilities, and improving his own physical condition. In this world, nearly all lucrative endeavors were intertwined with companion beasts, making his first 2 objectives closely related. Song Shao perused available online job listings, noting that high-paying positions typically required at least a 2nd or 3rd-tier beastmaster, with companion beasts needing to be of at least evolutionary grade. He paused at the final advertisement for a position at a waste disposal site. Following the recent incident involving the insectoid species, many had resigned from their roles at the waste facility, leaving those who remained reluctant to handle hazardous waste. The few remaining workers were overwhelmed, resulting in soaring wages. Originally set at 800 star coins for 5 hours, the pay had surged to 500 star coins for the same duration. He accepted the offer, not out of recklessness, but because the recent waste facility incident had granted him a skill akin to a human scanning device, presenting both a risk and an opportunity. He wagered that following the cleanup bureau's intervention, the likelihood of another insectoid appearance in the short term was minimal. The next day, Saturday, Song Shao worked at the tea shop in the morning and headed to the training grounds in the afternoon. His 3-meter-tall colleague, the Yabi Beast, greeted him in Xingxing. "Yabi, Ban Ban." Song Shao conferred with the Beastmaster, who also served as the manager, about having Xingxing apply for a position as a training partner for awakened grade companion beasts. This plan seemed the most suitable for training Xingxing, as many awakened grade beasts frequented the training ground to hone their combat skills. Xingxing had already mastered Thundershock, Roar, and electromagnetic paralysis, qualifying him for the role of a training partner. Moreover, it was a cost-effective way to earn some extra income. The manager assessed Xingxing with a scrutinizing gaze, pondering the potential of the gray-eyed creature. While the little one seemed powerful, it was evident that he was still a juvenile, and many of the awakened grade beasts training here were fully grown. The manager sent a message via his phone, and within a minute, a bouncing mouse entered the training area. Jum Jum. Song Shao recognized this bouncing mouse as the manager's 2nd companion beast. He examined the creature's profile. Scientific name: bouncing mouse. Attribute: fighting type. Category: combat type. Level: C-class awakened. Skills: jumping fist, teleportation, iron tail. Cannonball charge. Characteristics: enjoys burying its tail in the sand. Stepping on its tail triggers an immediate rage boost of 50%. Dislikes dampness. The bouncing mouse stood approximately 1.2 meters tall and leaped into the training arena with powerful hind legs. Song Shao joined the training area, forming a one-handed seal as 2 beast rings swirled around him. With a flourish of his hand, Xingxing appeared in the training arena. The manager, previously relaxed, stiffened at the sight of the 2 beast rings on Song Shao's body, bewildered and incredulous. Since when had Xiao Xiao become a 2nd-tier beastmaster? Song Shao wasted no time, issuing a command: Thundershock. Instantly, Xingxing lowered his head, emitting a low growl as a fist-sized bolt of lightning emerged from the black patterns on his forehead, surging toward the bouncing mouse. The manager snapped back to reality, shouting dodge. The nimble bouncing mouse executed a split-second teleportation, evading the Thundershock by a mere meter. Cannonball charge. With extensive battle experience, the bouncing mouse had already prepared a cannonball strike simultaneously with the manager's command. Jum Jum. Observing the bouncing mouse's position after its teleportation, Song Shao calculated that awakened grade beasts could typically utilize teleportation 3 times. However, given that this particular bouncing mouse was likely in its later stages of awakening, it might be capable of teleporting 4 times. He swiftly commanded Xingxing, "Left, pursue." Xingxing darted to the left but was grazed by the cannonball, letting out a low growl, yet resolutely continuing to follow his beastmaster's orders. In a contest of speed, the non-teleporting bouncing mouse could not match the agility of the gray-eyed creature. Like a hunting snow wolf, Xingxing lunged toward the bouncing mouse. Positioned to its right. Strike. The manager, noticing Xingxing's injured tail, decisively instructed the bouncing mouse to target the wound. Roar. Song Shao commanded. Xingxing unleashed a thunderous roar, attempting to intimidate the bouncing mouse. However, due to the level disparity, the intimidation effect was diminished. In an instant, the bouncing mouse retaliated, landing 2 solid blows on Xingxing, who crashed to the ground. Panting heavily, Bam Bam, thunder shock. Song Shao maintained his composure, issuing the command. Rising from the ground, Xingxing launched another thunder shock at the bouncing mouse. The manager relaxed momentarily, directing, teleport. The bouncing mouse evaded the thunder shock with a swift teleport. Then the manager continued, move in, Iron Tail. Now's the time. Electromagnetic paralysis, electric kiss. As the bouncing mouse executed its 4th teleportation, appearing before Xingxing, it raised its tail. Xingxing, opening his mouth to unleash a roar, simultaneously ensnared the bouncing mouse with his long tail while employing electromagnetic paralysis. This combination successfully immobilized the bouncing mouse for 2 precious seconds. Ample time for Xingxing to launch electric kiss. With a powerful leap, he sank his teeth deep into the bouncing mouse's nape, a surge of electricity permeating through its skin, causing visible black electric patterns to ripple across its body. The pain ignited a fierce rage within Xingxing, who ferociously clamped down on the bouncing mouse, lifting its much larger form with sheer determination and slamming it to the ground. The bouncing mouse emitted a weak cry, jum jum. Xingxing, panting heavily, raised his head, his brilliant gray eyes gazing down imperiously at the bouncing mouse, with blood-stained teeth crackling with faint electricity. Bam Bam. The manager was utterly taken aback. Having collaborated with the bouncing mouse on numerous occasions, he had seldom encountered failure. Just moments ago, victory had seemed assured with the bouncing mouse poised to unleash its iron tail, yet the tides of battle had unexpectedly turned. After winning, Star leaped down from the training ground and collapsed into Song Shaohua's embrace, softly lamenting, Baba, Baba, it hurts so much, I need chips and milk tea to feel better. In Chapter 16, teased, both the bouncing mouse and Star were placed in the healing chamber. Ordinarily, a Seymour beast capable of healing injuries resided in the training ground. But unfortunately, its beastmaster was on leave today, necessitating the use of the healing chamber instead. The manager, upon witnessing the gray-spotted beast's mid-tier skill, remarked in surprise, I didn't expect your gray-spotted to possess such talent, especially being a cub. He realized that he had been fairly defeated upon seeing the skill Electric Kiss. As the name implies, once struck by the skill, an electric current courses through the body, leaving behind black lightning patterns on the skin, as if kissed by electricity itself. This skill had been unleashed by Star during a confrontation with the last gray-spotted beast before forming a contract, although at that time, the beast's dark gray fur had obscured the electric patterns. After observing the Electric Kiss skill, Song Shao researched it and learned more. The accompanying skill, Stunning Paralysis, was a combination of Thunder Roar and Electric Paralysis. Considering Star was still a cub, Song Shao had previously discussed with Star the strategy of layering these 2 skills, which could at least immobilize the opponent for over a second. Ample time for Star to execute either Electric Shock or Electric Kiss. The outcome of the battle was commendable. While Star recuperated in the healing chamber, Song Shao signed a contract with the manager and downloaded an app on his phone, searching for the training ground's name. If clients sought training partners, tasks would be posted on this platform, and those who met the criteria could accept the assignments. The compensation for Awakening-level training partners started at 500 star coins per hour, with special requests allowing clients to set their own prices, as the manager explained. Returning to the app, Song Shao noticed numerous other establishments listed and inquired, can these tasks also be accepted? The manager replied, these are postings from other regions. Unless you visit those locations, you cannot accept them. You are now a formal training partner, and since our training ground is part of a nationwide chain, you will be able to accept orders even if you leave this place in the future. Song Shao nodded in understanding. The manager continued, your beast abilities are impressive. I recall you are still a student, a high schooler, right? If you have classes, you can leave your beast here. Sometimes, beast masters also entrust their beasts to us for training. This meant that when he was busy, he could allow Star to train independently. However, Song Shao pondered the implications. While it resolved the issue of insufficient time to train his beast, excessive independent training might lead Star to develop conflicting views with its beastmaster, resulting in less compliance with commands during battles. Typically, beasts entrusted for training came from those who had multiple contracted beasts, but Song Shao only had Star, so he was free from that concern. All right, I will keep an eye on it, Song Shao replied, acknowledging that while he could occasionally let Star train alone, his presence was still paramount. Half an hour later, Star emerged from the healing chamber fully rejuvenated, while the bouncing mouse required an additional 30 minutes to recover. Song Shao began accepting tasks on the app, as the manager had ranked Star above the bouncing mouse. Before long, he received his first assignment. The app indicated that the reservation for Venue 17 was successful, and Song Shao carried Star to the designated training area. Baba, where are we going? Star queried. To train. Song Shao responded. Star tilted its head. Baba, is it going to be the same kind of training as before? Indeed, we will defeat our opponent just like before. Do you enjoy that? Star recalled the pain inflicted by the bouncing mouse, which it ultimately threw to the ground, and the rush of triumph that followed the release of anger. Eagerly, it nodded. Baba, I like it. Upon arrival at Training Ground 17, which was still vacant, Song Shao placed Star on the field and reviewed the client's requirements. The requests were somewhat peculiar, specifying that the beast should possess high aesthetic appeal, be handsome, and exhibit impressive skills. Observing Star, Song Shao noted that while Star's fur was somewhat light and might be unpopular among gray-spotted beasts, it still met human standards of beauty. If the client found Star unsuitable, he could simply switch to another task. This task offers 800 Star coins, he muttered to himself. Just as he finished speaking, the door to Training Ground 17 swung open, revealing a girl in a school uniform and short skirt who appeared to be of similar age to Song Jingjing. She cradled a pink butterfly-shaped beast in her arms. Upon locking eyes with Song Shao, she paused momentarily before approaching with a smile. Hello, are you Song Shao? Song Shao nodded. I am. And you are? Tearing Yang's wig? The girl, taken aback by having her online name called out, retorted. Is there any difference between that and publicly defecating? Just call me Yang Shao. Nice to meet you. Yang Shao. Song Shao replied amiably. Yang Shao continued. Is this your beast? The gray-spotted beast looks quite handsome. May I see its skills? Song Shao nodded and turned to Star. Star, use electric shock. Bah. Star promptly unleashed an electric shock, producing a resounding bang and a cascade of sparks, standing stoically amidst the fireworks with an air of indifference. Yang Zhao's eyes brightened, and more notably, her butterfly beast, named Dian Dian, struggled to escape her grasp and fluttered into the air, exclaiming, Dian Dian, Dian Dian. Yang Shao then translated, Dian Dian is quite fond of your beast. Let us commence training. She and her butterfly took to the field, stating Dian Dian's primary skill is charm. However, she has a peculiar quirk. She only wishes to charm handsome beasts and will not utilize her skill on those she finds unappealing, resulting in a slow growth in skill proficiency. If your gray-spotted beast can keep Dian Dian using her skill, I would consider placing long-term orders. Song Shao agreed. All right. Yang Shao regarded Song Shao's cool and striking visage, silently reflecting that both the beast and its beastmaster were evidently aesthetically inclined. As Dian Dian circled Star, her long antennae flickered, and the white patterns on her pink wings shimmered. Dian Dian. It was evident that Star had fallen under Dian Dian's control. A light blush adorned its gray eyes, resembling exquisite, dazzling gemstones glimmering under the light. This dreamlike luminosity faded like ripples in water after 2 seconds, leaving Star to tilt its head in confusion. Baba, however, Dian Dian appeared considerably more pleased, as sparkling pollen enveloped Star, with her beautiful wings fluttering around it while intermittently casting charm. Just as Star succumbed to the charm for the second time, Dian Dian's antennae gently brushed against the black lightning patterns on Star's forehead. Yang Shao's expression shifted instantly. Upon noticing that Song Shao exhibited no unusual reaction, she silently exhaled in relief. Clearly, he was unaware of Dian Dian's behavioral traits. Dian Dian, possessing a majestic appearance and charm skill, rendered any beast struck by her charm oblivious. And when she touched the favored beast with her antennae after casting charm, it indicated she was taking advantage of the situation. To put it simply, Star had been teased. In Chapter 17, Ant's Life, Yang Shao admonished Dian Dian, focus on your training. What is this nonsense about taking advantage of other beasts? Training is training. Internally, she couldn't help but facepalm. Star, upon regaining consciousness, was utterly bewildered by the recent events. Tilting its head toward its beastmaster, Baba, before receiving an answer, Dian Dian resumed casting charm. Dian Dian. The atmosphere on the training ground seemed to be stuck in a loop, with Xing Xing tilting its head in inquiry. Ban Ban? The powder-dream butterfly responded. Dian Dian. 2 seconds later, Xing Xing, still puzzled, repeated. Ban Ban? After 7 or 8 exchanges, the powder-dream butterfly had exhausted its energy, and Xing Xing emerged from its fragmented state, rushing toward its beastmaster, its head feeling dizzy. 15 minutes had elapsed when Song Shao observed Yang Shao producing a substance reminiscent of a nutrient solution and administering it to the powder-dream butterfly. Within minutes, the powder-dream butterfly was revitalized. Yang Shao placed the powder-dream butterfly back on the training ground and instructed, in order for Dian Dian to charm its opponent, It must establish eye contact. Please have your pet avoid eye contact with Dian. I wish to train Dian's combat capabilities in the arena. Song Shao nodded and leaned down to advise Xingxing. Do your utmost to evade eye contact with the powder-to-dream butterfly, but do not close your eyes. Xingxing responded eagerly. Ban, watch me. Yang Shao commanded. Dian, use hypnotic wind. The powder-dream butterfly fluttered toward Xingxing, and as it drew near, its wings began to spin, sending a fragrant breeze wafting through the air. Thunder roar, Song Shao called out. Xingxing unleashed a thunder roar, momentarily stunning the powder-dream butterfly in place. However, the roar did not hinder the spread of the fragrance, causing Song Shao to observe how Xingxing's body seemed to slow down for a moment. Electric shock, butterfly fragrance illusion. In Xingxing's dulled perception, the original powder-dream butterfly suddenly transformed into two. Unable to distinguish the genuine from the illusion, Xingxing's electric shock missed its target. Charm, stunning paralysis. Xingxing's long tail swiftly ensnared the powder-dream butterfly's antennae, delivering a faint electric current that paralyzed it instantly. As the powder-dream butterfly struggled, a thunder roar completely immobilized it. Given that this was training, Song Shao refrained from allowing Xingxing to use Electric Kiss, as it was a mid-tier skill that would render the powder-dream butterfly incapable of continuing the battle. The powder-dream butterfly had failed to charm its opponent, leaving Yang Shao somewhat disheartened. Yet she reassured herself that it was normal for a non-combat pet to struggle. Song Shao approached with Xingxing in his arms and thoughtfully remarked, if the powder-dream butterfly could distract Xingxing with the butterfly fragrance illusion while the real one executed charm, then Xingxing would surely have no way to evade. I believe you should train in that direction. Yang Shao, uncertain, inquired. Similar to electric shock and thunder roar? That's different. She continued. The butterfly fragrance illusion utilizes the previous hypnotic wind to make the pet inhale the fragrance, thus creating an illusion, making it impossible for Dian to control the resulting phantoms. Incapable of controlling the illusions? Then let's shorten the duration, Song Shao suggested, having noticed that when the illusions appeared, Xingxing was visibly confused, unable to discern which was the real one. If this brief moment could be seized to swiftly execute charm, it might just work. If that fails, create more illusions to render the pet utterly incapable of differentiation, or transform the illusions into ones actively casting the charm skill, blending the real one among them. With 9 fakes and 1 true, catching the opponent off guard. After relaying his ideas to Yang Shao, she fell into deep contemplation and, 5 minutes later, made the decision to give it a try. This attempt extended the training session to an hour, and Song Shao, having successfully secured an additional hour's payment, felt a surge of joy. The powder-dream butterfly, utterly drained of energy, nestled in Yang Zhao's embrace, refusing to train any longer, prompting her to conclude the session. She also became Song Shao's first regular client. After bidding farewell to Yang Shao, Song Shao glanced at the time. Realizing he needed to head to the junkyard for his part-time job, he informed the manager that if any requests for individual pet training arose, Xingxing could take on the tasks, but if not, it should remain there to train. Since Xingxing lacked the ability to resist radiation in the junkyard, Song Shao had no intention of bringing it along. In truth, this was also a matter of personal sentiment. Parents often wish to appear strong in front of their children, and Song Shao cherished Xingxing's proud and somewhat haughty demeanor. He did not want Xingxing to discover that its beast master was a mere garbage collector. Practice electric shock diligently tonight to advance your proficiency to an advanced level. Rest if you feel fatigued, Song Shao advised as he departed. Xingxing followed closely beside him. Looking up, Ban. Understood. Ban. Return quickly. Song Shao patted Xingxing's head. I'll bring back some chips for you. By the time Song Shao reached the junkyard via subway, it was nearly 5:30 p.m. He swiftly donned a black protective suit, meticulously checking for any exposed areas. After confirming everything was secure, he sought out the familiar figure of Last. Last, catching the scent on Song Shao, greeted him amiably. Lala. Song Shao responded. Hello. With their prior collaborative experience, the duo worked efficiently. An hour later, the sky had completely darkened. Finding the overhead lighting insufficient, Song Shao activated the helmet's top light and bent down to handle hazardous waste while gently blinking. In the light, he perceived what appeared to be faint black dust particles floating, likely a consequence of the hazardous waste. Curiously, he leaned in for a closer look, observing these black particles moving as if alive. As he reached out to brush them away, they dispersed like ripples in water, vanishing into the air, as if the entire scene had been an illusion. Lala, noticing Song Shao's stillness, Last approached, assuming he had been affected by radiation. and began to purify the air around him. The refreshing air alleviated Song Shao's lingering drowsiness, and he expressed his gratitude, inquiring, "Where do all these wastes come from?" This area is considered a poverty-stricken district of Jinhai City, where beast masters constitute less than 20% of the population. Over 80% of the hazardous waste consists of items related to pets, many of which Song Shao had never even seen. He surmised that such pet products could not possibly be afforded by the local populace. Lala. Most of these are transported from the Middle 4th District. In this world of Blue Star, there are 12 districts categorized into Upper, Middle, and Lower 4 districts. The Upper and Middle 4 districts maintain an unshakable class distinction from the lower districts, akin to nobles and commoners. It is said that beast masters in the Upper 4 districts comprise over 70% of the population, while ordinary individuals incapable of controlling beasts struggle to survive there. Moreover, these upper-class nobles regard the lower 4 districts as their personal dumping grounds. Regions infested with insectoid creatures, deemed dangerous zones, are almost exclusively found within the lower 4 districts. Upon hearing Last's explanation, Song Shao grasped the situation. Class disparities in this world were even more severe than he had imagined. Naturally, in a world that could categorize individuals into 6 levels, the lives of ordinary people would be as insignificant as ants. Chapter 18. Confrontation with Hikaru. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Xingxing faced off against the haughty bird, adopting a defensive stance and growling lowly. Hikaru's azure eyes locked onto Xingxing, the pressure from this high-tier pet immediately overwhelming. Xingxing's tail flicked impatiently against the ground, its back taut, as if poised to attack at any moment. Hikaru realized that its oppressive presence failed to instill fear in Xingxing. Instead, it seemed to incite further anger, prompting the bird to gradually abandon its aloof demeanor. Outside the training ground, Ingsibo quietly seethed at the man beside him on the phone. "Even if I cannot contract it, I will not relinquish Hikaru. I would rather ruin it." The man, exuding respect yet lacking fear, replied politely, "Young Mastering, you have 1 month left in your 3-month period. If you cannot contract Hikaru by then, the association will reclaim it. Should you indeed destroy Hikaru, I fear that it will become exceedingly difficult for you to contract a high-tier pet in the future." Ingsibo's sinister expression marred his otherwise handsome features as he retorted, "Are you threatening me?" The man maintained his tone, "Young Master Ing, I am merely conveying the truth." Ingsibai, struggling to suppress his anger, replied in a low voice, "Isn't there still a month left? I will successfully contract with Hikaru." The man responded, "Then I shall await young Master Ying's favorable news." After the call ended, Ingsibai violently kicked the water dispenser beside him. One kick failed to relieve his frustration. He continued to strike until the dispenser was utterly demolished. Hikaru hovered at the edge of the training ground, casting a frigid gaze towards Ingsibai, and then, as if he were of no consequence, returned to the training area. The manager, hearing the commotion within, contemplated approaching to inquire, but hesitated, fearing to provoke the young master's ire. Peering through the glass door at Hikaru, he felt an undeniable surge of excitement. This was Hikaru, a paragon among A-class battle beasts, a rare creature that could only be contracted by those of immense power. Hikaru, revered as the god of 10,000 eagles, possessed an evolutionary path through items, capable of evolving into a divine beast. Its solitary and proud nature demanded that any potential contractor exhibit unparalleled strength to earn its submission, a process akin to taming a hawk, where beast tamers and their creatures often reached a perilous brink. Due to these stringent contracting conditions, only a minuscule number of Hikaru ever formed bonds with beast tamers. Moreover, Hikaru was known as the monarchical beast, seldom swayed by its kin. Fostering any emotional bond was exceedingly challenging, contributing to its dwindling population as a rare beast. After venting his frustration, Ingsibai turned to Hikaru, adopting an amiable demeanor. "Tired of battling the gecko? I brought you to the training ground for some real fun. You could go all out against this mere C-class, gray-spotted beast." Ingsibai's dismissive tone incited Star, the gray-spotted beast, to turn away in anger, revealing its electrified fangs to Ingsibai. Recognizing Star's appearance, Ingsibai smirked. "Isn't this the same gray-spotted beast that was distributing flyers before? It's back to serving as a training partner for its useless beast tamer." Ingsibai's subtly ingratiating demeanor failed to elicit any reaction from Hikaru, which instead focused its attention on the C-class gray-spotted beast that could withstand its oppressive presence. Ignored by Hikaru, Ingsibai struggled to contain his fury. He was well aware of Hikaru's temperament, yet despite 2 months of relentless efforts to tame it, even when he had pushed it to the brink of exhaustion, it refused to yield let alone form a contract. Suddenly, Hikaru addressed Star. Kuru, your beast tamer has abandoned you. At this, Star leaped into action, launching an electric attack at Hikaru, its fury causing its fur to crackle with electricity. Bam! Hikaru elegantly soared into the air, evading Star's assault, and continued to taunt. Kuru, you are so inept that your beast tamer has forsaken you. Kuru. However, for me to contract with you, it seems your beast tamer is equally incompetent. Star, incensed, let out a fierce roar, determined to deliver a thorough beating to this contemptuous bird. Thunder rumbled ominously, filling the training ground with a cacophony of sound. Yet, even so, Hikaru was merely momentarily startled. For Star, this fleeting moment represented the perfect opportunity. A bolt of unprecedented size crackled into existence upon its brow. Surging forth like a claw towards Hikaru, Hikaru deftly evaded the ferocious lightning. But before it could unleash further mockery, it abruptly noticed Star leaping straight up, closing the gap to less than a meter. With its long, fluffy tail sweeping towards Hikaru, the air shimmered with electromagnetic waves, causing the atmosphere to ripple. Hikaru's azure eyes suddenly reflected a serious demeanor as it spun gracefully to avoid Star's attack. As long as it remained airborne, Hikaru would be invincible. However, during its rotation, a furious gray-spotted creature intruded into its line of sight, its sharp fangs crackling with faint blue electricity. Its fierce demeanor almost making one forget it was merely a juvenile gray-spotted beast. Bam! Star unleashed its electric kiss, sinking its teeth into Hikaru's wing. Sibai cursed under his breath and summoned his first beast, the wood gecko, intending to chastise this audacious gray-spotted beast. Yet, when the wood gecko appeared, Star was thrown harshly to the ground, the force of the impact causing it to slide several meters. Sibai's gaze turned sharply to Hikaru. That had been a mid-level skill, electric kiss. Hikaru's deep sea-like eyes slowly emerged from beneath its white feathers, and the wing previously bitten by Star remained unscathed, even exhibiting a sheen akin to polished ceramic. This was solidification, a mid-level defensive skill. Star, enduring the pain, rose from the ground, glaring at its airborne adversary. Anger mingled with a sense of helplessness drove it to the brink of fury, its claws digging into the rubber surface of the training ground. It yearned to prove it was not worthless, nor was its beast tamer. He was a capable and powerful beast tamer. In that moment, the young gray-spotted beast felt a desperate desire to grow stronger, to protect its beast tamer, reminiscent of the first time it had laid eyes on him, filled with the determination to triumph over the other gray-spotted beasts. Chapter 19, Thunder. Yet its opponent could fly, rendering all its skills ineffective. If only it could ground this detestable bird. Meanwhile, Song Shao, engaged in tidying up her fuse, suddenly felt a searing pain in his previously injured left eye, as though a fire raged within. Amidst the intense agony, his vision darkened, with only a distant white light standing out vividly. Gasping for breath, sweat drenched his black protective suit as he strained to focus on the luminous point, grayish-white fur, a long, fluffy tail, and black lightning patterns on its face. It was Star. Star? Song Shao managed to utter, his voice strained. Almost consumed by rage, Star snapped back to reality, glancing around in confusion. Bam? Beast Tamer? It's me. Song Shao, shielding his left eye, sank down amidst the refuse. What happened? Bam. Star, ignited by fury, gazed skyward, intent on vanquishing the loathsome bird. Song Shao, struggling to stabilize his breathing, forced himself to remain composed, not allowing Star to perceive his distress. Taunted, with the guidance of its beast tamer, Star quickly regained its composure. Its learning ability had always been remarkable, and it perfectly mimicked Hikaru's earlier mocking expression. Bam. A pet beast unwanted by any beast master is deemed worthless. Hikaru, with an air of haughty disdain, gazed at the stars, its wings fully unfurled in the sky. The exquisite white feathers resembling fine porcelain, noble and resplendent. As Hikaru effortlessly flapped its wings, hundreds of sharp feathers shot down towards the ground in a cross formation. Targeting the star. Dodge! Song Shao commanded. The star evaded to the left and right, moving several meters, yet its forelimb was still slashed open by the feathers. Before it could catch its breath, an invisible yet razor-sharp air slash struck fiercely at the star's chest and abdomen. The star crashed heavily onto the ground. A grotesque cross-shaped wound carved into its chest, blood instantly staining its grayish-white fur. This was untenable. It was far too passive. Song Shao meticulously recalled the lightning skills that could counter flying types, and in that moment, Both he and the star remembered the lightning skill they had trained on, but never succeeded with. Thunder. Star, do you still remember that move, Thunder? Song Shao gasped, struggling to speak. Since it can fly, bring it down. Last, unaware of Song Shao's condition, observed him trembling and slumped amidst the refuse, thinking he was still in distress, and focused on purifying the air. Beneath the thick protective helmet, Song Shao's left eye had already transformed into a deep and brilliant gray, akin to that of the star. When a beast master achieves a profound connection with their beast on a mental level, part of their body may exhibit characteristics of that beast. Regrettably, Song Shao remained oblivious to the subtle change in his left eye. Thunder, Song Shao uttered. The star, dragging its injured body, rose once more, letting out a defiant howl as thunder rumbled, yet no lightning descended. Hikaru mocked. Outside the training ground, Ing Sibai was utterly unconcerned. Even if the star had learned a mid-level skill, Hikaru was a flying type and possessed mid-level defensive skills to solidify its position. This gray-eyed beast was no match for it. Ing Sibai's desire to contract Hikaru intensified as his partner, the wood gecko, fixated its gaze on Hikaru hovering above, only to nonchalantly turn away. Hikaru, seemingly tired of toying with the star, executed a sneak attack. With its already swift speed, Hikaru vanished like a shadow, reappearing behind the star in an instant. Its sharp, dark claws lunged, piercing into the star's flesh, lifting it into the air before violently slamming it down. Star. Song Shao steadied himself, but could not suppress his mounting agitation. The star struggled to rise again, but time and again it collapsed to the ground, its chest forelimb and back riddled with wounds, blood-soaked and pitifully battered. This time, the star was more grievously injured than during its time at the beast-nurturing base. Just as Song Shao resolved to concede defeat for the star, it astonishingly stood up once more, its long tail striking the ground with fury, its gray eyes ablaze with uncontainable rage. I will not be defeated by this wretched bird. Song Shao watched the star rise again, and after a moment of silence, he lowered his hand from his left eye. The searing pain felt akin to having one's eyeball forcibly extracted from its socket, yet amidst such agony, a faint smile graced Song Shao's pallid face. After contracting with their beast, a beast master receives reciprocal strength from their companion, and in turn, their mental energy empowers the beast further. Neither the original nor Song Shao understood how to wield this mental energy, but at that moment, Song Shao felt the star's unprecedented fury and thirst for power, channeling all his perception into the star. In the dim haze, the star's form grew increasingly radiant, akin to a brilliant moon emerging in the pitch-black night, dazzling and resplendent. Hikaru unleashed its feather blades again, intent on concluding the battle. As hundreds of sharp white feathers surged forth, Song Shao swiftly issued the command, Thunder. This is our last opportunity. This time, the star did not clumsily evade. It braved part of the feather blade's assault and charged toward Hikaru, closing the distance between them, while simultaneously unleashing a thunderous howl. Just as both Hikaru and Ing Sibai believed all was lost once more, a bolt of pale blue lightning, as thick as a wrist, materialized from above the training ground, striking down toward Hikaru with the force of thunder. Hikaru hastily retracted its white feathers to solidify its defenses. But some of the feathers had deeply embedded themselves into the star's body, failing to return in time. Thus, while the solidification nullified much of the lightning's impact, it was still struck down by the overwhelming force, crashing onto the training ground. For the first time, Hikaru found itself grounded. The impact created a 1-meter-wide crater in the training ground, and as Hikaru, still crackling with electricity, lay within it, a nearly blood-soaked gray-eyed beast surged forth. Shimmering like the Milky Way, its fierce fangs crackling with pale, blue electricity sinking into Hikaru's wing. In that instant, Hikaru let out a pain scream. Hikaru! Song Shao stumbled and fell, familiar stabs of pain radiating through his mind. In the midst of such torment, the burning sensation in his left eye began to fade. The training ground manager hurriedly rushed in upon hearing the thunder, witnessing the star clinging to Hikaru, while Hikaru retaliated with its claws digging into the star's wounds. A C-rank gray-eyed beast is actually overpowering an A-rank Hikaru, but the injuries are far too severe. Ing Sibai stepped forward, furious, to separate the star from Hikaru. As he prepared to unleash his wrath upon the star, the manager quickly intervened. Young Master Ing, the injuries sustained in the training ground are not life-threatening. There's no need for such measures. After speaking, the manager hastily summoned the Abbey Beast to protect the star, yet even in its weakened state, the star continued to glare defiantly at Hikaru. Hikaru, loathing Ing Sibai's touch, found itself paralyzed by the electric shocks, yet its deep blue gaze remained fixed on the star. Star, you have not lost. Go for treatment, Song Shao managed to advise before completely losing consciousness. When Song Shao woke, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Half an hour past the end of his shift. He supported his head as he rose from the cot, surveying his surroundings. Realizing he was in the garbage supervisor's duty room. Before he could react, the supervisor entered with a scowl. Awake! The supervisor, an elderly man, was lean yet had keen eyes. Behind him, last greeted Song Shao. Lala, let me make this clear. You fainted on your own, and it has nothing to do with our garbage dump. The risks of handling hazardous waste were made clear from the beginning. Don't try to pin that on me. And you only worked for an hour. I'll give you at most 300 star coins, the supervisor stated firmly. I just wanted to thank Last, Song Shao replied. Last, Lala. No need for thanks. The supervisor grunted dismissively, indicating that since Song Shao was awake and unharmed, he should leave promptly. Song Shao did not linger. He sensed the supervisor's temper was particularly foul today. Although the supervisor's demeanor had always been brusque, it had never been quite so apparent. Concerned for the star, Song Shao hurriedly exited the garbage dump. On his way to the subway station, he noticed the 24-hour pet supply store still open and decided to enter. Pet chips, 99 star coins per bag. Pet cheese sticks, 99 star coins each, or 169 star coins for 2. Song Shao grabbed 2 bags of chips and 4 cheese sticks, and after paying, boarded the subway to return. Upon arriving at the training ground, he found the star still lying in the treatment chamber. While the manager had pulled up the surveillance footage, his face a mask of astonishment. You're back, Shao Shao. This gray-eyed beast is quite extraordinary. The manager greeted Song Shao enthusiastically. In the monitoring footage, the star was initially at the mercy of Hikaru's teasing. However, as the blows continued to rain down, the star astonishingly ignited an unprecedented fighting spirit, culminating in a decisive final strike of thunder that determined the outcome of the battle. Shao Shao, this is the first time I have witnessed a creature at the awakening level capable of employing 2 intermediate skills. Although your gray-eyed striped beast is classified as a sea-level creature, I perceive its potential to rival that of Hikaru. Having managed this training ground for many years and observed numerous creatures come and go, I can affirm that this assertion carries significant weight. Nonetheless, Hikaru, being a flying type, has a distinct advantage over the gray-eyed striped beast, which indeed presents a shortcoming for the star. Song Shao was already contemplating ways to train the star in this regard. After waiting for another half an hour, the star finally emerged from the healing chamber. Upon seeing Song Shao, it did not rush towards him as expected. Instead, it stood still, wearing an expression of disheartenment, as if it had embarrassed its beastmaster. Although both the star and Hikaru ultimately lost their ability to continue fighting, it was evident that the star was more severely injured, and persisting any further would have resulted in defeat. Its beastmaster was a formidable trainer, yet the star felt inadequate. Approaching the somewhat dejected star, Song Shao embraced it and gently stroked its head. Do you remember what I promised you when I left? He presented the creature snacks he had procured. Because you performed splendidly, these are all rewards for you. The star perked up, its ears standing tall as it gazed at Song Shao in surprise. Ban? Really? Song Shao unwrapped a cheese stick and placed it in the star's paw. Of course it's true. You fought until the last moment, which astonished and delighted me. Winning or losing is a natural part of life, in my eyes. Your perseverance is commendable. As he prepared to leave, Song Shao recalled something and inquired of the manager, what does it feel like to share a bond with a creature? The manager regarded Song Shao, interpreting his curiosity, and explained it is said that part of the body undergoes beastification, allowing one to experience everything the creature feels, including emotions and pain, and even enabling telepathic communication with it. Song Shao continued to question, so, can one see everything the creature sees, even when not physically together? The manager furrowed his brow, pondering, and replied uncertainly, perhaps such a phenomenon occurs with deep empathy? I recall that the champion of the last Interstellar Creature Challenge, Lanska, underwent beastification, with scales covering his skin to share the creature's injuries. However, achieving this level of empathy requires at least a 4th-tier beastmaster. He added, why do you ask? You are merely a 1st-tier beastmaster. Don't expect to achieve everything at once, or you may face backlash from your spiritual energy. Nothing much, I just wanted to understand. Song Shao replied. Leaving the training ground, he reflected on the agonizing pain in his left eye and the vision of the star battling Hikaru. Could be empathy? Song Shao opened his phone to search for information regarding beastmasters and their bond with creatures. It was noted that when a beastmaster shares a bond with a creature, they exhibit certain characteristics of that creature, such as skin transforming into scales, teeth elongating into fangs, and fingers becoming claws. Each creature yields a different form of beastification. Deep empathy allows one to genuinely feel everything the creature experiences, even sharing in its injuries. It seemed that he had indeed shared a bond with the star. In the searing sensation in his left, I might indicate that as I had undergone beastification at that moment. Chapter 21. Let us make an appearance. Star. How did you hear my voice during the battle with Hikaru? The star, munching on the cheese stick, had cheese smeared at the corners of its mouth and looked up in confusion. Ban? I don't know. I just heard it. It felt as if the Beastmaster was right beside me. Observing the star's lack of intelligence, Song Shao silently wiped its mouth, thinking perhaps he should search for relevant books when school resumed. Having finished its meal, the star emerged from its earlier dejection, though it seemed to have become overly exuberant. You say you want to find that Hikaru and defeat it? Song Shao placed the star on the back seat of the bike, conversing with it as he rode. The star nodded, realizing its Beastmaster was not watching, and declared Ban. Yes, I want to defeat it. The gray-eyed striped beast is a sea-level creature with an evolutionary limit of 5th-tier Beast Emperor, whereas Hikaru is an A-level creature with a 6th-tier Beast God evolutionary limit. Thus, in terms of lineage and potential, the gray-eyed striped beast has little chance of victory. Had another Beastmaster been in Song Shao's position, they might have advised the star to abandon this notion, or feigned agreement while harboring a lack of hope. Yet Song Shao himself was someone who transformed impossibilities into possibilities. All right, however, the plan I devised for you requires modification. He understood that the strength of the creature directly influences the Beastmaster's abilities and vice versa. He could not allow the star to lag behind. The gentle breeze of early summer tousled the boy's hair, revealing his indifferent eyes, yet his expression radiated warmth. Because Hikaru lacks a Beastmaster, you intend to confront it alone? Ban, I want to win fairly. On Sunday, Song Shao worked tirelessly, armed with a newly formulated training plan. He reviewed the footage of the star battling Hikaru and identified 3 clear disadvantages. Firstly, it could not inflict significant damage on flying types, particularly a creature like Hikaru, which possessed innate speed. Secondly, the star's speed was insufficient. If it were faster, it could evade many attacks. And thirdly, it was overly emotional. The thunder strike that connected with Hikaru succeeded because it underestimated the star, but should it attempt again, Hikaru's speed could easily evade it, as it could rival lightning. Star. You must envision yourself as a bolt of lightning. Your speed must not be inferior to that of lightning, yet you must become an unavoidable force for Hikaru. Song Shao incorporated various targeted obstacle training to enhance the star's speed and evasion skills. There exists a high-level skill among electric-type creatures called Thunderbreak, which can shatter most defensive skills, including Hikaru's barriers. However, mastering such an advanced skill requires at least evolutionary level status. Thus Song Shao set it aside for the time being. One intermediate skill caught his attention, named Swift Electric Shadow, which allows a creature to appear in the sky as a flash of lightning, albeit with limited lethality. Typically employed for evasion or ambush. If the star were to feign using thunder, it could secretly execute the Swift Electric Shadow for a surprise attack. Though it may be a tad underhanded, all's fair in war. Song Shao repeatedly played the video of Swift Electric Shadow for the star, guiding it to envision itself as a bolt of lightning. However, speed had always been the star's Achilles heel, and the entire afternoon passed without any progress. I'm heading out. Stay here and behave. If Fun Jiaoming Dai comes by, practice battling with it to enhance your speed. If Hikaru appears, ignore it. Song Shao instructed as he slung his backpack over his shoulder. If Hikaru provokes you again, just say it was my command not to engage. In the junkyard, Laster awaited Song Shao's arrival. Initially, Song Shao did not don his protective gear, opting instead to present the cheese sticks he had purchased to Laster. Thank you for your help yesterday. Laster joyfully accepted the gift, spinning around in delight. Lala, I wish you could be my colleague from now on. Actually, he is only here as a temporary measure, Song Shao replied. As the night wore on, Song Shao was not drawn back into empathy, and his left eye remained pain-free, indicating the star had likely not caused any trouble at the training ground. Meanwhile, at the training venue, the star was fully engrossed in its obstacle training, entirely ignoring the imposing presence of Hikaru nearby. Hikaru, come fight me. Come on. The stars overlooked Hikaru, heedless of its presence, as their respective beast masters instructed them to ignore it. Kuru, why you disregard me? Has your beast master abandoned you once again? Despite its fatigue, the star maintained an air of indifference, casting a fleeting glance at Hikaru with its pale gray eyes before finally speaking. Ban. You should depart. My beast master forbids me from playing with you. Ban. You are nothing but an unwanted wild creature, Hikaru retorted, its wings stretching in indignation, clearly rattled. Kuru Kuru. The Beast Masters vying for a contract with me line up from District 10 to District 1. I wouldn't consider those worthless beings. Observing Hikaru's escalating frustration brought a sense of satisfaction to the star, although it feigned nonchalance to maintain an air of sophistication. Ban. Oh, Ban. Even if numerous others desire to contract with you, my Beast Master desires only me. With that, the star turned away from Hikaru's furious countenance, lowering its erect ears to block out the noise, envisioning itself as a bolt of lightning, swift and elusive beyond the reach of the wind. When Song Shao arrived after work to fetch the star, he sensed its good spirits, attributing it to a successful training session, and thus refrained from further inquiry. Oblivious to the turmoil Hikaru had endured all night. On Monday, as Song Shao brought the star to school for the first time, the presence of the aloof yet regal gray-eyed creature perched upon the equally exquisite and indifferent shoulder of a boy caused quite a stir. That is a gray-eyed Ban. I've heard it is notoriously difficult to approach and even harder to contract. Indeed, the gray-eyed Ban is strikingly handsome. I wonder if I could contract one after becoming a level 2 Beastmaster. Why does this gray-eyed Ban seem oddly familiar to me? Please. It's merely a gray-eyed Ban, a C-rank creature. What is so impressive about that? Clearly, you've never seen real beasts. A boy accompanied by a Spangmush directed laughter at Song Shao, drawing the attention of nearly the entire class. Linyu, aren't you also a C-rank Spangmush? What are you pretending for? Another boy chimed in, peering over his shoulder, cradling a deep blue slime-like creature. Linyu instinctively stepped forward, ready to confront the two, but halted at the sight of the star revealing its fangs, reluctantly retreating instead. In Song Shao's memory, this was the only classmate with whom he shared a good rapport. Not for any particular reason other than that they were the only two 16-year-olds in the school without contracted beasts standing at the bottom of the ranks. Tang Jianan greeted the star with his nidum, saying, Nidwa. This was a creature Song Shao had never encountered before. Chapter 22, Registration. Have you contracted a beast? What's its name? Song Shao set the star down from his shoulder. Tang Jianan proudly introduced, it's a C-rank nidum with special attributes. It can store items and purify contaminated soil, making it a diligent and adorable companion. The nidum, flattered by its master's praise, blushed deeper blue. Nidwa. After their cultural lessons, they proceeded to combat class. And as Song Shao accompanied Tang Jianan to the administrative office to register their newly contracted beasts, the director at the computer suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with an unexplainable excitement upon hearing Song Shao's name. You're Song Shao, contracted with a gray-eyed Ban. Indeed it is you. Do you remember me, director? Song Shao asked, realizing that being the bottom of the class left a lasting impression on the teachers. I heard you are now a level 2 Beastmaster. The director appraised him with satisfaction from head to toe. Song Shao nodded. Tang Jianan gazed at him in astonishment, but restrained his curiosity due to the director's presence. Excellent. Just in time for the final registration. The director swiftly navigated a web page to begin the registration process. Wait, for what am I registering? Could you please explain? Song Shao queried. You mean the District 10 High School Beast Tournament? Tang Jianan immediately connected the dots. The director, without looking up, replied, What else could it be? This year, there hasn't been a single level 2 Beastmaster in our first-year class. I thought we would forego registration altogether. However, the principal called yesterday, inquiring why we hadn't registered when clearly there was a level 2 Beastmaster in the first year, even if we only make it through one round. That's better than having no one register at all. In Jing'an City, where Song Shao resided, there were 6 Beastmaster high schools. His school, Yaming Beastmaster High School, ranked alongside its neighboring Qiming Beastmaster High School at the bottom, both sharing the dubious title of 5th place from the bottom. Last year, Yaming High School had a level 2 Beastmaster who participated in the competition, albeit falling in the first round. Yet, they secured a point for simply registering, allowing them to tie with Qiming High School with a total score of 8. Rumor had it that Qiming High School had a level 2 Beastmaster registered this year, while Yaming had none. If this continued, Yaming might find itself truly at the bottom. Thus, when the principal learned from a friend that there was indeed a level 2 Beastmaster in the first-year class, his joy was palpable, as even a single point from a preliminary round was valuable. Upon hearing the director's explanation and his relieved tone, Song Shao suddenly gained clarity regarding his school's standing, realizing it was quite remarkable to be at the bottom in such a financially struggling district. But director, my beast is currently only at the awakening level. Does the competition not have any requirements regarding beast rank? Song Shao asked. The director waved dismissively. Only the third-year students are required to have an evolved beast. There are no such requirements for first years. I've already informed your combat teacher about this, and he will focus on training you. We only have one dedicated coach, and he is busy with the second and third year classes, so he won't be able to attend to you much. Don't feel too pressured. The school merely expects you to show up and secure that initial point. The director was astonished that Song Shao had become a level 2 beast master shortly after contracting his beast, but considering it was still a juvenile, he held no great expectations for Song Shao's performance. As they exited the office, Tang Jianan felt a surreal sensation. Once mocked as a poor wretch, and now he was to represent the school in a competition, being the only one in the first-year class qualified to participate. Shao, you've truly outdone yourself. But when did you become a level 2 beast master? How did the director find out? Song Shao shook his head. I realized I'd become a level 2 beast master when I contracted it. As for how the director knew, perhaps it was through the Beast Nurturing Center or the Beast Management Bureau, where they must have registered it. Bro, let us not forget each other when we rise to wealth. Tang Jianan grasped Song Shao's arm, sincerity evident in his demeanor. Song Shao calmly withdrew his arm and replied, Naturally, I shall never forget my dear father. Then it's settled, my adoptive father. Tang Jianan cheerfully responded, unfazed. The combat teacher appeared to be a man in his 40s or 50s, though beast masters often appeared younger than their actual age due to the regenerative effects of their beasts. Song Shao speculated this teacher was likely in his 50s. From now on, follow the training targets I previously outlined for you. Song Shao, step forward. The combat teacher whistled, signaling the end of class. Song Shao accompanied the star to the training grounds, which, though simple, bore the marks of wear and tear on the uneven ground of Yaming High School as playground. The practical instructor, surnamed Ling, bore a somewhat disheveled appearance, donning a pair of dark sunglasses. If encountered outside, Song Shao would have thought him to possess the demeanor of a debt collector from the underworld. In Chapter 23, Dreaming Vines, Instructor Ling formed hand seals, and 3 animal rings of purple, white, and blue encircled him. With a swift motion, an evolved dreaming vine materialized in the training ground. The dreaming vine boasted purple leaves, its stem composed of a milky, gelatinous substance adorned with purple veins, and atop it blossomed a small purple flower, half open and hesitant. Currently, how many skills does your gray-eyed spot possess? Ling inquired, holding a notebook, ready to document the condition of the gray-eyed spot. Though he had never been a coach, he frequently observed how the sole instructor at Yaming Beastmaster High trained the second and third year students, thus was familiar with the process. As Song Shao closed and then opened his left eye, he beheld the data of the star. Name, gray-eyed spot. Attribute, lightning. System, combat. Level, C-class beast. Awakened, skills, thunder roar, beginner apprentice. Electromagnetic paralysis, beginner apprentice. Electric shock, beginner apprentice. Electric kiss, intermediate apprentice. Thunder, intermediate apprentice. Evolution path, learning evolution. Bloodline evolution, secondary attribute. Not yet recorded. Thunder roar, electromagnetic paralysis, electric shock, electric kiss, thunder. Only these 5, Song Shao concluded, contemplating the expedience of having the star learn the skill, lightning shadow. This technique would not only enhance the star's chances of victory against flying-type beasts, but would also prove advantageous against others. Ling seemed unfazed while recording the first 3 skills, deeming them standard for an awakened gray-eyed spot, most of which could learn them without issue. However, his eyebrows raised slightly upon hearing electric kiss, an intermediate skill, indicating that this particular gray-eyed spot possessed commendable talent. Yet, when thunder was mentioned, Ling's pen froze on the notebook, doubting his own hearing. Thunder? He reconfirmed. Song Shao explained, its proficiency is merely at the apprentice level. Impossible. This gray-eyed spot is not even 3 months old and has already acquired a progressive intermediate skill, thunder. This skill can evolve into the formidable thunderous strike. Ling's astonishment grew as he observed Song Shao's nonchalant demeanor, perceiving the low proficiency as a trivial matter. He recalled that even the senior competition students with evolved beasts had not learned such an evolving skill. While thunder was an intermediate ability, its potential for evolution rendered it significantly more powerful than ordinary intermediate skills. Moreover, this was merely an awakened beast under 3 months of age. Clearing his throat in excitement, Ling feigned calmness, instructing Song Shao to continue training, while he discreetly retreated to a corner to make a phone call. Principal, it's me, Xiao Ling. Ah, Instructor Ling. What can I do for you? Principal, I believe our first-year competition could yield a score exceeding 1 point. It seems student Song is performing well. Encourage him to continue striving. If he achieves a commendable score, I will petition the principal for scholarship. The principal perused Song Shao's records, noting that he was not merely financially challenged. The school would undoubtedly support and encourage a gifted student from a less fortunate background. Principal, since we were discussing this prize, might I also deserve a raise? Ahem, Xiaoling, you know our school's finances are not robust. Let's leave it at that. I have a meeting to attend. In Chapter 24, Lightning Shadow, Instructor Ling hung up the phone and addressed Song Shao. Let the gray-eyed spot engage in a spar with the Dreaming Vine. I wish to assess its strength. As a self-taught coach, Ling's methods were rather rudimentary, yet Song Shao had never received formal training, resulting in both of them being somewhat amateurish, yet managing to conduct the practice. Dreaming Vine. Under Ling's command, the Dreaming Vine unleashed a thorny vine attack, sending several thick, thorn-laden tendrils swiftly towards the star. The star deftly dodged to the side, finding advantageous footing while stealthily approaching the Dreaming Vine. Just as the star was within 2 meters of the Dreaming Vine, it leapt forward and unleashed a thunder roar. Due to the Dreaming Vine's body being covered in paralyzing thorns, the star found it challenging to execute electromagnetic paralysis and opted instead to intimidate with thunder roar. The Dreaming Vine's vulnerability lay in the flower bud atop its head, the only area devoid of thorns. Electric Kiss. Upon witnessing the Dreaming Vine being stunned, Song Shao issued the command immediately. The star's fangs glimmered with a faint blue electric current, and as it bit into the flower, the Dreaming Vine emitted a piercing shriek. Release. Ling calmly ordered. Dreaming Vine, watch out! Song Shao exclaimed urgently. But it was too late. The previously half-opened purple flower suddenly bloomed fully, enveloping the star's head in a faint purple mist. Unable to evade, the star succumbed to the skill and fell softly to the ground, slipping into a peaceful slumber. Dreaming Vine. The Dreaming Vine retracted its blooming purple flower and lightly struck the star with a vine. Observing the star asleep, Song Shao approached to lift it gently. Instructor Ling, alongside the Dreaming Vine, approached, and the approximately 1.5-meter-tall Dreaming Vine extended a tendril, which gathered a drop of dew from its purple leaves, letting it fall onto the star's nose. The star's eyelids fluttered, and it stretched lazily in Song Shao's arms, awakening. Spots? How did I fall asleep? Ling, noting the gray-eyed spot's commendable agility, speed, and combat capability, remarked appreciatively, remarkable. Its sensitivity and speed are among the best for awakened beasts. We can now focus on training it in 2 skills, one for intimidation and the other for attack. Recalling how the star had immediately succumbed to slumber, Song Shao inquired. Instructor, how should we counter the Dreaming Vine skill? Ling opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by an irate voice. Instructor, it's rather unfair to favor one student over another. We are your students too. Why is only Song Shao receiving special training? Lin Yu, accompanied by several boys, approached the training ground, jealousy evident in their eyes, though they attempted to mask it. With Lin Yu's provocation, those who previously looked down on Song Shao viewed him as the same timid boy who had once been bullied, and they joined in the mockery. Exactly. We all contracted our beasts at 12, and Song Shao has only just done so. How can he be compared to us? Instructor, even if you favor students, you should support the capable ones more. These commoners flaunting their beasts bought with hard-earned money deserve to show them off. Lin Yu's laughter grew increasingly brazen as he continued to mock. The lighter the color of the gray-eyed spot, the poorer its talent. Why doesn't Song Shao know to purchase a better one? Hearing the ridicule directed at her beast master, the star emitted a threatening signal, glaring fiercely at Lin Yu, its gray eyes glinting dangerously as it growled low in its throat. Tang Jianan, witnessing Lin Yu's contemptuous demeanor, rushed to Song Shao's side and shouted, "You son of a—" However, before he could finish, Song Shao restrained his shoulder to prevent him from escalating the situation. A piercing whistle echoed across the training ground, and Ling regarded the group of students with an impassive expression, astonished at their usual decorum. Have you all finished? Ling asked. Since you have all expressed your opinions, I shall convey the school's decision. Song Shao from Class 6 of the first year will represent Yaming Beastmaster High in the first-year interscholastic beast competition. Thus, I was following the school's directive in providing special training to Song Shao. Upon hearing Ling's announcement, Lin Yu's smile instantly faded, his already unappealing face now resembling a crushed purple yam, darkened with disbelief. How is this possible? Song Shao has only just contracted his beast. Teacher, has the school lost its senses? How could they allow someone who has merely forged a contract with a pet beast to represent the school in a competition? If Song Shao can compete, then so can I. At that moment, a girl rushed over, standing behind the crowd, equally astonished as she gazed at Song Shao. The teacher blew his whistle again, his expression turning grave as he addressed them. This is because Song Shao is the only second-tier Beastmaster in the first year. If any of you are also second-tier Beastmasters, the school would allow you to participate as well. So, do you truly possess such capability? In the training field, a profound silence fell upon the group of mockers, exchanging incredulous glances filled with disbelief and confusion. Since you are incapable, you may disperse, the teacher signaled. Lin Yu glared at Song Shao with envy, his mind swirling with thoughts of how this so-called waste could possibly be a second-tier beastmaster. He must have deceived the school. Yes, he must have tricked them. He was nothing but a commoner, a failure, a fraud. I refuse to believe it, Lin Yu shouted, striding forward to confront Song Shao. How could you possibly be a second-tier beastmaster? Indeed, Song Shao has only just contracted his pet beast. How could he be a second-tier beastmaster? I have been a beastmaster for 4 years and have yet to reach that level. Didn't the news just report about second-tier beastmasters masquerading as fourth-tier ones to swindle people? Song Shao, are you trying to deceive everyone just to enter the competition? A chorus of doubts erupted as they were unwilling to accept that a former failure, consistently at the bottom of the class, could suddenly become a second-tier beastmaster. Unable to contain herself any longer, the girl stepped forward, but just as she approached Song Shao, the perpetually indifferent boy waved his hand. A shimmering ring of energy, representing an uncontracted pet beast, materialized around him. In the suffocating silence, all mockery and skepticism transformed into a resounding slap across their faces. After demonstrating the second ring, Song Shao turned to the teacher. Please continue with the training. The teacher regarded the group of students, shaking his head in disbelief, and led Song Shao back to the training area. At that moment, Lin Yu, witnessing the anxious girl rushing towards him and stung by Song Shao's public display of superiority, felt his rage consume his rationality. How dare Song Shao, a mere commoner who could not even afford a pet beast, presume to take such liberties? Venom, his pet, spitting mushroom, shrieked, spewing a jet of toxic fluid towards Song Shao. Seeing this, Xing Xing's fur bristled. It let out a low growl and transformed into a flash of lightning, whisking Song Shao away from the spot. Thunderbolt Shadow. The teacher, witnessing the bolt of lightning, nearly lost his composure, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Chapter 25, Justifiable Defense. In an instant, Song Shao was transported to safety, barely having the chance to marvel at Xing Xing's newfound ability. He glanced down at the corrosive puddle of venom, and the once indifferent faces around him now bore expressions of alarm. He fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, his voice cold. Thunder. Xing Xing tilted its head back, opening its mouth. Under the bright sky, a deafening roar of thunder erupted, and a thick bolt of azure lightning struck Spitting Mushroom, igniting Lin Yu as well. Spitting Mushroom did not even have time to scream before it collapsed, unconscious, while Lin Yu's body bore the charred marks of the lightning strike. Several boys standing close to Lin Yu exhibited similar scorched hair. A genuine silence enveloped the area, all eyes fixated on Song Shao, who had effortlessly incapacitated Lin Yu and his pet with a single skill. Those who had previously boasted began to stammer, their faces pale as they avoided making eye contact with him. Song Shao looked at the teacher. Teacher, this was self-defense. The teacher responded, Huh? Thus, I will not be responsible for any compensation, Song Shao stated with utmost seriousness. The teacher, flustered, exclaimed, Is this really the time to discuss this? Internally frazzled, he hurriedly dialed the infirmary, cradling Lin Yu while Dream Eatervine disdainfully carried the charred Spitting Mushroom, rushing towards the medical room. Others exchanged glances, tiptoeing away quietly. Tang Jiannan, still in shock, finally managed to close his mouth, unable to contain his excitement. Song Shao, you have truly outdone yourself. That was incredible. As Tang Jiannan reveled in the joy of Lin Yu's charred state, the girl who had been observing Song Shao approached him, her eyes glistening with emotion. A slight flush crept onto her pale cheeks as she said, Song Shao, congratulations. I believe you will undoubtedly triumph in the competition. The once tranquil sunlight suddenly felt intense. Song Shao gazed at the girl before him and replied, Thank you. With that, he turned with Xing Xing towards the training ground. The girl watched him walk away, devoid of any displeasure, and after a moment, she smiled softly before departing as well. Tang Jiannan, bewildered, observed the girl's retreating figure and quickly approached Song Shao. I never expected, Song Shao, that you would achieve such progress. After harboring feelings for Jiang Liyun for 2 years, you remained so composed when she spoke to you just now. Song Shao paused, momentarily stiffening before turning slowly. I harbor feelings for Jiang Liyun? No, I have no recollection of that at all. Confused, Song Shao searched his memories, while Tang Jiannan continued chattering. Otherwise, why do you think Lin Yu's been picking on you? It's because he likes Jiang Liyun, and she's been ignoring him. Song Shao snapped back to reality. Should it be Jiang Liyun who likes me? Why would it be that I have feelings for her? After confirming that his memories held no hint of such affections, Song Shao recalled that his understanding of Jiang Liyun was limited to her being the class monitor. Ranking among the top 3 students, possessing beauty, wealth, and a kind demeanor towards everyone, including a struggling student like him. Tang Jiannan's expression was one of shock as he looked at Song Shao, his eyes clearly indicating disbelief. You're dreaming. You can't deny it. Having feelings for Jiang Liyun is nothing to be ashamed of. Many others do too. Song Shao insisted, I assure you I do not. Tang Jiannan, noting Song Shao's stubbornness, prepared to expose him. Then why were you seen at the bubble tea shop that Jiang Liyun frequently visits? That tea is exorbitantly priced. Don't tell me you enjoy it. Song Shao replied, is it not possible that I am working there part-time? Tang Jiannan seemed taken aback by this response, continuing, also, a few months ago, I saw you at Jiang Liyun's villa not just once. Song Shao pondered before responding. That was because I was delivering takeout part-time. Tang Jiannan pressed on. Then why were you also at the pet training ground she frequents when you didn't even have a contracted pet? Song Shao produced his phone, opening the training ground app, because I was working there part-time as well. Tang Jiannan exclaimed, you must have taken those part-time jobs because you have feelings for Jiang Liyun. Right. Song Shao, expressionless, cradled Xing Xing and denied. I took the job for it. It requires 800,000. Tang Jiannan was left bewildered, feeling as though his entire understanding of the situation was being reshaped. Could it truly be that Jiang Liyun had feelings for Song Shao? No. How could that be? One was a top student from a wealthy family, while the other could not even afford a pet beast and had long held the bottom ranks in class. By all accounts, it should be Song Shao who felt inferior and secretly harbored feelings. Tang Jiannan gazed at Song Shao in confusion, only to see him place Xing Xing on the ground. Sunlight streamed down, casting a warm glow upon Song Shao's profile. His cool, serene features bore a hint of gentleness, and his striking appearance, still youthful, lacked the sharpness of cold indifference, instead exuding a refined elegance akin to budding bamboo. In that moment, Tang Jiannan suddenly understood. Song Shao had not invested much thought into such matters. He was not the same Song Shao as before. His sole desire was to care for his brother and sister, and everything else was of little concern to him. Song Shao called upon Xing Xing to demonstrate the Thunder Shadow technique once more. Xing Xing obediently stood in the training arena. Yet as 5 minutes turned into 10, it remained stationary, puzzled, and addressed Song Shao with a query. Babin, why is it not manifesting? Upon reviewing Xing Xing's profile, Song Shao noted that the skills section indicated Thunder Shadow, intermediate, beginner level, confirming that Xing Xing indeed possessed this ability. However, the earlier execution had been a response to urgency, and now, devoid of such pressure, it was understandable that the skill eluded it momentarily. Xing Xing, are you fatigued from training? Let's play a game, Song Shao suggested. Babin, I'm not tired, let's continue training. Xing Xing insisted. No, you are tired, Song Shao replied. I'm not tired. With a determined expression on Song Shao's face, Xing Xing tilted its head, conceding with a silent agreement that perhaps it was indeed weary. Let us play a game of hide and seek. First, you must cover your eyes and count to 10 before uncovering them. Then find me, and if you do, you win, Song Shao explained the rules. Xing Xing nodded and covered its eyes with its paws, exclaiming, Babin, I'm going to start counting. Meanwhile, Song Shao found a place to hide and instructed Nidum to mask its scent. After counting, Xing Xing opened its eyes, scanning the surroundings in vain for its master. It sniffed the air but detected no trace. Initially intrigued by the 10-minute mark, it was growing anxious. After 15 minutes, its agitation was unmistakable. Babin, Babin. At the 20-minute mark, Song Shao suddenly appeared, urgently calling out, Xing Xing, help me. Instantly, Xing Xing sprang forward like a bolt of lightning, its eyes fierce and revealing fangs crackling with electricity. An Idom, trembling in fear under Xing Xing's imposing presence, murmured timidly, Nido. Xing Xing retracted its fangs, bewildered. Babin? Song Shao thanked Nidum with a pat and turned to Xing Xing. You just executed Thunder Shadow. Realizing it had indeed teleported to Song Shao's side, Xing Xing understood that its master was training it. Recall your emotions from earlier and see if you can summon Thunder Shadow once more. Obediently, Xing Xing closed its eyes, reflecting on how it had previously manifested the skill. It yearned to be by its master's side, driven by a fierce desire to protect him, dispelling all distractions. When Xing Xing opened its eyes, a resolute glint replaced its previous uncertainty. It leapt forward, transforming into a pale blue flash and landing several meters away. Babin, I've learned it. In subsequent training sessions, Xing Xing successfully executed Thunder Shadow 5 or 6 times out of 10 attempts. a success rate that pleased Song Shao, given that Xingxing had only recently acquired the skill and was still acclimating. Mastery of any skill necessitates substantial practice to build proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the greater the power of the skill. At the end of the school day, Teacher Ling rushed in, announcing that Lin Yu was no longer in danger but would require at least another half-month of treatment. However, his sprout mushroom had left him with some psychological scars, rendering him extremely irritable. The school would handle the situation, and surveillance indicated that Lin Yu had initiated the conflict, so there was no need for excessive concern. Song Shao lowered his gaze, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Worry? Teacher, you're overthinking it. Observing Song Shao's expression of regret for not being more forceful, Teacher Ling sighed, exasperated. Song Shao was unperturbed by the possibility of Lin Yu's family seeking retribution. The truth was, apart from a few exceptional students, those attending Yaming Beastmaster High School were quite similar, and if Lin Yu had true capability, he wouldn't merely contract a sprout mushroom. Yaming Beastmaster High School and Shiming Beastmaster High School were the only two institutions without stringent enrollment restrictions. Even if a student's parents were ranked as 5th or 6th class citizens, as long as they awakened their mental power, they could apply for admission. In contrast, the prestigious Yuanming Beastmaster High School required at least one parent to be a Beastmaster, specifically a minimum of a second-tier Beastmaster. To enter the elite class, not only must students meet specific criteria, but their family lineage and assets would also be scrutinized. The Star Alliance has always adhered to a bloodline theory, positing that the likelihood of high-tier Beastmasters emerging from Beastmaster families far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Much like in a magical realm, where pure-blood wizards look down upon those of Muggle descent. If Lin Yu truly possessed strength, why would he not attend Yuanming High School? Was it due to a lack of desire? With some time remaining, Song Shao requested to stay behind for training. Here's the key to the training facility. I must hurry to pick up my daughter from school and take her to art class, so I cannot accompany you. Teacher Ling placed the key before Song Shao. Observing the weathered face of Teacher Ling, who appeared to be in his 40s, Song Shao inquired, "Art class?" Teacher Ling's demeanor softened as he spoke of his daughter, the air of a debt collector dissipating. Yes, she's only 6 years old, the age of curiosity, and has enrolled in several interest classes. Teacher, how old are you? Song Shao asked. Teacher Ling, removing his sunglasses, replied with pride, I am already 32. Can you believe it? It's hard to tell, Song Shao remarked. Xingxing, astonished, opened its mouth wide and innocently exclaimed, Babin. The teacher looks like a grandpa. Song Shao quickly covered Xingxing's mouth, grateful that Teacher Ling had not brought a translation device. Teacher Ling turned to Song Shao. What did the gray-eyed Babin say? Unfazed, Song Shao replied, it said you look very young, believing its master had misrepresented its words. Xingxing pawed at Song Shao's hand for clarification. Swiftly, Song Shao bid farewell to Teacher Ling and hurried back to the training arena with Xingxing. With less than 2 weeks remaining until the high school pet competition, Song Shao had resigned from his part-time job at the milk tea shop, and even his homeroom teacher had granted him permission to attend only the morning academic classes, allowing him to train in the afternoon. Following the incident with Lin Yu, those who had previously mocked Song Shao no longer appeared before him, while others who had not crossed him began to forge friendships. During practical lessons, Song Shao enlisted the help of classmates with contracted flying-type pets for training. But these creatures were significantly inferior to Xingxing and lacked the capacity to ignite its combat spirit as the awakened level Hikaru had. Babin, Xingxing voiced its agreement, expressing a desire to battle Hikaru. It's a pity we haven't seen Hikaru at the pet training facility lately. Song Shao requested permission from Teacher Ling for off-campus training after 3 o'clock. Let me speak to the principal and arrange for you to train with the second and third year groups. The first-year students have no pets that can match gray-eyed Babin's capabilities. And continuing in this manner won't foster any progress since dream-eating vine skills have already been thoroughly understood by gray-eyed Babin. Teacher Ling dialed the principal's number, which took a while to connect. Teacher Ling, is there an urgent matter? The principal asked, sounding somewhat hurried. Principal, it concerns Song Shao. I would like to request permission for him to train with the second and third year students. Discuss this matter with Coach Meng. I have pressing issues to attend to, the principal replied before hastily hanging up. Teacher Ling had to rely on connections to obtain Coach Meng's contact information. Clearing his throat, he dialed the number. Hello, I am Teacher Ling, responsible for Song Shao, a participant from the first year group. Coach Meng's voice sounded cold and distant, likely belonging to a woman in her 30s. Hello, what can I do for you? It's about Song Shao. I wish to have him train alongside the second and third year students, as the training level for first year students is already. Before Teacher Ling could finish his statement, his words were abruptly interrupted. Coach Meng's tone, though devoid of fluctuations, inexplicably conveyed a sense of impatience. I apologize, but this training schedule has been meticulously arranged well in advance, and it is truly inconvenient to add another participant at this late stage. With only 8 days remaining until the competition, no matter how diligently the student trains, the results would be negligible. It would be best not to disturb the training plans of the other students. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now. Teacher Ling, staring at the phone screen after the call was disconnected, felt a surge of inexplicable anger, reflecting on the rumors surrounding this coach, which suggested that the principal had paid a hefty sum to recruit him from Yuanming High School. He mused that the coach's arrogance was beyond mere pride. It bordered on disdain for others. Teacher Song Shao Ling pondered how to explain this to Song Shao. Standing a few meters away, Song Shao did not lift his head. Teacher, I heard everything. It is perfectly understandable that Coach Ming does not wish for me to disrupt her training regimen. I know where I truly belong. Chapter 27. A Reunion with Hikaru. After hanging up, Coach Ming glanced at her phone and scoffed. I see that Yaming High School is beyond redemption. With only 8 days until the competition, they actually want to force a freshman into the mix. When has a freshman ever made it past the first round? What more is there to train with such students? The homeroom teacher of the senior class chuckled obsequiously. I wonder what the principal and the director are thinking. I heard that this student injured another student severely just a few days ago. It is wise for you, Coach Ming, to avoid such troublemakers, lest they taint the other students. After all, we're relying on them to secure more points this year. Coach Ming glanced at the homeroom teacher and chuckled lightly. You are quite the sensible teacher. Rest assured, Su Wenin should rank within the top 50, which will grant him additional points for the Beastmaster entrance examination. Gaining admission to a class A university should pose no issue. After 3 o'clock, Song Shao brought Xingxing to the Beast training ground, opting not to accept any assignments, but rather seeking other sparring partners. Internal personnel received a 30% discount. Song Shao ordered a level 1 evolutionary giant strength monkey at 800 per hour, focusing on enhancing Xingxing's resilience to strikes. Within an hour, Xingxing went from being pinned to the ground in mere moves to being able to hold its own against the giant strength monkey for over 5 minutes, ultimately retaliating successfully and incapacitating the opponent with an electric kiss. Gently cradling the battered Xingxing, Song Shao stroked its head before placing it into the healing chamber. Afterward, he left the training ground and headed to another facility, where the jumping mouse had been waiting for quite some time. The manager remarked, "The striking power of the jumping mouse exceeds 200 pounds, with a burst strength surpassing 400 pounds. With your petite frame, you might end up in the healing chamber yourself. Are you certain?" Song Shao nodded. The bond between a beast and its beast master is mutually beneficial. He could already feel his own body transforming alongside Xingxing's growth, with improvements in reaction speed and strength. The dumbbells he once struggled with were now inadequate for him. Upon learning that the jumping mouse could also conduct physical training and resilience training for beastmasters, Song Shao contacted the manager. With a cheerful jump, the jumping mouse appeared before Song Shao, its eyes locking onto his. A flash of red light ignited a sudden, inexplicable fury within him. He swung his fist at the jumping mouse, which effortlessly dodged. Its punches, though casual, rivaled those of a professional boxer. Had this been the old Song Shao, he would have run away in terror. Yet now, he was oblivious to his own recklessness, eagerly anticipating the challenge. The manager sipped his tea, unable to watch as Song Shao recklessly faced the onslaught, seemingly unfazed by the blows. Song Shao felt no pain from the hits. Instead, he perceived as if every meridian in his body was being thoroughly ravaged by the jumping mouse. He vaguely contemplated whether this was more beneficial than traditional Chinese massage. After a series of attacks concluded with a flying kick, the jumping mouse stood effortlessly, exuding an air of having completed its task. Lying on the training ground, Song Shao grimaced at the sudden, intense pain coursing through him, a sensation akin to an invigorating soreness, reminiscent of a comprehensive massage. Fortunately, as a beastmaster, his physique was considerably more resilient than that of an ordinary person. Had someone else endured such a beating, they would likely suffer broken bones. In pursuit of rapid progress, Song Shao was approached by a Seymour beast immediately after the beating. The Seymour beast placed its 2 paws on Song Shao's abdomen, the warm sensation washing over him like a soothing spring, alleviating his pain. All done. Then, the jumping mouse pulled him up, immediately delivering another punch. When Xingxing emerged from the healing chamber, it found itself wandering in search of Song Shao. Bam Ban? Bam Ban? Suddenly, as Xingxing approached the storage room, a sound emanated from within. Instantly alert, it cautiously peeked inside. Bam Ban? Who was there? No response came, and just as Xingxing was about to leave, the sound echoed again, prompting it to spin around. claws scratching the ground as it cautiously pushed the door open. Inside the dimly lit storage room, silence reigned, as if nothing had transpired. As Xingxing surveyed the area, it suddenly spotted a pair of deep-sea blue eyes. Banban, what are you doing here? Hikaru emerged from behind the equipment, its head held high in a haughty demeanor, seemingly disinterested in Xingxing. Just then, a rumble echoed from Hikaru's stomach, an untimely interruption. Xingxing turned in surprise towards the self-important Hikaru, who had always regarded itself as a superior beast. Hikaru stiffened, turning away in a huff, determined to deny the incident had ever occurred. At that moment, Hikaru's once immaculate feathers were now dust-laden, with dried blood marring one wing, contrasting sharply with its previously aloof demeanor. After a prolonged silence, Hikaru cautiously turned its half-body toward the door, only to find the half-open entrance void of Xingxing's presence. Once more, Hikaru concealed itself among the clutter of equipment, its azure eyes drooping in defeat within the dusty room. The sound of footsteps approached, gradually growing louder, close enough for Hikaru to hear the other's breath. It poked its head out, locking eyes with Xingxing's radiant gray gaze. Banban. Xingxing placed a beast cheese stick it had been carrying in front of Hikaru, tilting its head as it called out. Seeing Hikaru remain still, Xingxing nudged it with a paw. Kulu, I don't want it. Hikaru stepped back, turning away and refusing to look at Xingxing. Worried, Xingxing thought, how could Hikaru possibly have the strength to battle without eating? Bonbon, bonbon. Xingxing dropped the cheese stick in front of Hikaru once more. Please eat. You must be very hungry. It's really delicious. My Beastmaster specially bought it for me. Upon hearing this, Hikaru's expression shifted dramatically, glaring fiercely at Xingxing before swatting the cheese stick from its mouth, exclaiming, Kulu, Kulu, Beastmasters are no good. I despise Beastmasters. Only a fool like you would appreciate such a cheap treat. Xingxing, having been met with such ingratitude after a kind gesture, felt a surge of anger. A bolt of electricity coalesced at its forehead, yet upon seeing Hikaru's injured wing, it paused, before angrily snatching up the cheese stick and storming out of the storage room. Stupid bird. Chapter 28. How about calling me Big Brother? As Song Shao dragged his nearly disassembled body to find Xingxing, he observed it sulking on the ground, a cheese stick clenched in its mouth. Upon spotting Song Shao, it immediately began to express its grievances. Banban, Banban, Banban. Upon hearing that Hailulu was injured and had gone into hiding, Song Shao gently patted Xingxing's irate head to soothe it. After the battle, he had learned about Hailulu's worth, an A-class combat-type rare pet, valued at no less than 30 million. Encountering one with exceptional traits and talents was an effortless aspiration. Initially, Song Shao had entertained the idea of contracting a second Hailulu, but now, even contemplating it seemed far-fetched. A mere 300,000 pet loan was a burden he could barely manage, let alone 30 million. Nonetheless, he consoled himself with the prospect of acquiring some benefits. He produced 2 cheese sticks of different flavors, signaling for Xingxing to deliver them to Hailulu, hoping this would facilitate a battle between them. Xingxing shook its head defiantly. Banban, it won't agree, Song Shao suggested. Ask it if it's afraid. Tell it to call you Big Brother and the matter will be settled. If not, tell it to come and fight. Xingxing's eyes lit up at the prospect of being acknowledged as Hailulu's Big Brother, immersed in the delightful fantasy of being called Big Brother by Hailulu. Xingxing eagerly dashed back to the equipment room. After a brief moment, a loud crash echoed, and Xingxing was sent flying out. Inside, Hailulu continued to squawk, and even without a pet translator, Song Shao could envision the expletives being hurled. Both juvenile pets engaged in a fiery exchange of insults, neither willing to concede, and they soon agreed to a battle at the training ground. Song Shao, devoid of any guilt, returned to the monitoring room, as Xingxing believed that since Hailulu lacked a contracted Beastmaster, fairness dictated that the Beastmaster's presence was unnecessary. Hailulu's wing bore an injury, though it was not severe enough to significantly impact the battle. At the outset, Hailulu seized the aerial advantage, diving like a falcon, claws poised to grasp Xingxing. However, Xingxing was no longer the naive creature it once was. It quickly executed the Thunder Shadow technique, narrowly evading Hailulu's assault. Hailulu stood momentarily stunned. Just moments before, Xingxing had seemed utterly powerless against it, yet now it could dodge aerial attacks with agility. Watching the monitor, Song Shao noted that the 2 pets appeared to revel in their combat, devoid of tactical considerations. Ultimately, Hailulu's superior strength became evident when Xingxing found itself knocked to the ground for the 3rd time. Song Shao instinctively covered his left eye. Recalling the enigmatic sensation of shared perception with his pet, he felt a scorching warmth emanating from his left eye. Utilizing the monitor's reflection, He discovered that his left eye was gradually transforming into a brilliant gray hue, reminiscent of stars. Indeed, it was the sensation of shared perception. Calculating that Helula's energy could sustain its solidification technique only once, while Xingxing could manage one use of Thunder Shadow and a mid-tier skill. Song Shao devised a plan, using Thunder Shadow to leap onto Helulu's back, feigning an electric kiss to draw out Helulu's solidification, before pinning it to the ground and unleashing thunder. Communicating his strategy through shared perception, Xingxing emerged from the training pit, unfazed, and began to diligently execute its master's command. In an instant, Xingxing transformed into a slender, pale blue bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight, only to reappear with its feet planted firmly on Helulu's back. Helulu attempted to shake Xingxing off, only to find it had sunk its teeth into its injured wing. With the wing already compromised, Helulu hastily activated solidification. Yet as its body descended, it realized that Xingxing had not employed Electric Kiss. The solidification could only endure for less than 3 seconds at its current level. Almost instantaneously upon landing, as solidification dissipated, thunder crashed down. The lightning exploded upon Helulu, singeing its pristine white wings to a charred gray. With that, Xingxing leisurely descended from Helulu's back, adopting an air of nonchalance, declaring, "Ban Ban. From now on, I'm your big brother." Helulu lay unconscious on the training ground, and for the first time, Xingxing savored a triumphant victory, disregarding its own injuries as it bounded towards Song Shao. Song Shao intentionally summoned Seymour to assist in healing Xingxing's external wounds, while Helulu required confinement in a treatment chamber due to its severe injuries. Since Helulu had snuck in without a reservation and was not a staff member of the training facility, accessing the treatment chamber required payment. Utilizing an employee card, Song Shao managed to secure an internal discount of 20%, amounting to 3,000 star coins per hour. Although he hadn't earned any money that day, he found solace in Xingxing's progress. Bending down, he lifted Helulu, noting its previously injured wing, now oozing a dark crimson blood, suggesting it had been harmed by a venomous creature. After placing Helulu in the treatment chamber, he left a cheese stick outside. The manager, upon learning that Helulu had been hiding in his training ground, was elated. The pet was sought after by a wealthy young master, who had issued a pet task when Helulu had gone missing, promising a reward of 100,000 for its recovery, to be split between them. "We made a profit," Song Shao mused. Subsequently, the manager transferred 50,000 star coins to Song Shao the next day. He promptly repaid a portion of his pet loan before purchasing essential items for Xingxing, and in the blink of an eye, the 50,000 diminished to less than 10,000. Upon learning that Song Shao represented Yaming Beastmaster High School as first-year cohort in the high school pet competition for District 10, both Song Qin and Song Jingjing were elated. Song Qin even ordered a brand new uniform for Song Shao, claiming that the previous one had been tainted with grease from a small restaurant, which could adversely affect his fortunes. "Young master, Helulu has refused to eat for 2 days." After taking Helulu back from the training ground, Ing Sibo noted its despondent demeanor. It initially sipped a little water, but had since stopped drinking altogether. "Young master, in a few days, the association will come to reclaim Helulu. If it remains in this condition, it will be difficult to explain." Ing Sibo raised an eyebrow, directing a chilling gaze at the pet caretaker. "Determining the reason for Helulu's refusal to eat is your duty as the caretaker. Are you now neglecting your responsibilities?" The caretaker wiped the sweat from his brow. If it weren't for the high salary and generous benefits of this job, he wouldn't endure such humiliation under a young master. However, with a fat paycheck comes the burden of compliance. The caretaker summoned a ding-ding flower, a pet resembling a sunflower, adorned with 2 golden bells on its forehead, known for its soothing presence. Under the persistent guidance of the ding-ding flower, Helulu finally revealed its reasons for fasting. It was purely out of indignation. It could not accept that as an A-class combat-type pet, it had been bested by a C-class gray-eyed creature, feeling utterly humiliated. The caretaker thought to himself, "This is utterly ridiculous." Chapter 29, Ablaze. The caretaker relayed Helulu's sentiments to Ing Si Bo, who furrowed his brow. Helulu, as an A-class combat pet, repeatedly defeated by a gray-eyed creature? Was it possible that the association's elders were deliberately using a pet with inferior talent to humiliate him? This was not an isolated incident. In the past, someone had attempted to pass off a mixed-breed fire pet egg as one with divine blood, selling it for an exorbitant price, only for the deception to be uncovered post-contract, resulting in a waste of a beast ring slot. Although Hikaru is notoriously difficult to tame, he has never heard of a Hikaru that would flee out of a desire to avoid a contract. Such instability of temperament is simply too extreme. With such qualities, how dare the association demand a staggering sum of 100 million star coins for him? Mushy, the wood lizard, quietly lingered at Ing Sibo's feet, its orange-yellow vertical pupils casting a cold gaze toward the room that housed Hikaru. It flicked its tongue, revealing spines tinged with a bluish-black hue. Young master, the high school pet tournament is about to commence, yet you have not yet contracted a second pet. This could prove detrimental on the competition field. Ing Sibo's expression shifted to one of concern, and he replied, "Then I shall contract the fire-armored fox." The fire-armored fox is also an A-grade attacking pet, with attack power comparable to Hikaru's. However, it possesses a more volatile temperament and lacks the loyalty Hikaru exhibits after being tamed, thus making it a backup option for Ing Sibo. With the grand tournament approaching, Ing Sibo, now a second-year high school student, must secure first place in his grade to regain his standing in the upper 4 districts. "Young master, shall we contact the association to retrieve Hikaru?" Mushy inquired. Ing Sibo absent-mindedly stroked Mushy's tail. "Isn't Hikaru already gone? What concern is it of mine?" As Ing Sibo's first contracted pet, Mushy shared a temperament and character strikingly similar to his master. At this moment, it swiftly concealed itself, vanishing from Ing Sibo's sight. "Handle it discreetly," he commanded. For a pet he cannot tame, death is the only fate that awaits it. As Song Shao gazed at the stars, a palm-sized spark of lightning coalesced upon his forehead. He exhaled in relief, finally elevating his proficiency with electric shock from novice to adept. With this increase in skill, the damage radius of electric shock expanded to 3 times its original size. Typically, an awakened level pet would be rendered nearly defenseless after a single strike, and even evolved level pets would sustain considerable damage. Next, he turned his attention to a crucial survival skill, Rapid Lightning Shadow. He had delved deeply into this ability, which comprises 2 parts. One transforms the user into lightning, while the other creates an afterimage to confuse foes. Only then does it become the true Rapid Lightning Shadow. Currently, Star could only transform into lightning. It was unable to leave an afterimage, and time was running short for training, with tomorrow marking the competition. After setting down his weights, Song Shao took a shower, emerging to find Star excitedly gazing out the window. "Look, the moon has fallen," Star exclaimed, turning to Song Shao with enthusiasm. Confused, he asked, "What do you mean the moon has fallen?" Following Star's gaze, he beheld a searing white light in the distance, reminiscent of a plummeting moon. It was his family's small restaurant. Song Qin had insisted that Song Shao rest up for the competition, forbidding him from staying behind to help. Now, both Song Qin and Song Jingjing were inside the restaurant. In a panic, Song Shao rushed downstairs, one hand fumbling for his phone to call for emergency assistance, while the other shouted for neighbors to help extinguish the flames. The small restaurant was engulfed in flames, rapidly spreading to the adjacent barbershop. As Song Shao surveyed his surroundings, he found Song Jingjing standing frozen in shock. "Where's Big Brother?" he urgently asked. Tears streamed down Song Jingjing's face as she pointed towards the inferno, sobbing. "He's still inside." Without a moment's hesitation, Song Shao plunged into the flames. The small establishment, barely 30 square meters, was already nearly consumed by fire. As he entered, every inch of his skin felt searing pain, but he pressed on, driven by sheer will, racing towards the kitchen. The door had been completely incinerated, with flames blocking his path. There, he found Song Qin, unconscious and sprawled on the floor, his apron ablaze. A wall of fire barred Song Shao's progress. He swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a white beast ring that shimmered like starlight amidst the roaring flames. The moment Star was summoned, Song Shao issued his command, "Rapid Lightning. Bring my brother out." Star glanced back at him before leaping into the inferno, transforming into a bolt of lightning upon reaching Song Qin and disappearing from sight. As Song Shao turned to escape, the flames at the entrance surged, sealing off his exit. The intense heat curled his hair, and had he not trained under the bouncing mouse, he might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. Just as he contemplated summoning Star once more to assist him, a torrential downpour cascaded from above, extinguishing the flames. The air was thick with the scent of charred wood, dampened by the water. Looking up, he beheld a creature adorned with azure scales, sporting fins atop its head and limbs akin to a qilin, emerging from the darkness. This was a Beast King-level Sea Lin beast. To onlookers, the raging inferno appeared insurmountable. Yet before the Beast King-level Sea Lin beast, it was but a trivial matter easily resolved with a single spray of water. By the time the fire broke out, the restaurant had been devoid of customers. So aside from Song Qin's unconsciousness, there were no casualties. Nevertheless, this small restaurant, a legacy spanning 2 generations, was ultimately reduced to ashes. as Song Shao cradled Song Qin. A nurse like Namo's beast disembarked from the ambulance, assessing Song Qin before casting a restorative light. Under the glow, many of Song Qin's burns healed, leaving only faint scars. Namo's, the pet translator conveyed. The wounds have improved significantly. He will awaken after some rest. Song Shao nodded in gratitude, supporting Song Qin while Song Jingjing held Star close. The family stood together, gazing at the charred remains of their restaurant, feeling the weight of an unexpected and tumultuous night. Song Shao turned to the beast master leading the firefighting efforts, a familiar figure from the previous encounter at the junkyard, where he had commanded his pet to vanquish a mutated centipede. Brother, someone set the fire on purpose. Song Jingjing cried, her teeth clenched in anguish. Chapter 30. The high school pet tournament commences. Present at the scene, Song Jingjing recounted everything she had witnessed to the rescue team. She had been tidying the outdoor tables, while Song Qin cleaned the stovetop. The fire had been extinguished long before, and there were no flammable materials within the store. Moreover, the fire had initially burned with a pristine white light, akin to moonlight. The beast master of the Sea Lin beast, Jin Chifeng, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Inspection Bureau, furrowed his brow upon hearing Song Jingjing's account. It is a flame bird of the evolved class, he deduced. We will investigate the beast master contracted with the flame bird regarding this arson incident. However, I personally suspect this to be a case of a wild beast causing harm through arson. Has your family offended anyone or any pets recently? Wild beasts. In this impoverished area, people would flee at the mere sight of a wild beast, terrified to offend them. Jin Chifeng scoured the data block, discovering that a flame bird had a history of arson, having been incarcerated in a pet rehabilitation center for 10 months before being released not long ago. This flame bird typically acted for payment. It seems your family has incurred someone's wrath, and someone has paid to have the flame bird act against you. The first person who crossed Song Shao's mind was Lin Yu, but he quickly dismissed that notion, as Lin Yu had only just emerged from a recovery chamber days prior, and lacked the audacity to provoke them again. By the time they completed the report, it was nearing dawn, and Song Qin had regained consciousness. The 3 of them sat in the inspection bureau's lobby, disheveled and weary, resembling refugees. Shao, this will delay your competition, won't it? You should head to school. I can handle the rest, Song Qin said, tenderly ruffling Song Shao's singed curls. Guilt weighing heavily upon him, Song Shao was undoubtedly apprehensive, as the individual who had ordered the phoenix to ignite the fire had yet to be apprehended. He arranged for Song Jingjing to temporarily stay at a classmate's house, and entrusted the manager of the beast training facility to have Song Qin replace him at work, ensuring that with the manager's supervision, there would be no issues. With little time to spare, Song Shao hurried home to change into a fresh school uniform. And with Xingxing in tow, he made his way to school. Upon his arrival, the school bus was already waiting. In the first year, it was just him, while the second year had 3 students, and the third year had 5, along with Teacher Ling and a female coach. Making a total of 11 people, a bus was more than sufficient. Teacher Ling, observing Song Shao rushing over, didn't have the chance to speak before noticing his hair, which resembled a bombed-out mess. What on earth happened to your hair? Such a handsome young man, yet his sense of aesthetics was quite lamentable. Teacher Ling initially thought he had styled his hair this way for the competition. Song Shao froze, a hint of embarrassment washing over him as he had indeed forgotten about it. He had hastily borrowed a pair of handmade scissors and, using the bus's mirror, had hacked away at his curly locks. What had once been slightly long hair was now a disheveled, uneven cut, which inadvertently revealed his striking yet aloof phoenix-like eyes. His delicate white face was adorned with glimmering eyes, as exquisite as a fine cypress. Teacher Ling took another glance at his ragged hairstyle, and thought to himself, fortunately, his face can carry it. As Song Shao boarded the bus, he was met with several glances, most of which briefly swept over him before lingering on his hair, followed by derisive snickers. It was common knowledge that first-year students were merely making an appearance in the competition. Xingxing was not particularly fond of being in the beast ring. After Song Shao settled into a comfortable position on the bus, he summoned Xingxing, cradling in his arms for a nap. Meanwhile, a girl seated diagonally in front of him scanned her surroundings and, upon ensuring no one was watching, boldly glanced at Song Shao a few times before engaging in a conversation on her phone. Is a first year really that bold? A slightly overweight boy beside her signaled towards Song Shao. The girl, without looking back, retorted, "Beauty is justice. Why should you care? He hasn't offended you." Zhou Yong, unperturbed by her rebuttal, cheerfully turned to the drowsy Su Winnie and inquired, "I hadn't heard that a first year would be competing. Where did he pop up from?" If it had been anyone else, Su Winnie would have undoubtedly ignored them, as no one dared to question him. However, this plump boy was different. His family was quite wealthy, ranking amongst the top 3 in the 10th district. Yet, neither of his parents were beast masters, disqualifying him from admission to Yuanming High School. Thus, Zhou Yong had to settle for attending Yaming Beastmaster High School. The bulk of the training team's funding came from Zhou Yong's family, including the high salaries for the coaches. He had signed up on the last day of registration, reportedly just having acquired his second beast ring, currently possessing only one awakened-level pet. Su Winnie responded patiently, "You only just got your second beast ring and an awakened-level pet? That round is a sure loss." Zhou Yong ceased to pay attention to Song Shao. Half an hour later, the school bus arrived at the airport. Song Shao, holding Xing, went through security and boarded the plane. Once aboard, he noticed the phones of the second and third-year students around him all chimed simultaneously. Coach Meng spoke up. "As you all have previously reviewed the participant information for this high school beast competition on the campus network, the latest confirmed participant list has just been updated by the organizing committee, which aligns closely with my initial predictions. We have 2 hours until we reach the competition venue. So I encourage you to familiarize yourselves once more to enhance your chances of victory." Song Shao looked up at Teacher Ling, his eyes gleaming with inquiry. "Why haven't I received any information? What participant details?" Teacher Ling, feeling ashamed, lowered his head, unable to meet Song Shao's gaze. "I apologize. This is my first time bringing students to a competition, and I'm just as lost as you are. Forget it, I'll just sleep for now. After all, the worst I can do is a preliminary elimination." With that, Song Shao closed his eyes once more. Coach Meng cleared his throat. "You all need to pay attention. You are not like some who are merely participating in the preliminaries. You are the pride of Yaming Beastmaster High School." Zhou Yong, observing his slumbering companion, assumed Song Shao was resigned to his fate of a preliminary elimination. "Even if it's just a preliminary round, you shouldn't be sleeping. Coach Meng taught me better when I was in second year. Doesn't that leave a poor impression?" The girl murmured softly, her fingers pressing harder on her phone's keyboard. 2 hours later, the plane landed at the competition site, the Beast Combat Base in Canaan City, 10th District. Upon entering the combat base, Teacher Ling was tasked with overseeing the first-year participants' handover, while Coach Meng led the other 8 students to different areas. It was rare for schools like Yaming Beastmaster High School to have only one first-year student participating, yet there were a few. Thus, in the waiting area, students in various school uniforms sat in small groups. Song Shao found himself at the end of the line, waiting for inspection. He noticed a short, skinny boy in front of him turn around, casting a disdainful glance at Song Shao's name tag and school before scoffing and turning away. What's his problem? Song Shao thought to himself. Soon, it was Song Shao's turn. The examination for Beast Masters was quite simple. A drop of blood was sufficient. The inspection for pets required them to stand before the inspection beast, which would produce a highly elastic bubble to envelop the pet entirely. This bubble could reveal the pet's health status and whether it had ingested any banned substances. If the pet was healthy, the bubble would turn green. If there were issues, it would turn red. When it was Xing's turn, it curiously pawed at the bubble. The staff, initially indifferent to the data on their computer, was taken aback upon seeing Xing's age. 3 months and 17 days? Excuse me, another pet also requires inspection. The staff halted Song Shao, mistakenly assuming Xing was his second contracted pet. After all, based on the awakening of spiritual powers at age 12, his first pet should be at least 3 or 4 years old by now. "I only have one pet," Song Shao clarified. The staff, finding this amusing, chuckled. "You're a second-tier beast master, and you only have a 3-month-old gray-eyed spotted?" Song Shao nodded. The staff laughed, unsure whether to view Song Shao as hopelessly naive or to think he was playing them for fools. They scolded him. "Which school are you from? If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. The beast nurturing base only sells pets that are 2 months old. Even if you contracted this gray-eyed spotted at 2 months, it's only been a little over a month since then. Are you saying you become a second-tier beastmaster in such a short time?" Already irritable from work, the staff rolled their eyes at the absurdity. Song Shao glanced at them, but chose not to explain further. Instead, he formed hand seals, causing a milky white virtual ring to swirl around him. "Now, do you believe me?" It was indeed a ring that indicated the absence of a contracted pet, and he was telling the truth. This 3-month-old gray-eyed spotted was his first pet. The students behind him stared in disbelief at the virtual ring encircling Song Shao. Akin to a primary school graduate who hadn't attended school for 3 or 4 years, suddenly claiming to have been accepted into a prestigious high school and into an advanced math class. Song Shao retracted the virtual ring and said, "If you had carefully examined each student's records, you would know that I truthfully register my pet information during enrollment. So, did I pass the inspection?" With Xing, a proud figure perched upon his shoulder, albeit with a somewhat silly grin, Song Shao exited the inspection room. Teacher Ling followed closely behind, a smile lingering on his aged face, making him appear even more benevolent. Song Shao. Here is the list of contestants from the first-year high school competition along with some pertinent information. Please take a good look. Upon receiving the information on his phone, Song Shao opened the document and inquired, "Teacher, are you not afraid of me being eliminated in the first round? If one were to be eliminated in the first round, there would be no need to review such materials." It was likely that Coach Meng thought the same. Thus, he did not consider Song Shao as a contestant from Yaming Beast Tamer High School at all. The teacher's eyes glimmered with excitement as he replied, "I believe that 1T happen. You must strive to get through 3 rounds. I promised my wife that there's a fantastic shopping festival here the day after tomorrow, where the lipstick, cosmetics, and bag she desires will be significantly discounted. After all, the round-trip airfare is exorbitant. We must seize the opportunity." Suddenly, Song Shao contemplated the possibility of returning home after being eliminated in the first round. At noon, the organizing committee distributed nutrient meals suitable for various types of beast companions. Although they could not compare to some privately catered meals, they were reliable nonetheless. However, the teacher confiscated Xing Xing's cheese sticks and chips, as these items contained appetite stimulants for beast companions. While they posed no harm to the beasts, they were of little benefit and might even suppress their appetite for the nutritious meals. Xing Xing, with a droopy tail, initially looked dejected, but upon discovering that the nutrient meal was tastier than the ones at home, he perked up. As a concerned father, Song Shao felt a pang of sadness. Uncertain whether the league here would allow betting like the World Cup in the original world, which could have provided him with some extra funds to support Xing Xing. Returning to the lounge to await the afternoon competition, the second and third-year students were already poised for action. After all, being eliminated in the first round would be a source of embarrassment for anyone, and they would be sent back to school without even needing to stay the night. Jiang Liqing spoke up to a short-haired girl named Lin Mu. "Lin Mu, let's share a room tonight." Lin Mu smiled shyly. "Only if we both win." Zhou Yong, perusing the information, exclaimed in surprise, "Why haven't I seen Sikongbo from the first Beast Tamer High School of Canaan City on this list? He was the champion of the previous year's second-year district finals and ranked among the top 50 in the Blue Stars 12th district. I thought he would secure the championship for the third-year segment this time and aim for the top 20. Su Wenyu, suppressing his impatience, explained, "You were taken home for special training, and you probably don't know that Sikong Bo suffered a serious injury and could not participate in the competition." Zhou Yong gasped. "How could that be?" Su Wenyu's expression turned grave, as if he had recalled something dreadful. He has uncovered the grave seal. Silence enveloped the lounge, as everyone seemed to grasp the terrifying nature of the grave seal, leading to a cessation of discussion. "Grave seal? What is that?" Song Shao began searching on his phone. The Interstellar Beast Alliance's Rescue Information Center had a section labeled with a 5-star black danger level, humorously dubbed the Grave Seal, due to the immense peril associated with such tasks, where one could even lose their life. Your level is insufficient. Upon accessing the webpage, Song Shao found that all other tasks were viewable, yet the 5-star black section was restricted. After registering his information, he contemplated taking on tasks in the future, and after a brief nap, proceeded with Teacher Ling to the competition venue. The 10th district comprised 20 cities, each hosting 5 to 7 Beast Tamer high schools, resulting in 384 contestants in the first-year segment, even with some schools having fewer participants. The second and third-year segments boasted 5 to 600 contestants. Half an hour before the competition commenced, details of the opponents and battle arenas were sent to their personal phones. Song Shao learned that his opponent was a student named Feng Chunchun from Fenghua High School in Changhong City, and the arena was number 113. Upon arriving at the venue, he waited for less than 5 minutes before a girl with a ponytail and a charming appearance entered, clad in a red and white school uniform, exuding vitality. Upon noticing Song Shao, she momentarily paused, her gaze lingering on his hair before taking a seat on the opposite side, awaiting the judge's arrival. Chapter 32, Dodo Mouse. 5 minutes before the match began, a 20-centimeter tall dodo mouse, with a short tail and a black whistle around its neck, entered the arena. Its fur was a gray-brown hue, with long yellow ears standing erect, and its abdominal flight membranes were clearly visible. The dodo mouse spread its arms and soared into the air above the training ground, pausing at the center, for which a wave-like arc emanated, enveloping the entire arena. It then blew its whistle, signaling the start of the match. Song Shao and Feng Chunshun entered the arena separately, positioning themselves in their respective blue and red combat zones. As the timekeeper signaled the start, the dodo mouse rapidly blew its whistle. Song Shao formed hand seals and waved his hand, summoning beast rings that swirled around him like star trails. A white beast ring detached and landed, revealing the figure of a gray-eyed beast. Xing Xing emerged with formidable presence, gazing confidently at the opponent, Ban Ban. Meanwhile, Feng Qinshan summoned her beast, a late-stage awakening-level water beast. Song Shao observed the water beast with his left eye, noting its water attributes and 3 initial skills alongside 1 intermediate skill, with the initial skills of water spray and water flow ring already reaching advanced proficiency. Its defining traits included a fondness for water and an aversion to dirt. Although Xing Xing's electric attributes were considered advantageous against water, the opponent's proficiency in 2 skills could not be underestimated. Upon seeing Song Shao's gray-eyed beast, Feng Qinshan's expression soured. Recognizing the elemental disadvantage, she opted for a preemptive strike. Water spray. A powerful jet of water surged towards Xing Xing, catching him off guard and preventing any approach. Water spray. Thunderbolt kiss. A water column shot fiercely towards Xing Xing, who instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared behind the water beast, baring his fangs, crackling with faint blue electricity, and sank his teeth into the water beast's back. In an instant, black electric patterns spread across the water beast's body like a spider's web. Bully! The water beast emitted a wail, rendered unconscious by the electric shock, trembling slightly until Xing Xing released his grip. For seconds, the whistle sounded explosively in his ears. Feng Qinshan could hardly process what had just transpired. She had only executed 1 move. Who could have anticipated that a mid-stage awakening beast would consecutively unleash 2 intermediate skills with such seamless execution, leaving no room for reaction? The music indicating the end of the match resonated within Arena 113, its starkness amplifying the silence of the vast and quiet combat base. The judges, who had just settled down without even a sip of water, turned their attention towards the source of the music. Was the match already over? For seconds of battle. Was this from the first-year segment? It must be a student from Canaan First High School. Not necessarily. Wutong, Xinghua, and Mingxi also have promising talents. Who does this yamming beast tamer high school represent? Outside the arena, reporters were poised and ready, familiar with the renowned prodigies. The first individual to exit the arena was akin to the first student to leave an examination hall, exuding an air of pride. As they spotted a figure, they surged forward, only to halt abruptly when they recognized Song Shao's unfamiliar face. A wave of thoughts surged through the reporters. Who are you? Why does no one in the information match this appearance? Indeed, if they looked like this, we would certainly remember. Song Shao frowned at the throng of reporters blocking his path, puzzled by their silence. Excuse me, please, he politely requested. It was only when the music indicating the end of the match played again that they snapped back to reality. But by then, Song Shao had already distanced himself. As the competitions reached their conclusion, the campus network was inundated with various news articles about the matches, revealing that this year, only the second contestant from the first-year segment had exited the arena. The comments flooded in. The reporter's speed is lacking. Why wasn't he the first place captured? A school journalist released a brief 3-second video featuring a strikingly handsome young man with disheveled hair, who coldly furrowed his brows and uttered, "Please step aside." The journalist titled the piece, "The first place is here." The top comments were rife with humor. The first place's hair looks like it was chewed by my grandmother's dentures. Most comments were teasing, while some sought to uncover which obscure school this unknown first place hailed from. Upon discovering it belonged to an inconspicuous third-rate high school, interest waned. As the preliminary rounds largely depended on luck, one could easily secure a swift victory by encountering a foe whose attributes were disadvantageous. It was only in the finals that true skill would be tested. After all the students had finished competing, Coach Meng returned with the remaining contestants to the lounge. In the second-year category, 1 student was eliminated. In the third-year category, 2 were cut. The second-year representatives remaining were Lin Mu and Zhou Yong, while the third-year representatives were Su Wenyu, Jiang Liqing, and Gao Yu. Coach Meng's team had secured 5 victories, amassing a total of 5 points, supplemented by a baseline score of 3 points, yielding a minimum score of 8 points. However, when she scrutinized the total scores of Yamming Beastmaster High School, she found it to be 9 points, the additional point belonging to Song Shao. Remarkably, he had not been eliminated in the first round. Coach Meng could not help but exclaim, "For seconds?" Su Wenyu's expression darkened as he approached to take a look. Song Shao, battle time, for seconds, victory. The brevity of those words dimmed the earlier elation of winning. For seconds was merely the span of a single skill, a fleeting encounter. Thus, Song Shao had concluded the match with 1 decisive move. It must have been a stroke of fortune, as the opponent's beast likely had a disadvantageous attribute. Contemplating this, Su Wenyu felt somewhat reassured, though he pondered how long this good fortune would endure. Jiang Liqing, too, was taken aback, but soon excitedly pulled out her phone to rapidly send messages to someone on the other end. Upon returning to the lounge, Coach Meng escorted the 3 eliminated contestants to the shuttle back to school, leaving only the remaining competitors in the room. The accommodations were shared 2 to a room, and Zhou Yong approached with an endearing grin, revealing his small tiger teeth. Song Shao, let us share a room tonight. Song Shao glanced around. Only 2 girls remained. Surely they would share a room. The third-year category had 2 boys, and aside from this little chubby one, he seemingly had no other option. Hence, Song Shao nodded in agreement. The teacher, at the first opportunity, saw Song Shao's victory notification while still in the waiting area, barely seated before receiving the news. In that moment, he thought it was a scam message, but after confirming with a few others, he dared to believe it. Tomorrow, give it your all. If you make it into the top 50, your scholarship for this semester will be secure. Song Shao nodded, feeling a surge of determination. For seconds, haha. A true man must be swift. Song Shao, expressionless, replied to the teacher, Sir, I'm still a minor. That night, as he prepared for bed, Song Shao summoned his gray-eyed beast, Star. It was a habit for Star to sleep alongside him, and the reason he kept him hidden during the day was that the teacher had advised that in the early stages of competition, everyone was unfamiliar with each other's beasts, and revealing them could lead to vulnerabilities being exposed. With no one else around at night, Star could finally emerge. Zhou Yong summoned a marine white dolphin, an evolved creature measuring over 2 meters, which occupied considerable space in the room. Coupled with Zhou Yong's stout physique, the originally spacious contestants' quarters suddenly felt somewhat cramped. Little you wants me to play with it for a while before resting, Zhou Yong explained, balancing a white dolphin head atop his own. Song Shao was indifferent, gesturing for him to proceed. To his surprise, Zhou Yong began performing an intricate Latin dance with a marine white dolphin, both reveling in their joyful movements. Song Shao found the scene slightly surreal. After a series of performances, Zhou Yong produced a hoop from his bag, tossing it into the air like a dog toy. The marine white dolphin eagerly caught it in its mouth. Star watched in astonishment, even applauding at the impressive display. If this continues, opening a circus might indeed be quite lucrative, Song Shao mused. Once the antics concluded, Zhou Yong was too exhausted to even twist off a bottle cap. When the water was handed to Song Shao, he thought to himself, this is the first time in my life I'm opening a bottle for someone, and it's for a chubby kid. Zhou Yong gulped down most of the bottle, and, while munching on snacks, lamented, I'm this tired every night. Yet I haven't lost a pound. Losing weight is so difficult. Song Shao's gaze fell on the snack bag, shaking his head. May I ask, my friend? Song Shao, how are you so fast? Zhou Yong, panting, split the question into 2 parts, which inadvertently twisted its meaning. Song Shao replied, expressionless. Perhaps it's because I'm quite strong. Zhou Yong, amused, took Song Shao's bravado in stride and gave him a thumbs up. Impressive speed, strong guy. Song Shao retorted, just eat your snacks. Observing Star still buzzing with excitement, Song Shao decided to let it expend some of its excess energy. Quick charge. Star immediately transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing at the door with its head held high, exuding an air of arrogance. Song Shao contemplated the distance of Star's quick charge, estimating it to be around 5 to 6 meters at most, suitable for close combat. Once the distance widened, it would lose its advantage. Training Star to extend a range of quick charge became imperative. However, the room was simply too small for distance training. He pondered whether he could train it to use quick charge consecutively, thereby increasing its effective range. If 5 meters served as the landing point for Star's quick charge, executing the skill again at the moment of descent could potentially yield a total distance of 10 meters, allowing for versatility in both close and long-range combat. Zhou Yong, recognizing that Star was employing a mid-tier skill, expressed mild surprise, noting that despite being merely a mid-stage awakened beast, it had already mastered a mid-tier skill, which was quite impressive. Song Shao conveyed his thoughts to Star, first standing on the balcony and opening the door. The balcony extended about 10 meters to the corridor, serving as an initial testing ground for Star's quick charge distance. Star exerted itself, achieving a maximum movement distance of around 7 meters. Subsequently, Song Shao encouraged Star to attempt consecutive uses of quick charge. If it could utilize 2 skills in succession, surely it could repeat 1 skill twice without issue. However, Song Shao's assumption proved erroneous. After executing quick charge, Star needed to pause, unable to immediately employ the skill a second time. The interval between the 2 skills was approximately 2 minutes. After numerous attempts, Star could only reduce the cooldown to just over a minute. This was evidently Star's current limit. It seemed that the energy demands of executing 2 skills sequentially differed from those of repeating a single skill. Song Shao surmised that once Star advanced in rank, this time would likely decrease significantly. Zhou Yong, having observed for some time, finally grasped the situation, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You're not seriously considering having Gray? I repeatedly use quick charge. Are you?" Song Shao responded, "I want to give it a try." Zhou Yong became agitated. Different skills have different energy dynamics. For a single skill to be used consecutively without a gap, at the very least, the beast must reach the extraordinary or beast king level. This is basic knowledge from middle school. You surely know that, right? Song Shao, with some difficulty, admitted, "I'm in the bottom tier academically." Zhou Yong realized he had inadvertently poked at Song Shao's pride and quickly laughed to ease the awkwardness. It's normal to forget what you learned in middle school, but your willingness to experiment and break through is commendable. Song Shao was left speechless as exhaustion overtook him. Song Shao placed the sleeping star beside him and lay down to rest. The following day, Zhou Yong, having grown more familiar with Song Shao and finding his temperament agreeable, invited him to share breakfast at the tables designated for the second and third years. Observing Song Shao's substantial appetite, one glance at his overflowing plate revealed that he was consuming significantly more than Zhou Yong. Coach Meng furrowed her brows. "There's a competition this morning. It's not appropriate to eat too much, as if our school hasn't provided you with food at all. How embarrassing." Song Shao cast her a cold glance, unperturbed as he consumed a small steamed bun. "My family is impoverished. I can hardly afford meals, which must be a source of amusement for the teachers." If Song Shao had maintained a cold demeanor, one could have reprimanded him for lacking respect for his mentor. Yet he chose to acknowledge his poverty with a calm indifference, which only highlighted Coach Meng's petty and mean-spirited nature. Infuriated, Coach Meng turned and departed. Song Shao continued to finish the copious breakfast before him with tranquility, while Su, when he scoffed derisively, seemingly mocking Song Shao's audacity. Having offended Coach Meng, what did it matter if he performed well in this competition? Once high school began, Coach Meng would undoubtedly find a way to place him on the sidelines. After the meal, Zhou Yong approached and whispered, "Song Shao, are you really that poor? You could apply for the school's impoverished student scholarship. Our family funds it, and it's 50,000 star coins per semester." Song Shao halted his steps immediately, turning to regard the chubby boy with a relatively pleasing appearance. "What are the requirements?" It was the first time Zhou Yong had received such a friendly gaze from Song Shao, and he promptly explained, "They need to verify the family's financial situation and then consider grades or any awards received. Each individual could receive 50,000, and the total for Yamming Beast Taming High School would only amount to a few million star coins, a trivial sum for their family." After some contemplation, Song Shao replied, "My parents have passed away. My brother, though an ordinary person, has been raising me and my sister while burdened with debt. Does this situation qualify as impoverished?" Zhou Yong was taken aback, staring incredulously at Song Shao. The handsome youth with rosy lips and white teeth, his phoenix-like eyes distant, emanating an aura of aloofness. He had assumed that Song Shao hailed from a respectable background, perhaps even a wealthy family, never anticipating such dire circumstances. "Of course, you can apply for it once you return. You will surely be approved," Zhou Yong assured, already contemplating that even if it were denied, it wouldn't matter much to him, as this was merely his allowance for a week. Song Shao expressed his gratitude, and just then his phone chimed. Both he and Zhou Yong opened their devices simultaneously to discover the announcement of the match information. After half of the competitors were eliminated, 192 participants remained. The High School Beast Taming League would be streamed live on StarNet, though the broadcast would only feature the top 50 competitors in each segment, with prior matches of those in the top 50 also being disclosed to ensure fairness in the competition. Song Shao's opponent this time was Jiang Qingsun from Qianlin Beast Taming High School in Fengyuan City, arriving 10 minutes early at the venue. Song Shao sat with arms crossed on a bench, while above him surveillance drones whirred about. These drones, initially of only D rank, had a growth ceiling of extraordinary level, yet possessed a highly practical function as mobile surveillance with no blind spots. In this world, many beasts had supplanted technology, and due to their inherent capacity for growth, they often proved more beneficial to humanity than technological advancements. Jiang Qingsun arrived at the entrance of the battleground, but did not enter immediately, continuing his conversation on the phone until a ding-ding mouse buzzed over, prompting him to hang up. The ding-ding mouse soared to the center of the training ground, enveloped by an energy shield, signaling the commencement of the battle countdown. "Let us make this quick. I have other matters to attend to." Jiang Qingsun sneered contemptuously at Song Shao, having already perused Song Shao's profile before entering the arena. Unremarkable, with merely an awakened level beast. Song Shao paused briefly, then nodded in acknowledgement. The instant the whistle blew, he formed hand seals and swept his arm, conjuring a white beast ring that encircled him, spiraling away like star trails, morphing into star-like shapes. In contrast, Jiang Qingsan summoned an early-stage evolved steel rock armor, its entire body covered in grayish-brown scales resembling a pangolin, with a block of black rock at its tail, and its belly and claws akin to obsidian. A sharp silver horn adorned its head. Song Shao inspected the steel rock armor's data with his left eye. Mid-tier skill Earth Shatter Claw, mid-tier skill Rock Strike. And the foundational skill Harden had reached a season level. This was a defensively formidable beast, rare among combat types. Its characteristics included high offensive capability, but poor endurance and agility. Rock Strike. Jiang Qingsan aimed for a swift victory, commanding steel rock armor to unleash a mid-tier skill for a widespread attack on the stars. Steel Rock. The steel rock armor suddenly surged, its forepaws lifted, revealing its obsidian-like belly before crashing down heavily to the ground. Instantly, several boulder-sized rocks were propelled towards the stars like projectiles, densely covering an area of 2 meters around the stars. Swift lightning paralyzed. Just as the rocks were about to strike the stars, it transformed into a faint blue flash, darting through the barrage of rocky rain. By the time the rocks fell, the stars had already positioned themselves before the steel rock armor, their long, fluffy tail entwined around the beast's forearm, a wave of faint blue electromagnetic pulses enveloping the steel rock armor. However, being an evolved-level beast, the steel rock armor was adept at defense. The electromagnetic paralysis, which typically incapacitated beasts for 3 seconds, merely rendered it momentarily stiff. Jiang Qingsan raised an eyebrow in surprise, but quickly regained composure, issuing the command, "Knock it away." However, faster than Jiang Qingsan's command was the stars which, after utilizing the electromagnetic paralysis, unleashed a roar without any order from Song Shao. During their previous tactical discussions, Song Shao had clearly stated that if the electromagnetic paralysis or roar failed to ensnare the enemy, they should immediately execute the next attack, Electric Surge. The seasoned proficiency of the Electric Surge formed lightning larger than a palm, as the stars bellowed, "Zon Zon." The pale blue current struck directly at the steel rock armor's head. Caught off guard, the steel rock armor, having just broken free from its stiffness, was slammed to the ground by the Electric Surge, creating significant cracks in the training arena. Jiang Qingsan's earlier disdainful smile vanished, his expression darkening as he observed the scene before him. Being overpowered by an awakened-level beast was an utter humiliation. Even if his steel rock armor had just recently advanced to an evolved level, this was no excuse. Steel Rock. The steel rock armor, in pain, rose from the ground, glaring furiously at the stars. Attack, Earth Shatter Claw. Jiang Qingsan quickly regained his composure. It was merely a clever trick. No matter how many skills an awakened-level beast possessed, it could not compensate for the disparity in levels. His steel rock armor had second-tier skills. The steel rock armor curled its hefty body into a massive stone sphere, hurtling towards the stars. Just as the stars attempted to evade to the right, the steel rock armor's tail unexpectedly extended, the black rock trailing behind it sweeping toward the stars like a meteor. This should be the end. Jiang Qingsan resumed his relaxed demeanor. The stars were sent flying 3 meters away, and as they fell, the steel rock armor executed Earth Shatter Claw, causing the ground around the stars to crack open. Rocks lifting into the air before crashing down on the stars in a bid to entomb them alive. Swift lightning. Circle behind, Electric Kiss. Song Shao immediately commanded, covering his left eye with his hand to empathize with the stars. Circle behind to draw out Harden. Use Thunder. Song Shao employed a strategy of misdirection, issuing verbal commands that differed entirely from what he conveyed to the stars through empathy. The stars, awkwardly rising from the ground, transformed into a flash of lightning, escaping, only to reappear behind the steel rock armor, bearing its fangs. Mid-tier skill Electric Kiss. Jiang Qingsan's face turned cold. He swiftly commanded Harden, but 3 seconds later, the stars remained behind the steel rock armor without executing Electric Kiss. Had he been deceived? An ominous premonition arose, and in an instant, a dazzling pale blue lightning bolt erupted on the training ground, imposing and thunderous, accompanied by the roar of the stars. The hardened, solidified steel rock armor was struck heavily by the thunder, and a layer of charred electric patterns enveloped its gray-brown scales. It let out a wail, its massive body swaying precariously, yet steadfastly resisted the urge to fall. Healing. Song Shao felt no remorse. All that filled his mind was the thought of seizing the moment to strike while the iron was hot. If not now, then when? Chapter 35. Not a Provocation. Without a moment's hesitation, the star gathered its injured form to conjure a massive electric current from its forehead, and the pale blue lightning struck the steel rock. Exploding from its abdomen, the steel rock was knocked onto its back, struggling for a moment before finally closing its eyes. From the moment the steel rock was deceived and solidified to its fall, the entire process barely took 10 seconds. Jiang Qing-san watched in disbelief as the steel rock lay defeated on the ground. The sound of the whistle, signifying the end of the match, echoed, with the timer halting at 1 minute and 43 seconds. Song Shao recalled the injured star into its beast ring and walked to the center of the arena. Regardless of victory or defeat, competitors must shake hands at the conclusion of the match. Extending his hand, Song Shao remarked, "I hope I haven't taken up too much of your time." Jiang Qingsen's incredulous expression swiftly morphed into one of resentment. Was this a provocation? Absolutely. How could a mere awakened-level beast wield such a mid-tier skill as thunder? This was no ordinary mid-tier skill, but an evolvable one. Jiang Qingsan was entirely certain that Song Shao was being malicious, and this was nothing less than a mockery of him. With a face more contorted than one in tears, Jiang Qingsan grasped Song Shao's hand with all his might, yet Song Shao's expression remained unchanged. Jiang Qingsan thought, is this person devoid of sensation? How can he endure this? Observing Jiang Qingsan's hand trembling from excessive force, Song Shao felt a hint of confusion, but still reciprocated the handshake politely. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Qingsan felt as though his hand had been caught in a vice. Damn it, cunning little fiend. As Song Shao exited the battlefield, he found the area outside deserted, prompting him to turn back and confront Jiang Qingsan, who took a step back in alarm, clutching his hand and eyeing Song Shao warily. What do you want? Song Shao, recalling that he had been dubbed for second brother due to his swiftness in the last encounter, decided to linger a while longer, allowing others to leave before he did. He made way for Jiang Qingsan, stating, "Nothing, I'm just taking a short break." Jiang Qingsan squinted slightly, confirming that Song Shao posed no threat before hastily departing the battlefield. However, just as he stepped outside, he was besieged by a throng of reporters. Student, as the first victor to exit the battlefield, do you have anything to say? Indeed, fellow student, please share your thoughts. Jiang Qingsan's complexion shifted from black to purple, then to red. What a treacherous tactic. He was being insulted in such a manner, an affront to his very spirit. After mentally cursing Song Shao countless times, Jiang Qingsan coldly pushed past the reporters and fled the battlefield. Unaware of Jiang Qingsan's encounter with the reporters, Song Shao summoned the star, noticing its somewhat listless demeanor, indicating it had sustained significant injuries. He gently stroked the star's ear before recalling it into the beast ring, deciding it was time to hasten to the treatment center for the star's healing. As Song Shao stepped out of the training ground, the protective barrier of another arena within the battle base was lifted, and the music signaling the end of the match played. Upon looking up, he saw a girl in a white shirt and black pleated skirt school uniform emerging. Her long hair was slightly curled, and her clear, doe-like eyes sparkled as she smiled warmly upon seeing Song Shao. Song Shao's gaze fell upon the school emblem on her chest, and he recognized it as that of the Yuanming Beast Academy in Jing'an City. The girl's eyes lingered on Song Shao's hair for a few seconds before she approached him, a gentle smile radiating the warmth of early summer, imbued with an innate elegance born of familial heritage. Are you from Yuanming Beast Academy? Song Shao nodded. You must be Song Shao, the girl stated, her tone inquisitive, yet her beautiful eyes reflected certainty. That's me. Song Shao did not pause in his stride, nor did he spare another glance at the girl, who could easily be deemed a goddess. Indeed, she recalled the fervent comments beneath the video, remarking on how strikingly handsome this individual was, though his aesthetic appeared somewhat peculiar. He seemed to possess a rather cold demeanor, something she had not experienced before, being so utterly overlooked. Seizing the opportunity while the reporters were still pursuing Jiang Qingsan, Song Shao hastily left the scene. He had no desire to be labeled with a moniker akin to 4-second fast brother again. The treatment center was devoid of students at that moment, so Song Shao pushed open the nearest door and stepped inside. Within the consultation room sat a Mambo doll, its body a delightful blend of white and brown, featuring a white gem at its center, with short limbs that appeared even rounder in a white lab coat. Mambo, does your beast require treatment? Song Shao summoned the star and requested, could you please assist in its healing? The Mambo doll nodded and floated over to examine the injured area on the star, murmuring, Mambo, Mambo. The gem in its center suddenly emitted rippling waves akin to water, enveloping the star's abdomen before dissipating. In no time, the star began to bounce back to life, its spirit revitalized. even though he had witnessed this miracle numerous times. Song Shao remained astonished. Such healing waves could mend injuries in a remarkably short period, an achievement far beyond the capabilities of modern medicine. Mambo, your beast's internal energy is unstable. I recommend measuring its energy levels to tailor a more suitable nutritional regimen. Where can this be tested? Song Shao pondered, realizing he had yet to measure the star's energy levels since bringing it home. However, he recalled finding online that energy level assessments for beasts could be conducted once a year, akin to a health checkup, not something needing frequent repetition. Mambo. The round Mambo doll patiently explained the process to Song Shao. Star? The star tilted its head, questioning whether a checkup was necessary, having just undergone one the previous day. Song Shao picked up the star and clarified, this examination is different from yesterday's. Pressing the button for the 13th floor in the elevator. Song Shao arrived and followed the signs to the energy level testing room. Inside, he found a male nurse in his 20s idly passing time, engrossed in a live stream featuring beast battles. Song Shao knocked on the door, prompting the male nurse to hastily stow his phone and look toward Song Shao, though he appeared startled, leaving his phone on with the volume abruptly heightened. The legendary grave sticker? The Black 5-star mission is just like this. Family, let us start gifting. The more we give, the more I'll show you the real treasure. Chapter 36. Level Up? Grave Sticker? Song Shao recalled that Zhou Yong had mentioned the previous year's sophomore champion, Sikong Bo, had sustained severe injuries from revealing a grave sticker, rendering him unable to participate in this league. Hello, are you here for an energy level assessment? The male nurse stammered, flustered as he lowered the volume. Looking apologetically at Song Shao, Song Shao set the star down, saying, please assist in its assessment. The male nurse placed the star into a device resembling a space capsule, and a screen nearby began displaying the star's bodily metrics. The energy levels indeed fluctuated significantly, hovering around 900, indicating that your beast had now broken through to the late awakened level of the electric system gray spotted phase. 3 months? 3 months. The male nurse's voice suddenly rose, and he blinked, fearing that his eyes had grown weary from staring at the live broadcast for too long. How could it be possible that, in less than 4 months, it had already reached the late stage of awakening? This was inconceivable. Generally, it takes a year for a pet beast to advance a stage, and achieving the late awakening stage typically requires 3 to 4 years. How could it be accomplished in merely 3 to 4 months? While some beast tamers possess exceptional talent, allowing them to forge deep bonds with their pet beasts that enable premature advancement, this was an excessive leap. The male nurse regarded the bewildered star within the energy detector with the gaze of someone confronting an unresolved mystery. If the creature before him had been an A or S-grade pet beast, his astonishment might have been understandable. Yet, it was merely a C-grade, gray-eyed spotted beast, and, judging by its coloration, it seemed to exhibit rather poor potential. Thus, the issue likely lay with the beast tamer. The male nurse's eyes suddenly brightened as they turned toward Song Shao. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under the intensity of the gaze, Song Shao inquired, is there a problem? This young man would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future, the nurse surmised, drawing upon his many years of indulging in sensational literature. You have cultivated this gray-eyed spotted beast remarkably well. It's already at the late stage of awakening in its juvenile form. Its energy fluctuations during this period will be unusual. It requires a diet rich in lightning elements, such as thunderfruit and lightning grass, and the specific proportions will need to be calculated by a specialist, which is beyond my capability, the male nurse stated with enthusiasm. All right, thank you, Song Shao replied, carefully extracting the star from the energy detection device. Inside, it had heard nothing, and upon emerging, it couldn't help but ask excitedly. The nurse had remarked on its impressive rapid evolution, stating that many pet beasts could not compare. Song Shao rephrased the earlier praise for the star, and upon hearing it, the nurse nodded vigorously. Indeed, I have never witnessed such rapid evolution in a pet beast. The star wagged its tail joyfully, lifting its chin slightly, clearly brimming with pride, yet struggling to suppress a grin. After leaving the testing room, the star's tail continued to wag happily, its expression strikingly aloof for a wolf, yet its tail wagged like that of a playful puppy. Song Shao contemplated the need to recalibrate the star's energy diet. Given that it was competition season, perhaps the school could assist, especially since he had just discovered that the price of lightning grass was more than 3 times that of thunderfruit. He picked up his phone and dialed Teacher Ling's number. The call was answered almost instantly. Before Song Shao could speak, Teacher Ling exuberantly exclaimed, "You've won the competition again. Didn't I tell you not to rush? You must respect your opponents." Song Shao replied, "Teacher, you're being a bit dramatic." Teacher Ling chuckled heartily, continuing to play along. Next time, remember, friendship first, competition second. You must maintain a semblance of dignity for your opponents. Rubbing his temples, Song Shao stated, Teacher, the star has now reached the late stage of awakening, and we need to recalibrate its energy diet. Will the school take responsibility? Teacher Ling paused, momentarily speechless. The late stage of awakening. Are you certain? Yes. I just emerged from the testing room with the star. Teacher Ling was momentarily taken aback, his emotions difficult to articulate. He felt a mix of laughter and absurdity. He recalled that Song Shao's gray-eyed spotted beast was not yet 4 months old. He began to ponder deeply, wondering if there had ever been a pet beast in the history of the Galactic Alliance that reached the late stage of awakening at such a tender age. He couldn't recall any, but he reassured himself that perhaps there had been, just that he had forgotten. If not, it would be terrifyingly unprecedented, arguably the fastest evolution of any pet beast in history. Oh, very well. I shall coordinate this, Teacher Ling replied, slightly dazed by the news. After hanging up, Teacher Ling's desire to boast to his friends waned. He had to figure out how to coordinate this situation. The school had initially hoped that Song Shao would merely score a basic point, believing he would be eliminated in the first round. Yet, who could have anticipated that he had already triumphed in 2 rounds and was the first to finish each match? Since the school had never held high expectations for Song Shao, they had not devoted much concern towards him. Terms like beast cultivation experts and specialized pet nutritionists were merely fanciful dreams. Teacher Ling's gaze fell on a friend nearby, and he tentatively asked, I recall you once boasting that your sister is an S-grade pet nutritionist. His friend immediately retorted, that was no boast. Teacher Ling chuckled. Help a brother out. Speak plainly. After the midday competition concluded, half of the participants were eliminated, leaving the cafeteria rather quiet. After a simple meal, Song Shao returned to his room, finding that Zhou Yong had yet to return, possibly still engaged in the competition. Summoning the star, he began to analyze the morning's battles. During the match against the steel rock armor, the star had revealed a weakness. Its offensive skills were insufficient. Thunder was a powerful but energy-intensive attack, and given the star's current energy reserves, it could only execute it once in a battle. Attempting it a second time would be exceedingly arduous. Moreover, the electric shock attack, while effective against hardened creatures, proved to be insufficiently damaging. Thunder was powerful but costly in energy, while electric shock lacked the necessary impact, making it difficult to inflict substantial damage even with repeated use. It seemed unrealistic to expect the star to learn a new mid-tier offensive skill on the fly. Fortunately, with its recent advancement, it could now store more energy than before, and with the school's specially formulated energy diet, this issue should be resolved. Song Shao, someone has put a bounty on you online. Zhou Yong burst through the door, his eyes lighting up with excitement upon seeing Song Shao. Chapter 37, 4 Seconds Revisited. Song Shao looked at Zhou Yong in confusion. A bounty? Who have I angered to the point of issuing a bounty against me? Zhou Yong presented his phone, opening the pin post. The title was bold and eye-catching. Whoever can take down this so-called brother, I will generously reward you with 500,000 star coins. The post included a screenshot of Song Shao caught on camera after his first match, his strikingly handsome face complemented by a rather unfortunate hairstyle. The post succinctly stated that the author felt humiliated by Song Shao and, unable to contain his anger, had vowed to reward anyone who could defeat him in the next match with 500,000 star coins. Song Shao pondered briefly, but did not recognize the poster's identity. He believed he had never stirred up trouble. Nonetheless, he returned the phone to Zhou Yong and logged into the official website of the high school Pet Beast League. Messaging the poster, I have exclusive information on Song Shao. Are you interested? The poster responded promptly, why should I trust you? To verify his identity, Song Shao sent a photo of himself in his school uniform, complete with the school emblem. I attend the same school as Song Shao. We are roommates for this competition. I possess the latest information on his pet beast, which even the school is unaware of, absolutely exclusive, only 50,000 star coins. After a brief wait, the poster replied, send the account. Once the 50,000 star coins were received, Song Shao shared the latest evolution details of the star. My pet beast has advanced to the late stage of awakening, under 4 months old, possessing basic skills such as thunder roar, electric shock, and electromagnetic paralysis, alongside mid-tier skills like electric kiss, thunder, and lightning shadow. Having made a modest profit by selling his own information, Song Shao felt a bit lighter in spirit. He set down his phone, inadvertently missing the poster's subsequent messages. Kuyu received a call from her rather foolish younger brother, responding with restrained patience. AC grade gray-eyed spotted beast, less than 4 months old, at the late stage of awakening. Sister, I am sending you the pet beast data. Could you help formulate an appropriate energy diet? At first, Ku Yao's indifference swiftly transformed into a frown. She suspected that her foolish younger brother was playing an April Fool's prank on her. Ku Yu, I shall grant you 3 more seconds to articulate your thoughts coherently. Should you continue to speak nonsense, you will find yourself unceremoniously added to my blacklist. Ku Yao, having endured 3 consecutive days of relentless chaos, had completely lost her patience. Ku Yu, with a conciliatory smile, replied, Sister, although this may sound implausible, I assure you that this matter is indeed transpiring. I will send you the relevant documents immediately. Ku Yao hesitated for 2 seconds between blocking her brother and opening the documents, ultimately opting to view the files. Eager to discover which institution dared to fabricate such a ludicrous report, a pet beast at the late awakening stage merely 4 months old? Such a creature does not exist in this world. However, when Ku Yao perused the reports from the pet cultivation base and the League's medical examination, she was rendered speechless. Both institutions were official entities with verifiable authenticity on their websites. No one would concoct such an easily debunked lie. Thus, regardless of how absurd the situation appeared, there remained only one possibility. The report was genuine. There truly existed a pet beast that had reached the late awakening stage at merely 4 months of age. Without hesitation, Ku Yao swiftly returned the call. Hello, sister. Ku Yu began, but Ku Yao interjected, Send me the address. The address? Sister, you can't possibly intend to come in person, can you? Ku Yu was momentarily taken aback. He knew this was an uncommon occurrence, yet his sister was one of the 2 S-Class pet breeders in District 10. Every pet in her possession was invariably of S-Class with extraordinary talents, rare and powerful beasts, while the gray-eyed spotted creature was merely a C-Class pet. In the afternoon, Song Shao took Xingxing to a new battle arena. Should they triumph in this competition, he would successfully enter the top 50, thus unlocking the live broadcast of the High School Pet League, allowing him to place bets through official channels. If successful, he might even purchase another shop for Song Qin, enabling him to open a new small restaurant. Having sold information to the poster, Song Shao was already prepared for his opponent to be aware of all of Xingxing's skills, even anticipating that they might devise a specific strategy against them. In the realm of martial prowess, speed is paramount. Song Shao resolved to strike first. If he could not decisively overpower his opponent from the outset, a protracted battle could deplete Xingxing's energy, resulting in defeat. Therefore, this match was crucial. They needed to unleash their full potential against what would be their most formidable adversary to date. Song Shao offered words of encouragement to Xingxing, whose youthful snow wolf visage nodded earnestly, its gray eyes narrowing slightly as it exuded an aura of fierce aggression. At the signal of the drum mouse, Song Shao swiftly made his hand seals, and with a flourish, Xingxing appeared in the blue team's arena, while the red team featured a molus snake, a creature unknown to Song Shao. The battle unfolded in a manner even more arduous than he had anticipated. Electric dash, electric kiss. The molus snake, adorned with fin-like appendages on either side of its head, lunged at Xingxing like an arrow released from a bow. In a flash, as the 2 creatures collided, a pale blue lightning ignited. Song Shao, momentarily stunned, was jolted back to reality only when the referee's whistle pierced the air. Huh, is it over already? Before him lay the molus snake, its body covered in black lightning patterns, lying motionless on the ground, its form rigid. Xingxing, equally taken aback, turned to Song Shao with a perplexed expression. Banban, is this truly the unprecedentedly powerful opponent? Surely there had been no mistake. The molus snake possessed skills such as instant flash, constrict, and venomous fangs. Its initial charge had aimed to ensnare Xingxing and subsequently employ its venomous attack. However, Xingxing transformed into a bolt of lightning, rendering the molus snake's constricting maneuver ineffective, and instead, it bit down on the snake's vulnerable spot. The molus snake's scales were tough. Ordinarily, resisting Xingxing's electric kiss would have been feasible. Yet this time, Xingxing regarded the molus snake as an exceptionally dangerous adversary, unleashing all its energy without reservation. In the eruption of power, the electric kiss proved immensely potent. Thus, the molus snake was rendered incapacitated by a single attack. The Beastmaster of the red team called out the molus snake's name, tears welling in their eyes as they recalled their pet into its beast ring. While Song Shao finally regained his composure, awkwardly evading Xingxing's questioning gaze. This situation was perplexing. The entire battle had lasted a mere 4 seconds, and Song Shao's emotions were a mix of complexity tinged with amusement. As the victory music played, the judges, who had only just lifted their teacups to their lips, nearly spilled their drinks in shock. One judge, after a moment of silence, asked in confusion, "Is there a problem with the system?" Another judge, setting down their cup, responded uncertainly, "That cannot be. The operational system of the arena undergoes daily checks to ensure accuracy." A portly judge with graying temples chuckled. "Surely it cannot be that a contestant finished the match in mere seconds. It has only been a few moments." Following this remark, a profound silence enveloped the judging panel, as they collectively recalled the first match of the league, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the current scenario. On that similarly sunny afternoon, they too had just lifted cups of tea brewed by wood-type pet beasts, only to hear the battle conclusion music before they could take a sip. The judges exchanged bewildered glances, uncertainly muttering, "Surely not?" Yet the music indeed rang out. Having served as judges for many years, they had never encountered such an occurrence. The first match's rapid conclusion could be attributed to the varying strengths of the contestants. Some fortunate souls had encountered weaker beasts, leading to swift victories. However, now, in the middle of the competition, where the less capable students had already been eliminated, how could a situation arise where someone was instantaneously defeated amidst contestants of relatively equal strength? The judges inhaled deeply, commencing a review of the arena surveillance footage. Moments later, they wore expressions of sheer bewilderment. It was indeed a true instant victory. No, is this reasonable? Is it even scientifically plausible? Upon exiting the arena, Song Shao noticed a familiar throng of reporters and continued on his way, leaving behind a curt, "Please make way." 2 hours later, as the battles drew to a close, a post rapidly gained traction across the campus network. "Please make way. The Bully King declares you all need more practice." The video compiled footage of Song Shao's first and third exits from the battle arena, showcasing his identical, coldly exquisite facial features, the same unkempt hairstyle, and that signature phrase, "Please make way," alongside the astonishing 4-second match conclusion. The post concluded with a bold statement: "Everyone present is garbage in the face of the Bully King." This audacious post and video, under the careful orchestration of the reporters, skyrocketed in popularity on the official website. Historically, the first-year competitions had been lackluster, as only one pet was permitted per contestant, and their lower levels rendered the matches less thrilling. However, Song Shao's record was truly unprecedented. It was unlikely that any future competitor could rival it. 4 seconds, the time it takes to sneeze, had concluded the match. Consequently, this video achieved viral status, inundating Song Shao's social media accounts, which were overwhelmed with activity. Yet, whether as the previous Song Shao or the current one, he rarely posted updates, leaving little valuable information to unearth. Naturally, Jiang Qingsun also encountered this video, and upon discovering Song Shao's unmasked account, his expression darkened. "Damn it. This is the scoundrel who swindled me out of 50,000 star coins." After spending that sum for what was purported to be confidential information on Song Shao's pet, Jiang Qingsun found himself utterly duped. How could it be possible for a pet beast to reach the late awakening stage in just 4 months? It is clearly the work of a deranged fraudster. Yet, what is even more humiliating is that he actually fell victim to a scam of 50,000 star coins. Enraged and embarrassed, Jiang Qingsun cared little for the paltry sum. What truly mattered to him was the fact that he had been deceived. Thus, in a fit of fury, Jiang Qingsun hastily created a new post titled, "Unmasking the True Face of the So-Called Pet King." He shared the entirety of his conversations and transactions with Song Shao, exposing the alleged Pet King as nothing more than a cunning scam artist who fabricated false information to swindle money. Due to the post's timing coinciding with a viral video, it quickly gained traction across the campus network, and within less than an hour, Song Shao's reputation underwent a dramatic reversal. "I thought he was a hidden gem, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, but it turns out he is merely a fraudulent charlatan. How ridiculous! Who would believe that a pet beast could reach the awakening stage in just 4 months? Has Song Shao lost his mind?" As a former classmate of Song Shao from middle school, I was not the least surprised by his descent into fraud. Song Shao's entire family comprised of fifth-tier citizens, and he himself had merely stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck by awakening his mental powers. Yet, even with such an awakening, he could not afford a pet beast, which is why he had never owned one throughout middle school. It now appears that he had used his deceptive gains to finally acquire a pet beast, making him an inspiring fraud in a twisted sense. Song Shao, fraudster, return the money. It is disgraceful for a beastmaster to purchase a pet using ill-gotten gains. The League Organizing Committee, will you continue to feign ignorance? Shouldn't such a scam artist, who deceives others during a major competition, have his eligibility revoked? Why should such a fraud be allowed to participate in the league? Cancel Song Shao's eligibility. The uproar on the campus network was deafening, while the organizing committee remained oblivious. Following the conclusion of the competition, the first, second, and third-year students had largely made it into the top 50, while those eliminated were to be returned to their respective schools. The remaining competitors were to convene for a meeting to discuss forthcoming arrangements. In a pet battle arena capable of accommodating 1,000 spectators, the 40-odd remaining competitors from the first year sat idly, scrolling through posts. Unsurprisingly, they stumbled upon Jiang Qingxin's revelation of Song Shao as a fraud. As they scanned the crowd, upon spotting the infamous dog-chewed hairstyle, they lowered their heads and whispered among themselves. That must be Song Shao, the fraud. What fraud? Haven't you seen the trending post this afternoon? He's the one who ended a battle in 4 seconds and is accused of being a scammer. Indeed, who else could have such an atrocious hairstyle? Can you believe he scammed 50,000 star coins? Isn't it said that Song Shao's entire family are 4th-tier citizens? Coming from the slums, what good could he be? The boy clad in the Source Ming Beast High School uniform cast a distinctly unfriendly gaze at Song Shao, sneering as he approached him. Hey, Song Shao. Feeling the shadow cast before him, Song Shao removed his headphones, paused the video, and looked up to see a towering figure with dark skin and a buzz cut, exuding blatant provocation. What do you want? Song Shao replied coolly. The boy scoffed disdainfully, as if regarding a mere insect, and spoke condescendingly to Song Shao. We're all here for the league. Can you at least try to suppress the stench of the slums you brought with you? This is Tiangang City. I've never felt so embarrassed. Though Song Shao found it difficult to grasp the meaning behind the boy's words, he understood well enough that they were far from complimentary. He stared back, revealing a smile that was even more disdainful than the boy's. Is that so? I find it embarrassing to be compared to scum like you. Chapter 39 Withdraw. I won't allow it. Song Shao's retort effectively darkened the boy's expression. With a scowl, his eyes glinted with unrestrained malice as he reached out to grab Song Shao by the collar. For a lowly peasant like you, crushing you would be no different from squashing an ant. Song Shao fixed his gaze upon him and suddenly began to laugh. His striking features, sharp eyes, and well-defined brows, rendering him even more handsome, almost dazzling. Then why don't you try? As the boy raised his fist to strike Song Shao, a light-colored, furry creature leapt onto his shoulder. With a long, fluffy tail, it swung forcefully against the boy's face. Ban! The creature glared fiercely, and in an instant, it had transported Song Shao to a spot 2 meters away. Observing the boy, now paralyzed and unable to move due to electromagnetic paralysis, Song Shao's lips curled into a cold smirk as he extended his hand and lightly tapped his finger. Boom! A bolt of pale blue lightning, as thick as an arm, erupted at the boy's feet. The hard battle arena floor was blown apart, creating a crater over 1 meter in diameter, dust swirling as faint blue currents crackled around. The boy lay helplessly in the pit, his Source Ming Beast High School uniform, once a symbol of wealth and nobility, now tattered and barely covering him. The commotion quickly drew the attention of teachers, with the coach from Source Ming Beast High School arriving first, summoning his extraordinary-level black-winged sparrow. He positioned it protectively around the boy, its sharp gaze and overwhelming aura instantly targeting Song, Shao, and Ban. High-level beasts naturally exert pressure over lower-level ones. Yet Ban stood firm before Song Shao, undaunted by the intimidating aura. Its gray eyes deepened, its long, fluffy tail dragging on the ground, emitting an impatient, low growl. The teachers and Coach Meng arrived a moment too late. Though the circumstances were unclear, the teacher positioned himself resolutely before Song Shao, summoning his dream-eating vine in preparation. Coach Meng, who had previously been poached from Source Ming Beast High School, approached to defuse the situation. Coach Li, what has happened? Coach Li's expression was grim, but recognizing Meng as a former colleague and a woman, he begrudgingly allowed her to speak. The boy, utterly humiliated by his encounter with Song Shao, seethed with rage as he recounted the events. In his narrative, Song Shao was painted as the fraud responsible for disgracing the entire Tiangang City. Armed with his pet beast, assaulted him merely for advising Song Shao against further mistakes. Coach Meng turned to Song Shao, her expression tense as she chastised him. This incident stems from your actions. You've brought shame upon Source Ming Beast High School. You must sincerely apologize to this student, return the ill-gotten gains, and then apply to withdraw from the competition. Teacher Ling's face was anxious. How can this be? Moreover, this is merely one side of the story. Song Shao hasn't had a chance to speak yet. We cannot hastily condemn him. At present, Song Shao was the only student from Source Ming Beast High School to enter the top 50, while all others had faltered. He was truly a unique talent. Coach Meng, recalling Song Shao's previous disrespect towards her, felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction rise within her. What did it matter if he was gifted? What did it matter if he won the competition? He was still nothing but trash, Allowing such trash to continue in the competition would be an insult to the league. Song Shao, did you accept money? Did you use your pet beast to harm others? Teacher Ling turned to Song Shao, her eyes signaling him to remain silent. Stepping forward from behind Teacher Ling, Song Shao gazed fearlessly at the biased Coach Ming, his dark pupils sweeping across all present. He noticed the gleefulness, mockery, and disdain in their eyes. It was I who received the money, and it was I who caused the injuries. Song Shao raised an eyebrow, calmly confessing to the accusations. The murmurs around them swelled, and the scrutinizing gazes multiplied. Retracting his gaze, Song Shao allowed a slight, icy smile to form as he turned to Coach Ming. However, I am not deceiving anyone. Causing harm is merely a form of self-defense. On the contrary, Coach Ming, what ulterior motive prompts you to eagerly cast aspersions upon me? Your unabashed gaze seems to expose all of her sordid thoughts, laid bare beneath the bright light of day. Coach Ming's face flushed with anger as she gazed at Song Shao, resolutely determined to prevent him from continuing in the competition, for she was, after all, ostensibly his coach. With a shift in her tone, she remarked with a tone of resignation, Song Shao, your temperament is atrocious, and your character is deplorable. Initially, I believe you possess some talent and could reform, yet to my dismay, you remain obstinately unyielding, even resorting to deceit and physical violence against competitors during the league. I will submit a request to the organizing committee for your withdrawal from the competition. I hope you take the time to reflect and amend your ways. Her sincere tone vividly portrayed a coach dedicated to her student, yet tragically misunderstood. Song Shao's spirits had already plummeted. Such tactics had been employed against him in his past life as well. Who was that person again? It seemed they had been entirely ostracized from the industry, reduced to a pariah, reviled by all. Suddenly, a resounding call echoed through the sky, and an elegant white swan, with wings spanning a full 20 meters, slowly descended from the clouds, stirring a gentle breeze reminiscent of spring. This was, astonishingly, a beast of royal caliber, an Aklos. I apologize, but I must reject Song Shao's withdrawal request on behalf of the organizing committee. From the swan's wings emerged a graceful figure. The newcomer, with seaweed-like long hair swaying in the gentle wind, possessed a complexion as pure as snow and lips of striking color. When her eyes shimmered, it seemed as if fragments of light danced within them. Many present were well acquainted with this stunning visage. She was none other than Ku Yao, one of the two S-rank beast tamers in the 10th district. Beast tamers nurture creatures from the very moment they emerge from their eggs. And the rarity of S-rank beasts is not solely due to their formidable abilities making reproduction challenging. Rather, it is the extreme sensitivity of S-rank beasts within their eggs. Nurturing them necessitates a mental guidance to help them unlock their potential. Ku Yao's legendary achievement lies in having cultivated a Niklos, which had an evolutionary ceiling of Beast King level, to the level of Beast Emperor, thereby shattering the evolutionary limits imposed upon species. It is essential to note that since the Great War with the insectoid race a millennium ago, Bai Fei Yuan had consolidated the evolutionary pathways and limits of beasts, which had essentially solidified over the past 500 years. In that time, beasts capable of surpassing their species' evolutionary limits have become exceedingly rare, making Ku Yao's research a name etched in the annals of the entire Interstellar Alliance. This is not only a glory for the 10th district, but for the entirety of Blue Star, leading the upper 4 districts to extend olive branches to Ku Yao on multiple occasions, inviting her to teach at the Galahad Academy of Beast Tamers. Galahad Academy ranks 5th among the 9 prestigious beast tamer institutions in the interstellar realm, a revered institution for all beast tamers on Blue Star, with admission requirements that are exceptionally stringent. As Ku Yao dismounted from the Aklos, she strode towards Song Shao under the watchful eyes of all. Hello, student Song. I would like to take responsibility for the continued nurturing of your beast. Chapter 40. Is it free? Ku Yao's words struck like thunder on a clear day. She, the pride of the lower 4 districts, a figure typically found only in the news and annals of honor, had suddenly appeared before them, even offering to nurture the beast of a high school student. A mere C-rank awakened beast fraudster? Those present fell into an eerie silence, and then a singular thought arose in their hearts. Why him? Why should Song Shao be the one to receive Ku Yao's favor? The coach from Yuanming Beast High School approached, lacking the previous arrogance, looking at Song Shao with uncertainty. Just moments ago, Song Shao had seemed to him merely an inconsequential student, easily manipulated. However, now, Ku Yao's inexplicable favoritism had instilled a sense of dread in him. Was this Song Shao truly just a poor student from a slum? How many individuals, armed with wealth and power, had sought Ku Yao's personal tutelage for their beasts, only to be met with disdain? And yet, Here she was, arriving for Song Shao. Behind him, a student appeared disheveled, struggling to cover his trousers with tattered cloth to avoid embarrassing exposure in public. His jealousy and resentment boiled over, igniting his anger as he shouted, "Song Shao is nothing but a fraud. Professor Ku, do not be deceived by him." The head of the organizing committee approached, previously viewing the situation as a mere altercation between two school students. But with Ku Yao's sudden appearance, they could no longer remain indifferent. "Ku Yao, long time no see." A middle-aged man in his 50s emerged from the panel of judges, greeting her with a smile. Ku Yao nodded. "Teacher Chong, it has been a while." Judge Chong had once taught Ku Yao a course, and though her title now surpassed his, he still attempted to assert his role as a teacher. Ku Yao, known for her succinct and decisive nature, turned her gaze to Song Shao, specifically focusing on the starry creature that shielded him. It was indeed real. Although she had previously confirmed the age of the starry creature on the Aklos and witnessed its use of Thunderstrike, observing it up close still left her astounded. For months, late awakened phase, with potential for mid-tier offensive skills. It was hard to fathom that these attributes coexisted within a creature that initially bore only a C-rank classification. Ku Yao withdrew her gaze and looked earnestly at Song Shao, her expression serious as she inquired, "Student Song, may I ask how you have nurtured this gray-eyed creature? At just 4 months old, it has already reached the late awakened phase. This is unprecedented. Even her own creatures, the fastest to evolve, require at least a year and 5 months to reach such a stage. 17 months versus 4 months. It was an entirely different order of magnitude." With Ku Yao's words, the atmosphere, once stilled by her formidable presence, erupted once more. Did Professor Ku imply that Song Shao's late awakened creature truly was only 4 months old? Surely she must be mistaken. How could this be possible? Your mother must have confused you with the child of the neighbor. It was inconceivable for Professor Ku to err. This meant Song Shao had not committed fraud. He had spoken the truth, and it seemed they had all been incredulous. After the earlier incident of deceit and witnessing the crowd's reaction to Ku Yao, Song Shao understood. The starry creature indeed appeared to be different from others. Its evolution was extraordinarily swift. Initially, he had thought that beasts, much like people, had some born as prodigies, while others were simply exceptional. Although rare, it was not entirely extraordinary. However, it now appeared that this was indeed a remarkable occurrence. Contemplating, Song Shao gazed at the starry creature and responded to Ku Yao. "I haven't done much nurturing. It is the starry creature that is growing stronger on its own." A hypothesis formed in his mind, yet he refrained from voicing it, that the starry creature's evolutionary pathway included bloodline evolution, well known as a trait of exceptionally powerful beings. However, there had never been any recorded instances of bloodline evolution in gray-eyed creatures, and Song Shao found himself at a loss to articulate this possibility. How could he explain his knowledge of the starry creature's potential for bloodline evolution? Should he claim to possess an omniscient eye, a human-like beast scanning device? He feared that should he reveal this, he would become the subject of study himself. Ku Yao fell into deep contemplation upon hearing Song Shao's words. She glanced once more at the stars, noting the profound bond between the gray-eyed spotted beast and its beastmaster, as evidenced by its unhesitating act of protection moments ago. Suddenly, her reverie was interrupted by a realization, whether it was when the gray-eyed spotted beast swiftly carried Song Shao away or unleashed a thunderous attack. Song Shao had never issued a command. Was it possible that the gray-eyed spotted beast had acted autonomously to protect its master? Yet, she distinctly recalled seeing Song Shao raise a hand, his long index finger languidly gesturing, after which the beast had unleashed its thunderous strike. The level of their tacit understanding was astonishing, akin to a shared empathy. Excitement flickered across Ku Yao's exquisite features as she harbored a premonition that this high school student named Song Shao was destined for a remarkable journey ahead. Perhaps one day, his figure would grace the Interstellar Pet Challenge Cup. Ku Yao's presence validated the authenticity of the information Song Shao had sold to Jiangqing, dispelling any notions of deceit. The organizing committee had prepared a designated area to receive her, and as she departed after meeting Song Shao, the previously hushed venue erupted into a cacophony of fervent chatter. Unbeknownst to Song Shao, who was engrossed in conversation with Ku Yao, his name had skyrocketed to fame at a terrifying pace, even trending on search platforms, along with videos and posts circulating within the school network. In an instant, Song Shao's aloof yet refined visage became the talk of various social media. As the entire lower quadrant learned of a high school student who had nurtured a pet beast that had evolved to the intermediate awakened level within just 4 months. Ku Yu hurried over, yet before the smile could fully bloom on his face, Ku Yao ruthlessly locked him out. She had brought the most advanced detection equipment to assess the condition of the gray-eyed spotted beast, her porcelain-like face radiating an earnest dedication to research, compelling Song Shao to adopt a serious demeanor as well. The gray-eyed spotted beast's physical state was excellent, its energy fluctuations within normal parameters. It had recently broken through to the intermediate awakened level, and it was a first for Song Shao to witness such rapid stabilization of energy levels. Song Shao, if possible, I wish to take charge of formulating the subsequent energy pellets for this gray-eyed spotted beast. Its growth is remarkably swift, and ordinary energy pellets present numerous shortcomings for it. After a moment of contemplation, Song Shao inquired, "Is it free of charge?" Chapter 41. Indeed, he is my brother. Ku Yao was visibly taken aback by Song Shao's words. Her previous encounters had been with clients who showered her with money and pets, demanding only the enhancement of their beast qualities. Money was the least of their concerns. Observing Ku Yao's silence, Song Shao assumed she was in a bind. It's understandable. Such a renowned beast cultivator must charge a fortune. How could one expect charity? He waved at the gray-eyed spotted beast, cradling it as he addressed her. "Professor Ku, my financial situation does not permit me to afford your services." "Free," she interjected. "Not only free, but I will also allocate a special budget for this gray-eyed spotted beast. How does 50,000 star coins a month sound? If you deem it insufficient, we can negotiate." Ku Yao stepped forward, interrupting Song Shao, fearful that he might refuse her due to financial considerations. "Who cares about money now? As long as I can oversee the growth of this gray-eyed spotted beast and help it become the fastest evolving pet in the entire star realm, shattering records. That achievement is priceless." As Song Shao regarded the suddenly close Ku Yao, he noted her striking beauty, her bright eyes reflecting the light, yet devoid of any flirtatious intent. He averted his gaze, feeling slightly dizzy at the thought of 50,000 star coins a month, scolding himself for having lowered his standards after a few days of poverty. "Very well, then. I shall rely on you, Professor Ko. However, what specific actions do I or Star need to undertake? I cannot simply accept this monthly sum without contributing something." Ku Yao replied, "It's not overly complicated. I will develop suitable energy pellets based on the current evolution data and energy fluctuations of the gray-eyed spotted beast. During competitions, I will collect data on its performance. Beyond that, I will not interfere with you and your beast, for you are its beastmaster." "Agreed. Let us collaborate harmoniously." Song Shao extended his hand. Ku Yao glanced at him, realizing that upon closer inspection, Song Shao's demeanor was anything but ordinary for a typical high school student. He remained unfazed throughout their interaction. Indeed, with such an extraordinary pet, the beastmaster must also be exceptional. "A pleasant collaboration," she echoed softly as she grasped his hand. Upon returning to his residence, Song Shao was surprised to find Zhou Yong still present, wearing an indescribable expression of exhilaration as he gazed at him. Pausing at the doorway, 2 meters apart from Zhou Yong, he inquired, "What is that expression on your face?" Zhou Yong immediately rushed over, unabashedly dragging Song Shao in for a few photographs. Speaking at a rapid pace, "Song Shao, do you realize you're famous? Quick, let us take a picture so I can gain some followers and boast about it." Song Shao frowned. Previously, being labeled as famous had led to him being unfairly branded fraud. Now, he wondered why he had gained notoriety. He hadn't taken anyone's money, and aside from that fool who had collided with him, he had not harmed anyone with his pet. Zhou Yong, perceiving Song Shao's bewilderment, chuckled and handed him his phone. On the screen, the official website of Yamming Beastmaster High had prominently featured Song Shao's photograph, even pinning a video of him requesting some space, with a bold title reading, "Genius Beastmaster Song Shao. We welcome all to apply to Yamming Beastmaster High." Song Shao remarked, "This recruitment announcement is astonishingly straightforward and blunt." The online community was abuzz with curiosity about the sudden rise of Song Shao, now dubbed a genius beastmaster, especially following Ku Yao's unexpected announcement that she would personally oversee the cultivation of his pet. Public opinion reached a fever pitch, with many remaining skeptical. However, within 2 days, the livestream reservations for the High School Pet League had surpassed 100 million, a remarkable leap from previous years, which had only seen figures in the millions. "By the way, why haven't you gone back?" Song Shao returned the phone to Zhou Yong. As Zhou Yong uploaded photos to his social media account, he explained Coach Meng was dismissed, and in a fit of anger, she left us stranded here. The school's Shuttle 1T arrive until tomorrow. "Dismissed?" Song Shao echoed, incredulous. Zhou Yong continued. It was revealed that Coach Meng had deliberately suppressed students and their pets during her tenure at Yuanming Beastmaster High, causing students to suffer mental breakdowns and regress to ordinary status. Yuanming suppressed the incident, and our principal, unaware of this, thought he had found a great coach. Once the truth came to light, he promptly dismissed Coach Meng. The thought of someone who would suppress students to the extent of causing their mental collapse sent a chill down Song Shao's spine, recalling Coach Meng's subtle antagonism towards him. The consequences of her continued tenure as a coach were unthinkable. In the following days, Song Shao had isolated himself from all external news, focusing intently on training Star. Initially, he had merely been a placeholder at school, expected to muddle through on the foundational score. Losing a subsequent match would have been inconsequential, but now that the situation had escalated beyond control, he felt an obligation to win every match. His newfound fame was becoming a burden. Winning was expected, while losing would strip him of all his newfound glory in an instant. Gazing at the exhausted Star with its dazzling gray eyes, Song Shao observed the 2-meter-wide crater left by a lightning strike on the battlefield. Exhaling deeply, he gently rubbed Star's head, whispering, "Star, we did it." A familiar face graced the judges' panel at the high school pet battle league. The esteemed S-class beast tamer, Kuyao. As the live broadcast transitioned to her stunning visage, the venue erupted into an unprecedented roar of applause. It is well known to all present that Professor Ko had a particular purpose for attending, and the audience, eager to uncover the veracity of the swirling rumors online, could hardly contain their curiosity. Thus, let us swiftly delve into the competition to uncover the truth. Perhaps it was by design of the organizing committee that Song Shao was slated for the first match. The expansive screen at the live event displayed a rolling list of combatants, ultimately pausing on the names of the competitors. The commentator's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. The opening battle features Song Shao from Yaming Beast Taming High School, pitted against Chung Haohing from Daoman Beast Taming High School. As Song Shao stepped onto the battlefield, facing a crowd of thousands, he swiftly formed hand seals and, with a flourish, summoned stars to the blue team's arena. Meanwhile, Chung Haohing conjured his own pet, a flying-type rodent bee of evolutionary caliber. Kurulu. The azure gaze of the bee fixated intently on the screen, displaying Song Shao and stars. Song Qin steadied his racing heart and proudly declared, "You recognize him? Indeed, he is my younger brother." Chapter 42, The 5-Second Reversal. The evolutionary prowess and aerial attribute of Chung Haohing's rodent bee presented a formidable challenge to stars, casting doubt in Song Shao's mind regarding the fairness of this matchup. Chung Haohing was well acquainted with the recent fervor surrounding Song Shao. After all, the videos of Song's 3 battles had been released once he entered the top 50, and he had scrutinized them thoroughly. He acknowledged that this particular gray-spotted beast was remarkably strong compared to others of its kind, yet he was confident in his victory. Despite its potential, it remained at the late awakening stage, while his rodent bee had already reached the initial phase of evolution and was inherently advantageous against the gray-spotted beast. As the match commenced, Chung Haohing opted for an aggressive approach. Under his command, the rodent bee executed the skill invisibility, causing it to vanish from the battlefield. Stars, alert and scanning its surroundings, suddenly detected the ominous buzzing of wings nearby. In an instant, Stars was rendered immobile, collapsing onto the battleground. As the rodent bee materialized to its right and soared into the air, poised to strike again. It appeared that the rodent bee had been trained by its tamer to exploit Star's vulnerabilities, swiftly ascending to a height beyond Star's reach. However, Stars was no longer the timid creature that had once been dominated by Kurulu. The rodent bee's invisibility skill was somewhat insidious, allowing it to conceal itself until it unleashed its attack, at which point it would emit a telltale sound. Though Stars recovered from its momentary paralysis, the rodent bee's toxic stinger had already inflicted damage. With a piercing gaze directed at the hovering insect, Stars impatiently flicked its tail against the ground. Chung Haohing, witnessing the effectiveness of the strategy he had devised with his rodent bee, sighed in relief. What did it matter if he was labeled a genius beast tamer? The distinction between awakening and evolutionary stages was undeniable. Today, he would triumph over this so-called prodigy in front of the entire audience. The rodent bee vanished once more. But this time it did not employ its stinger. Instead, it prepared to unleash its intermediate skill, toxic blade puncture. Upon witnessing the rodent bee's disappearance, Song Shao calmly commanded, "Thunder Shadow." Stars, vigilant as ever, scanned the surroundings, blissfully unaware that the rodent bee had stealthily positioned itself beside it, ready to unleash the potent toxic blade puncture that could incapacitate even a late-stage, awakened beast. The judges and audience could see the hidden rodent bee, and they watched in dismay as Stars remained oblivious. Although the gray-spotted beast possessed extraordinary talent, it simply lacked the experience to withstand the evolutionary-level toxic blade puncture. This was an inevitable outcome. From the outset, the odds had been stacked against it. Hu Yao remained silent, observing the gray-spotted beast with a peculiar sensation stirring within her. Was this truly the so-called genius beast tamer? Surely, there was an element of exaggeration. Some spectators had begun to jeer, lamenting, another case of hype. How could Professor Ku appreciate such a talent? What a waste of my ticket. Had I known the performance would be this lackluster, I wouldn't have spent a dime. Before the derisive comments could fully escape their lips, the rodent bee emitted a pained cry, its body now covered in black electrical markings, having succumbed to unconsciousness. On the battlefield, two identical gray-spotted beasts, surrounded by faint blue currents, gazed down condescendingly at their defeated foe. "This is Thunder Shadow," exclaimed the commentator, adjusting his glasses in astonishment as he beheld the two identical gray-spotted beasts. The complete manifestation of the Thunder Shadow skill involves leaving an afterimage to confound the enemy, while the original can transform into lightning for a stealthy ambush. Rewinding 5 seconds, the rodent bee had prepared to execute its toxic blade puncture. Invisible to all but the audience, when stars, under Song Shao's command, deployed the skill, leaving an afterimage to mislead the rodent bee. The rodent bee, shrouded in invisibility, was unaware that its moment of exposure would herald its doom. Just as it readied to strike, the real stars, transformed into a bolt of lightning, appeared behind the rodent bee, sinking its fangs, charged with crackling blue electricity, into the rodent bee's neck. The surge of energy coursed through the rodent bee, and black electrical markings bloomed across its body like a sudden burst of flowers. Considering the rodent bee's evolutionary status, Song Shao had instructed stars to deliver an additional electric shock for good measure. Throughout the battle, stars had undergone a dramatic transformation from a lamb awaiting slaughter to a cunning predator seizing the opportunity, all within a mere 5 seconds. Ku Yao, seated among the judges, remained composed, her exquisite features betraying no surprise, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. The audience fell into a stunned silence. The earlier mockery abruptly silenced as it rebounded painfully against them. One judge could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "It appears that Song Shao has indeed held back." After all, he only mentioned that the gray-spotted beast would utilize thunder, without alluding to Thunder Shadow. Naturally, these students are astute and would not easily reveal all their cards. Another judge remarked, although the implications of Song Shao's previous comments suggested a calculated strategy. Ku Yao's expression remained neutral, her tone light, as she stated. He did not hold back. The gray-spotted beast only learned Thunder Shadow in the last 2 days. What? The judge, who had previously cast aspersions on Song Shao, was momentarily speechless. Are you saying he mastered an intermediate skill in just 2 days? Might as well claim that a rare beast is begging for your contract. Chung Haoheng could hardly believe that his rodent bee had lost so swiftly. Was this truly the prodigy that Professor Ku esteemed? The reversal was nothing short of spectacular. Indeed, it was magnificent. But wait, did you not just claim it was all a publicity stunt? How could Professor Ku possibly appreciate such a person? Ahem, you must have misheard. I never said that. Meanwhile, Song Qin and Song Jingjing, watching the live broadcast, waved their support sticks in celebration of Song Shao's victory. Though they could not be present at the venue, they rejoiced in their brother's triumph. "Brother, Stars was absolutely magnificent," exclaimed Song Jingjing, unable to contain herself as she leaped to her feet, fervently waving her support stick. Keilu's gaze was firmly fixed on the stars displayed on the screen. As the victor would receive a few moments of close-up after the competition concluded, the splendid gray-eyed beast, adorned with its triumphant demeanor, languidly hung its head, exuding an overwhelming presence that filled the arena. Even in its juvenile form, it remained undiminished in its majesty. Meanwhile, Song Shao wore a subtle smile as he stood on the blue side of the arena, extending his hand to grasp that of the defeated. The once disregarded and even suppressed foolish wolf had now grown into a being that he could only look up to in admiration. "Keilu," he murmured, gazing at the screen. Chapter 43, The Price of Power. Upon entering the backstage area, Song Shao encountered a throng of reporters preparing to ambush him. Just as he contemplated a discreet exit, a microphone unexpectedly appeared beside him. It belonged to a bidu bird, its plumage a delicate yellow, accented with red feathers on its forehead, while its tail showcased an interplay of blue and purple hues. With one claw gripping the microphone and the other clutching a smartphone, a camera dangled from its neck, displaying in bold letters, "What are your thoughts on being referred to as a genius beastmaster online?" Song Shao quipped, "I may have evaded the reporters, but I have certainly been captured by a reporter's pet." Noticing Song Shao's delayed response, the bidu bird chirped, "Bidu," as it thrust the microphone even closer, nearly poking Song Shao's lips. He glanced at the camera hanging from the bidu bird's neck and replied, My thoughts are that not only am I a genius beastmaster, but I'm also a genius in nurturing pets. Having triumphed in the competition, Song Shao had secured a place among the top 24. In the subsequent matches, each victor could potentially be his opponent, prompting Song Shao to train star while observing the remaining battles. After watching numerous matches, it became evident that all victorious pets were, without exception, of the evolutionary tier, with even some mid-evolution tier beasts emerging, one of which was a strong contender for this high-tier championship. Now that Star had reached the late awakening stage, Song Shao felt it was time to prepare for Star's evolution. However, if it was merely a matter of allowing Star to learn and evolve, it would have been a straightforward endeavor. Yet, Song Shao aspired for Star to undertake the path of bloodline evolution, a novel route, as no gray-eyed beasts in the interstellar realm had ever possessed such a pathway. Not only gray-eyed beasts, but all C-tier pets lacked the avenue of bloodline evolution. Uncertain of how Star had acquired this bloodline evolutionary pathway, Song Shao resolved to guide Star onto this path. Bloodline evolution differed from learning evolution, item evolution, or bond evolution. The latter three primarily required a singular evolutionary criterion. Learning evolution necessitated that the internal energy reach a threshold, with skill proficiency enhancing until evolution occurred naturally. Item evolution combined the requirements of learning evolution with various rare resources to assist pets in overcoming evolutionary constraints. Bond evolution relied on the emotional connection between the pet and the beastmaster. Bloodline evolution, however, imposed various demands regarding time, location, and even weather. According to the information Song Shao had gathered, every pet that underwent bloodline evolution was required to meet multiple conditions. At present, Song Shao was entirely uninformed about the conditions necessary for Star's bloodline evolution. However, he did possess a valuable resource, an S-tier pet nurturer named Ku Yao. During the midday break, Song Shao sought out Ku Yao with Star in tow. Bloodline evolution? Ku Yao regarded Song Shao with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend his interest in such a rarity, as gray-eyed beasts had only one evolutionary pathway, learning evolution. Unable to divulge the true reason, Song Shao could only explain. Every pet possessing a bloodline evolution pathway is invariably a formidable entity. I am merely curious as to why, in the past 500 years, aside from the rare dragon type, no other bloodline evolutionary pets have emerged. Indeed, while bloodline evolutionary pets were exceedingly scarce, in the 5 centuries prior, 1 or 2 such pets would appear every few decades. However, since then, apart from the solitary remaining dragon type, no bloodline evolution pets had surfaced, and those that had gradually perished. Ku Yao's gaze drifted towards the window, where the sunlight poured in with a warm touch, her voice calm, yet tinged with an imperceptible sadness. Who says no bloodline evolution pets have appeared in the last 500 years? Song Shao paused, momentarily taken aback. If that were the case, why had he found no trace of such information? Was it perhaps concealed? In the past 500 years, 37 pets with bloodline evolution pathways had appeared, yet all had failed to evolve, as if some force had stifled their innate talents, extinguishing their potential for evolution. My mentor once dealt with the 37th pet with a bloodline evolution pathway. Her conclusion was that the current environment is no longer suitable for their emergence. After humanity and the insect race, their natural enemies, stepped back from the historical stage, the divine bloodline within pets fell into slumber. Forcibly awakening, it would only lead to their demise. Song Shao tightened his grip around Star, who sensed the turmoil within him, her gray eyes reflecting concern. Have all 37 perished? He asked, his voice low. Ku Yao, lost in her memories, failed to notice Song Shao's distress, and she nodded slowly, without exception. This revelation struck Song Shao like a heavy blow, shattering any previous sense of relief or secret joy he had harbored. If he were to force Star onto the path of bloodline evolution, it could cost her life. Ku Yao quickly composed herself and spoke. Various planets, including the Interstellar Alliance, are researching ways to safely facilitate bloodline evolution in pets. While it may not be feasible now, perhaps it could be possible in the future. Besides, your pet is a gray-eyed beast. It possesses only one evolutionary pathway. Even if you could forge a contract in the future, Ku Yao left her thought unspoken, for it was fundamentally impossible. After all, a bloodline evolution pet appeared only once every few decades, and no matter how gifted Song Shao was, such an achievement was beyond reach. Alright, the physical parameters of the gray-eyed beast have stabilized. I prepared a batch of energy pills for 3 days. Let us see how it goes. After receiving Star's energy pills, Song Shao departed. As he walked, the gentle sunlight enveloped him, yet he felt no warmth. It seemed he could only lead Star down the path of learning evolution. Star, if the price of walking the road to power is the possibility of death, would you still choose this path? He murmured, not expecting an answer, believing Star might not comprehend the weight of his words. To his surprise, a voice echoed beside him. Ban, I will persevere. Chapter 44. The Omen of Bloodline Evolution. Song Shao halted, locking eyes with Star. Their bond was profound, and in that moment, he clearly understood Star's desire to grow stronger. He refrained from discussing the topic further. Both he and Star wished to pursue the path of bloodline evolution. But Kuyao had shared 37 grim examples that underscored the treacherous nature of this path, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. That night, Star slept at the foot of Song Shao's bed. Outside, raindrops began to fall, and the thunder rumbled across the sky as torrential rain cascaded down, enveloping the dark night as if it concealed fearsome beasts. The silver lightning surged forth with a destructive force, and the thunder roared, shaking the heavens as if they could no longer bear the tumult. In the depths of slumber, the star's forehead bore faint black lightning patterns that subtly emanated a soft blue radiance. In his dreams, Song Shao furrowed his brows, a persistent gravity shadowing his delicate features. Within the dream, he pressed a hand over his left eye, which throbbed painfully due to their shared empathy, cradling the injured star in his embrace. Around him, the relentless flicker of lightning persisted, cascading upon him like torrential rain, reminiscent of fissures in the heavens. At that moment, the pupil of his left eye had transformed entirely into a resplendent gray, a slight sting gnawing at his nerves as he gazed up at the terrifying pitch of the sky. The baptism of thunder seemed to last an eternity. Yet it could have been but an instant or countless days and nights. The star's mottled grayish-white fur began to shed, giving way to a new coat of slate gray. Its form swiftly expanding, fangs sharpening to a deadly point, and the lightning patterns on its cheeks deepening into an inky black, while an ethereal blue current flickered around a lightning on its forehead. The once brilliant gray eyes now hung low, surrounded by beautiful currents of electricity, shimmering like the Milky Way. As Song Shao beheld the star, its size had burgeoned to nearly 3 meters. And a thought surfaced in his mind. This was the evolved form of the star's bloodline, an undeniable certainty. Awakening from the dream, beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, while a long, fluffy tail draped over his calf, blissfully at rest. Sleep eluded him now as he began to ponder the entirety of his dream. It had been an environment shrouded in utter darkness, distinct from night or overcast skies, devoid of any lights save for the lightning. As if he had been ensconced within a dome, completely isolated from the outside world. The relentless downpour of lightning was overwhelming, numbering in the dozens, perhaps even hundreds. Moreover, Song Shao recalled that it appeared as though the lightning struck him directly. In the dream, he had been entirely bare, vulnerable to the elements, feeling the chill of the wind upon his exposed skin. Why, he wondered, would the lightning target him if it was the star undergoing ascension? At that moment, the star seemed to shield him, willingly absorbing the onslaught of lightning. Did bloodline evolution entail not only the evolution of the beast, but also the suffering of its master? Upon careful reflection, Song Shao recalled that the star's fangs had retained traces of a blue-violet substance, reminiscent of petal fragments. Could this be a necessary ingredient for the star's bloodline evolution? Although it had been merely a dream, a voice deep within him insisted that it held truth, that this was indeed the scene of the star's bloodline evolution. Song Shao picked up his phone and began to search for the elements that had appeared in his dream. After sifting through numerous items, he found 3 types of blue-violet petal fragments akin to those on the star's fangs. The spirit plant Emperor's spirit flower, the spirit plant reverse grass stem, and the spirit plant thunderflower. The thunderflower seemed attainable with sufficient funds. But the first 2 were exceedingly rare on the planets of Lanluos and Kaidel, requiring more than mere wealth to procure. Undeterred, Song Shao realized that the numerous failed bloodline evolutions of other beasts only underscored the difficulty of the process. Yet in his dream, the star had evidently succeeded in its evolution. While he remained unaware of the trials and tribulations it had endured to reach this point, the outcome was manifestly positive. At last, he had a vague direction to pursue. Reclining back on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, resolving to schedule a specialized coach after the competition to enhance his resilience. Otherwise, he feared he might be obliterated by lightning. The next day, Song Shao felt somewhat lethargic, the excitement from the previous night having taken its toll. In the day's competition, he was drawn not first, but rather placed in the 9th group, towards the middle back of the lineup, facing none other than the renowned Yueming Beastmaster High School, his old adversary. Ilu, a name surfaced in his mind, accompanied by the image of a girl with an unadorned yet strikingly cool visage, who had previously spoken to him during the second round. He had witnessed the match yesterday, noting that Ilu's companion was a crimson moon baibu, resembling a jellyfish, adorned with 6 elongated tentacles and crowned with silvery scales. A fairy and water-type beast, it possessed mid-tier skills such as hypnotic bubbles, electric bomb, tentacle whip, and the defensive skill water shield. Additionally, it harbored a hidden mid-tier skill, water binding net, which Song Shao would have remained oblivious to had he not utilized his left eye to inspect the Crimson Moon Baibu's abilities. Furthermore, the beast possessed a fairy-type skill. The greater the affinity a hypnotized beast held for the Crimson Moon Baibu, the higher its luck would soar. Song Shao recalled that in the top 24 competition, a beast under the influence of the Crimson Moon Baibu had become infatuated with it, resulting in an astonishing increase in its luck, allowing the Baibu to manipulate its opponent's beast into attacking itself effortlessly. He remembered that the star had previously been hypnotized by Teacher Ling's dream-eating vine and had also fallen under the spell of the dream butterfly's charm. Thus, the likelihood of the star becoming smitten was quite high. Moreover, Ilu's Crimson Moon Baibu was female, naturally attracting males. Song Shao grasped the star's face, imparting a serious warning. Do not become a sycophant. If you truly fall under the spell of the Crimson Moon Baibu, I shall record the match and play it on repeat for you every day. The star, unable to comprehend the nuances of being hypnotized and enamored with the Baibu, understood only that losing the match carried significant implications. Thus, upon hearing Song Shao's intention to record the video of its defeat, its handsome face transformed into a mask of panic, exclaiming, "I absolutely will not lose. And do not do that." Following this, the star cast a fierce glance at the photo of the Crimson Moon Baibu on Song Shao's phone, its expression twisted with rage, as if wishing to leap from the screen and sink its teeth into it. Chapter 45, Crimson Moon Baibu. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the next match and the participating contestants. In this bout, we have Song Shao from Yaming Beastmaster High School versus Ilu from Yueming Beastmaster High School. The announcer's voice boomed with enthusiasm, introducing the competitors with grandiose flair. As the opening music played, Song Shao and Ilu took their positions in the arena. The audience erupted in cheers for their favorite contestants, one voice ringing particularly piercing. "Ilu! Ilu! Show him no mercy! Song Shao! Song Shao! Victory is yours! Ilu! Ilu! The goddess shall prevail! Gray-eyed spot! Gray-eyed spot! The Crimson Moon Baibu reigns supreme! You, pathetic sycophant! Gray-eyed spot is the strongest! Awakened level trounces evolved level." As the whistle blew, Song Shao swiftly performed hand seals, waving his hands to summon the star onto the battlefield. The moment it appeared, it caught the tail end of a fervent cheer from the audience that labeled the opposing side as pathetic sycophants, culminating in a frenzied declaration of gray-eyed spot. "You are the best." The star gazed in astonishment towards the audience, and upon meeting the fervent gaze of a devoted fan, raised its chin slightly, turning away with an air of indifference and pride. The Crimson Moon Baibu, true to its psychic nature, exuded an aura of enchantment. Its 6 long, pale purple tentacles extended in a friendly greeting towards the star. Ilu glanced at her Crimson Moon Baibu as a beast master. She understood all too well that only beasts aligning with her aesthetic would initiate such greetings, indicating that this creature would be subjected to a most arduous trial. Ilu cast a sympathetic glance at the oblivious gray-eyed spot, as if she had already envisioned it transforming into a fervent admirer, desperately attempting to curry favor with the Red Moon Baibu, only to turn upon itself in self-derision. The moment Xingxing laid eyes on the Red Moon Baibu, an instinctive wariness enveloped it. Its previously drooping tail now hung low, and its gray eyes bore down with an oppressive gaze. Turning back to glance at its beastmaster, it observed Song Shao's meaningful smile, instantly recalling his words about replaying its defeats daily, a battle that wagered both dignity and pride. With the grace of a dancer, the Red Moon Baibu glided closer to Xingxing, who crouched low and emitted a warning growl, revealing its fangs crackling with pale blue electricity. Witnessing the gray-eyed spot regard it as a formidable foe, the Red Moon Baibu appeared utterly crestfallen, its rhythm disrupted. Red Moon, dodge! Song Shao commanded as he noticed the Red Moon Baibu continuously emitting sorrowful sounds. As anticipated, the next instant, a flurry of bubbles erupted from the Red Moon Baibu's mouth, drifting languidly toward Xingxing. Xingxing evaded 2 waves of the Red Moon Baibu's hypnotic bubbles before retaliating with an electric shock. However, the Red Moon Baibu deftly extended 2 tendrils, neutralizing the attack. Swift strike. Xingxing transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing behind the Red Moon Babu, which seemed to have anticipated the move. Its tendrils arched protectively around its form, faint currents of electricity flickering along the lavender appendages, threatening retaliation should Xingxing dare to approach. Detonate, Ilu commanded. The now unharnessed Xingxing remained a short distance from the Red Moon Babu, as a barrage of fast-moving droplets surged toward it, the attack radius entirely encompassing any possible escape routes. The water bombs detonated upon impact with the ground, creating a cacophony of explosions that pocked the battlefield. Although Xingxing lacked absolute defensive skills, its natural resilience was formidable. While the mid-tier electrical bombs were powerful and densely packed, Xingxing managed to evade the majority, sustaining only a few wounds that bled crimson. Licking its wounds, Xingxing utilized Shadow Bolt, leaving a residual illusion behind while its true form morphed into lightning, its sharp fangs poised to strike. With an earth-shattering roar of thunder, Xingxing unleashed its initial skill, momentarily stunning the Red Moon Babu. Seizing the opportunity, it followed up with Electric Kiss, aiming directly for the Red Moon Babu. Just as its fangs were about to penetrate the creature's body, the previously motionless 6 tendrils sprang to life, attacking Xingxing like a predator, ensnaring its prey. The tendrils lashed out, crackling with electricity, and Xingxing endured the onslaught, leaving 6 glaring crimson scars on its mottled gray fur, each laced with faint lavender currents that exacerbated its wounds. Spot! Xingxing cried out in agony. The Red Moon Babu, an evolved creature, was unfazed by the initial thunder roar. Its feigned stillness was merely a ruse to lure Xingxing into a carefully laid trap. Though Xingxing attempted to rise, it faltered, its proud gray eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve, persistently striving to stand. Song Shao observed the bloodied Xingxing, each movement causing more blood to flow. In a match where a creature's life was at stake, the referee would intervene. Is this your limit, Xingxing? Throughout, Xingxing had not once glanced at Song Shao, yet it was acutely aware that its beast master was watching intently. Thus, it resolutely refused to concede. It could not bear the thought of waking each day to a replay of its defeat, just as the referee prepared to intervene. Seemingly sealing its fate, Xingxing shook off its weariness and stood, head held high amidst the blood, letting out a defiant roar. Spot! Ilu watched the gray-eyed Spot in astonishment. Albeit without deep concern, the current state of the gray-eyed Spot was hardly formidable. The Red Moon Babu had expended much energy, and perhaps it was time to employ that particular technique. Waterbind. A colossal net woven from flowing water enveloped Xingxing, binding it tightly. The Red Moon Babu floated joyously before Xingxing. Red Moon, Red Moon. Countless ethereal bubbles cascaded upon Xingxing, shattering into sweet dreams. Become my captive, Red Moon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until the Waterbind's effectiveness waned. The Red Moon Babu saw no hint of surrender in Xingxing, whose gray eyes remained steely with hostility. How could this be? Ilu gazed in disbelief at the gray-eyed Spot. The Red Moon Babu had never missed its mark before. Electric Kiss. Song Shao smirked, issuing the command. He was hardly surprised at Xingxing's resistance to the Red Moon Babu's hypnotic bubbles. After all, Xingxing was still a juvenile creature. In essence, it was too young for infatuation. The Red Moon Babu's hypnotic bubbles were meant to incite affection in creatures, but previous targets had all been mature beasts. Thus, Song Shao had taken the initiative to research whether juvenile creatures could be lured by the allure of a female. Ku Yao informed him that juvenile beasts could indeed be enchanted, hypnotized, and rendered unconscious. However, due to their undeveloped glands, they would not produce any hormonal response. In other words, Xingxing could be lulled into a trance, but it would not experience what could be deemed affection. For the 4-month-old creature, the Red Moon Babu was akin to a mere child of 7 or 8 years. The Red Moon Babu's attempts at flirtation were futile. Red Moon, it implored. Andy, I'm not interested, Xingxing retorted, its sharp fangs, charged with electricity, piercing the Red Moon Babu's body. Even as the Red Moon Babu's dreamlike hues transformed to white, Xingxing mercilessly followed up with a thunderstrike. As it beheld the Red Moon Babu, struggling to rise from the pit, Xingxing, trembling yet resolute, turned its head to Song Shao and declared, Spot, Spot. Winning isn't even cool. No videos allowed. Song Shao, watching as Xingxing's legs trembled yet refused to collapse, could only chuckle at the sight of his prideful creature. The whistle, signaling the end of the match, resounded, and the increasing pallor of the Red Moon Babu indicated its injuries. True to its reputation for beauty, it maintained its grace even in defeat. Ilu retrieved the Red Moon Babu into its beast ring, approaching the arena where she observed Song Shao adorned with the emblem of Yamming Beastmaster High School. A bitter smile crossing her lips. It seemed that this time, The title of first in Jingguang would elude Yuanming Beast Master High School. She was now the last among all competitors of her grade. Meanwhile, Song Shao stood victorious upon the arena. Extending his hand, he grasped Ilu's somewhat cool palm. Congratulations. I hope you can stand until the end. Ilu tilted her head, offering a gentle smile of encouragement. Song Shao lowered his gaze, the long lashes casting a soft shadow. Thank you. Previously, when Song Shao had injured a competitor from Yuanming Beastmaster High School, he had feared he would find himself on their blacklist. Instructor Ling waved a supportive baton from the audience. But upon catching sight of the glum expression on the Yuanming coach beside him, he slowly donned sunglasses and remarked meaningfully, Coach Lee, I've seen you every day lately. Tomorrow, if you're suddenly absent, I must admit I'll feel a touch of regret. However, there's no need for you to feel overly disheartened. After all, not everyone possesses the same fortune as I do, achieving such a remarkable number of victories as a coach during their initial foray into mentoring students. It is primarily a matter of luck, Coach Lee. It is not that your abilities are lacking, but rather that fate has not favored you. Upon hearing Teacher Ling's sardonic remarks, Coach Lee, whose typically somber countenance darkened further, nearly drew his pet beast in a fit of rage, only to be restrained by security personnel. Despite his intense jealousy directed towards Song Shao, he managed to maintain his composure. There are talented individuals in every generation, but how many of those talents can successfully persevere? Were you not once hailed as a genius as well? Yet you remain stagnant at the third-tier beast tamer level, unable to resonate with your pet beasts. You would merely grow old as a third-tier beast tamer, nothing more. Teacher Ling's previously smirking visage gradually transformed into a more serious demeanor. Damn it, Lee, have I given you too much face? Teacher Ling abruptly stood up and, in a swift motion, yanked at Coach Lee's meticulously styled hair, which had been layered with 3 applications of hair wax. Coach Lee, unbeknownst to Song Shao, who had already retreated backstage, the audience area had devolved into chaos due to the altercation between the two coaches, nor was he aware of how many feet had trodden upon Coach Lee's wig, which could withstand an 8th-degree typhoon. After taking his pet beast, Xingxing, to the infirmary for treatment, Song Shao found that once Xingxing had healed and noticed the absence of people and other beasts, it reverted to its mischievous, husky nature, chasing after the flowers and grass along the roadside in a playful rampage. Observing the 3 types of spirit plants he had discovered in his dreams, Song Shao realized that none were within his current capabilities to acquire. Thus, he turned towards Professor Ku's research laboratory. To his surprise, he encountered Teacher Ling outside Professor Ku's laboratory. Since Professor Ku had taken Song Shao under her wing, Teacher Ling had spent more time in the audience cheering for him. Now, however, Teacher Ling stood outside the laboratory, sporting large sunglasses and exuding an intimidating, gang-like presence. As Song Shao approached, he remarked, Teacher Ling, wearing sunglasses indoors? Teacher Ling awkwardly adjusted his sunglasses, concealing his dark circles, and replied dismissively, It's just that the light is too strong. Before Song Shao could respond, muffled voices of argument drifted from within the laboratory. As he turned to open the door, Teacher Ling restrained him, stating, Song Shao, this is Professor Ku's family matter. It is not appropriate for us to intervene. Family matter? Just then, the door to the laboratory swung open, revealing a handsome man in his 30s. His face still flushed with residual anger. Upon seeing Song Shao, he paused momentarily, feigned nonchalance while loosening his tie, and then departed hastily. Upon entering, Song Shao found only Professor Ku and a visibly agitated Kuyu inside the laboratory. With his back turned to Song Shao, Kuyu's expression was tense. His fists clenched tightly. Sister, this isn't the first time for Ing Siyuan. Last time, you let him go as a favor, and now he wants to pull the same trick again. I believe it would be best to terminate this engagement as soon as possible. Be quiet, Kuyao replied coldly. All right, sister. Kuyu immediately fell silent. Kuyao turned her gaze to the newly arrived Song Shao, masking her fatigue with a casual demeanor. Just in time, Song Shao. You can help me check the energy levels in the gray pattern beast. The last recorded energy level for the gray pattern beast was 900. When this value exceeds 1,000, the beast will be ready for evolution. Generally, the transition from 900 to 1,000 requires at least 6 months, but Xingxing is no ordinary beast. Both recent competitions were battles against opponents of higher tiers, which tend to cause fluctuations in energy levels. To prevent an unprepared evolution, I need to closely monitor its energy changes. Song Shao nodded and summoned Xingxing from its beast ring. Xingxing, familiar with the laboratory, sniffed the air and recognized the pleasant scent belonging to the beautiful sister who fed it. Thus its pretense of aloofness diminished. Ku Yao placed Xingxing on the testing platform, and the instrument screen displayed various data about Xingxing's body, with energy levels fluctuating around 920. The rapid increase in energy levels after just 2 competitions caught Ku Yao's attention, further solidifying her belief in her decision. Chapter 47. Why learn anything other than posing? The 2-tier jumping battles had significantly accelerated the gray pattern beast's energy levels, perhaps by the conclusion of the high school Pet Beast League. Its energy would be sufficient for it to break through to the evolutionary stage, given that the gray pattern beast has consistently engaged in tier jumping battles. The possibility of advancing in the arena is not out of the question. Song Shao, be prepared. Should the situation necessitate, you may need to forfeit the competition. After all, the evolution of a pet beast carries inherent risks, especially since Xingxing is evolving so rapidly. I cannot ascertain whether this will accompany any adverse symptoms. Song Shao nodded. Though based on his dream, it appeared that Xingxing would not evolve during the competition. Nevertheless, exercising caution is always prudent. He opened his phone and retrieved the images of 3 types of spirit plants resembling purple petals that he had found in his dreams. Professor Ku, I would like to inquire about the circumstances under which these spirit plants typically appear and their effects on pet beasts. Due to the rarity of these 3 spirit plants, pet beasts that have utilized them exhibit a variety of attributes, suggesting they are not exclusive to lightning attribute beasts. In this regard, Song Shao, who could only be considered a semi-native, certainly fell short of the expertise of true specialists. Professor Ku's gaze fell upon the photographs, and before she could speak, Kuyu's face paled. Emperor Spirit Flower? Why are you interested in that? Professor Ku shot a cold glance at Kuyu, who promptly silenced himself, zipping his lips with a gesture to indicate he would refrain from further comments. The Thunderous Flower is a necessary spirit plant for the evolution of Beast King level lightning attribute beasts, typically required by initial tier A-grade beasts. You should be aware of the Thunder Fruit. The energy pill for the gray pattern beast contains this ingredient. The Thunder Tree is a wood attribute beast that bears fruit every 3 years and flowers once every 30 years, producing only a single blossom. Once the Thunder Tree has flowered in a location, it will depart and only return to that spot once it has found a suitable new habitat. Therefore, acquiring the Thunderous Flower is a challenging endeavor, and it holds significant value. As for the reverse growth grass stem, it grows on the planet Kaidel and is a symbiotic grass of an S-grade beast known as the Emperor Luca. However, the original habitat of the Emperor Luca has been polluted by the insect race, resulting in a drastic reduction in new beast births over the past few centuries. And the aging Emperor Luca has since passed away. Now, the Emperor Luca is a rare protected species on Kaidel, and the reverse growth grass stem is similarly safeguarded. The Emperor's Spirit Flower, according to legend, possesses the ability to enable a pet beast to surpass its limits. Professor Ku seemed to harbor an aversion to the Emperor's Spirit Flower, unwilling to elaborate further. She turned her gaze back to Song Shao, her eyes imbued with profound meaning. Although I do not know why you're interested in these spirit plants, it would be wise to learn about the Thunderous Flower and the reverse growth grass stem, but I advise against pursuing knowledge about the Emperor's Spirit Flower. The ability to enable a pet beast to surpass its limits and even reach the demigod level is reason enough to drive countless individuals to madness and obsession. The Emperor's Spirit Flower grows within the bones and blood of demigod-level pet beasts, harboring the souls of such creatures. Who can say whether the pet beast consuming the Emperor's Spirit Flower is one that battles alongside you or a deceased demigod-level beast? As Song Shao departed the laboratory with Xingxing, he encountered a figure approaching him on the training field. Standing still, he observed the man before him, the very same individual who had stormed out of Professor Ku's laboratory. Is there something you need? Both Song Shao and Xingxing inquired in unison. As Song Shao scrutinized the man, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Ing Siyuan smiled gently, his impeccably tailored suit and meticulously styled hair radiating an air of affluence. What a curious choice to wear such formal attire on a sweltering day, Song Shao thought to himself. Song Shao, our previous encounter was rather hasty. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Ing, and I seek your counsel regarding a most fortuitous matter. With that, Ing Siyuan handed over his business card with a flourish, his haughty demeanor unmistakable, as though he were bestowing upon Song Shao an extraordinary boon rather than merely offering a card. Song Shao, however, did not accept it, merely casting a glance. Ah, indeed he is a magnate. After all, the few occasions Song Shao had visited a pet store were at his establishment. Noticing Song Shao's blatant disregard, Ing Siyuan retracted his smile, reclaiming his card. He then extended his hand once more, this time presenting a check. It was Song Shao's first glimpse of a check in this world, prompting him to study it with curiosity. Ing Siyuan observed Song Shao's gaze, and the disdain in his eyes was no longer concealed. After all, a phoenix could not arise from a slum, at best a mere sparrow. As long as you refuse Ku Yao from continuing as your beast tamer, you may fill this check at your leisure. Unable to suppress a soft chuckle, Song Shao lowered his gaze momentarily before raising his head, exuding the naive exuberance of a high school student, utterly oblivious to the world beyond his impoverished upbringing. Really? I can fill out however I wish. A smirk played on Ng Siyuan's lips, tinged with annoyance. How had he ever believed Song Shao would pose a challenge? He was, after all, merely a short-sighted, avaricious commoner. As long as you decline Ku Yao's services as your pet trainer and allow her to willingly depart with me, you may fill it out as you please. Song Shao's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with unabashed ambition. Even a hint of impatience as he snatched the check from Ng Siyuan's hand, fearful of any reversal. Grasping a pen, he inscribed one followed by a series of zeros. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, until he reached 6. Ng Siyuan maintained an air of indifference. Yet as Song Shao approached the 8th zero, the tranquility faded from his expression. This amounted to 100 million star coins. Yet Song Shao showed no intention of halting his writing, his countenance unwavering as he inscribed the 9th zero. The smile vanished from Ng Siyuan's face, his gaze fixated on Song Shao. Oblivious, Song Shao continued, marking the 10th zero, raising the total to 1 billion star coins. Just as he was poised to inscribe the 11th zero, Ng Siyuan's expression darkened ominously. He grasped Song Shao's hand firmly. The once handsome features now twisted with fury, his teeth clenched as he hissed. Are you mocking me? Song Shao feigned innocence, perplexed. But didn't you say, Mr. Ng, that I could fill it out freely? Therefore, the amount should be entirely at my discretion, right? Surely, you must have enough funds for such a sum? In that moment, his expression shifted from innocence to a malicious grin. Now the one casting scorn, he taunted, if you lack the capital to back it up, why pretend to be grand? Chapter 48, I shall report this. Song Shao Sr. once remarked, do not be deceived by Song Shao's aloofness. His inner malice could corrode steel. Having endured his parents' divorce at a tender age, he had been shuttled between two unfamiliar households like a boarder. Once he entered middle school and could reside on campus, he never returned. Ranked first in his class and possessing good looks, when someone dared to confront him with such audacity, Song Shao initially felt astonished. He contemplated the expressions of the headmaster and class director witnessing a student who brought accolades to the school being cornered by a mere ruffian. It would surely be a spectacle. At that moment, Song Shao's feelings mirrored his current state. Upon completing the 11th zero, just as he prepared to pocket the check, it spontaneously ignited, followed by a fireball hurtling towards him. The searing heat threatened to singe his newly sprouted hair, and in a flash of bluish electricity, he vanished from his spot, narrowly avoiding the fiery projectile. Perched upon Ng Siyuan's shoulder was a flame bird, its fiery plumage aglow, a perpetual flame dancing atop its head, its claws of vivid crimson. Encumbered by a collar, this creature was either evolving or in an unstable state, necessitating a stabilizer. During its early stages of evolution, energy control could falter, and to prevent collateral damage, such volatile creatures were often outfitted with suppressors. The fireball that had just launched was already a diminished manifestation of its power post-collar, indicating Ng Siyuan's intent was merely to vent his frustration rather than inflict harm. Ng Siyuan may have reservations, but Song Shao held none, being a minor after all. As Song Shao commanded the star to act, a plump, pudgy creature, predominantly blue with a white underbelly and adorned with feline ears, unleashed a jet of water from its mouth, catching the flame bird unawares and knocking it to the ground. Before it could recover, the pudgy creature plopped down firmly upon the flame bird, securing its position. Kuyu's strategy revolved around surprise attacks, emphasizing swiftness and precision. Fortunately, at this moment, the flame bird was experiencing unstable evolution and wearing a suppressor. Otherwise, the ruse could not have succeeded. Suddenly, the pudgy creature yelped, leaping up in shock as the collar around the flame bird's neck became dislodged. In an instant, the flame bird surged in size, exceeding 8 meters. Its fiery crest, now a swirling blend of azure and white. A massive fireball erupted from the flame bird's beak. Withdraw! Song Shao commanded the star with urgency. The star transformed into a streak of lightning, racing towards the pudgy creature, sinking its fangs into the tips of its feline ears just in time to evade the fireball. The pudgy creature stared blankly at the crater left by the fireball, catching its breath after a near miss, then affectionately nuzzled the star. The star, taken aback by the sudden intimacy, felt an electric jolt and swiftly retreated from the pudgy creature. Ng Siyuan sneered, standing before the flame bird, stroking its glossy feathers. Kuyu, you've never surpassed me, even as a child. Do you still wish to show off? Kuyu first checked on the pudgy creature, confirming it had merely suffered a singed behind before clenching his fists and positioning himself protectively in front of Song Shao. He turned to Song Shao, assuring him, "Rest assured, you are my sister's student. I will protect you." Song Shao replied, "There is no need for that." Under Kuyu's watchful gaze, Song Shao retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Enforcement Bureau? There is an unstable energy creature attacking a miner, and the Beastmaster seems unhinged. Please send someone to apprehend them." Kuyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're actually calling the police?" Song Shao found the incredulity amusing. He was hardly foolish. And being a miner, it was only prudent to report danger. Why take a reckless risk for fleeting glory? In his previous life, he too had reported a persistent thug who had threatened him, resulting in a 10-year sentence for the assailant. After all, brandishing a weapon with intent to harm in a public space was a serious offense. Though this was a situation Song Shao had deliberately orchestrated, sometimes inaction was the only way to survive. Ing Siyuan chuckled, bemused by Song Shao's naivete. Indeed, a teenager's mind could be quite innocent. In District 10, no inspector dares to apprehend me. Just as Ing Siyuan was exuding an air of arrogance that had yet to last even 3 seconds, Kuyao emerged from the side, her phone indicating an ongoing call. "Captain Jean, I trust you're now aware of the situation. You may proceed with the arrest." A voice on the other end, one that Song Shao found vaguely familiar, responded my way. Song Shao cast a slightly disdainful glance at Ing Siyuan, suddenly reminded of the adage that some individuals, upon acquiring something, inevitably lose something else. It seemed that while Ing Siyuan had gained wealth, he had lost his wits. "Mr. Ing, I am well aware that a mere student such as myself cannot summon the inspectors to apprehend you. Hence my phone call was not to report an incident. Rather, I contacted Professor Ku for assistance in alerting the authorities. Surely, Professor Ku is far more capable than I, your humble pupil." As for the voice on the other end, "On my way," was indeed true. A 5-meter-long white bird circled the sky before descending, its sharp feathers reflecting a blinding white light onto the sun, upon which stood a tall man clad in black combat attire. Song Shao's memories were suddenly jolted back to the time he had been attacked by a mutated centipede, buried beneath a heap of refuse after a microwave explosion. It was this inspector, known as Captain Jean. The inspector, Jean Xingwan, possessed a classically broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted physique. Even as he descended, completely enveloped in his attire save for his slightly elongated eyes, he emanated an undeniable aura of pressure, one that even Ing Siyuan's excessive use of hair gel could not rival. Upon his arrival, Jin's gaze first settled on Kuyao before swiftly shifting, locking onto Ing Siyuan. "Brother Jin, you're back from your mission?" Kuyu exclaimed, his face lighting up. Jean Xinghua nodded. Surprisingly, the third person to receive his scrutiny was Song Shao, and that look was not one of a stranger. Rather, it bore a hint of wariness or perhaps something more profound. He soon diverted his attention back to Ing Siyuan, his tone neither warm nor cold. "Ing Siyuan, you have violated the Animal Control Act. I am obligated to arrest you. Should you have any objections, I could render you incapable of voicing them. So, do you have any objections?" In Chapter 49, Scars are the Medals of Men. Given Ing Siyuan's character, Song Shao had expected him to resist, even if only slightly, against Jean Xingwan. Yet, to his astonishment, Ing Siyuan remained unyielding, particularly when Jean Xingwan produced a silver-black object resembling a badge or card from his pocket. Ing Siyuan's countenance shifted dramatically, a flicker of apprehension dancing in his expression. Just as Jean Xingwan placed his hand on Ing Siyuan's shoulder, his brow furrowed, pressing a finger to his miniature earpiece, where a panicked voice emerged. "Captain Jean, B-13 is exhibiting unusual activity. The contamination level has risen to critical levels." Jean Xingwan replied gravely, "I'm on my way." Jean Xingwan led Ing Siyuan away, casting a glance back at Kuyao before slowly turning his gaze. Lowering his voice to Kuyu, "Take good care of your sister." Before Jean Xingwan's words had fully dissipated, Kuyao had already turned, her white lab coat trailing softly through the air as she averted her eyes, her tone calm, yet deliberately distant. "No need, he is utterly useless." Kuyu shrugged helplessly at Jean Xingwan, while the ding beast nodded in agreement. Indeed, its beastmaster was rather inept. With Star in his arms, Song Shao tended to the creature's fur before parting ways and continuing to the training grounds, though Jean Xingwan's enigmatic gaze lingered in his mind. The memory of being buried under refuse, enveloped in a stench so foul, combined with Jean Xingwan's position at that time, made it nearly impossible for him to be discovered. In that moment, Song Shao had braced himself for the prospect of being buried alive, but had sensed Jean Xingwan's gaze just before losing consciousness. Yet, How had he managed to lock eyes with Jin Xingwan through layers of refuse? Song Shao gently brushed his fingers against his left eye, the delicate sensation of his eyelashes grazing his fingertips. Within the training grounds, Song Shao focused on enhancing Star's skill proficiency. The potency of the same skill varies with levels of mastery. Currently, Star's electric shock skill had reached an advanced level, while other skills remained at the novice stage. However, he sensed that both the skills of Thunderbolt and Electric Kiss were nearing a breakthrough. Thus, he concentrated on training these two abilities, aspiring to elevate their proficiency to an advanced level as soon as possible. With Professor Ku's support, Song Shao could now effortlessly retrieve energy potions from his pocket to replenish his lightning-type beast energy. Watching as Star consumed 2 bottles of energy fluid in swift succession, Song Shao felt a twinge of regret for having allowed Ing Siyuan to burn that check. At the training ground, Song Shao set up a series of fire hoops, each over 10 meters wide. Star's maximum mobility speed for Thunderbolt was around 7 to 8 meters, and should its proficiency advance to an expert level, the distance could potentially extend to 10 meters. Consequently, Song Shao gradually increased the length of the fire hoops to stimulate Star's potential. Naturally, for Star's safety, he deliberately chose a training ground nearest to the medical facility. Star exhibited a marked reluctance towards the fire hoops, complaining, "Bam, bam, bam, bam. They'll singe my magnificent fur. I refuse to jump through." Song Shao had long noticed Star's vanity regarding its fur, equating its obsession with that of a Mediterranean man with a toupee. Despite Star's intense disdain for Ing Siyuan, it could not help but gaze at his slick back hair with a contemplative expression. Song Shao believed it necessary to instill in Star an understanding of masculine aesthetics to prevent the emergence of a greasy pet. Scars are indeed the metals of men. Lifting Star to eye level, it was the first time Star had been held in such a manner, and it couldn't resist reaching out to paw at Song Shao's face. "Bam Bam, what is up?" Song Shao brought Star closer, asking, "Am I handsome?" He felt confident in his appearance, believing it superior to his past life, to the extent that he could easily take center stage, even as a gigolo. Star nodded. During its time at the beast cultivation base, it had encountered many humans wishing to contract with a gray-eyed spot, yet only Song Shao had captivated its attention immediately. Thus, truly handsome men do not concern themselves with hairstyles, just like me, sporting such a hairstyle yet still being dubbed a genius beastmaster. Only those lacking in looks would obsess over their hairstyles. Star, is your fixation on your fur a reflection of your own inadequacy in attractiveness? Star gazed at Song Shao, puzzled, as if questioning whether truly handsome beasts were indifferent to their fur. Its expression conveyed a sense of naivety, prompting Song Shao to nod affirmatively. Gradually, Star's expression grew resolute, and it called out, "Bam Bam, I am truly handsome." Song Shao smiled lightly, then concealed his amusement, setting Star down and pointing towards the fire hoops. "Jump through. Prove your handsomeness." Bam Bam. Star transformed into a streak of lightning, diving through the fire hoop, only to singe the tip of its tail on the final ring upon landing. Star anxiously regarded its scorched tail, at which point Song Shao quickly exclaimed, "Incredible. Star, you are indeed truly handsome." Star raised its head, calling out "Bam Bam," and eagerly resumed its leaps through the hoops. With each passing attempt, Song Shao extended the fire hoops slightly further, resulting in an increasingly charred portion of Star's tail. Whenever Star looked mournfully at its singed tail, Song Shao was quick to offer praise. "That stance is absolutely stunning. What does a little singeing matter? It's merely a badge of honor for men. You'll never find another gray-eyed spot as dashing as you. Such handsomeness deserves to be captured and shown to my brother and Jingjing. Xing Xing, you are now far more handsome than Hikaru." Gradually, under Song Shao's continuous praises, Xing Xing lost himself in the excitement of the fire ring, becoming increasingly exhilarated. Without energy, he resorted to energy drinks, until in Song Shao's gaze, the proficiency of his skills, the Thunder Shadow, transformed from novice to seasoned expert. As he moved a remarkable distance of over 10 meters. "All right, let's take a break," Song Shao called out with satisfaction. At that moment, Xing Xing's once long, fluffy, and delightful tail had turned into a charred remnant. Song Shao, with a twinge of conscience, complimented, "The blackened look is distinctly unique, quite handsome." Xing Xing joyfully flicked his tail, leaving a dark mark on the ground from the singed fur, prompting Song Shao to quickly look away and scoop him up. "We should hurry to the medical center. It resembles a long rat's tail now." "Mambo, Mambo." The Mambo doll shook its head at the sight of Xing Xing's tail. It could treat the injuries of pets, but singed fur, in essence, did not qualify as an injury, so it was unable to restore Xing Xing's tail to its former glory. Much like a person, injuries can be treated, but if hair is cut short, one must simply wait for it to grow back. "Oh no, Xingxing has a competition tomorrow, Song Shao sighed, rubbing his forehead in distress. At that moment, Xingxing, confidently waving his singed tail, asked the Mambo doll, "I sent it handsome?" The Mambo doll replied honestly, "Quite ugly." Xingxing was taken aback. Chapter 50, 12-6. Song Shao immediately covered Xingxing's ears, coughed lightly, and clarified, "You misheard, it's very handsome." Mambo doll. Song Shao left the medical center, holding the somewhat bewildered Xingxing, taking out his phone to search for videos of previous matches in the Galactic League's Pet Challenge Cup. The Divine Beast level Lilolong faced off against the Divine Beast level Steel Giant Tiger, with the latter narrowly clinching victory. Observing the Steel Giant Tiger, almost all of its fur had been singed by Lilolong. Yet did this detract from its handsomeness? Just look at the audience's cheers. They wholeheartedly believe the Steel Giant Tiger to be powerful and charismatic. Xingxing, to become strong and evolve, must engage in battles, and battles inevitably lead to injuries. Fur may burn, bodies may sustain wounds, but these will heal in time. Only 4 months old, Xingxing was infused with a dose of motivational wisdom from Song Shao. His expression transitioning from doubt to shock, then confidence, and ultimately unwavering belief. Song Shao breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that this world lacked anti-fraud apps. At present, Song Shao was alone in their residence, as Zhou Yong had left early with his coach for school. However, before departing, Song Shao exchanged contact information with Zhou Yong, who promised to assist with scholarship matters upon returning to school. Furthermore, Zhou Yong mentioned that if Song Shao made it to the semifinals, representatives from Yaming Beast Tamer High would come to cheer him on, and they might meet again then. When Song Shao received this news, his heart stirred. Over the past few days, his brother Song Qin and Jingjing had refrained from contacting him, perhaps to avoid disturbing his competition. Yet he could genuinely feel their excitement and enthusiasm. In his previous life, when he represented his school in competitions, the only ones cheering around him were classmates and teachers. With no family in sight, his parents each had their own families, likely dreading any news from him that might disrupt the lives they had painstakingly built. At that time, he was young, not yet mature, and though he feigned indifference while holding a trophy, he still harbored a flicker of hope. He had once envisioned turning around to find not a sea of faceless teachers and classmates, but rather family members who genuinely rejoiced for him. The unattainable desires of youth. Even though years later he could confront that lingering solitude with composure, now, returned to his youthful self, he could not help but harbor a glimmer of longing. However, the family shop had burned down, and their already impoverished situation had worsened. Professor Ku, responsible for nurturing Xingxing, had alleviated many burdens for Song Shao, and the school would surely grant him a considerable scholarship. To ask for more seemed somewhat greedy. As he lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, he resolved to wait for the next opportunity. Next time he stood on the podium, amidst the cheers and flashing lights, he would behold 2 family members who genuinely rejoiced for him. Welcome, everyone, to the high school pet tournament, the round of 12-6. In the backstage area, Song Shao perused the profiles of his opponents, noting that only a few competitors remained. He had familiarized himself with these individuals to some extent. Among the first-year competitors, 2 had particularly unique pets. They were twins, one possessing a metal attribute, and the other a mechanical attribute. Such attributes were quite rare on Blue Star, a planet not known for technological advancement, unlike the metal and mechanical-rich planet of Zelrus. Zelrus had once been one of the main battlefields against the insectoid race and had suffered severe devastation. After the war, due to significant pollution and the urgent need to rebuild, a series of regulations beneficial to the survival of metal and mechanical attribute pets were enacted, making it their stronghold. These 2 types of pets were renowned for their unpredictability and formidable destructive capabilities, and given Blue Star's unfamiliarity with them, the twins were regarded as strong contenders for the championship. Song Shao's opponent in this match was the younger twin, whose pet, a metal attribute creature named Night Shadow Beast, was shrouded in a layer of light gray metal, with dark purple, flowing mist-like liquid beneath the surface, topped with a helmet intricately adorned with dark purple patterns. Currently, the twin brother was competing with his pet, a mechanical nightmare. From a normal aesthetic standpoint, the mechanical nightmare was far from appealing, bordering on grotesque. Its body was dark red metal, intertwined with black gears and robust, thorny vines, crowned with a bright red flower housing mechanical fangs that encased its energy core, a blood-red gem shaped like a tongue. As Song Shao gazed at the screen, he witnessed the flower bud atop the mechanical nightmare suddenly sprouting fangs, exploding forth as sharp mechanical teeth whirled to bite a piece of flesh from the opponent, leaving a wound shrouded in dark mist. Observing through his left eye, Song Shao discerned something amiss. The profile indicated that the mechanical nightmare was purely mechanical. It had harbored ghostly attributes, revealing it to possess dual attributes. Without a doubt, the mechanical nightmare emerged victorious from the match. The next contest featured Zhonghai Beast Tamer Hai S. Si Jinan against Yaming Beast Tamer Hai S. Song Shao. Song Shao appeared slowly on the competition stage, noting that Si Jinan bore an uncanny resemblance to his brother Si Jinbei, whose demeanor was perpetually haughty, while Si Jinan exuded warmth. Taking a moment to curiously assess Song Shao. As the whistle blew, Song Shao formed hand seals and waved, summoning a white beast ring that transformed into the likeness of Xing on the battlefield. The audience was already familiar with Song Shao, as he was the only competitor who had advanced to the top 12 with a late-stage awakened pet, defeating higher-level opponents and earning a reputation as a genius beast tamer. It was evident that many in the audience had become fans of Song Shao. Gray-eyed spot. Gray-eyed spot. Wait, why has gray-eyed spot's tail turned charred? Is this a new trend? Why was I not informed? To be honest, it looked somewhat ugly, but this was Song Shao as gray-eyed spot. Perhaps it was part of a strategy. Was it? Yet, I fail to see how this pertains to enhancing the combat prowess of our beloved beasts. The audience member, voicing discontent on behalf of Song Shao, turned to his companion and retorted, "Can you nurture a beast to reach the late awakening stage in just 4 months? Surely, Song Shao must have his reasons." The rebutted brother replied, "I can't believe that. Burning the tail fur, what does that have to do with increasing combat strength?" Chapter 51. The Shadow of the Stars. As the star made its entrance, not only did the audience gaze curiously at its charred tail, but even the commentators couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that this time, the gray-spotted beast has brought forth a new appearance, reflecting Song Shao's particular attention to this competition. Ku Yao observed the tail of the gray-spotted beast, momentarily taken aback. Recalling the previous fluffy, elongated tail, she pondered whether this was truly Song Shao's aesthetic. Should she perhaps remind him that the gray-spotted beast is exceptionally concerned with its image, and such alterations could adversely affect its emotions, hindering its growth and evolution? The star's striking debut was abruptly interrupted when the opposing Night Shadow beast began to laugh, clutching its belly. Night Shadow, Night Shadow. Upon hearing this, the star's expression shifted dramatically. With its proud head lowered, it glared at the hideous creature that was only slightly larger than itself. The gray-spotted beast narrowed its eyes menacingly, letting out a low growl, its sharp claws scraping against the ground. Suddenly, the star turned to its own familiar and exclaimed, "Ban Ban, quick, I want to give this ugly thing a good thrashing." Song Shao was taken aback. He had expected the star to be disheartened, yet it seemed entirely unaffected, its fighting spirit surging uncontrollably. Perhaps his exaggerated praise had proven remarkably effective? Now was not the time for such thoughts. Nodding in affirmation, Song Shao signaled. The star, understanding the cue, transformed into a bolt of lightning, traversing over 10 meters to encircle the Night Shadow beast. A pale blue electric current erupted against the beast's light gray metallic form. The Night Shadow beast was momentarily startled, but quickly regained its composure, its metallic exterior shifting from impenetrable to a pliable liquid state. Shadow bind. Si Jinan smirked, seemingly unperturbed by the star's onslaught. The purple markings entwined around the Night Shadow beast's gray metallic shell began to writhe with a life of their own, morphing into 5 or 6 dark purple tendrils that swiftly ensnared the star. The mid-tier skill, Shadowbind, would absorb the star's energy via the venomous metallic toxins on the tendrils, ultimately rendering it too weak to resist. Moreover, these dark purple appendages were akin to soft metal, capable of morphing with the star's struggles. Unless the star could grow several times its size, escaping the Shadowbind was nearly impossible. Disgusted, the star glared at the grotesque tentacles that resembled oversized snot, becoming increasingly agitated and thrashing violently. Song Shao's heart sank. The star appeared to be having a panic response to such a soft, hideous entity. All previous opponents had been aesthetically normal beasts. Thus, he had never noticed the star's apparent aversion to ugliness. However, the more it struggled, the quicker its energy was siphoned away. Star, calm down. Song Shao attempted to soothe the star's emotions through their empathic bond. Yet, upon touching the star's feelings, his complexion paled slightly. The star's emotional state was not merely a normal aversion to something unsightly. It was laced with a hidden fear. What was wrong with this gray-spotted beast? Why such an extreme reaction? Why did it seem somewhat uncontrollable? By all accounts, the bond between Song Shao and this gray-spotted beast was strong, filled with mutual understanding. It shouldn't be disobeying commands. Closing his eyes, he connected with the star's mental energy. From the star's perspective, the dark purple tendrils morphing around it transformed into flesh-colored mamba, E-rank beasts with a maximum potential of only extraordinary rank, which could not be contracted. They were gregarious creatures, often employed in breeding facilities to aerate the soil. At that time, when a star had just hatched, there were no caretakers nearby. The mamba were working in the gray-spotted beast's habitat, and upon its hatching, the star was greeted by a swarm of mamba. Startled, it leapt into the fray, unaware that the industrious mamba had not noticed the tiny star, leading it to be tightly ensnared and nearly suffocated. Had it not been for small mamba's discovery, the star might not have survived. As shadow bind absorbed energy, it also possessed hallucinogenic properties, and the star was likely slipping into a delusion. In the depths of darkness, Song Shao called out to the star, teetering on the edge of losing control. Electric kiss to your own tail. The mamba are on your tail, star. Upon hearing the name mamba, the star visibly froze, its gray-white fur nearly standing on end. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned and bared its fangs, unleashing a surge of pale blue electricity with unprecedented ferocity, biting down on its own tail. The already charred tail now appeared even more ragged and tragic, stained with blood. Bam! Night Shadow. Both the star and the Night Shadow beast let out simultaneous cries of anguish. For Electric Kiss had not only harmed the star, but also struck the Night Shadow beast entwined around it. As Song Shao opened his eyes to behold the star, it stood trembling in place after the violent electric discharge, its gray eyes shimmering with pale blue currents. The lightning patterns left by Electric Kiss intertwined with its gray-white fur, coalescing on either side of its cheeks. Song Shao had always perceived these lightning markings as mere decorative fur patterns, yet at this moment, they appeared to pulse with a life of their own. Jinan was taken aback by Song Shao's unforgiving nature, astonished that the star would execute its trainer's command without hesitation. Electric Kiss was a mid-tier skill, and now its proficiency had been elevated to an advanced level. The damage dealt was undoubtedly formidable. Night Shadow Blast. Jinan's amusement dissipated as he observed the flickering pale blue currents on the Night Shadow beast, promptly issuing a command. Electric Surge. Song Shao declared simultaneously. The dark purple explosive sphere collided with the pale blue electric sphere, enveloping the entire battlefield in a dazzling display of light, one bright, the other dark. The commentator's excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, a mid-tier Night Shadow Blast against an advanced electric surge. Who will emerge victorious? In the audience, Song Shao's loyal fans shouted, Gray-spotted beast. Victory is assured. Not necessarily, retorted the previously rebutted brother. Even an advanced proficiency in a basic skill may not stand against a mid-tier skill. Thunder. Song Shao commanded. Shield. Block it. Jinan's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. If the Night Shadow beast could withstand this bolt of lightning, it would surely triumph over the gray-spotted beast. With the latter's energy at the late awakening stage, it could hardly unleash any further mid-tier skills. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck down upon the battlefield, surging toward the Night Shadow beast's shield formed of light gray metal. The tremendous force of the thunder raged for a full 5 seconds, and, as the brilliance waned, it became evident that, despite its thinness, the shield had not shattered. Jinan felt a surge of joy and shouted, What about the final strike? Just as Jinan's expression shifted to one of disbelief, a second bolt of lightning plummeted from above the Night Shadow beast, crashing down with ferocity. Crack! The Night Shadow beast's shield fractured. Chapter 52. Luck value. This is impossible. Has this gray-spotted beast been bestowed with luck beyond measure? The sea-gray pet, the gray spot, advancing to the late awakening level within a mere 4 months has astounded everyone. They are taken aback by the rapid growth of the gray spot. Yet they overlook the fact that it has also mastered the intermediate skill of thunder, which possesses the potential for growth. At this moment, the audience observes the Night Shadow beast's shield shattered, leaving no one to doubt the defeat of the gray spot. The devoted fans of Xing let out a long sigh of relief, smugly addressing a brother who had been persistently challenging him. See, I told you, this is strategy. The new form will undoubtedly unleash the gray spot's combat prowess. The brother, no longer in a mood to argue, gazes at the gray spot on the field with a look of perplexity, unable to comprehend how burning its tail relates to enhancing its combat abilities. On the battlefield, after the Night Shadow beast's shield broke, thunder struck it, causing it to let out a pained cry before collapsing into the pit created by the lightning, unconscious. The whistle signaling the end of the match sounded, and as the victor, Song Shao promptly returned Xing to the beast ring. He approached the center of the arena, where he noticed several cracks had formed due to the impact of the thunder. Song Shao extended his hand, and Jinan wore a smile that seemed somewhat strained. This Song Shao shows great potential, and the gray spot's evolution is remarkable. It appears he will surely secure a place among the top 3, remarked one of the judges. Indeed, although winning the championship may be unlikely, positions 2 and 3 are still attainable. Regrettably, the gray spot has yet to evolve to the evolution level, nor has it contracted a second pet. Otherwise, he could represent the 4th district in the National High School Beast competition, lamented another judge. After the conclusion of the 4th District High School Beast competition, the top 10 will earn the right to participate in the National High School Beast competition during the summer. However, if by that time Song Shao's pet has evolved and he contracts a second one, he could still compete, the judge continued. But, Professor Chong, do you not believe that Song Shao has a chance of winning? Professor Chong glanced at the silent Kuyao, carefully choosing his words. The likelihood is slim. You must have noticed that Si Jinbei's pet possesses dual attributes, yet it has not utilized any ghost attribute skills during the match, leading the audience to mistakenly believe that Mechanical Nightmare only has mechanical attributes. The reason Si Jinbei has not employed ghost skills is simply that he has yet to encounter an opponent that necessitates their use. In other words, his true strength far exceeds what has been displayed. Although the gray spot currently exhibits strength comparable to that of an evolution level, Mechanical Nightmare is no ordinary evolution level beast. In terms of overall strength and statistics, the gray spot's chances of clinching the championship are minimal. The judges nodded in agreement, with one voicing his confusion. It is hard to imagine that the gray spot, displaying such formidable power, has yet to evolve. Professor Ku, as an expert in this field, is this gray spot particularly special? Ku Yao withdrew her gaze from the arena, responding, the conditions for pet evolution are quite complex. The gray spot belongs to the category of pets that evolve through learning. Once it comprehends a sufficient number of intermediate skills and its internal energy surpasses 1,000, it will naturally complete its evolution. If the gray spot has not evolved yet, there are likely 2 reasons. One pertains to the comprehension of intermediate skills, and the other concerns its internal energy levels. The judges nodded thoughtfully and pressed on with their inquiries. Professor Ku, as you oversee the development of the gray spot, which criterion has not been met? Ku Yao fell silent. There is none. In terms of skills, the gray spot has indeed mastered intermediate skills with growth potential. Regarding energy levels, it can utilize thunder even when severely injured. From any perspective, the gray spot should have evolved, yet it has not shown even the slightest sign of instability in its energy levels indicative of impending evolution. Ku Yao could not help but feel a twinge of worry. Once a pet enters into a contract with a beast master, their fates become intertwined. Should the pet fail to evolve, and there are no issues with the pet itself, it is highly likely that the problem lies with the beast master. There have been instances where beast masters overextended their mental energy to forcibly catalyze their pets, resulting in a complete halt to further evolution for both the pet and the master. Such situations were not uncommon during the wars against the insect race hundreds of years ago, as these were desperate measures taken to achieve rapid growth. Surely, Song Shao would not resort to such extremes. She mused, her gaze landing on Ling Weishan in the audience, who was exuberantly celebrating with her foolish brother, looking quite aged. Ling Weishan had once been hailed as a genius, awakening his mental power at 12 and breaking through to a 3rd-level beastmaster by 18. However, he had not made any progress since then, becoming an example of squandered potential. The years without progress had caused him to age more rapidly than his peers. In the backstage area, Si Jinan, having lost this match, could only vie for positions 6 to 10 to represent the 10th district in the National High School Beast competition. He stood before his brother, Si Jinbei, feeling somewhat uneasy. The coach from Jinghua Beast High stood beside Si Jinbei, advising, Jinbei, Song Shao's gray spot is not your typical late awakening level. It may even surpass many evolution level beasts in strength. Although Jin Nen lost this time, it was not a total loss. At least we discovered that the gray spot has evolved the skill thunder. Now we understand Song Shao's capabilities. While he remains unaware that your pet also possesses ghost attributes, he will be a formidable rival, and we cannot afford to be complacent. In the upcoming 6-3 round, unless we face Song Shao, we should refrain from revealing our trump cards. Si Jinbei exuded an aura of indescribable gloom, akin to the chilly drizzle of a rainy day. Cool yet suffused with a sense of foreboding, he idly fiddled with the silver ring on his finger, nodding slightly. Song Shao emerged from the medical facility with Xing rejuvenated. He searched for the characteristics of ghost attribute pets on his phone. Some ghost attribute pets are said to possess a curse of misfortune, much like the red moon babu of Ilu, which, through its hypnotic bubble, incites affection in its opponents. The more affection garnered, the higher babu's luck becomes. Ghost attribute pets are generally characterized by their ill temper and penchant for mischief. The more terrifying their appearance, the greater their curse of misfortune. Contemplating the rather unfortunate appearance of Mechanical Nightmare, Song Shao resolved to delve deeper into how to counter skills, such as the curse of misfortune. Dark and fairy-type pets counter ghost attribute pets. Regrettably, Xingxing does not belong to either category. Come, let us test your luck, he declared. Song Shao changed out of his school uniform into a simple white t-shirt and black pants, slinging an old backpack over his shoulder, donning a cap, and cradling Xingxing as he exited the Beast Combat Base, where registration is required for outings outside of competition hours. After completing the registration, Song Shao opened his phone to search for the nearest lottery shop. Chapter 53, Unfortunate Luck. The Interstellar Pet Challenge Cup has now entered its concluding phase, showcasing the top 10 competitors across the galaxy. Song Shao brought Xingxing into the lottery shop, allowing it to choose the winning contestants and their respective winning ratios. The shop owner cast a curious glance, but upon confirming that Xingxing was indeed not a fairy-type pet, lost interest. Beastmasters who contract fairy-type pets often bring them along to purchase lottery tickets, as fairy-type pets are synonymous with good fortune. Ban? Xingxing's eyes flitted across the various competitors, picking up and putting down choices. Upon inspection, Song Shao noticed that Xingxing gravitated towards the more aesthetically pleasing beastmasters and their pets, dismissing those who were less visually appealing without a second glance. This is truly a hopeless case of being a beauty connoisseur. Once Xingxing completed its selections, Song Shao discovered that it had indeed chosen the most handsome contestant, whose pet was renowned for both beauty and luck, a fairy attribute beast. As Song Shao's thoughts suddenly diverged, he pondered the superficial nature of the stars. What if, when they grew older, they encountered a beloved pet beast that scorned them? He recalled a news story about a pet beast that, after being spurned in love, succumbed to overwhelming sorrow and developed a delusional disorder. It used its invisibility skill to reside within the home of its beloved, only to be discovered later, with its teeth broken, clinging desperately to its crush's leg. Stroking the head of the star, Song Shao resolved to accumulate some savings for it. After placing his bets, he took the star to participate in a lottery. However, after 13 consecutive attempts, all he received was a polite thank you for playing. Ban? The star pointed at the prize box, signaling its desire to continue playing. With a sigh at his depleted wallet, Song Shao coldly cradled the star and departed, lamenting the extravagance. Just then, a voice called out from behind. He halted, noticing a vendor standing by the lottery box, her youthful visage still adorned with traces of baby fat. Dear student, if you draw more than 10 times without winning, you receive a complimentary attempt. Song Shao felt slightly comforted, and the star perked up once more. Ban. As the star resumed its lottery endeavors, Song Shao casually inquired, "Are there many who fail to win after 10 attempts?" The vendor's expression turned slightly embarrassed as she met his gaze. "No, you are the only one." Song Shao felt a pang in his heart. The star, clutching a lottery ticket in its mouth, urged him to scratch it. Upon receiving the ticket, he scratched only a corner, revealing a character that represented gratitude. He casually placed it in his pocket and patted the star's head. "Let us go." The star gazed longingly at the lottery box, but eventually followed in Song Shao's footsteps. Ban? No win. Ban? Stopping, Song Shao bent down to lift the star. "No, your luck is quite good. It merely falters occasionally." Ban? The star looked up at Song Shao, its brilliant gray eyes filled with affection. "Truly, when have I ever deceived you?" Song Shao, with a twinge of guilt, maintained a straight face as he reassured it. As for these matters, Song Shao thought, what to be done? One must comfort their child when they cry. Could one possibly return them? Ban. The star brightened, its underdeveloped tail sweeping against Song Shao's leg. "Can I have a cheese stick?" Song Shao swiftly covered the star's mouth, resolutely stating, "No, you do not wish for that." The star, looking dejectedly at Song Shao, asked Ban, "So love can disappear, can it? Today, no phone for you. We must refrain from indulging in trivialities." Ban. This time, the star was genuinely disheartened. As the 6-in-3 competition commenced, Song Shao was slated to compete first. His opponent was not Si Jin Bei, but rather a petite girl with large, expressive eyes and an adorable mushroom haircut, reminiscent of a middle school student. Despite her youthful appearance, she was the only girl among the remaining 6 contestants. With 3 minutes remaining before the match, Song Shao encountered Su Yin backstage. She stood on tiptoe, her radiant smile revealing a hint of a small canine tooth. "Hello, Song Shao. May I have a paw print from your gray-eyed star?" Her large, glistening eyes seemed to hold a universe of wonder, easily giving the impression that they were entirely focused on him. This was the first time Song Shao had met such an enthusiastic opponent. I adore gray-eyed stars. I've even drawn many chibi versions of it. Please, could you grant me a paw print? Upon hearing her mention him, the star pointed at itself. Puzzled, Banban. Is she talking about me? After a brief explanation from Song Shao, the star became ecstatic, patting its own paws, but, mindful of its image, refrained from leaping at her. Sun Yin, thoroughly satisfied, received the star's paw print and cheerfully dashed off to the battlefield. Song Shao stood momentarily in a daze, contemplating that if the star truly gained significant fame, merely selling paw prints could yield substantial profits. After all, celebrity autographs in his past life could fetch exorbitant sums. And in this world, renowned pet beasts wielded greater influence than stars themselves. He envisioned the possibility of having the star imprint 100 or so items and then leisurely await the windfall. Suppressing a smile, he pushed aside such thoughts and ascended to the battlefield with the star. As Song Shao gradually emerged onto the blue side of the arena, a cacophony of cheers erupted, louder than ever before. Turning his head, he noticed a group of 30 or 40 students from Yamming Beast Taming High School, all clad in uniforms identical to his, with the principal and teacher in the center. Among them were his older brother Song Qin and Jing Jing. His brother had a band on his forehead emblazoned with Song Shao's name, while Jing Jing held a sign bearing the star's name aloft. Both appeared elated, their faces slightly flushed. Principal, why have you come in person? Teacher Ling inquired, puzzled. Isn't it the director who was supposed to attend? The principal replied, curtly, why not? This is our school's first prodigy. Why shouldn't I come? I even brought a sign. The elderly principal, with his hair turned gray, produced a pink headband emblazoned with Song Shao's gray-eyed star and placed it atop his head. Teacher Ling. Song Shao suddenly felt a warmth swell in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he surveyed the audience and smiled. As the spotlight shone down, his youthful features, delicate yet vibrant, were accentuated, his phoenix eyes curving into a joyful arc that captivated all who beheld him. The whistle blew, and the match began. Chapter 54. Please do not toy with your opponent. With hands forming seals, Song Shao waved, summoning the star to the battlefield. At the sight of the star, Song Qin and Jing Jing cheered even louder, and the star, recognizing their familiar voices, turned towards them, excitedly calling Banban. Sun Yin summoned a water-type Lan Shui turtle, its body a deep blue reminiscent of the ocean, with its shell adorned with light blue water patterns. Its limbs resembled beastly claws, and its large, glistening eyes mirrored its trainer's soft and adorable demeanor. The star's electric attribute naturally countered the water type. Perhaps Sun Yin was aware of the slim odds of victory, for she maintained a calm demeanor. However, the Lan Shui turtle, in stark contrast to its trainer's composure, suddenly launched an attack on the star, its big, adorable eyes brimming with determination. Lan, wave of water. The Lan Shui turtle's front paws slammed onto the battlefield, instantly unleashing a torrent of water that formed a circular wave around it. Using the water flow to conceal its form, the turtle surged towards the star like a water cannon. Dodge! The star transformed into a flash of lightning, evading the Lan Shui turtle's assault. However, as it reappeared 10 meters away, the water cannon crashed down upon the ground, sending sprays of water in every direction. Yet the Lan Shui turtle was nowhere to be seen. Sun Yin, grinning with delight, quickly issued her command. Tidal spin, clone. In an instant, 4 whirlpools of water encircled the star, each containing a Lan Shui turtle. The 4 whirlpools gradually closed in on the star, ultimately converging to form a massive, deep blue water sphere, enveloping the star within, while the 4 Lan Shui turtles simultaneously attacked. While Song Shao's gray-eyed star possessed a natural advantage over Sun Yin's Lan Shui turtle, it was indeed surprising to see it seize the initiative and dictate the pace of the battle right from the start. Indeed, it is evident that none of the competitors who have advanced to the top 6 are to be underestimated. The first-year participants this time are remarkably more exceptional than their predecessors, with many second- and third-year competitors overshadowed by their prowess. The coach of Jinghua Beast Taming High School observed the gray-eyed leopard ensconced within the water sphere, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although the electric attribute counters the water element, a significant disparity in the strength of the creatures could allow the water type to overcome the electric attribute in turn. Prior to the match, he had specifically sought out Sun Yin's coach to impart a few strategies. In the stands, Jing Jing clutched Song Qin's arm tightly, overwhelmed with anxiety, while her backpack contained a pair of azure eyes peering through the zipper's gap, fixated intently on the gray-eyed leopard on the battlefield. The currents within the tidal whirlpool quickened, nearly forming a vortex. Within a minute, the creature would succumb to asphyxiation and lose consciousness. It seems I have overthought this. I never anticipated that Song Shao would be so reckless in this match. Jin Bei, it appears the championship is beyond reach. The coach of Jinghua Beast Taming High School, initially relaxed as he watched the gray-eyed leopard being tossed about by the whirlpool, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, the stars within the whirlpool transformed into a bolt of lightning, strikingly prominent against the deep blue water. While 3 of the 4 Lan Shui turtles were instantly obliterated by the electric surge, after the disappearance of the 3 clones. The lightning that once embodied the stars did not revert to its original form, but instead maintained its electric guise as it surged through the true Lan Shui turtle. The whirlpool was immediately shattered, and the Lan Shui turtle, pierced by the lightning, fell onto its back, its large eyes filled with confusion. How is this possible? The thunderbolt had been executed consecutively without a pause. Song Shao exchanged glances with the stars, extending his hand to gesture. The stars lunged toward the Lan Shui turtle, clamping onto its neck, and with a powerful toss, sent the turtle soaring into the sky. Lalel, the Lan Shui turtle cried out in panic. But finding itself on its back, its 4 limbs flailed helplessly in the air, unable to right itself. As the Lan Shui turtle plummeted from the sky, the stars conjured a fist-sized bolt of pale blue electricity, targeting the descending turtle. The turtle shell was highly defensive, and this time, the electric impact, possessing only half the previous power, inflicted minimal damage. Nevertheless, the turtle was propelled upward once more due to the electric shock. Thus, the audience, the judges, and viewers online witnessed the gray-eyed leopard seemingly playfully tossing the Lan Shui turtle into the air with a lackluster electric strike, sending it soaring again. The now spinning Lan Shui turtle, terrified in mid-air, found itself without any leverage. Its limbs splayed helplessly, rendering it unable to seek refuge. Lalel, Lalel. In this manner, the Lan Shui turtle began to wail in front of the audience and judges. Meanwhile, the stars reveled in the amusement, employing its electric skill to vault the turtle repeatedly into the air. The audience fell silent before someone tentatively remarked, "Is this humiliation? How ruthless!" It not only belittles the Lan Shui turtle, but utterly strips it of dignity. Having assumed that the gray-eyed leopard was aloof and difficult to approach, no one expected Song Shao's companion to be so uniquely spirited and lively. What a lively creature. Your filter must be 10 layers thick. Song Shao observed as the stars frolicked as if playing fetch, leaving him both amused and bewildered. He recalled the earlier instance when he had shown the stars videos of training with fire hoops, during which he had not noticed its interest. Now, it had spontaneously executed a real-time practice session, concerned that the Lan Shui turtle might genuinely be harmed if this continued. He spoke up, "Be serious, stop playing." Upon hearing the command from its beastmaster, the stars cast a reluctant glance at the crying Lan Shui turtle in midair before gathering its energy for one last electric impact, this time fully charged. The Lan Shui turtle soared like a parabolic arc from the left side of the battlefield to the right, crashing into the ground and creating a sizable crater. The referee approached the arena, observing the Lan Shui turtle cowering within its shell, unresponsive despite attempts to coax it out. Consequently, despite still possessing fighting spirit, the turtle was declared the loser by the referee. Sun Yin cradled the Lan Shui turtle in her arms, sensing the familiar essence of her beastmaster, which finally soothed the turtle's weeping. However, as it peeked out, it was met with the star's inquisitive gaze, as if saying, "Let us play together again next time." The Lan Shui turtle lamented, "Woo-woo, play with your grandfather," having left a profound psychological scar on the Lan Shui turtle. The stars reclaimed its lost dignity, lifting its chin and standing proudly beside Song Shao, gazing at the audience amidst the uproar of applause. Unable to resist the upward curve of its lips, the camera captured this moment, broadcasting it on the big screen. The azure eyes of Haikalu, reminiscent of the deep sea, watched the star, adored by all, before it retreated into the backpack. Following the conclusion of the top 6 competition, the 3 victorious contestants engaged in a draw, with one contestant receiving a bye. Standing beside Song Shao was Si Jin Bei, and after Si Jin Bei completed his draw, Song Shao glanced at the stars and indeed perceived its interest. Yesterday, to test the star's luck, he had allowed it to draw numerous times. Evidently, it had developed a fondness for this game. Song Shao was unconcerned and permitted the stars to draw on his behalf. Each participant presented their draw to the judges, who announced the results. Judge Chang's expression softened slightly upon receiving the envelope from the stars. The contestant receiving a bye is Song Shao. Congratulations. Song Shao, who had been fully prepared for battle, found himself momentarily stunned by the unexpected announcement. His first thought was that the stars had indeed improved its luck. Truly, a remarkable turn of events. Rather than retreating to the backstage, the by-granted Song Shao made his way to the audience. Song Qin immediately stood up and enveloped him in a suffocating embrace. Fortunately, thanks to his training with the beasts, Song Shao's physique had vastly improved, allowing him to withstand the force of her affection. Shao Shao, you've truly brought honor to the Song family. The neighbors are glued to the live broadcast of your matches every day. Indeed, brother, you are incredibly impressive, Jingjing remarked. Her complexion rosy and the frail appearance of the past nearly vanished. A warmth spread within Song Shao as he chuckled lightly while holding the stars. It's just a relief not to have disappointed you. The trio exchanged a few simple pleasantries when an elderly gentleman approached with a cheerful demeanor. Song Shao regarded him and spoke, "Principal." The old man raised an eyebrow. Song Shao. Earlier, the gray-eyed leopard executed 2 thunderbolts with no interval. Has its proficiency reached the advanced level? Song Shao nodded. The primary focus of training was to utilize Thunderbolt for long-distance teleportation. The consecutive execution was merely practiced a few times before, but never successfully. This time, perhaps the stars sensed danger in the whirlpool, and with its proficiency having reached an advanced level, it suddenly erupted. The principal nodded in approval. Recognizing the remarkable achievement of mastering Thunderbolt to an advanced level and executing consecutive strikes without intervals within such a short time frame. Such talent is indeed formidable. He has served as the principal for 30 years and has witnessed many beast tamers hailed as geniuses. However, none have come close to the extraordinary talent exhibited by Song Shao. The elderly man's eyes sparkled with sharp insight as he adjusted the sign above his head inscribed with the words Song Shao, gray-eyed. His demeanor radiated both gravitas and an endearing charm. You have already attained the rank of a second-tier beast tamer, yet you have not secured a contract for a second companion beast. Here is the proposition. Regardless of the outcome of your final match, whether you triumph or claim the championship, your second companion beast will be sponsored by the school. Naturally, its grade cannot exceed A level. We simply lack the funds for an S-level beast, which would cost at least 10 million star coins. At this revelation, Song Shao was momentarily taken aback. Such generosity, 10 million star coins. This was not merely 1,000 or 10,000, but 10 million. Even in his previous life, despite winning numerous awards for the school, the total prize money amounted to a mere 500,000. The principal pondered, realizing it had been ages since he had a student capable of competing in the National High School Beast Tamer Tournament. Now that Song Shao had emerged, he could not bear to let him lose his eligibility due to the absence of a second companion beast. This funding would be procured, even if it meant selling everything he owned. Just as Song Shao was about to express his gratitude, a sudden sound interrupted him. The zipper of Jingjing's backpack was pulled open by a pristine white claw, and Hikaru soared out, landing before Song Shao, speaking urgently. "Kulu, Kulu." Xingxing immediately became alert, fixing its gaze on Hikaru and emitting a low growl of warning. Song Shao had not worn a beast translator during the match, so he was momentarily unaware of what Hikaru had said to provoke Xingxing's ire. Yet, why did this Hikaru seem so familiar? Wasn't he at the very one that once practiced with Xingxing? He recalled how Hikaru had gone missing, prompting its beast tamer to spend a fortune searching for it. Eventually, Song Shao, alongside the owner of the beast training facility, had returned Hikaru, sharing the reward. Banban, you must be dreaming. He is my beast tamer. Xingxing was no longer the same gray-eyed creature that had once been bested by Hikaru. Back then, Xingxing had not even known how to use Speed Flash, merely watching helplessly as Hikaru dominated the skies, delivering overwhelming defeats. Even though they had reached a stalemate in their subsequent encounters, the humiliation of past losses lingered. That insufferable creature now sought to claim its beast tamer. What a fantasy! With Song Kun's explanation, Song Shao learned why Hikaru was with them. After their shop had burned down, Song Kun had temporarily taken Song Shao's place at the beast training facility, where he discovered Hikaru in a state of dire distress, bloodied and poisoned, hiding in the equipment room. Initially, Song Kun treated it as a mere companion beast, but later, the manager revealed Hikaru's significant origins. Naturally, Song Kun wished to return Hikaru to its rightful owner. However, after Hikaru explained its plight, Song Kun realized that its true master was not its tamer, and in a fit of rage, the tamer had sought to end Hikaru's life. Hikaru had barely escaped with its life. Subsequently, Song Kun and the manager silently took Hikaru in, and now it had secretly concealed itself in Jingjing's backpack to attend the competition. With the full context now clear and understanding what Hikaru had communicated, Song Shao hesitated before asking, "Do you wish to become my second companion beast and form a contract with me? Hikaru nodded eagerly, demonstrating its graceful form and sharp claws. Its exquisite appearance was indeed a rare find among its kind. Teacher Ling's jaw dropped in astonishment. He remembered that Hikaru was notoriously difficult to contract, with countless beast tamers having returned defeated, only to harbor resentment. How could Hikaru possibly be the one seeking a contract, even showcasing itself like a peacock? Observing Song Kun's nonchalant demeanor, Teacher Ling inquired, "Aren't you the least bit surprised? This is Hikaru we're talking about." Song Kun replied, bemused by the astonishment of others. "Oh, this is quite normal. Xingxing also had to defeat other gray-eyed beasts to earn the right to contract with my brother. My brother has always been favored by companion beasts." Chapter 56, I cannot contract with you. The principal stood by, slightly dazed. If this were to occur in contemporary times, it would be akin to walking down the street and being noticed by Lei Jun, who, astonished by your talent, immediately offered you a salary of 10 million and affectionately patted your shoulder, saying, "Young man, work hard. I have faith in you." Regardless of who articulated such a scenario, it would possess an absurdity akin to a daydream. Yet, this surreal event was unfolding before their very eyes. Hikaru was fervently showcasing its feathered blades before Song Shao. Resembling an eager salesperson, Teacher Ling was further bewildered. He recalled that Hikaru was a beast unique to the Blue Star, renowned for its pride and selectiveness. The number of individuals who successfully contracted with Hikaru was fewer than 100, each having engaged in a battle of wits and endurance to achieve such a feat. Why was the situation before him so inverted? Gulu, Gulu. Hikaru gradually folded its pristine wings, its azure eyes fixed on Song Shao, then leaned its head closer. Holding Xingxing, Song Shao fell into a moment of silence before regretfully responding, "I'm sorry, but I cannot contract with you." The principal exclaimed, "Surely I'm growing old. Am I beginning to hallucinate?" Teacher Ling coughed. "Do you even realize what you're saying? This is an A-level top-tier beast, Hikaru. In its later stages, it could rival S-level beasts. This is a companion beast that cannot even be purchased with money." Hikaru was equally astonished. It had encountered countless human beast tamers begging for a contract, and even the likes of Si Bo had gone to great lengths to secure a bond with it. Yet, this was the first time it had bowed its head, actively seeking a contract with a human beast tamer, only to be met with rejection. Hikaru wore an expression of disbelief, flooded with thoughts of its rejection. Observing Hikaru's dejected demeanor, Xingxing's own hostility softened. After all, it too had once feared that its beast tamer might not contract with it. Alas, what could be done? Its beast tamer was simply too popular. In this moment, only Song Kun nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Xiao Xiao, you cannot contract with Hikaru." Seeing the humans who had cared for it for days now refused to assist, Hikaru felt increasingly disheartened, its sadness tinged with anger as it questioned, Kulu, Kulu, why can't I contract with you? What is lacking in me?" Song Kun furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Hikaru with a discerning gaze. "If I'm not mistaken, you're an unregistered beast, aren't you? A runaway without a registration, a beast without a household. Who would dare to contract you? Even if one did, the Companion Beast Management Bureau would not recognize it. My little Xiao is set to participate in the National High School Beast Tamer Tournament. How can he contract a beast that lacks registration and cannot even enroll?" Jingjing nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Xingxing came from a breeding facility properly registered with a legitimate household. Unregistered?" Hikaru froze in place, contemplating countless possibilities, never imagining that its rejection stemmed from a lack of registration. "I'm sorry, but even if you are an S-level beast, registration is still necessary." The principal and Teacher Ling seemed equally taken aback by this revelation, rendered speechless yet acknowledging the sound logic behind it. Indeed, Song Qin's ability to contemplate these matters is intrinsically linked to their identities and social standing. They are fifth-class citizens, perpetually diligent and cautious in their existence, fearful that a single misstep might relegate them to the sixth class, the lowest tier of society. For those fifth-class citizens lacking a household registration, the threat of dying unnoticed looms ever present. The household registration is of paramount importance. It signifies one's origins. This apprehension partly explains Song Shao's refusal of Hikaru. Yet it is not the sole reason. I recall that you originally had an owner, and you escaped. If I were to contract you, your former owner could accuse me of beast trafficking, leaving me defenseless. Moreover, I am aware that your worth is 100 million star coins, a sum that is evidently beyond my current means. Although Song Shao no longer needs to toil tirelessly to sustain himself and his beasts, the disparity between him and Hikaru remains substantial. Song Shao has never regarded poverty as a source of shame. This stems from his confidence in himself. When he first laid eyes on Hikaru, he did entertain thoughts of forming a contract with a beast of such caliber. And now that Hikaru has expressed a desire for a contract, Song Shao finds himself tempted. However, he is no longer alone. He has Xingxing, a brother, and a sister. Hikaru's previous owner was a rather obsessive youth, and rashly contracting with Hikaru could invite considerable trouble, potentially endangering those he holds dear. Thus, Song Shao must proceed with caution. As he gazes at Hikaru, locking eyes with its cerulean orbs, he is reminded that it is merely a few months old, prompting a gentle smile to grace his lips. I promise you, if one day I possess the means to form a contract with you, I shall ensure a place for you within my beast ring. Therefore, Hikaru, we both must strive to grow stronger. Song Shao extends his hand to form a seal, a milky white, ethereal ring swirling around him, encircling Hikaru, who is positioned closely beside him. Hikaru gazes at Song Shao with wide-eyed wonder, extending its pristine wings to cautiously touch the flowing, ethereal ring, experiencing its gentle movement. Kuru! Hikaru softly exclaims in astonishment. Just as Hikaru remains captivated by the ethereal ring, Song Shao's slender, well-defined fingers reach out, lightly grasping Hikaru's wing. A faint smile graces his Song Shao's lips, his almond-shaped eyes glimmering with an almost radiant brilliance. Let's make this pact. Hikaru gazes earnestly at Song Shao, its wing responding gently to his grip. Kuru, Xingxing, unable to contain itself, places its paw upon Song Shao's arm and glances up at him, vocalizing, Ban Ban. The second spring competition is approaching its conclusion, and as Song Shao prepares to take the stage, he observes the increasingly clingy Xingxing. Due to their deep empathic connection, Song Shao can intuitively sense Xingxing's emotional state. Xingxing exhibits a strong possessiveness over him. However, it respects its owner's wishes. Thus, upon hearing that Song Shao intends to wait for Hikaru and eventually contract it, Xingxing refrains from expressing discontent, demonstrating a level of maturity greater than ever before. Yet, this does not imply that Xingxing will readily accept Hikaru. It merely conceals its emotions. Xingxing, do you recall when you first saw Hikaru injured and offered a cheese stick? Song Shao gently strokes Xingxing's head, speaking softly. Ban Ban, indeed, you do remember. In truth, you do not truly despise Hikaru. It was simply because Hikaru once said it did not want you that you reacted so negatively. Previously, Hikaru had mocked Xingxing, stating that its beast master no longer wanted it. Xingxing, you are my brother, just like my elder brother in Jingjing. You are all my family, and we shall always be together. I shall never abandon you. Chapter 57, Battle Against the Mechanical Nightmare. Xingxing nestles in Song Shao's embrace. Its aversion to Hikaru rooted in their initial confrontation when Hikaru declared that its beastmaster no longer wanted it. Deep down, Xingxing has always harbored insecurities. It had triumphed over all the gray-spotted beasts to claim its place as its master's companion, yet in a world teeming with more powerful beasts. What if its beastmaster truly did not desire it anymore? Bonbon, bonbon. Very well, I will reluctantly accept it, but it is currently unregistered, so you cannot contract it. The thought of the once proud Hikaru now reduced to an unregistered state brings Xingxing a sense of joy. It resolves to become stronger than all other beasts, ensuring that no beast would ever again utter the words, "Your beastmaster no longer wants you." Furthermore, should I contract Hikaru in the future, it would become your younger brother. And, as the elder brother, Xingxing must be magnanimous. Elder brother, Xingxing's eyes light up instantly. Yes, it can indeed take on the role of Hikaru's elder brother. In that case, it can command Hikaru to go east, and it must not venture west, for Hikaru is the younger brother. Song Shao observes Xingxing's expression of relaxation and quietly exhales, recognizing that coaxing children is indeed an art. Fortunately, having witnessed his senior brother's methods of helping his own elder sibling accept the arrival of a second child, he adeptly applies that knowledge to diffuse this crisis. Are you feeling better now? Ban Ban. All right. As Song Shao hears the whistle signaling the end of the match, he solemnly affirms, then let us strive together in this contest. Hikaru will be watching for the audience. Xingxing nods emphatically, determined to perform admirably as Hikaru's elder brother, vowing not to embarrass itself before its younger sibling. Absolutely. Under no circumstances can it lose. The victor is Si Jinbei. In the event that Song Shao loses to Si Jinbei, he must compete once more against this defeated opponent to determine the second and third placements. If Song Shao emerges victorious, the entirety of the high school competition will conclude. Half an hour later, Si Jinbei's beast, having regained full strength thanks to energy liquid and the healing of the Mambo doll, is ready once more. In the high school league finals for the first year segment, The match is set. Jinghua Beastmaster High School Si Jinbei versus Yaming Beastmaster High School Song Shao. As Song Shao steps onto the blue combat stage, clad in his plain blue and white school uniform, ordinary in appearance, yet elevated by his remarkable features, he captures the attention of all. It must be acknowledged, Song Shao possesses an attractive visage. It is true that his hairstyle might not be the most fashionable, yet it is fortunate that his face compensates for it. Simultaneously, Song Shao and Si Jinbei form their seals, with the gray-spotted beast and mechanical nightmare appearing almost in unison on the battlefield. They exchange no glances. The instant their beasts manifest, they launch their attacks. Mechanical Nightmare employs the Vine Thrust, while Xing interjects with a powerful electric shock, disrupting the incoming assault. The metallic thorns on the surface of the thrust vines threaten to inflict persistent, penetrating damage upon any beast they pierce. Xing successfully intercepts one, yet 3 more thrusting vines ensnare it from 3 directions, leaving only a gap to the rear left for escape. However, Song Shao is acutely aware that this is a deliberate trap set by Si Jinbei, waiting for Xing to take the bait. Xing gathers a sphere of electric energy the size of a basketball, but instead of targeting any of the 3 thrusting vines, it directs its attack at the epicenter of the 3 vines, Mechanical Nightmare itself. At the moment the electric energy is released, Song Shao mentally commands Xing to utilize Thunder Shadow, leaving an afterimage in its place while its true form, shrouded by the electric energy's cover, stealthily approaches Mechanical Nightmare from behind. Electric shocks surge toward the abdomen of the Mechanical Nightmare, compelling it to defend itself with a single vine. This action caused the Mechanical Nightmare to lower its head slightly, revealing its visage, a fully budding flower, with petals edged in a myriad of metallic fangs. As it bowed, a tender area of the petals became visible, untouched by the metallic blades. "Kiss!" Song Shao commanded decisively. Before his words could fully resonate, Xing had already materialized behind the Mechanical Nightmare, its fangs entwined with pale blue electricity, striking fiercely with a speed that was nearly imperceptible. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the electric patterns on the Mechanical Nightmare's body were faint, almost invisible, resulting in Xing collapsing to the ground as if struck by a jolt of electricity. Song Shao's brow furrowed. It was unexpected for Si Jinbei to employ this tactic so swiftly. Pain sharing, a mid-tier skill of ghostly attribute beasts, allowed the beast to share the damage it received with its assailant, thereby diluting the impact of Xing's electric kiss. Consequently, the Mechanical Nightmare suffered minimal harm, while Xing was instead reaped by its own skill. Song Shao had a clear view of all the Mechanical Nightmare's abilities, which included 3 ghostly attribute skills: the basic skill Malicious Strike, the mid-tier skill Shadow Bullet, and the mid-tier skill Pain Sharing. Initially, he surmised that Si Jinbei would reserve Pain Sharing for the latter stages of the match to secure a definitive advantage, yet it was deployed far sooner than anticipated. What transpired? Why had the gray-eyed spot fallen? The spectators in the stands were bewildered by the unfolding events, while those who discerned the nuances felt a weight in their hearts. With dual attributes and an evolutionary level, Song Shao's chances of victory appeared bleak. The commentator was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure to announce, "The Mechanical Nightmare is truly unexpected. It possesses dual attributes. Indeed, in addition to its mechanical nature, it harbors a ghostly attribute. Who would have thought that Si Jinbei had such a trump card hidden away?" The pressure now rests on Song Shao. Let us see how he will contend with a Mechanical Nightmare endowed with both mechanical and ghostly attributes. Yuan. While the pain was shared, half of the electric kiss still struck the Mechanical Nightmare, inciting its wrath as it lashed out with its vine, aiming a fierce strike at Xing enduring the pain. Xing utilized Lightning Dash to evade, momentarily halting to catch its breath, its gaze fixed intently on the grotesque beast before it. The electric kiss was a debilitating skill, and though Xing could still fight, its movements were noticeably less fluid than before. In its current state, victory seemed nearly impossible. Song Shao stood still, closing his eyes, his palms clenched tightly, brows knitted as if he were enduring immense suffering. The commentator remarked, as Song Shao closed his eyes out of reluctance to witness the fall of the gray-eyed spot, "Such a hasty concession is uncharacteristic of him." Before he could finish, a faint electric pattern began to emerge across Song Shao's delicate visage. The resonance of mental energy was not solely confined to internal communication. It encompassed the sharing of damage between the Beastmaster and their beast. Unable to restrain himself, Song Shao knelt on one knee, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. At that moment, the gray-eyed spot abruptly transformed, its presence radiating an aura of oppression even greater than in its prime. Chapter 58, Deep Resonance. The audience remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, observing as Song Shao closed his eyes and then, as if overwhelmed by a grievous blow, knelt upon the ground. The one injured is the gray-eyed spot. Yet why does it seem that Song Shao bears a more severe burden? Murmured a spectator. Indeed, the gray-eyed spot has changed. It was once feeble, yet now it seems capable of taking on 10 mechanical nightmares. That is an exaggeration, others speculated. While many in the audience remained perplexed, the judges' expressions grew grave, some even rising to their feet, their disbelief palpable as they murmured, "Is this resonance?" Upon hearing this, all judges instinctively balked at the notion. It was inconceivable. Resonance typically manifests in fourth-tier beastmasters who have established profound emotional bonds with their beasts, allowing them to command their charges through mere mental connection without spoken orders. The world is not devoid of prodigies. A standard beastmaster generally awakens this ability upon reaching the fourth tier, while exceptionally gifted individuals may achieve resonance in the latter stages of the third tier. Yet they had never witnessed such resonance in a second-tier beastmaster. It was utterly implausible. Perhaps this was a strategy devised by Song Shao. How could anyone accomplish resonance at the second tier? Before the judges could finish their thoughts, Song Shao propped himself on his knee and gradually rose to his feet. The blue and white uniform accentuated his lean frame without rendering him fragile. His youthful face bore an unexpected chill that belied his years. The overhead lights cascaded down like a torrential, intertwining storm, and as the spotlight illuminated him, Song Shao gradually lifted his head. His long, dense eyelashes cast a shadow of deep azure upon his pallid countenance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His right eye remained a beautifully indifferent Danfeng eye, while his left pupil had transformed entirely into the brilliant gray of Xing Xing. Following deep resonance, a part of the Beastmaster's body exhibited traits akin to their beast. The entire arena, including all present, fell into a profound silence. Some blinked in disbelief, questioning their own senses. What were they witnessing? The rare phenomenon of deep resonance and physical beastification, typically reserved for high-level competitions, was now manifesting in a first-year match. Was it an overkill? Although approximately 45% of interstellar citizens awaken mental power, of that percentage, over 80% of beastmasters never break through to the fourth tier, failing to achieve resonance with their beasts. Ling Laoshi, Ling Weishan, had become a third-tier beastmaster at the age of 18, yet for the following 2 decades, he had not achieved visual resonance or advanced to the fourth tier. The first judge to rise was Ku Yao, her pupils trembling with excitement. She had previously worried that Song Shao's talent was insufficient, stalling the evolution of the gray-eyed spot. Now, it was evident that his talent was extraordinary, unprecedented across the entire star realm. Even Chang, of considerable age, stood in exhilaration. A 16-year-old capable of achieving deep resonance with their beast was unheard of. Perhaps Song Shao could represent Blue Star in the future. On the battlefield, Si Jinbei gazed intently at Song Shao's beastified left eye, the chilling dampness of his aura intensifying. He lowered his gaze slightly, as if Song Shao's transformation held no sway over him, calmly issuing commands to the mechanical nightmare. Strangle. Suddenly, 6 tendrils adorned with metallic blades sprouted from behind the mechanical vine, each appearing sentient as they relentlessly swung toward Xing Xing. Faced with the menacing tendrils radiating an oppressive chill, Xing Xing remained calm, its form instantaneously transforming into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from its original position before reappearing outside the encirclement of vines. The mechanical nightmare directed its tendrils in pursuit of Xing Xing, thrashing through the air, the blades reflecting a sharp glimmer in the light, resembling a fearsome meat grinder zeroing in on Xing Xing's silhouette. Just as the vine-formed blades were about to pierce Xing Xing's body, the latter suddenly manifested before the mechanical nightmare, and the assaulted image of Xing Xing instantly dissipated. The audience was captivated, their eyes fixed on the sudden appearance of Xing Xing right before the mechanical nightmare. It dawned on them that Xing Xing had utilized the Thunderbolt ability twice in succession, leaving behind an afterimage from the first strike to confound the mechanical nightmare, while the true form had already launched a surprise attack directly in front of it. This maneuver was nothing short of spectacular. Throughout the encounter, Song Shao issued no commands. Yet Xing Xing seemed to instinctively understand how to execute the assault. This was the essence of empathy. The Beastmaster's intentions resonated within the heart of the beast, rendering verbal commands unnecessary. While other beasts awaited their master's directives, those capable of empathy had already completed an entire routine of movements. Electricity surged and coalesced at the center of Xingxing's forehead, aimed precisely at the core of the mechanical nightmare's bud-like head. Thus, Xingxing's abrupt emergence caught the mechanical nightmare entirely off guard, and the ghost-type skill, pain sharing, was not one that could be employed ad infinitum. It required a recovery period. Consequently, this unprecedented surge of energy and fury struck deep within the mechanical nightmare's bud, causing it to explode. Nestled within was a deep crimson gem shaped like a tongue, the vital energy source for mechanical beasts. A severe blow to this energy core could render the beast virtually incapacitated. Shadow Ball. Si Jinbei immediately reacted, ready to counterattack. The mechanical nightmare collapsed to the ground, its body entwined with faint blue electricity. Already weakened from the electric kiss, it was now even more vulnerable. Yet it loyally endeavored to execute its master's orders, its internal gears straining to support its form. From the center of the bud, a dark purple shadow ball emerged. At that moment, the battlefield was illuminated by flashes of lightning and reverberating thunder, as terrifying bolts of electricity danced across the protective barrier, threatening to rend the very skies apart. The thunder crashed down, colliding with the mechanical nightmare's shadow ball, as the purple-black and light blue energy forms clashed. Boom! The battlefield resounded with a tremendous impact, the purple-black shadow ball dissipating amidst the lightning. Turbine whirlwind. Si Jinbei gritted his teeth, commanding decisively. In that instant, the mechanical nightmare's bud-like head began to slowly unfurl, revealing the shattered energy core within, now riddled with metallic spikes. As it fully opened, the bud began to spin rapidly, generating a tornado imbued with malicious intent, transforming the air currents throughout the battlefield. Xingxing's grayish-white fur whipped about in the tempest, and suddenly, several blades formed from the tornado, surged toward Xingxing. At that very moment, a second bolt of thunder descended, obliterating the oncoming blades. The uneven debris scattered across the battlefield swirled in the tornado, the tiny stones acting as hidden weapons, hurtling toward Xingxing. With an air of impatience, Xingxing flexed its claws, its form leaping gracefully amidst the barrage of stones, lunging toward the mechanical nightmare, its sharp fangs crackling with light blue electricity. Defend! The mechanical nightmare immediately directed the turbine whirlwind at Xingxing, but as it turned, Xingxing vanished in an instant. Boom! As the tornado gradually subsided, the dust clouding the battlefield obscured the events taking place. When the dust finally settled, it revealed Xingxing firmly planted on the mechanical nightmare's back, its head held high, enveloped in light blue electricity, resembling a deity born from the storm. The whistle for the match rang out. Let us congratulate Song Shao from Yuming High School for winning the championship in the freshman division of this year's high school beast competition. Amidst the tidal wave of cheers, every face bore the mark of indescribable excitement, not only celebrating the emergence of a champion, but also anticipating the witnessing of a momentous chapter in history. They had observed a beast at the late awakening stage triumphantly battle its way through the competition, defeating many opponents of superior rank. As Song Shao descended from the arena, the continuous cheers resonating outside, he leaned back against the wall, closing his eyes to absorb the damage Xingxing had sustained, leaving him feeling somewhat weak. Thus, when Si Jinbei approached him, Song Shao hardly noticed. Xingxing stood in a protective stance before him, eyeing Si Jinbei warily. Opening his eyes, Song Shao gazed at Si Jinbei, and although he bore an almost identical visage to Si Jinan, Song Shao felt no semblance of similarity between them. The disparity in temperament and presence was stark. Song Shao, that match was truly remarkable, Si Jinbei remarked, his expression devoid of emotion, yet laced with admiration. I will continue to grow stronger, and I look forward to the day we face each other again. With that, Si Jinbei turned and departed. After a moment, Song Shao chuckled softly, finding Si Jinbei's demeanor to be entirely unlike the chilling aura he typically exuded. The afternoon would bring the awards ceremony, where the top 3 from each grade would ascend the stage to receive their accolades. Presently, Song Shao sat in the backstage lounge, allowing Ku Yao to assess his condition. Accompanied by the principal, Teacher Ling, and several judges from the panel, Ku Yao reviewed the data, exhaling in relief. There's nothing seriously wrong. It's merely a result of utilizing deep empathy, compounded by your efforts to share the injuries of Hui Mu Ban during the match, which has led to your present weakness. Given your current state, you should fully recover within a day. It appears that you have experienced empathy with Hui Mu Ban more than once. Song Shao nodded, implicitly acknowledging this. Ku Yao fell silent, recalling the match where she observed that, on many occasions, Song Shao had not issued commands, yet Hui Mu Ban had responded appropriately. She had assumed it was a testament to Song Shao's training, never considering the possibility of empathy. Indeed, prior to this, no second-tier beastmaster had ever achieved empathy with their beast, let alone deep empathy resulting in beast transformation. When did your first experience of empathy with Hui Mu Ban occur? This was a matter of research. Song Shao was currently the only case. If she could discover how to facilitate empathy between beastmasters and their beasts, it would herald a monumental shift throughout the stars. Song Shao recalled that the first instance of empathy arose when he was scavenging in the junkyard, witnessing Xingxing being bullied by Hikaru at the beast training base. In that moment, he had suddenly felt Xingxing's fury, as though awakening to a third perspective, allowing him to see and communicate with Xingxing. At that time, Xingxing was still in the early stages of awakening. It was during the early awakening stage of Xingxing, fueled by intense rage, that we achieved empathy, Song Shao concluded. The once quiet lounge fell into an almost palpable silence. The principal, Teacher Ling, and the judges gazed at Song Shao as if he were a creature of myth. Even Ku Yao, usually unflappable, exhibited a look of astonishment and incredulity. Early awakening stage? Does that mean you learn to empathize with your beast right after forming a bond? Teacher Ling, who had spent 2 decades without mastering empathy, felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath him. What had all his hard work and effort amounted to? Could he not endure this? Observing their complex expressions, Song Shao furrowed his brow. What? Is there something wrong with this? The expressions of disbelief mirrored those he had seen in his past life among his senior brothers during failed experiments. Was there a potential risk associated with early empathy? Unbidden, Song Shao recalled the skill in his left eye. Though this skill may not be considered a grand advantage, it proves to be exceptionally useful, particularly during battles, where one can discern their opponent's abilities and weaknesses with remarkable clarity. Ku Yao composed herself, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Even the most resilient individuals may falter in their emotional management after enduring successive blows in a single day. Current examinations indicate that both your body and the body of the gray-spotted beast show no abnormalities. Whether the advanced empathy stems from your unique mental synergy with the gray-spotted beast or from other factors remains to be investigated. That's a relief, Song Shao nodded. Ku Yao recalled something and spoke up. I conducted a health assessment on the gray-spotted beast and discovered that its energy levels have long surpassed 1,000. However, it has yet to evolve. I suspect there may be an underlying reason hindering its evolution, though I am currently uncertain as to what that might be. The sole path to evolution for the gray-spotted beast is through learned evolution. Naturally, it should evolve once its energy level exceeds 1,000, yet it displays no signs of such, which is evidently abnormal. After a moment of contemplation, Song Shao carefully chose his words and inquired, Professor Ku, could there be alternative pathways for the gray-spotted beast's evolution? Chapter 60. The Award Ceremony Alternative Pathways for Evolution? Professor Ku was momentarily taken aback, instinctively questioning how Song Shao, who had contracted the gray-spotted beast, could be unaware of its evolutionary pathways. Yet, she quickly dismissed this notion, given that Song Shao had achieved deep empathy with the gray-spotted beast. It was implausible that he lacked understanding of its evolution. He must have sensed something amiss. With this thought, Ku Yao steadied her mind and feigned calmness. According to existing interstellar records, the gray-spotted beast currently exhibits only one evolutionary pathway, learned evolution. While she stated this as a fact, she hesitated to assert with certainty that the gray-spotted beast possessed no other evolutionary options. The individuals around her instinctively considered the possibility of the gray-spotted beast having but a single evolutionary route. However, they suddenly recalled how Song Shao's gray-spotted beast had seemingly redefined their understanding of companion beasts. Could it be that the gray-spotted beast's delay in evolution indicated that it was destined for an alternative evolutionary path? As this thought emerged, everyone turned their intense gazes towards Song Shao. If the gray-spotted beast were to evolve through another route, then its initial rank would undoubtedly ascend to be grade. With a grade even being a possibility, could it be an item-based evolutionary pathway? Given that the gray-spotted beast's energy was already maximal, yet it had not evolved, one might conjecture that an item was needed to catalyze the energy within to facilitate its evolution. Some bystanders could no longer suppress their speculations. The judges and the principal exchanged glances, and one of the elderly gentlemen remarked, it could also be bond evolution. Given the profound connection between the gray-spotted beast and Song Shao, which allows for such deep empathy, perhaps its evolutionary pathway lies in bond evolution. Surrounding voices engaged in a spirited debate over whether the alternative evolutionary path was item-based or bond-based. Yet, Song Shao's left I perceived learned evolution and bloodline evolution, not item-based, nor bond-based, but the exceedingly rare bloodline evolution. The two elderly gentlemen, Teacher Chong and the principal, stood firm in their respective beliefs. It must be bond evolution. Without an exceptionally deep emotional connection, how could one achieve such profound empathy during the awakening phase? While it was true that the bond between the gray-spotted beast and Song Shao was indeed profound, I must concede this point. However, the gray-spotted beast's energy levels had long reached their peak, yet it remained unevolved, suggesting it required an external force for catalysis. Thus, aside from learned evolution, it must be item-based evolution. Amidst the clamor, Song Shao's voice emerged, imbued with a serene coldness. Why couldn't it be bloodline evolution? At that moment, all debate ceased abruptly. Unfinished arguments fell silent as they regarded Song Shao with momentary bewilderment, as if to say, "What nonsense are you speaking?" Professor Ko, having previously been questioned by Song Shao about bloodline evolution, was not greatly surprised, interpreting his curiosity as mere fascination. She elaborated, "Bloodline evolution is an exceedingly rare pathway awakened only by exceptional companion beasts. As I mentioned before, throughout the past few centuries, all companion beasts that awakened the bloodline evolution pathway have invariably failed and perished. However, I neglected to clarify one point. Those beasts that awakened this pathway were, without exception, S-grade beasts. The rarity and value of S-grade beasts stem not only from their formidable abilities, but also from their closer bloodline connection to divine king beasts. Thus, a companion beast with an initial rank of C, such as the gray-spotted beast, could not possibly awaken the potential for bloodline evolution. All beasts in cultivation bases undergo bloodline screening before being contracted, ensuring that any with even a hint of bloodline evolution potential are never overlooked." After reflecting on her words, Song Shao pondered the implications. It seemed that the gray-spotted beast was indeed not supposed to have the potential for bloodline evolution, yet for some unknown reason, it had suddenly awakened. He chose to say nothing further. The golden finger of his left eye could not be revealed. Having foreseen the scene of the star's bloodline evolution in a prior dream, he felt assured that, whether tomorrow or on some future day, the star would inevitably embark on the path of bloodline evolution and transform into a new companion beast. While he felt a sense of difficulty, he was not overly concerned. The immediate priority was to ascertain what spiritual plant the star had consumed in his dream. In the afternoon, the award ceremony commenced, with all top 3 students from the first, second, and third-year classes in attendance. Song Shao brought the star backstage, where Si Jinbei lingered nearby. Upon seeing Song Shao, he lifted his eyelids to glance at him and shifted a step to the left. Song Shao approached and stood beside Si Jinbei. The host began the opening remarks, and when he called upon the champions, first and second runners-up from the first-year segment, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience, accompanied by 6 sound beasts performing on either side, one of which on the drums played with remarkable vigor, loud enough to make the star press its ears down in response. Carrying the star, Song Shao ascended to the champion's position, where celebratory confetti erupted from both sides. The champion's platform gradually elevated, and a ceremonial procession of small, 20 to 30 centimeters tall, chirping birds flew overhead. The most splendidly feathered bird at the forefront grasped Song Shao's champion trophy, while 6 elegantly proportioned birds behind it bore a floral garland, gliding gracefully toward him. Song Shao gazed at the garland in silence for a moment before accepting the trophy, raising the star instead to receive the garland. Chirp! The leading bird looked at Song Shao. Unmoved, Song Shao continued to hold the star aloft, who appeared eager and excited, thinking how fortunate it was that its beast master understood its fondness for beautiful things and was allowing it to wear the garland. Chirp! The bird glanced at the expectant star and placed the garland around its neck, casting a regretful look back at Song Shao. Watching Song Shao, clad in the uniform of Yaming Beast Master High School, the principal and teacher Ling exchanged excited glances, unable to suppress their enthusiasm as they applauded their thighs. They had never imagined a day would come when they, once the least prestigious Beast Master High School in the 10th District, would now boast a student who had secured the championship in the 4th District. This year's enrollment will undoubtedly soar. The principal thought, this prize money will surely be substantial. Teacher Ling mused. Chapter 61. The truth behind the fire following the first-year segment. The second-year segment commenced, and after the same proceedings, the third-year segment began. Clearly, the cheers for the third-year segment were far more fervent than those of the second year, as the third-year students were on the brink of entering Beastmaster University. with all top 3 students guaranteed direct admission to the top 10 universities, making the competition for the third-year segment the most intense. As Song Shao occupied the second position in his senior year, he caught sight of a familiar face, Ing Sibai, the master of Hikaru. However, his second pet had transformed into an awakened-level fire-armored fox, while his first pet was a late-stage evolved wood gecko. The expression on Ing Sibai's face was devoid of joy, instead hinting at a subtle impatience. Perhaps for him, securing second place was nothing short of a humiliation. Song Shao pondered as he stroked the fur of his starry companion, realizing that it was precisely due to Ing Sibai's temperament that he would resort to desperate measures upon learning he could not contract Hikaru. If I cannot possess it, then neither shall anyone else. Following the grand award ceremony, Song Shao found himself surrounded by journalists, as he was a treasure trove of captivating stories. Whether it was his 4-month-old awakened-level gray-eyed spot or the fact that a second-tier Beastmaster had already learned to resonate deeply with their pets. Each detail alone was sufficient to ignite a sensational news story across the galaxy. Numerous Beastmaster universities were poised to offer Song Shao exceptional admission. Previously, they had hesitated, awaiting the conclusion of his competition, but now, it was certain that acceptance letters had nearly reached Yaming Beastmaster High School. Song Shao, do you have any secrets to training your gray-eyed spot? A reporter inquired. I noticed its tail was singed. Is this your unique training method? The microphone was thrust before Song Shao. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, that was merely an accident, though it did indeed assist in training Star. At the very least, it helped correct its excessive concern for its appearance. Song Shao, prestigious institutions like Blue Star Beastmaster University and Nankong Beastmaster University are eager to admit you early. What are your thoughts on this? Another reporter pressed. As a second-tier Beastmaster, you have achieved deep resonance with your pet. Do you have any words for your fellow Beastmasters? Song Shao, what are your thoughts on contracting a second pet? What attributes are you considering? Song Shao responded to the barrage of questions with a stoic expression, while Star flicked its tail impatiently. At that moment, the principal, wearing a cheerful demeanor, pulled Song Shao from the throng of reporters, exclaiming warmly, welcome to all journalists. Continue your interviews with Song Shao here at Yaming Beastmaster High School. Remember, it's Yaming Beastmaster High School. Dear viewers in the Jinggan region, are you still troubled about which Beastmaster High School your child should attend? Yaming Beastmaster High School, the cradle of genius. After delivering a sufficient advertisement for admissions, the principal finally released Song Shao's arm, allowing the camera to retreat from his face. Backstage, Song Shao handed the championship trophy to Song Qin. The nearly 2-meter-tall man, with reddened eyes, began to cry. Xiao Xiao, my greatest pride is having you in Jing Jing. Song Shao patted his overly sentimental brother's shoulder and, with a tone both calm yet tinged with a hint of arrogance, remarked, brother, it's just a championship from a division. What will you do when I secure the national championship? Will you cry twice? Perhaps someday I will even participate in the Interstellar Beast Challenge. By then, should you prepare a quick-acting heart medicine? Song Shao spoke with an air of inevitability, as if it were a foreseen event. Those nearby pondered a moment, tempted to tease him to stop boasting. Yet recalling Song Shao's remarkable achievements, they fell silent. Having a 4-month-old awakened-level pet like Song Shao, did they? As a second-tier beast master capable of deep resonance with their pet, could they? Perhaps it was best to refrain from inviting humiliation upon themselves, especially considering the fates of those who had once mocked Song Shao. The champion of the first-year competition not only received a monetary reward of 1 million star coins, but also gained the privilege to train in a prestigious pet training facility and undertake rare tasks within the enforcement team. The previous champion from the second year, Sikong Bo, could not participate in this senior competition due to severe injuries sustained from a task involving grave markers. Most tasks carried low risk but offered substantial rewards, hence their designation as prizes for victorious students. Sikong Bo had insisted on accepting a grave marker task, misjudging the dangers involved, which led to dire consequences. Song Shao handed over the 1 million star coin card to Song Qin, explaining, brother, I didn't mention it earlier out of consideration for your competition, but we VE caught the person who set our restaurant on fire. Do you remember the incident when you were working part-time at the dump? A worker died after leaving his post and was killed by a mutated centipede. His family sought compensation, yet the dump manager refused, claiming it was due to negligence on the worker's part. After your testimony confirmed his misconduct, that family harbored a grudge against us. We managed to apprehend them thanks to the dump's beast, which informed the enforcement team that they had been inquiring about you. Song Shao was taken aback. Was it that Laster? Song Jingjing nodded. Song Shao's emotions became complex. He had only worked alongside Laster for a few days, merely treating it to free candies from a nearby cafe. Yet, Laster had stepped forward to help him capture the arsonist. Previously, when he had fainted due to resonance, it was Laster who had saved him, and during his severe headaches from radiation, Laster had cared for him. This was the most profound kindness he had felt since arriving in this world, aside from Song Qin, Jing Jing, and Star. Laster was merely a creature struggling to survive in the dump. The high school pet league in District 4 had officially concluded, as Song Shao had arrived in economy class. He returned in first class, enjoying the utmost treatment, with a pet even attending to his feet. This foot-massaging pet was unfamiliar to Song Shao. It stood less than a meter tall, displaying a grayish-blue hue with two devil-like horns atop its head, yet its eyes were clear and innocent. It draped a towel over its arm, and after glancing at Song Shao and Star, it twisted its body, revealing two additional claws extending from its sides, allowing it to simultaneously massage both Song Shao and Star. Upon disembarking the plane, Song Shao did not return home immediately. Instead, he first visited a shopping mall and approached the pet section. "Please give me a retractable pet phone watch," he requested. This was akin to a modern small genius phone watch, designed specifically for pets, enabling them to contact their beast master even when they were apart. Although Song Shao had already achieved resonance with Star, he decided to purchase one for Star, who was quite curious about it. As Star eagerly chose a color, Song Shao noticed a silver-black pet phone watch nearby and picked it up. "Please wrap this one as well." At the dump, Laster continued its diligent work sorting through refuse. Song Shao approached, calling out Laster. Laster turned, its body still carrying the foul odor of garbage. Its round, dark eyes met Song Shao's, revealing a mix of shock and uncertainty. "Lala." Laster did not approach immediately, but fetched a black protective suit before slowly making its way toward Song Shao. From Laster's perspective, Song Shao was a fragile individual who could easily succumb to misfortune. Inside the small room at the dump, an elderly man, disheveled and inebriated, barely opened his eyes to glance at Song Shao. After a brief moment, he turned away and resumed his snoring. Laster presented the black protective suit to Song Shao, stating, "Lala, the radiation at the dump has increased. Take this." Song Shao's physical condition now is significantly better than when he first arrived and was preoccupied with work. In the past, while laboring in the refuse yard, he often experienced headaches, yet now he feels nothing of the sort. Consequently, Song Shao merely collected the protective gear without donning it, while Xingxing nestled in his embrace, gazing at Rast. Given Xingxing's nature, it would typically avoid such a filthy, chaotic, and foul-smelling place as the refuse yard. However, upon hearing Song Shao recount stories about Rast and learning that he had previously toiled here, Xingxing displayed an expression of disbelief, evidently concocting a myriad of thoughts, and clutched Song Shao's arm with an air of profound shame. Xingxing leaped from Song Shao's arms to the ground, greeting Rast with a cheerful ban. Rast, taken aback, shyly extended a rather unclean paw in response. "Rala?" As Xingxing inhaled the rancid odor of decaying garbage wafting through the air, he noticed the emaciated figures of unregistered citizens busily scurrying about the heaps like ants. Suddenly, his spirits sank, and he wrapped his tail tightly around Song Shao's calf, unable to fathom that his master had once lived such a pitiable existence. "Not so pitiable," Song Shao interjected, interrupting Xingxing's reverie. He turned to Rast, saying, "Jingjing, my younger sister, has expressed her gratitude for your willingness to testify." Rast, scratching his head, appeared much more at ease. "Rala, it's nothing." Song Shao then produced the sleek black pet communicator watch he had purchased, presenting it to Rast. "It seems fitting for you. I've saved my phone number within. Should you need to contact me in the future, do not hesitate to call." Rast stared at the watch in a daze. Pointing to himself, "Rala? For me?" "Of course," came the reply. Holding his very first gift, Rast's joy was palpable, as the air emanating from his exhaust vents carried a refreshing fragrance. "Ban." Xingxing extended his claw, indicating that he too had a communicator and wished to exchange contact details with Rast. A spark of inspiration ignited within Song Shao, and he suggested, "Let's take a photograph." Rast and Xingxing positioned themselves before Song Shao, all three wearing gentle smiles. After capturing the moment, Song Shao sent the photo to Rast. Following Song Shao's departure, Rast carefully stowed away the pet communicator watch, determined to keep this precious gift from becoming sullied amidst the refuse. The old man in the management office stood up, swaying slightly as if intoxicated yet somehow alert. He regarded Rast and said, "You watch his matches daily. You must be aware he is dubbed a genius beastmaster. Perhaps if you beseech him, he might contract with you." The denizens of the refuse yard assumed that Rast's beastmaster was the frequently inebriated old man from the management office. However, this was a misconception, Rast was a type of creature with a notably long lifespan, feasting on decaying refuse and possessing the ability to purify radiation. Lacking any offensive skills, Rast could be considered wholly beneficial to humans. Due to their extended lifespans, many of Rast's previous masters had passed away while Rast remained. The true beast master of this Rast was, in fact, the old man's sister, who had passed away, leaving Rast to accompany the old man. Rast did not respond to the old man's words. Often, the other party did not require a reply. Upon returning to school, Song Shao did not linger long, as summer vacation was approaching and he had to rush to the local bureau to register and apply for training time at the beast combat base. Nonetheless, he took a moment to visit the school. The instant he stepped into the classroom, a voice rang out, vibrant and filled with emotion. Foster father. Tang Jiannan slid into view with a dramatic flourish, his eyes clearly conveying a sense of camaraderie. Good brother, let us not forget each other in times of fortune. There is no need for such theatrics, Song Shao replied dismissively. Tang Jiannan pretended to scrutinize Song Shao with exaggerated caution. Brother, you've certainly become quite the figure, leaving me to suffer here in this desolate place. Song Shao gave Tang Jiannan's shoulder a light pat, amused. Tang Jiannan straightened up, glancing between himself and Song Shao. You've not only garnered attention, but also grown taller. You've changed. Indeed, Song Shao had grown somewhat. Upon first inhabiting this body, he had appeared gaunt and unnaturally pale. Although still fair, he no longer exuded that sickly pallor, and while he had initially stood just shy of 8 meters, he now exceeded it. At 16, growth came swiftly. Tang Jiannan produced a sketchbook from behind him, thrusting it towards Song Shao. Quickly, sign here, and I also need your paw print from Xingxing. You have no idea how many copies of your signature I've sold. You're at the pinnacle of popularity right now. Let us capitalize on this. After a brief pause, Song Shao replied, I'll take 70, you take 30. Tang Jiannan clutched his heart, feigning heartbreak, before eventually negotiating to a 40-60 split. Song Shao promptly signed 50 copies, causing Xingxing's paw to turn a vivid red from the ink. Quality over quantity. Fewer will fetch a higher price, the shrewd Tang Jiannan interjected, halting Song Shao's signing. Once the formalities were complete, Tang Jiannan leaned inconspiratorially. Jiang Liyun is in trouble. Who? Song Shao momentarily faltered before recalling Jiang Liyun, the class monitor who had harbored a crush on him. What has happened to her? Tang Jiannan frowned, uncertainty clouding his expression. During your match, she advanced to a second-tier Beastmaster and acquired a second beast ring. It seems there was an incident while she was attempting to contract with her second beast. Otherwise, she would have attended your match. Chapter 63, Lancelot Interstellar Beast Master University. Upon hearing this, Song Shao remained silent. Jiang Liyun was merely a stranger to him, someone who had never held significance even to the original Song Shao. Moreover, matters of beast contracting were beyond his influence. Yet, he was left wondering what had truly transpired. Logically, one would undergo a mental synchronization with their beast prior to contracting. As long as the compatibility was above 80%, no issues should arise. Contracting a beast with a drastically mismatched mental link could result in permanent brain damage. Yet no beastmaster would dare to contract a beast that did not align with them. It would be tantamount to courting death. Song Shao asked Tang Jiannan to keep an ear out for any news regarding Jiang Liyun. As he noted Tang Jiannan's knowing gaze, a sense of curiosity stirred within him. He genuinely wished to understand why issues arose during beast contracting, especially as he was set to contract his second beast soon. After catching up with his close friend, Song Shao proceeded to the principal's office, where the principal's beaming smile seemed never to fade. Upon seeing Song Shao, his grin widened, the crinkles around his eyes deepening. From his expression, Song Shao could almost predict an impressive enrollment rate for Yaming High School for Beastmasters after the summer break. Currently, 7 Beastmaster universities have extended invitations for direct admission and early acceptance, including Lancelot Interstellar Beastmaster University. The principal declared, placing 7 exquisitely designed envelopes before Song Shao. In the past, high school champions would receive such invitations, yet they were typically reserved for second or third-year students, and the quantity was never this abundant. However, the striking prowess of the gray-eyed spotted beast cultivated by Song Shao, coupled with his ability to empathize with beasts of the second tier, declared him a prodigy not seen in the galaxy before. To remain indifferent in the face of such genius would be akin to claiming to love, only refuse when faced with treasure. It would be foolishness. Although the gray-eyed spotted beast has yet to evolve, Song Shao has already exhibited qualities that warrant their investment. As he peruses the invitations, particularly that from the Blue Star Beastmaster University, which stands as the pinnacle of such institutions in Blue Star and is the aspiration of nearly every Beastmaster. He finds himself in contemplation. He caresses the envelope of the invitation before laying them all on the table. The principal's demeanor shifts, the buoyant smile fading as he inquires, "Are none to your liking?" The last time Blue Star Beastmaster University extended an invitation was during last year's National High School Beastmaster competition. And receiving one prior to even participating in the national finals speaks volumes of their regard for him. After casting a final glance at the deep blue envelope, Song Shao replies, "Blue Star Beastmaster University is indeed impressive, a height I had never dared to dream of. However, Principal, I wish to take a chance. I aspire to go to Lon Luos. Lon Luos, the main star and venue for the Interstellar Beast Challenge Cup. While Blue Star Beastmaster University is ranked first on Blue Star, it occupies only the 13th spot in the Interstellar arena, with the esteemed title going to Lon Luos Interstellar Beastmaster University. Each year, the Beastmaster program at Lon Luos admits no more than 300 students, with exceedingly stringent requirements, including a maximum age of 20 and a requisite advancement to the 4th tier of Beastmaster. The principal exhibits no particular reaction. He simply gathers the invitations that Song Shao has dismissed. It is indeed commendable for a young person to harbor dreams, and those of a capable youth are destined to be realized. Since you find no appeal in these, perhaps you might consider this, he suggests as he produces a black envelope, sealed with wax bearing the insignia of a soaring hikaru. Upon receiving the letter and breaking the seal, Song Shao discovers it to be a letter of gratitude, thanking him and his family for their rescue of the hikaru. In appreciation, the Hikaru Breeding Association waives all fees associated with contracting a hikaru. This means that should Song Shao wish to contract a hikaru, he would not need to expend even a single star coin. His intuition tells him that the hikaru the association urges him to contract is surely the one he is familiar with. Song Shao finds himself both amused and bewildered. He had not anticipated that the hikaru would act so swiftly. He feels that the hikaru is of such high value that it should not simply return home after resolving these matters. With its registration secured, the Hikaru Association personally verifies that it is not an unregistered entity. No funds? No problem. Contracting is free. At this moment, the hikaru flutters its wings against the man beside it, who, growing impatient, casts aside the documents in his hands. Regarding the hikaru with a look of exasperation reminiscent of a father who has diligently raised his daughter only to see her run off with someone unsuitable. Could you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? I have delivered the letter. He will certainly come. Lulu, can't you manage it? The man, the president of the Hikaru Association, named Haibat Gru, has a contracted beast that is, genealogically speaking, the uncle of this hikaru. Lulu, adorned with a beast companion shrinkage device, extends a claw to toss the hikaru outside, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Their hikaru lineage has always been sought after by humans. When has there been a case of them packing their belongings to ingratiate themselves? The hikaru gazes at its uncle with a sigh. Kulu. Uncle, you don't understand. He is different from the others. Kulu. Uncle, if I cannot contract with him, my life will be ruined. Lulu, upon hearing this, becomes agitated, eager to witness what individual could evoke such profound feelings in a hikaru. Following the burning of the Song family's small restaurant, Song Chin, utilizing the 1 million star coin prize given by Song Shao, has rented a new establishment not far from the original location and is currently busy with renovations. Despite the hectic schedule, upon learning of Song Shao's intention to contract a hikaru, he takes him to purchase new clothing. The hikaru is indeed a fine companion, and with previous concerns alleviated, it is essential to present oneself handsomely when meeting it. Previously, the entire family had accompanied them when contracting Star. This time, with only he and Jingjing unable to attend, it is even more vital to make a good impression. Contracting a beast companion signifies welcoming a family member with whom one will share an inseparable bond. Observing Song Shao, who looks resplendent even in casual athletic wear, Song Chin cannot help but stroke his chin and remark, "Never mind. You look handsome in whatever you wear, just follow me." Song Shao responds, "Will Dad agree with that statement?" Ultimately, he dons his comfortable light blue jeans and a white t-shirt for his visit to the Hikaru Association. As he descends from the flying vehicle, he halts at the sight of the opulent estate before him. It appears the Hikaru family is exceedingly affluent. He presses the doorbell, and 3 seconds later, he is startled to witness the once clear sky suddenly darken. Looking up, he spies a magnificent, Beast King-level Lingqing falcon soaring overhead, its wingspan approximately 20 meters. Upon locking eyes with its deep blue gaze, the Lingqing falcon abruptly dives towards him. Chapter 64. Accepting the Challenge. The lynching falcon is the beast king form of the hikaru. With a wingspan exceeding 20 meters and a flawless, snow-white body, even its claws are as pristine as snow, save for the dark blue-black tips of its wings and tail feathers. Its eyes, like deep-sea gemstones, are clear and azure, adorned with dark blue-black markings on its forehead that shimmer with an almost sacred light in the sunlight. Regardless of its initial or advanced forms, the hikaru embodies both grandeur and elegance, earning admiration even from the most discerning aesthetes. As the lynching falcon descends, it stirs up a powerful vortex of wind, lifting Song Shao's white t-shirt and tousling his hair. He raises an arm to shield his face from the debris. As the tempest subsides, he lowers his arm, and his gaze is met by the eyes reminiscent of deep-sea gems. Perched upon the lynching falcon is a striking man with golden hair and light blue eyes, exuding an air of melancholy akin to a poetic nobleman, his expensive suit betraying a hint of nonchalance. High-Batten Gru raises an eyebrow as he surveys Song Shao, his gaze naturally appraising. He first notes the cool detachment in Song Shao's slightly almond-shaped eyes and the youthful yet sophisticated curve of his nose and lips. In that instant, High-Batten Gru finds himself favorably inclined towards him. The reason is simple. There exists an unspoken standard for those who contract with hikaris. One's appearance must meet a certain threshold of attractiveness. Although each hikaru may possess differing tastes, they generally align with human aesthetics. The lynching falcon gently lowers High-Batten Gru to the ground, after which it presses a button on the collar around its neck, transforming its massive form into that of a typical hikaru. The beast-sized control collar will be necessary for future evolutions of Star as well. Adding another item to the shopping list. Allow me to introduce myself. I am High-Batten Gru, the president of the Hikaru Association. Song Shao extends his hand and replies. Song Shao. From above in the garden, a voice rings out, Kulu. Looking up, Song Shao sees the familiar hikaru soaring toward him alongside Star. Its form is graceful, and its gaze is intense. Upon spotting it, Star reveals a hint of a smile, dispelling any prior aversion it held towards the hikaru. Following the words of their beast master, Star understands that henceforth, the hikaru will be its little brother, and, as the elder sibling, it must maintain its dignity. What is that term again? Ah, yes, magnanimous. Although it does not fully grasp the meaning, it will dutifully follow whatever its beast master instructs. Although hikaru may be rather irritating, its prowess is still begrudgingly acknowledged. The weakness of my own beast master necessitates the presence of an additional companion to ensure mutual protection. Thus, when Xingxing raised its paw, preparing to reconcile with hikaru, a pristine and sharp feather suddenly struck hikaru mid-flight, causing it to plummet from the sky. Bewildered, Xingxing turned to confront the true instigator, the Beast King-level lynching falcon. The falcon bore a look of disappointment, lamenting hikaru's eagerness to ingratiate itself. Before Song Shao could contemplate further, he called out, Xingxing. In an instant, Xingxing transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing beneath hikaru just before it hit the ground. Gently cradling it, realizing it had not sustained any injuries, hikaru exhaled in relief, only to turn slightly and find Xingxing's impassive face glaring back at it. A wave of embarrassment washed over hikaru. What should one do when saved by their arch-nemesis? Answers awaited. Heba Donglu silently observed. Recognizing that Song Shao indeed possessed an extraordinary synergy with his companion beast, exhibiting a high degree of mental fusion. As a second-tier beastmaster, he had already established a profound connection with his pet. In terms of talent, Heba Donglu found no fault. However, one final criterion remained: sincerity. Hikaru was an undeniably loyal companion. The arduous process of contracting it only underscored its unwavering fidelity post-bonding. Heba Donglu harbored concerns that Hikaru's overt affection for Song Shao might lead the latter to undervalue it. Given that human nature often takes for granted what comes too easily, Hikaru approached Song Shao, this time less agitated and regaining some of its former aloofness. Gulu, are you here to contract me today? Song Shao did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to the president of the Hikaru Association and stated, I previously explained my reasons for not being able to contract Hikaru, which I presume you are well aware of. A flicker of coldness crossed Hebadong's pale blue eyes, followed by a graceful smile as he replied, Of course, Mr. Song. You are concerned about Hikaru's former master, though I hesitate to call him that, who merely applied for a contract with Hikaru through the association. After evaluating his qualifications, we decided to allow Hikaru to cultivate some rapport with him. Should a contract not be established within 3 months, we will fully refund the fees and reclaim Hikaru. However, we are all aware of the underlying truth. Ing Sibai falsely claimed that Hikaru had escaped while secretly coercing it into a contract, leading to deadly intentions when the contract failed. We shall pursue this matter to the fullest extent and permanently revoke the Ing family's qualification to contract Hikaru. After finishing his explanation, Hikaru suddenly flew to Haebadong's side, playfully nudging his arm with its wing, seemingly covert but clearly visible to all. Haebadong's expression shifted to one of exasperation as he addressed Song Shao. It insists on clarifying to you that it has never been an unregistered beast. Its registration has always been with the Beast Management Bureau. Hikaru felt slighted by Song Qin's remark about contracting a beast of dubious origin, having always assumed its lineage was noble as a top-tier battle beast of Class A. It was the first time its pedigree had been questioned. Song Shao could not help but chuckle. Since Hikaru was neither unregistered nor an escaped beast, he had no reason to decline the contract. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Song? Haebadong raised an eyebrow slightly. None for now, Song Shao replied. Haebadong straightened his posture, exchanging a meaningful glance with the Lingqing falcon. Then, Mr. Song, accept the challenge. Naturally, Haebadong would not allow Song Shao to contract Hikaru without testing him. After all, no matter how impressive a son-in-law might be, nothing should come without scrutiny. Moreover, given Song Shao's deep bond with Huemu Ban, how could Haebadong be assured that Song Shao would treat Hikaru with the same regard as he did Huemu Ban? Song Shao met Haebadong's gaze without flinching. Very well, I accept the challenge. Haebadong placed a finger to his lips and emitted a sharp whistle. In an instant, dozens of Haikuris appeared in the sky, converging to envelop Song Shao in a vast net of white feathers, interspersed with unique slate-gray spots, their deep blue eyes shimmering like rare sapphires. Gulu, 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 gulu. The chorus of Haikuris engaged in animated discussion about Song Shao, and with the beast translator in tow, Song Shao cast a bemused glance at Hikaru, who stubbornly averted its gaze. In the skies above, the Haikuris were debating. Is this the Beastmaster number 36 desperately seeking a contract? Scrawny and unimposing. Yet, the online chatter proclaimed him a genius Beastmaster. Perhaps he appeared weak, but was, in fact, formidable. Oh, he is undeniably handsome. No wonder number 36 cried to contract him. Such a disgrace for us beasts. Hikaru, exposed by its peers, felt its aloof image shatter before Song Shao, and it lowered its head in dismay. Unable to suppress a smile, Song Shao reached out, gently stroking Hikaru's back feathers. Hikaru stiffened momentarily before gradually inching closer, though it still felt embarrassed and did not turn to face him. Xing, observing the interaction between Hikaru and its Beastmaster, paused for 2 seconds before mimicking Song Shao's gesture, patting Hikaru's back feathers. After all, it was the younger sibling and felt compelled to offer comfort. At this moment, the Lingqing falcon expanded in size, extending one wing toward the ground. Haebadong led Song Shao and Xing onto the falcon's back. As a beast king renowned for its speed, the Lingqing falcon soared through the air with lightning velocity, and in the blink of an eye, Song Shao found himself in an entirely different location. Dismounting from the falcon, Song Shao discovered he had been brought to a training ground, where a Lunino stood poised. Lei Donino, an ability-type beast, exhibited a pale blue hue, with sharp spines adorning its back resembling a hedgehog. Its ears were slightly shorter than those of a rabbit. It boasted a green horn atop its head, with 2 protruding teeth akin to bunny fangs. Upon noticing the approaching figures, Lunok dropped the iron ball it had been training with and hopped eagerly toward Haebadong, waving at the Lingqing falcon. It was evident that this Lunok was a contracted companion of Haebadong. Leiduo? It exclaimed, casting a curious glance at Song Shao before pointing, then turning to Haebadong. Clearly, it was inquiring whether this human was the Beastmaster Hikaru had longed to contract. Haebadong nodded slightly and introduced Sinuo, one of my companions. Leiduo? Leiduo Nemo greeted Song Shao. Hello, Song Shao responded. As Haebadong walked with Fengno around the training ground, he remarked, Hikaru has already chosen you as its Beastmaster. However, as their guardian, especially in light of the recent events concerning Ing Sibai, I bear the responsibility to ensure that I find a suitable Beastmaster for them. Therefore, I will conduct an assessment of you. If you can defeat me, then Hikaru shall enter into a pact with you. Song Shao observed the Raidanino, standing beside Haebatten, recognizing it as a beast that had only recently entered the late stage of awakening. Defeating it with the strength of a star would not pose a significant challenge. However, given that Haebatten was setting such an obvious test, could it truly be so simple? As expected, the next moment, Haebatten declared, I require you to battle using Hikaru. This statement was rather unreasonable, for Song Shao had not yet formed a contract with Hikaru. Without the spiritual bond and resonance between master and beast, Hikaru would be unable to unleash its true potential. In stark contrast to the already contracted Raidenino, victory seemed all but impossible. Moreover, as a mere second-tier beastmaster, Song Shao estimated that Heibatten was at least a fifth-tier beastmaster, indicating a significant disparity between them. How could they possibly contend? It would be easier to turn back now. While Song Shao pondered, he remained silent, yet Hikaru did not rush forward to plead with Heibatten on his behalf. Instead, it quietly turned its gaze towards Song Shao. It regarded the young man who might become its beastmaster, wondering if he would accept this challenge for its sake. Song Shao met Heibatten's gaze, his expression devoid of distress. Very well, I accept. Would he win? Song Shao held no absolute confidence, yet he understood the necessity of attempting. He turned to Hikaru and whispered, "Trust me and follow my commands." Hikaru discarded the impulsive thought that had nearly escaped its lips, that could fight on its own and would surely not lose. Instead, it resolved to trust Song Shao. Hikaru nodded in agreement. Song Shao activated the skill of his left eye to examine Hikaru. Scientific name, Hikaru. Attribute, flying. System, martial arts. Level, A-class awakening. Skills, feather blade, beginner, entry, air slash, beginner, entry, dark strike, beginner, entry, fortification, intermediate, experienced. Characteristics, disdains the weak, provokes those it finds displeasing, extremely loyal once tamed, making it an excellent companion in battle. It seemed there was a change. Song Shao recalled the first time he reviewed Hikaru's data, noting that it had been described as cold and emotionally detached. Now, that particular trait was absent. It appeared that the information observed through his left eye updated in accordance with the beast's evolution, akin to a continuous refresh of data. In contrast, Raidenino, standing opposite, was a level higher than Hikaru, mid-stage awakening, and possessed two intermediate skills, telekinetic manipulation and chaos attack. Hikaru, with only one intermediate skill, fortification, which fell under physical defense, could not withstand Raidenino's psychic abilities. The attributes of the beasts in this contest were overwhelmingly suppressed. As Song Shao focused on Hikaru's intermediate skill, fortification, a thought struck him, who said physical defense could not resist mental attacks. He whispered an instruction to Hikaru, who widened its gem-like eyes in surprise. Chapter 66, Winning Without Shame. Hikaru hesitated, casting a glance at Raidenino, pondering Song Shao's words and beginning to doubt if such a battle could indeed be fought. Raidenino continued discussing with its beastmaster, "Raiden, do we really have to go after Hikaru?" Heibatten understood that Hikaru would undoubtedly lose against Raidenino. Irrespective of the latter's level and attributes which countered Hikaru, the lack of a spiritual bond with its beast master rendered victory impossible. If a beast could defeat another that was contracted, then nearly a millennium ago, humanity would not have needed to form pacts with beasts to resist the onslaught of the insect race. Snow, do not hold back. I wish to see if he truly cares for and cherishes Hikaru. Once I confirm his worthiness, then you may relent, Heibatten instructed. What could he do? Could he truly bring Hikaru to the brink of death? Raidenino nodded, shifting its gaze to Hikaru, who hovered before Song Shao, suddenly clenching its fists. Raiden, let me test this human's sincerity. Heibatten sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose, thinking it best to refrain from letting Raidenino watch any more beast adventure dramas, as it often spouted absurdly embarrassing lines. Star, adopting an elder brother's demeanor, approached, casting a disdainful glance at Raidenino, and proclaimed, Ban, go on, bring it down. As my younger brother, you must not bring shame upon our name." Song Shao quickly covered Star's mouth, silencing him amid protests, and led Hikaru onto the battlefield. The Qingling falcon soared into the sky, emitting a long cry to signal the commencement of the match. Teleportation. Dressed in an exquisite custom-tailored suit, Heibatten lounged lazily in the arena, his golden hair glistening in the sunlight. Raidenino teleported close to Hikaru, its crimson eyes immediately visible within Hikaru's field of vision. "Shut your eyes, evade," Song Shao commanded urgently. Lacking a contract, he had to raise his voice, and Hikaru obeyed, swiftly closing its eyes and executing a graceful backflip in the air to dodge Raidenino's approach. Raidenino, a psychic-type beast, required direct eye contact for its intermediate skill, Chaos Attack. Once caught in its gaze, the target would fall under Raidenino's control. The higher the tier of the beast, the shorter the duration of control, and vice versa for lower-tiered beasts. Should Hikaru succumb to the Chaos Attack, it might inadvertently harm itself. Air Slash. As Hikaru executed its evasive maneuver, Song Shao promptly issued the command. Utilizing its aerial position, Hikaru unleashed an Air Slash. Dark Strike. He intended to deprive Raidenino of any opportunity for a counterattack. Given the disparity in their strengths, he aimed to exhaust Raidenino's energy to the maximum extent in the early stages. With the air slash executed, Hikaru, like a shadow, silently maneuvered to Raidenino's rear. Its pristine white claws shimmered like freshly fallen snow under the sun's rays. Just as those razor-sharp claws were poised to grasp Raidenino, Heibatten raised an eyebrow and commanded telekinetic manipulation. Hikaru, poised in a predatory stance, froze mid-air, while Raidenino turned nonchalantly, revealing a triumphant smile. Raiden, I've got you now. Raidenino's eyes blazed a deeper red as it exerted control over Hikaru, rendering it nearly immobile. At that moment, Raidenino's success with the chaos attack was nearly guaranteed. Why nearly? Because there was always room for unexpected outcomes, however minuscule the possibility might be. Hikaru recalled the words Song Shao had whispered before the match, and an intense internal struggle ensued. Ultimately, disregarding everything, it resolved that losing would mean forfeiting the contract. Compared to its future, its pride was inconsequential. A beast could afford to be shameless, but could not afford to grow weak. With newfound determination, Hikaru gazed into Raidenino's approaching crimson eyes and steeled itself. Spitting defiantly, Hikaru unleashed a torrent of saliva that splattered across Raidenino's face. The air fell eerily silent. Raidenino's confident smile slowly fractured. 3 seconds later, Raidenino let out a wail of despair from the skies. Raiden, for the first time, Heibatten, who typically exuded a languid and composed demeanor reminiscent of old nobility, was taken aback. He stared incredulously at Hikaru, his face etched with disbelief. What has happened to you? Where is your elegance? Your pride? Where is that haughty demeanor of yours? How dare you spit at your opponent during the battle? Song Shao observed the bewildered expression of Heibatten and felt a tinge of discomfort, lowering his gaze slightly and resting his chin on his hand to conceal his smile. It is hardly his fault for being derisive. After all, it was already a formidable challenge for Hikaru to defeat Raidenino, without employing any unexpected tactics. It would be akin to awaiting defeat. Fortunately, thanks to Song Shao's skill with his left eye, he discerned Raidenino's peculiarities, particularly its obsessive cleanliness and disdain for all things filthy. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Raidenino frantically scrubbed its face with its claws, providing Hikaru with the opportunity to break free from the telekinetic grip and take flight, its expression icy, as if it were the one being drenched in spittle. Air slash. Song Shao stifled his laughter and cast a commendatory glance at Hikaru. Suddenly, Hikaru felt a sense of dignity restored. It hovered mid-air, its cold, azure eyes fixated on the still frantic Raidenino, which was now aware that its claws were also matted with saliva. Enraged and further distressed, Raidenino unleashed an air slash. Dodge! Heibatten immediately instructed. At that moment, upon realizing its own claws were not clean, Raidenino hesitated, raising a paw to its ear, momentarily lagging in response to its trainer's command. The air slash struck Raidenino, eliciting a cry filled with both fury and pain. Read on. Raidenino was genuinely furious now, its crimson eyes seemingly ablaze. Rising from the ground, it teleported before Hikaru and attempted to exert its telekinetic control once more. In that fleeting instant of Hikaru's immobilization, Song Shao shouted, "Spit!" Raidenino momentarily froze, instinctively attempting to evade, but Hikaru did not spit again. Instead, it broke free from the telekinetic grasp, distancing itself from Raidenino. Realizing it had been deceived, Raidenino clenched its fists, while Heibatten, shedding his nonchalant demeanor, turned his gaze to Song Shao. Do you really believe snow can only control close-range beasts? With those words, Hikaru, now 20 meters away, suddenly ceased its movement mid-air. Chapter 67. Contracting Hikaru, Raidenino's crimson eyes seemed to emit a glow, its expression dark as it glared at Hikaru from 20 meters away. The telekinetic control could actually be executed over such a distance. Song Shao observed Hikaru, suspended in the air, his face betraying no emotion until Raidenino approached and unleashed a chaotic attack. Raidenino manipulated Hikaru to execute an air slash, targeting itself. Though an entry-level skill for an awakened beast, it was already a highly destructive technique, having previously knocked Raidenino from the sky, creating a crater upon impact. Now, however, the air slash struck Hikaru itself, sending it plummeting like a severed kite onto the battlefield, dust erupting upon impact. Hikaru coughed painfully twice, and before it could rise from the crater, it beheld a pair of fiery red eyes amidst the swirling debris. Now solidify. Song Shao issued the command with calm authority. Hikaru's solidify transformed part of its body into a ceramic-like substance, distinct from the fragility of actual ceramics, capable of withstanding the blows of evolved beasts. However, Ridanino's chaotic attack was a psychic skill. Once eye contact was made, it would control the mind, rendering physical defenses utterly ineffective against it. Hibatten remained unperturbed, even contemplating allowing Ridunino to vent its frustrations before easing the pressure on Hikaru. As the dust settled and visibility improved, Ridanino's crimson gaze fell upon Hikaru. Read on? Ridunino stood frozen, while Hikaru's azure eyes, once gem-like, vanished, replaced by a porcelain-white head. It had actually solidified its head. Habitan's expression twisted into one of incredulity, as he began to seriously question if entrusting Hikaru to Song Shao was truly wise. Was this right? Who trains their beasts in such a manner? Once again, with the command to spit, and now, with a hardened head, did Hikaru care for its dignity? Despite Habitan's profound doubts, Song Shao retained his composure. 3 meters to the left, ambush. With its head solidified into ceramic, Hikaru lost its sight, relying solely on auditory cues from Song Shao's commands to execute attacks. This was exceedingly challenging for a beast. Even contracted companions seldom managed to trust their trainers completely, let alone act without hesitation in the absence of sight. Not to mention that Hikaru had not yet been contracted to Song Shao. Habitan's gaze was fixed on Hikaru, pondering that it would surely exhibit a hint of hesitation. Yet reality starkly revealed Hikaru's unwavering loyalty to a trainer it had not yet bonded with. Seizing the moment of Ridanino's distraction, Hikaru launched its ambush, swiftly appearing behind Ridunino, its sharp, snow-white claws grasping the creature's long ears, before soaring high into the sky. At the apex, Hikaru forcefully hurled Ridunino downward, and just as it began to descend, it released its solidify, simultaneously unleashing the entry-level skill Featherblade. Dozens of Featherblades, composed of pristine white wings, shot towards Ridunino. Barrier. Hibatten entirely shed his languid demeanor, his handsome features now etched with seriousness. Ridunino, gritting its teeth against the pain, conjured a barrier composed of air before it, as the flurry of feather blades assailed the shield. The sounds of impact echoed, bang, 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 with a final crack. Ridunino's barrier shattered. The barrier was merely an entry-level skill, and compounded by Song Shao's earlier provocation of Ridunino, the creature had recklessly unleashed mid-level psychic skills, resulting in a state of energy depletion. Meanwhile, Hikaru had only executed a single mid-level solidify, utilizing entry-level skills for the remainder. Hence the final feather blade strike was executed with full energy, making the shattering of Ridunino's barrier a foregone conclusion. As Ridunino plummeted toward the ground, Song Shao glanced at the stars, uttering not a word, as the stars swiftly transformed into lightning, catching Ridunino mid-fall. Exhausted, Ridunino looked up to see the star's fangs. Realizing it was being held by the creature, its eyes rolled back, unwilling to confront the reality of being drenched in the saliva of 2 beasts. Disdainfully, the star set Ridunino down, showing no aversion to its dirty state. Song Shao gazed at Hikaru, still soaring in the sky despite its injuries, extending his arm towards it. Hikaru circled above, let out a long cry, and dove towards Song Shao, landing gracefully on his outstretched arm. Hibatten approached, retrieving Ridunino into its beast ring, his light blue eyes observing Song Shao with a hint of complexity. This individual's talent was indeed astonishing. Even before formally contracting Hikaru, he had established such a rapport with it, earning Hikaru's unwavering loyalty. Perhaps he could guide Hikaru to a broader world. Lowering his gaze, Song Shao's expression shed all traces of indifference. He looked at Hikaru, and, as their eyes met, he conveyed admiration and encouragement. Hibatten offered a faint smile. Congratulations. You may now contract Hikaru. He led Song Shao into the inner sanctum of the estate, which served as Hikaru's breeding ground, a veritable paradise for the creature, where each Hikaru was a precious beast, each possessing its unique temperament. The Hikaru that Song Shao is about to contract is designated as number 36 among these creatures. Whenever one Hikaru departs from the estate, the others bestow their blessings upon it. In terms of age, this Hikaru is akin to the stars, perhaps even a few days younger. Song Shao gazes at the birth certificate and household registration documents of the Hikaru. The creature, feigning nonchalance, conspicuously nudges these documents towards Song Shao, asserting its legitimacy. This is no mere unregistered entity. Accompanied by the Hikaru, Song Shao greets each of the other Hikurus, though he senses that they do not exhibit the expected aloofness. Rather, their demeanor is surprisingly amiable. Hibatten, observing from the sidelines, appears somewhat perplexed. For these creatures are notoriously difficult to please, often displaying disdain even towards him. Why, then, do they treat Song Shao with such courtesy? Surely something is amiss. After exchanging pleasantries, the Hikaru leads Song Shao to its favored tree, where the stars are quietly plucking the small flowers nearby. Song Shao, looking at the Hikaru, forms hand seals and gestures, summoning a milky white beast ring that swirls around him before rapidly encircling the Hikaru. A black pattern gradually materializes on the Hikaru's forehead at the center of the ring. Upon the completion of the contract, the Hikaru soars into the air, performing a graceful circle before descending in front of Song Shao, affectionately uttering, "Kuru." Utilizing his left eye skill, Song Shao examines the Hikaru's data to ascertain any changes post-contract. When his gaze falls upon the evolution pathways, he is momentarily taken aback. Evolution pathways. Item evolution, bloodline evolution. Bloodline evolution? Chapter 68. The Star as an Elder Brother. Song Shao scrutinizes the top of the Hikaru's head, confirming that his golden finger indeed indicates that the evolution pathways for the Hikaru encompass both item and bloodline evolution. Following the star, his second contracted pet also reveals the possibility of bloodline evolution. Steadying his emotions, he once again peruses the comprehensive documentation provided by Hai Batten, detailing the Hikaru's lineage and physical data. The information is far more detailed than that which he received when he contracted the star. However, amidst all the data, there is no indication that the Hikaru possesses the potential for bloodline evolution. The records clearly show that all immediate ancestors, whether paternal or maternal, followed the conventional item evolution route. A wild thought surfaces in Song Shao's mind, one that is both audacious and utterly implausible. Could it be that only after contracting with him do these pets exhibit the potential for bloodline evolution? This notion, to some extent, is as fanciful as imagining Sun Wukong and Lin Daiyu together. Yet, aside from this theory, he cannot conceive of any other explanation. Both the star and the Hikaru had only a singular evolution pathway prior to their contracts, with all tests yielding normal results. However, after forming a bond with him, both the star and the Hikaru now present the possibility of bloodline evolution. Song Shao files away the Hikaru's documents and, gazing at the creature perched on his shoulder, reflects for a moment before gently stroking its back feathers. From now on, you shall be named Song Hao. Hao, meaning bright and pure, reminiscent of the illumination that dawn brings to the world. The Hikaru's azure eyes sparkle with newfound radiance at this moment. Kuru. The Hikaru ascends into the sky, soaring and calling out joyfully, eliciting the attention of the other Haikurus who flock around. It shares its new name with its companions, sparking a lively discussion among them. Ultimately, they conclude that a beast master should indeed seek out those who are handsome and pleasing to the eye, with names that resonate beautifully. For instance, that Lulu sounds rather effeminate and lacks any semblance of ferocity. Lingqing Falcon. The Lingqing Falcon glances at its beast master with a look of reproach. Hai Batten clears his throat, avoiding the falcon's gaze, convinced that Lulu is quite a charming name. Hai Batten also provides Song Shao with a month's supply of energy rations for the Hikaru. Upon examining the ration's composition, Song Shao discreetly pulls out his phone, preparing to contact his workplace. The value of this month's rations is approximately 100,000 star coins. Ultimately, Song Shao departs from the Hikaru estate, accompanied by the Hikaru, now affectionately dubbed Shao Hao. At this moment, Song Shao stands out remarkably, cradling the star in his arms while the Hikaru perches on his shoulder. Both man and beast draw considerable attention, prompting inquiries from passersby wishing to take photographs with Song Shao's Hikaru, as it is a top-tier combat-type creature among the A-class. Looking at Shao Hao, Song Shao observes the Hikaru coldly disregard the requests. Undeterred, the requester turns to the star, saying, "Your gray-eyed stripe is exceptionally striking and somewhat familiar. Might I take a photo with you?" The star, having been trained in the art of posing for photographs, whether during Song Shao's part-time job at a milk tea shop or while participating in competitions, handles the situation with aplomb. However, its ire is piqued by the fact that the individual approached the Hikaru first. Just as the star prepares to decline, the man continues. "This is the first time I've encountered such a commanding gray-eyed stripe. I wanted to contract one myself, but alas, I was unsuccessful." Resignedly, the star raises its chin, its demeanor cool and aloof, and nods slightly. In a moment unseen by others, Shao Hao flutters its wings dramatically. As the man positions his camera to capture the star and himself, Shao Hao swoops in with an impressive pose, inadvertently becoming part of the shot. The man, taken aback by the unexpected addition, finds the photograph strikingly handsome and departs with a satisfied farewell. The star, observing Xiao Hao's sudden intrusion into the frame, lets out a long sigh. Stripe, if you wish to take a photo, you need only ask. As your elder brother, I would gladly oblige. Xiao Hao lifts its head, surprise flickering in its gaze, as it had anticipated a reprimand from the star for stealing the limelight, given their not-so-pleasant past. After a brief pause, Xiao Hao's expression shifts. The previously evident reluctance gradually dissipates as it approaches the star. Kuru, then let's take a photo together. Song Shao watches as the star seems to mature suddenly. Since he had told it that it would now be the elder brother, the star appears to have gained a newfound sense of responsibility. Pulling out his phone, with the star nestled in his arms and Xiao Hao perched on his shoulder, the trio squeezes into the frame, all wearing genuine smiles. Song Shao shares the photo with his elder brother and Jingjing, setting it as his profile picture, for he is now a family man raising children, and using their photo as his avatar feels entirely appropriate. Subsequently, Song Shao visits a pet convenience store to purchase the star's favored pet cheese sticks, while Xiao Hao selects a packet of popping candy. Observing the garish packaging, Song Shao suspects that Xiao Hao is oblivious to what it is and simply attracted to the shiny exterior. As expected, while waiting for the subway, Xiao Hao consumes a pack of popping candy, causing it to tremble violently while perched on Song Shao's shoulder, casting a terrified glance in his direction, as if pleading for rescue. Song Shao cannot contain his laughter, while the star curiously regards the trembling Xiao Hao and calls out, "Stripe, what's wrong?" Xiao Hao, regaining composure, expressionlessly offers the remaining candy to the star. The star questions Stripe, "Is it tasty?" Unable to articulate, Xiao Hao can only nod in affirmation. In moments of naive innocence, the star happily consumes the remaining popping candy. As the subway comes to a gradual halt, the moment the doors open, the star leaps from Song Shao's embrace, bounding with excitement into the train. Song Shao wore an unyielding smile on his face, especially when he saw Xing bouncing around like a rubber ball, unable to contain his delight, his beautiful slanted phoenix eyes curving into crescent shapes. Meanwhile, the mischievous Xiao Hao, who had successfully caused chaos for Xing, was not faring any better. He could no longer maintain his composure, twitching and shaking his head wildly atop Song Shao's shoulder. The other passengers on the subway watched these two seemingly dim-witted creatures, momentarily questioning whether Song Shao had contracted two brainless pets. It was only after Song Shao exited the subway that Xing and Xiao Hao returned to their senses. In a fit of anger, Xing devoured all the cheese sticks that Song Shao had originally bought for Xiao Hao. Just as Xing's cheeks were stuffed, Song Shao's phone rang. It was Ying Nanfeng. After a moment of recollection, Song Shao remembered that he too was a beastmaster who had contracted a gray-eyed dapple. Chapter 69, The Lucky Star Xing. Song Shao answered Ying Nanfeng's call. "Do you remember me?" Ying Nanfeng's somewhat teasing and irreverent tone echoed through the receiver. "Of course, Ying Nanfeng," Song Shao replied. On the other end, Ying Nanfeng chuckled. "First, allow me to congratulate you on winning the Champions Cup in the higher-tier beast competition. My gray-eyed dapple, and I watched every match." "Thanks, but I assume you didn't call just to share that," Song Shao replied. The tone of Ying Nanfeng became serious. "You have contracted a haikuru, the one that Ying Sibai attempted to contract, but failed?" Glancing at Xiao Hao, who was still flitting around Xing, Song Shao acknowledged yes. Ying Nanfeng sighed, as if lamenting that Song Shao had chosen this particular haikuru to contract. "I have a friend who is a beastmaster fond of gray-eyed dapples. Upon seeing a photo of your gray-eyed dapple with a haikuru on his social media, I confirmed with him that both are your pets, which is how I learned you had indeed contracted this haikuru. I have some connection with Ying Sibai. We're distantly related, though not closely. He was originally from the primary family in the 4th District, but has temporarily relocated to the lower 4th District due to some misdeeds. Recently, he got himself into trouble with the haikuru incident, and the family took him away. He is quite young and has a rather peculiar temperament. You managed to contract the haikuru that he desperately sought but failed to obtain. Although he cannot return now, there may be some complications in the future, so you should be cautious." Song Shao remained silent for a moment, surprised that Ying Nanfeng, someone he barely knew, would go out of his way to warn him. He realized that Ying Sibai being taken away by the family meant that the matter with Haibitan had indeed been resolved. "I understand. Thank you for informing me," Song Shao replied sincerely. Ying Nanfeng chuckled, his tone laced with disdain. "I can't stand that guy. He's quite cunning. The family has cleaned up after him so many times already. This time, he really fell into a deep pit and probably won't be coming back. I merely want to give you a heads up. Also, could you send me a signed paw print of the haikuru?" Song Shao agreed. After hanging up, Song Shao recalled the similarly mischievous Ying Siyuan he had once met. It seemed that despite not being brothers, the two were quite close. He opened his phone and began composing a message to Kuyao, sharing the news of his second pet contract and detailing the origins of the hikaru and its connection to Ing Sibai. 10 minutes later, Kuyao replied simply, "Got it." Song Shao did not put away his phone, but instead contacted the principal. He remembered the principal had promised to cover the expenses for his second pet as long as he won the championship. And now that he had contracted the hikaru, he wondered if that promised million star coins could be converted into cash. As a single father managing 2 children, impoverished Song Shao was online begging for help. Returning home with Xingxing and Xiaohao, Song Qin and Jingjing had already set up a cake on the table. Even though one was busy at the shop and the other still at school, the welcome ceremony for Xingxing at home must not be lacking for Xiaohao. Before long, Song Qin returned home carrying bags of groceries. He was already quite familiar with Xiaohao, stirring a large spoon in the kitchen while chatting. "Do you know how much a gray-eyed apple costs nowadays?" Busy washing vegetables, Song Shao responded intermittently, "What price?" Song Qin halted his stirring, wearing an expression of disbelief. 200,000 star coins. And it's still rising. The price will change again tomorrow. Song Shao paused, listening to his brother's proud explanation. "It's all thanks to our Xingxing." Ever since Xingxing advanced to the late awakening stage at just 4 months old and the news of his deep resonance with Beastmaster spread, the price of gray-eyed dapples has skyrocketed to 200,000 star coins in just a few days. In a few more days, it might even reach 300,000. Hearing his name, Xingxing peeked in from where he was playing with Xiaohao outside. "Dapples? Are you calling me?" Looking at Xingxing, Song Qin's smile broadened. "I'm talking about how amazing you are." With a proud toss of his head, Xingxing replied modestly, "Dapples. I'm okay, just generally impressive." Song Shao chuckled and continued washing the vegetables. Once Jingjing returned from school, the family gathered together. Song Qin, Song Shao, and Jingjing raised their drinks, while Xingxing held up a cheese stick, all celebrating Xiaohao's arrival into their family. The television was broadcasting the finals of the Interstellar Beast Challenge Cup when Xingxing tugged at Song Shao's arm, excitedly pointing at the screen. "Dapples! Dapples! That handsome person won." Setting down his chopsticks, Song Shao looked at the television, where the Beastmaster whom Xingxing deemed the most handsome stood at center stage, basking in the cheers of the crowd. Behind him was the banner of the Interstellar Beast Challenge Cup finals. Song Shao recalled that Xingxing had not only bet on this person to win, but even on the use of that particular pet. The creature displayed on screen appeared to be the one Xingxing had wagered on. How much had he bet initially? It seemed to amount to several million star coins now. Turning to Xingxing, Song Shao's usually cool gaze suddenly ignited with warmth. "Xingxing, you are not merely lucky. You are a true emperor of luck." Impoverished Song Shao had struck gold. He shared this revelation with Song Qin and Jingjing, who were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Ever since we contracted Xingxing, our family has been on a streak of good fortune. Perhaps Xingxing truly possesses some extraordinary abilities." Song Qin decided to print a photo of Xingxing to hang in his new shop, hoping it would attract prosperity. Xiaohao fell into deep thought, recalling that it was indeed after its tussles with Xingxing that it had formed a bond with its beastmaster. Could it be that this seemingly foolish creature genuinely possessed good luck? The family resolved that the next day, Song Shao would take both pets to claim their prize, with the winnings naturally going to him, as he now had 2 beasts to support. After dinner, Song Shao assigned Xingxing a bedtime task, continuing to train for the successive use of the lightning shadow technique, aiming for 3 consecutive usages. As for Xiaohao, its proficiency in solidification had reached an advanced level due to its relentless evasion of the wood gecko's attacks. Time and again, facing perilous threats, Xiaohao had to employ solidification to protect its most vital areas. Thus, it repeatedly honed its skills in the crucible of life and death, elevating its proficiency in solidification to an advanced level. It was a top-tier battle pet, and, ironically, its most mastered skill was defensive. As Song Shao stroked Xiaohao's back feathers, he realized it was time to teach Xiaohao a new skill. A battle pet must learn how to fight. This technique was called Sky Slash, an intermediate skill that manifested as a flash of blinding light, transforming the user's body into an impervious blade of radiance, capable of slicing through ordinary mid-tier defensive techniques. The advanced version was named Sky Shattering Slash. Chapter 70, The Koala Bear. Xiaohao's elementary skill, Air Slash, could be regarded as a simplified version of the Flying Slash. The reason Song Shao initially encouraged Xiao how to learn the exceedingly challenging intermediate skills with potential for advancement was precisely because Xiaohao possessed the foundational Air Slash. Song Shao demonstrated the Flying Slash video to Xiaohao on the computer while he continued to explore other aerial skills on his phone. Death Wings, an intermediate skill that locks onto the opponent's attack. Successfully executing Death Wings allows the user to return the damage inflicted by the opponent. with higher levels yielding greater damage return. Storm Assault, an intermediate skill that whirls the opponent upwards with a fierce gale, merging oneself with the storm to unleash a devastating final strike. Both of these abilities are suitable for Xiao Hao at this stage, yet they remain intermediate skills, making them inherently challenging to master. Even Xing Xing took several days of diligent practice to learn them. If other beast tamers were to discover Song Shao's intentions, they would likely be left aghast, for it often takes months for a pet to master a single skill, and some may expend considerable time and energy without success. Yet Song Shao felt that spending just a few days was a waste of time. Xiao Hao attentively watched the instructional video, meticulously mimicking the movements of the flying creatures depicted. However, after several attempts, there was no discernible progress. Meanwhile, Xing Xing darted about the modest room like a bolt of lightning. After an hour of practice, Xing Xing excitedly appeared before Song Shao, exclaiming, "Ban Ban, I mastered it." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Shao paused his own exercises, standing tall to signal that Xing Xing could commence. With a flick of its tail and a crouch, Xing Xing instantly transformed into a streak of lightning, briefly appearing 3 meters away, only to reappear once more as a flash of lightning. On the third attempt, Xing Xing collided into Song Shao's embrace. "Well done, you're learning at an impressive rate," Song Shao encouraged, patting Xing Xing on the head. "Ban Ban." Xing Xing leaped from Song Shao's hold, standing proudly on the floor, head slightly raised, exuding an air of delightful arrogance. Xiao Hao, standing before the computer, gazed at Xing Xing with a hint of solemnity in his azure eyes, silently motivating himself that he too could achieve success. Turning resolutely back to the screen, his focus was unwavering as he scrutinized the instructional video. After encouraging Xing Xing, Song Shao began to analyze the situation. Although Xing Xing could now execute the lightning dash thrice in succession, the distance covered was still significantly less than that of a single lightning dash. This limitation stemmed from the high energy mobilization demands of executing the skill consecutively. While Xing Xing had sufficient energy, the internal energy regulation could not yet keep pace with the triple execution of lightning dash. Take your time, practice more, and I'll look for new skills that suit you. It's time for us to learn some new techniques, Song Shao thought, quietly drafting a plan in his mind. After arranging matters for Xing Xing, he turned to observe Xiao Hao, who was intensely focused on the screen. Suddenly, Song Shao pondered whether pets could suffer from nearsightedness. Surely not. He had never heard of a pet being nearsighted. Nonetheless, it was prudent to be cautious. Xiao Hao, he began, learning new skills, ISNT, something that could be mastered in an instant. Tonight is merely for you to understand how to use this skill. It's perfectly fine if you don't grasp it right away. To his surprise, Xiao Hao turned and responded with utmost seriousness. "Kulu Kulu. I will master it, and I will do so swiftly. You can rest assured, Beast Tamer." Observing Xing Xing, who was still darting about as a streak of lightning, alongside Xiao Hao, who was diligently learning new skills, Song Shao couldn't help but marvel at their enthusiasm. Yet, having trained all night, he yearned for rest. The result of this late-night training session was that when Song Shao arose the next day, it was already noon. He needed to finalize Xiao Hao's registration and visit the Beast Management Bureau, as well as claim his rewards. The thought of the several million star coins awaiting him instantly banished his fatigue. With a swift motion, he rolled out of bed, rousing the still-sleeping Xing Xing and Xiao Hao. The trio quickly cleaned up, and Xing Xing, admiring its reflection in the mirror, raised its chin slightly and declared to Song Shao, "Ban Ban, let us set off." Song Shao mounted his bicycle, with Xing Xing perched on his back and Xiao Hao soaring beside him, as they journeyed under the warm afternoon sun towards the subway station. The boys' delicate features became increasingly exquisite in the shifting light. Upon entering the subway, they found it relatively empty. Xing Xing and Xiao Hao obediently stayed by Song Shao's side as he reviewed the rewards from his championship victory on his phone. Aside from monetary gains, he had also secured the opportunity to undertake missions alongside the Inspection Bureau. The missions assigned by the Inspection Bureau mainly fall into 2 categories: resolving illegal incidents caused by pets and clearing hazardous zones, specifically areas overrun by insectoids. However, as a mere Tier 2 beast tamer, Song Shao would likely only be permitted to assist on the periphery during these dangerous zone cleanups. Nevertheless, even being a peripheral participant was a coveted opportunity sought after by many beast tamers. 4 high school beast tamers aiming to apply to prestigious beast tamer universities. Participation in dangerous zone cleanups could significantly enhance their applications. Most distinguished beast tamers, nurtured by the high-level beast tamer programs, eventually joined the interstellar military, combating the remaining insectoid threats. Song Shao noted that the National High School Pet Competition would take place in early August, lasting a week. And he had applied for training qualifications at a pet battle training base from mid-July to August. With it currently being early June, he had a month and a half to focus on training Xing Xing and Xiao Hao, during which he could also accept missions to further hone their skills. After completing the registration, he planned to visit the inspection bureau to see if there were suitable missions available. As he lowered his phone and instinctively reached out to stroke Xing Xing's back, Xiao Hao, noticing this, subtly leaned closer, rubbing his most comfortable feathers against Song Shao. As Song Shao pondered which mission to undertake, the subway doors opened to reveal a rather disheveled koala bear, standing at about 80 centimeters tall, its fur unkempt and dirt clinging to its paws. It had the human-like habit of carrying a somewhat tattered backpack, clearly unfamiliar with the subway. The koala bear cautiously peered inside before beckoning to a group of similarly styled koala bears that emerged from behind it. One by one, they lined up and boarded the subway. Through his left eye, Song Shao identified the koala bear as a D-rank pet with an evolutionary ceiling of the extraordinary level, known for its considerable strength and affinity for dirt and sand. Generally, D-rank pets are not coveted by beast tamers, as their lower rank corresponds to a lower ceiling, and only those with exceptionally poor potential would consider contracting with a D-rank pet. It was evident that this group of koala bears were all unaccompanied by a beast tamer. Even though there were numerous available seats on the subway, none of the koala bears chose to sit, instead dutifully following the lead koala bear with the tattered backpack. Intrigued by their peculiar appearance and behavior, Song Shao observed them closely. One of the koala bears locked eyes with him, displaying a look of shock before whispering something to the nearby koala bear. Consequently, the entire group of koala bears turned in unison to fix their gaze upon Song Shao. Song Shao. From their gazes, Song Shao discerned no malice, but rather an abundance of curiosity and delight, prompting him to offer a faint smile. Unexpectedly, the first koala to spot him exclaimed, "Lily." The koala, carrying a backpack, immediately turned its attention towards it, reprimanding Lily. "Be quiet, do not make a fuss." Xing Xing also cast a curious glance at them, but after the backpack-laden koala's admonishment, the group of over a dozen koalas lowered their heads and ceased to regard Song Shao. As the train reached a stop, Song Shao rose, accompanied by Xing Xing and Xiao Hao, preparing to disembark. Just before leaving, he sensed a gaze upon him and turned to see the koala quickly bow its head. Though intrigued, Song Shao dismissed the incident as a mere triviality, as the koala did not engage him in conversation. During the registration process for Xing Xing, Song Shao had already familiarized himself with the procedure. He found the Bureau of Administrative Affairs and located the Bobby Beast, scheduling an appointment. Arriving early, he waited a few minutes before it was his turn, presenting all of Xiao Hao's documentation. Song Shao, a second-tier Beastmaster. The previously impersonal staff member paused momentarily upon reading his name, cleared his throat, and continued. The contracted beast is Haikalu. All information is accurate. As Song Shao prepared to take the documents for a photo, the staff member pulled out a phone, surveyed the surroundings, and whispered, "Song Shao, my daughter is a fan of your competitions and is planning to apply to Yaming Beastmaster High School. May I take a photo with you?" "Certainly," Song Shao replied. After the photograph with the staff member, he proceeded with Xiao Hao to take the official photo, which now included Xiao Hao's name and picture in the updated household registry, thereby establishing Xiao Hao's residency with him. The inspection bureau was merely a street corner away, and Song Shao led Xing Xing and Xiao Hao there, presenting the championship certificate and the online application proof. The staff member granted him access to internal channels. Beastmasters could post and accept tasks on a specialized platform. However, these tasks were generally harmless. For instance, a certain internet cafe might seek a beast to enhance signal strength, or an individual might require a patient beast to care for children, or even someone who lost an item could seek the assistance of a divining beast to help recover it. Such tasks were classified as C-level, deemed non-threatening, while B-level tasks and above carried a degree of danger, necessitating an internal review and requiring a certified Beastmaster to accept. Thus, Song Shao had effectively gained the qualification to undertake B-level tasks. While browsing B-level tasks, Song Shao unexpectedly noticed the group of koalas, with the leading koala urgently addressing an inspector, "Lily. Lily, it usually doesn't wander off. It has been missing for 2 days." The other koalas surrounded the inspector, each contributing to the outcry. Song Shao understood that one of the koalas had gone missing and that this group had reported it the day it disappeared. However, since it had been less than 24 hours since the disappearance, and the missing koala had left a note, the inspectors determined that it was merely a case of running away, although the inspector filed a report due to the koala's insistence. Upon conducting an on-site investigation and utilizing a divining beast, they concluded that the koala had left on its own accord. The inspector explained the situation accurately, yet the koalas adamantly insisted that their companion must have been captured, asserting that it could not have left of its own volition. I will post the missing koala as a task, allowing beast masters to accept it and assist in locating it, the inspector stated while operating on the computer. The backpack-carrying koala finally settled down, yet it and the other koalas watched the computer intently, hoping that some beast master would take up the task. Observing the task for the missing koala refresh on the sea-level tasks list, Song Shao noted that the reward was pitifully low, the minimum amount, likely dissuading any beast master from accepting it for several months. With a few taps, he turned to the staff member and said, "I will accept this task. Please assist me in registering it." The staff member, without glancing up, responded, "All right, I'll register that for you." "Huh? Why did you accept a sea-level task? Was it a mistake?" Song Shao calmly held Xing and replied, "No, I wish to accept this task." Meanwhile, the inspector, under the gaze of the dozen koalas, repeatedly refreshed the webpage, reassuring them tasks are not immediately picked up by beastmasters. Typically, it takes a few days or even up to 10 days. Wait, the task has been accepted. Someone actually took it despite the low reward. The inspector gaped at Song Shao's name as the page refreshed with the Beastmaster-S details, the young man's exquisite yet somewhat aloof features catching his attention. The inspector stared at the somewhat familiar face, feeling he had seen it before, but unable to recall where. He murmured, "Song Shao sounds familiar. Who is that?" As Song Shao cradled Xing and Xiao Hao perched on his shoulder, he approached and replied coolly, "It is I." The koalas once again turned in unison to look at Song Shao, particularly the one that had first noticed him in the subway, which exclaimed in astonishment, "Lily." Song Shao regarded it with a slight bow of his head. "Good to see you again." Chapter 72. I will do my best. I remember now. You are that high school student who can deeply resonate with beasts at the second tier, named Song Shao. The officer at the computer finally recalled. He had been puzzled by the familiarity, having seen Song Shao's face plaster across the news for several days, though at that time, his hair had been disheveled. Now, it was much improved, hence the initial failure to recognize him. As he spoke, the office door swung open, revealing a disheveled officer with dark circles under his eyes, rushing out in a crumpled uniform. "Who?" "Song Shao." Song Shao turned to the weary inspector, finding him somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, "Inspector Yu?" Eugene Yuan nodded, brushed off his hands, and extended one toward Song Shao. Hesitating for a moment, Song Shao offered a tentative handshake, but Eugene Yuan, oblivious to his uncertainty, gripped firmly. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" "The boss instructed me to look after you before dispatching on a mission. I've been waiting several days. I tried to contact you at school, but those pesky little reporters intercepted me. I watched your competition. I can hardly believe it. The last time I saw you, you were bedridden in the hospital, and now you've become a champion. You're impressive." Song Shao regarded Eugene Yuan, who was now unkempt, recalling how well-groomed he had appeared in the hospital, exuding a freshness of someone freshly graduated. It felt like only days had passed, yet the dynamic had shifted considerably. "Is it Captain Jean?" Song Shao asked, recognizing the individual Eugene Yuan referred to as the boss, likely the only Captain Jean he knew. However, he surmised that Captain Jin's concern for him was probably due to Professor Ke's influence. "Yes, the boss said to take you on a mission." Upon mentioning the mission, Eugene Yuan's weary expression brightened. He couldn't help but feel emotional, preferring to undertake a mission rather than deal with the mundane squabbles over beasts. Whether it was the illusion cat impersonating a beautiful woman to swindle money online or the spirit rock beast stealing secrets and threatening individuals, the cases had become overwhelming. Observing the dozen koalas anxiously fixated upon him, Song Shao spoke, "Inspector Yu, I cannot join you on a mission for the time being. I just accepted a sea-level task." At that moment, the backpack-carrying koala approached, gazing at Eugene Yuan with a hint of shyness, relieved that a beast master had finally accepted the task. It seemed that this beast master was quite capable. "Lily." Upon glancing at the lily bear, Eugene Yuan smiled knowingly and graciously remarked, "No worries. Since you have accepted the task first, proceed with it. Come find me once your assignment concludes. I shall accompany you on your mission, but do not take too long." He genuinely wished to avoid the incessant lamentations of numerous pet victims buzzing in his ears. He would prefer to confront the insect tribe instead. Song Shao nodded in agreement. "Then, Yuji Cha, shall we exchange contact information for future correspondence?" Swiftly, Eugene Yuan produced his mobile phone. Previously, his superior had instructed him to seek out an individual. But upon arriving at Song Shao's school, he encountered a throng of journalists, resulting in him being mistaken for one of them and barred from entry. After exchanging contact details, Song Shao addressed the lily bear, who was shouldering a backpack. Would you mind if I review the earlier investigation materials? The lily bear nodded in affirmation, and a dozen of its kind waited quietly as Song Shao perused the investigation report. The missing lily bear had been lost for a year and 2 months, making it relatively young among pets, approximately 13 or 14 years of age in human terms, an age notorious for mischief. These lily bears had spent their lives in the countryside, which was not particularly conducive to their well-being. The leader of this group was considered the patriarch among the dozen or so lily bears. Due to their considerable strength and affinity for sand and soil, the patriarch occasionally undertook contracts for projects, and it was on such an endeavor that they had ventured from their rural home to this location. Halfway through the project, the patriarch discovered 3 mornings prior that one of the lily bears was missing. This particular lily bear was participating in a project for the first time, possessing a lively disposition, and initially, they presumed it had sneaked out to play. However, they soon discovered a note left behind by the missing lily bear, stating simply that it had departed. This lily bear did not possess a mobile phone, and among them, only the patriarch had one. Given the patriarch's inherently high vigilance, it was inconceivable that the missing lily bear could have utilized the phone without its knowledge to leave such a message. Sensing something amiss, the lily bears promptly reported the situation to the authorities. Subsequently, an investigator accompanied by a divining pet arrived to conduct an inquiry, and the divination revealed that the missing lily bear had departed the base alone, heading southwest. Let us first investigate the location where the lily bear vanished, Song Shao suggested, placing the investigation materials into his backpack and signaling for the lily bears to follow. Upon exiting the investigation bureau, Song Shao sent a text message to his elder brother, Song Qin, requesting him to collect the reward on his behalf. His brother, likely preoccupied, unusually did not respond immediately. To save time, Song Shao summoned a flying companion, specifying the number needed, and winced slightly at the fare. The lily bear approached Song Shao, calling out to him. What is it? Song Shao inquired, lowering his gaze. Please, help me find it, the lily bear implored. I will do my utmost, Song Shao assured. After a brief silence, the lily bear quietly removed its backpack and extended it toward Song Shao. Perplexed, Song Shao accepted the backpack and, at the lily bear's prompting, opened it. Inside lay a substantial amount of star coins, an estimated 80 to 90,000. We only have this, the lily bear explained anxiously. If it isn't sufficient, may we provide more later? Perhaps fearing that Song Shao might doubt its sincerity, the lily bear's tone grew urgent. I assure you, we are truthful. Observing the star coins within the backpack, the star pet nudged Song Shao's leg with its tail. Song Shao returned the backpack to the lily bear, smiling gently. There's no need. The reward on the platform is 5,000 star coins, and that shall suffice. I will endeavor to help you find it. At that moment, Kulu and Xiao Hao arrived, indicating that the flying creature was ready. An extraordinary Nini Yin, with a wingspan of approximately 15 meters, came to collect them, ample enough for their group of humans and pets. The lily bears, unfamiliar with flying, lined up nervously and curiously, stepping onto the back of the Nini Yin in quick succession. Song Shao stood behind the lily bear, cradling the star pet, with Xiao Hao at his side. The sudden ascent startled the lily bears, prompting exclamations of surprise. The Nini Yin, ever attentive to service, offered calming reassurance. 20 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. As they prepared to depart, the Nini Yin requested a 5-star review from Song Shao, who silently obliged by tapping 5 stars on his phone. Chapter 73, The Bai Pu Beast. The project undertaken by the lily bears was minor, as larger teams overshadowed them, leaving them to scavenge the remnants. This area was even more remote than where Song Shao resided, characterized by desolation. Upon reaching their humble quarters, a communal sleeping area, he noted that all the lily bears shared the space, with the bed of the missing lily bear situated near the wall. Approaching the bed, Song Shao observed that the blankets were neatly folded. The lily bear had indicated it was discovered missing the following morning, suggesting it might not have returned the previous night at all. The star pet wandered over, sniffing the air. Suddenly, its expression shifted, and its gray eyes momentarily glazed over. Shaking its head vigorously to regain focus, it pointed toward a corner, perplexed. Ban, something is odd here. Following the direction of the star pet's paw, Song Shao did not initially perceive anything amiss and inquired, what seems to be wrong? After a moment of confusion, the star pet's nose twitched again, and its gaze displayed a fleeting daze before it quickly regained clarity. Ban. There's something shiny, like an item from a dream. Xiao Hao leaned closer, scrutinizing intently, before suddenly flapping his wings against Song Shao's arm, urging him to take a closer look. Bending down, Song Shao noticed a distinct mark on the mottled wall, more pronounced than the surrounding areas. This mark was small, no larger than a fingernail, easily overlooked. He too recognized that this particular mark appeared heavier than the others, with a slight dampness, as if a drop of water had landed upon it, leaving a half-dried shadow. Yet, the lily bear had been missing for 3 days. The presence of such moisture was peculiar. Star, can you detect the scent from this mark? The star pet sniffed carefully and nodded. Song Shao sought out a lily bear, asking, did anything seem off before it went missing? The lily bear he approached was one he had previously locked eyes with several times. Hesitating, it finally murmured, Li Li. Yes. What specific signs did you observe? Song Shao pressed further. The lily bear regarded him. Li 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 Li. It sneaked out of the worksite to watch your match. Song Shao was taken aback. He had not anticipated being implicated in the matter. Oh, what? Li 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 Li. Furthermore, it seemed to have encountered bad luck, nearly falling from a ladder and almost getting struck on the head. The notion of misfortune led Song Shao to consider that the lily bear might have crossed paths with a malevolent or ghostly creature, as many of such beings possessed a cursed nature, and provoking them could lead to unfortunate events. After inquiring further, he found no additional irregularities. With the lily bear missing for 3 days, he could not afford to delay any longer. Song Shao instructed the star pet to trace the source of the strange scent. Immediately assuming the role of a sniffer dog, the star pet began to sniff around, exclaiming with delight, Ban Ban. Here it is. Ban Ban. Over here. Song Shao, accompanied by Xiao Hao, followed the directions given by the star pet, only to discover that this route diverged entirely from the southwest indicated in the investigation report. The southwest led to the station, while the northeast ventured deeper into the desolate forest. Even a divining creature could be deceived. It seems that the one who took away the strength-tailed bear must be a certain pet. Xingxing pursued the trail all the way and then halted at an intersection. Remaining still, it looked at Song Shao and shook its head, Ban Ban. The scent here is overwhelming. The aroma was so intense that Xingxing could no longer discern its source. And due to the potency of the fragrance, it found itself drifting into a daze more frequently, with fewer moments of clarity. Fearing that Xingxing might be completely enchanted, Song Shao had no choice but to temporarily store Xingxing within the beast ring. Xiao Hao soared above Song Shao's head, ascending to survey the surroundings to ensure there was no danger before descending again. Kulu. No abnormalities detected. Song Shao scanned the area. The foliage was lush, and the trees stood tall and verdant. Looking up, one could only see the towering firs scraping the clouds, which often evoked a profound sense of insignificance in those who gazed upon them for too long. Utilizing his left eye to survey the vicinity, Song Shao stopped before a relatively shorter tree compared to the others. May I inquire if a strength-tailed bear has passed through here recently? Xiao Hao regarded Song Shao with surprise, puzzled by his conversation with the tree. Before it could fully comprehend, the previously motionless tree suddenly trembled, its leaves rustling. A timid voice emanated from the tree. Poo-poo. This was an evolved level by Pooh Beast. When it awakened, it was merely an inconspicuous blade of grass. In its evolved form, it acquired the skill of mimicry, allowing it to seamlessly blend into its surroundings. Once it advanced to the extraordinary level, it could move freely. Currently, however, this Baipu beast had only attained the evolved level and could not move. If a strength-tailed bear had indeed passed through, it must have witnessed it. Yet, the Baipu beast was notoriously timid and typically immersed itself in its environment, feigning death. Song Shao had anticipated that his first inquiry would elicit a response from the Baipu beast. Poo-poo, poo-poo. Recently, several pets have passed by, but I cannot ascertain which one was the strength-tailed bear. The Baipu beast had been here since birth and had never encountered the outside world, making its ignorance of other creatures entirely understandable. Song Shao retrieved the investigation materials from his backpack, which contained a photograph of the strength-tailed bear. He contemplated how to present the photo to the Baipu beast, but upon seeing the creature that resembled the tree before him, he was momentarily at a loss. Poo-poo. Suddenly, branches on either side of the tree stirred and extended towards Song Shao, the leaves gently brushing against the photograph. Moments later, the Baipu beast began to tremble violently, becoming exceedingly frightened. The branches swiftly retracted, reverting to their original stillness, resembling the tree once more. Kulu, what is wrong with you? Xiao Hao flew up to the branches, questioning the Baipu beast, but regardless of Xiao Hao's inquiries, the Baipu beast remained silent. Observing the frightened Baipu beast, Song Shao realized it must have encountered the strength-tailed bear and knew what had transpired. He pondered for a moment and took out some snacks for Xingxing and Xiao Hao from his backpack. Offering Baipu beast star coins would be futile. as it couldn't leave this place to use them. However, the creature snacks were suitable for all pets and should be acceptable to the Baipu beast. Seeing this, Xiao Hao placed the explosive popping candy that Song Shao had previously bought for it onto the Baipu beast's branches. The companions of the strength-tailed bear have been searching for it. Could you share what you witnessed? After a moment of silence, Song Shao thought the Baipu beast would no longer respond, but a quavering, timid voice emerged once more. Poo-poo, poo-poo. It was accompanied by a rather fearsome Mengwom, quite terrifying. Chapter 74, Mengwom. Mengwom. Song Shao was unfamiliar with this pet, and took out his phone to search for information. Mengwom, a legendary hidden beast, a dark-type pet, inherently possesses the ability to cast curses of misfortune, bringing varying degrees of calamity and bad luck to those it encounters. Born as a beast emperor-level pet, Mengwom advances every 100 years. It has two evolutionary forms. One evolves into the disaster-bringing Zhai Menglom, a beast god-level creature that, upon emergence, could unleash devastation comparable to a nuclear explosion, attracting all manner of disasters. The other evolutionary direction is entirely opposite, evolving into the premonition-evading Huan Menglam. According to interstellar records, the last trace of Mengwom was over 100 years ago, when it evolved into Zhai Menglom, causing the largest tsunami ever recorded on the planet Tangjis, leading to the mental collapse of over 10,000 pets, prompting the Interstellar Federation to dispatch military forces to eliminate Zhai Menglom. As Song Shao perused the information on his phone, he recognized that this was undoubtedly an exceedingly perilous entity. The last appearance was over a century ago, and given Mengwom's century-long evolution cycle, its current emergence was likely for the purpose of advancing. The interstellar records indicated that fewer than 10 Mengwom had appeared throughout history, with only one evolving into Huan Menglam. The others had invariably become Zhai Menglom. This meant that the Mengwom in question was highly likely to evolve into Zhai Menglom. This forest was desolate, yet not far from Song Shao's residence. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, beyond this forest lay a danger zone. The danger zone housed countless insect species and extremely perilous, untamed wild pets. Should Mengwom evolve into Zhai Menglom here, it might incite a mental riot among the pets, potentially obliterating the entire 10th district. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Shao opened his phone and found Eugene Yuan's contact information. The signal here was intermittent, and he could not guarantee that the call would connect. After a wait of several seconds, the phone rang through. Hello, Song Shao. The background noise around Eugene Yuan was chaotic, sounding less like a law enforcement bureau and more akin to a bustling marketplace. Song Shao endeavored to convey the situation succinctly. I have discovered traces of Mengwom, located in the northeastern forest of the strength-tailed bear construction site. Eugene Yuan could only hear static, prompting him to shout, "What Wom? Forest? Why are you in the forest?" The noise around him was overwhelming, and Eugene Yuan's patience was wearing thin. He slammed a file onto the table, silencing the surroundings. At that moment, Song Shao's voice came through clearly and unmistakably. I have found traces of Mengwom in the northeastern forest of the strength-tailed bear construction site. Eugene Yuan's previously impatient demeanor froze completely. He was momentarily dumbfounded, doubting his own hearing, and incredulously asked, Mengwom? Are you certain it's Mengwom? It hasn't appeared in over a century. As Song Shao observed the trembling Baipu beast filled with fear, he continued, I have not seen Mengwom with my own eyes, but the strength-tailed bear became exceedingly unlucky before its disappearance. And a Baipu beast also witnessed Mengwom taking the strength-tailed bear away. Eugene Yuan tugged at his collar, striving to maintain his composure. He instructed Song Shao, you must leave the forest immediately. The emergence of Mengwom is likely in pursuit of evolution. Should it evolve into Zhai Menglom, even 10 lives would be of no use to you. I will report this situation to my superiors at once. As Song Shao watched his phone screen darken, he understood he needed to vacate the area immediately. Mengwom could evolve at any moment. Even if it didn't evolve very quickly, it still possessed the ability to cast curses of misfortune, and coming too close could lead to contagion of bad luck. However, the task he had accepted, to locate the missing strength-tailed bear, remained unfulfilled. Furthermore, the Baipu beast could leave, but it was incapable of moving. In the event of a disaster, it surely would not survive. Song Shao raised his arm, and Xiao Hao dove down from the air, landing on Song Shao's arm. As if sensing Song Shao's inner turmoil, Xiao Hao gently nudged Song Shao's shoulder with his head. Kulu. Song Shao released Xing Xing from the beast ring. The awakened Xing Xing exhibited an unusually heightened excitement, gazing in the direction that the Baipu beast indicated, suggesting an eagerness to embark on an adventure. Have you discovered something? Song Shao inquired of Xing Xing. Xing Xing nodded. Ban 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 ban. A delightful scent, one I've encountered in a dream. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Song Shao's mind. The entity he had dreamt of during Xing Xing's evolution. Could it be the Dream Witch Mu? No, that was impossible. Dream Witch Mu was a pet beast. And in Song Shao's dream, there were no other beasts aside from him and Xing Xing. Could it be that Dream Witch Mu was the catalyst for Xing Xing's evolution? Song Shao gazed in the direction where Dream Witch Mu had departed, resolute in his decision to pursue it. Not only did he have the task of searching for the koala beast, but Dream Witch Mu might also hold the key to Xing Xing's evolution. Currently, in the interstellar realm, aside from dragon-type beasts, all other beasts that attempted bloodline evolution had failed without exception. Song Shao placed immense importance on whether Xing Xing could achieve bloodline evolution. It represented a pivotal turning point for both him and Xing Xing, and he could not overlook even the slightest clue. Then let us proceed, he declared, cradling Xing Xing while Xiao Hao perched on his shoulder. The Bai Pu beast quietly returned the snacks that Song Shao had previously given it using leaves, though Song Shao noted that it had left behind the explosive popping candy gifted by Xiao Hao. Poo, be cautious. Xing Xing was exceedingly sensitive to the scent of Dream Witch Mu and easily confused, so Song Shao could only occasionally let Xing Xing out, primarily keeping it within the beast ring. This forest remained in an undeveloped state, with wild beasts occasionally appearing. Song Shao continuously employed the skills of his left eye to swiftly identify these beasts, striving to avoid any conflicts. Most wild beasts were rather fearful of humans, though a few daring ones would surreptitiously observe Song Shao, and some would even appear directly in front of him, such as the spiny beast obstructing his path now, measuring over 1 meter in height. This was an evolved spiny beast, a creature of earth attribute, adept at burrowing. Spiny? What is your purpose here? Song Shao noted that this spiny beast had several broken spines, its body covered in dirt and grime, indicating it had sustained considerable injuries. We are here to seek the koala beast, Song Shao stated, presenting a photograph of the koala beast to the spiny creature. To his surprise, upon glancing at the photograph, the spiny beast became suddenly agitated. Spiny, bad beast, bad beast. Chapter 75, Belozi. Observing the spiny beast's furious demeanor and its pitiful condition, an idea formed in Song Shao's mind. Could it be that this spiny beast had encountered Dream Witch Mu and the koala beast, thus attracting misfortune, leading to its current state? The spiny beast appeared indignant, resembling a victim seeking parental intervention after being bullied. Spiny. There is another bad beast near me. My current state is all due to these 2 bad beasts. You must be here to capture them. At this moment, Song Shao regarded the spiny beast with newfound empathy and nodded. Indeed, I am here to capture them. Spiny, quickly apprehend them. Spiny, you beast tamers must possess a means. Capture them. Song Shao added, the beast control public safety law. Now, could you recount your encounters with these 2 bad beasts and where they went? The spiny beast eagerly recounted. Amidst its repeated exclamations of spiny, Song Shao learned that Dream Witch Mu intended to take the koala beast deeper into the forest, but it was unfamiliar with the terrain and unable to discern direction. Just as Dream Witch Mu was lost, the unfortunate spiny beast had suddenly emerged from underground, prompting Dream Witch Mu to unceremoniously seize the spiny beast as a guide. It was only after the spiny beast led them deep into the forest that Dream Witch Mu released it, causing the spiny beast to embark on a misadventurous journey on its way back. First, it had crashed into rocks while burrowing, then awakened a giant-toothed beast and had to fight it, resulting in several of its spines breaking. Following the spiny beast directions, Song Shao began his journey into the depths of the forest. The deeper he ventured, the chillier the atmosphere became, and as darkness began to envelop the surroundings, his phone's battery dwindled to less than half. Fortunately, Xiao Hao possessed night vision capabilities, and Song Shao's left eye skills allowed him to avoid disturbing any potentially dangerous beasts. When the night fully descended, Song Shao arrived at the heart of the forest as indicated by the spiny beast. Rubbing his temples, he felt the headache that had vanished return due to the overuse of his left eye skills. Kulu. Xiao Hao flew ahead of Song Shao, expressing concern. I am fine, Song Shao replied, lowering his hand and summoning Xing Xing. He continued deeper into the forest, taking several steps when he suddenly heard a small gasp. Lily? Song Shao halted, looking toward the source of the sound, where a somewhat dirty koala beast was peering at him from behind the bushes. Koala beast, Song Shao called out to it. After a few seconds, the koala beast sluggishly emerged from the foliage. Lily, what are you doing here? Song Shao recalled that this koala beast was a fan of his. Recognizing him was to be expected. He explained, you have been missing for 3 days. The koala beast reported your disappearance to the Enforcement Bureau, and I am the beast tamer assigned to the case. The koala beast lowered its head in shame, its claws anxiously fidgeting together. Li Li. I left a message. My friend needed my assistance. Friend? Is it that dream witch Moo? The koala beast nodded. Just as it was about to say something, Song Shao suddenly sensed a surge of malevolence rising behind him, accompanied by a deep, beguiling voice. Dream witch. Turning around, he beheld a dream witch Moo, its entire body cloaked in dark purple, adorned with what appeared to be demonic horns, and possessing serpentine, amber eyes. Its size approached 3 meters, with a black gem embedded in the tip of its tail, gleaming even in the night. Dream witch Moo regarded Song Shao with wariness, its eyes betraying unmistakable disdain. Just as its tail was about to lash out, the koala beast rushed over, urgently pointing at Song Shao and explaining. Li, he is here to find me, not a bad beast tamer. We even watched his match together. Dream witch Moo's tail swished back and forth, its cold vertical pupils scrutinizing Song Shao. Ultimately, persuaded by the koala beast, Dream witch Moo refrained from attacking. Yet its demeanor remained far from amiable as it issued an ultimatum. Dream witch, leave this forest. Song Shao looked at the koala beast. My mission is to find you, so I must take you back. The koala beast glanced between Dream witch Moo and Song Shao. Clearly conflicted, it had originally come to assist Dream witch Moo, yet its guardian and companions appeared to be deeply concerned for its safety. Dream witch Moo turned away and stated, Dream witch, you should leave with this beast tamer. However, as Song Shao observed Dream witch Moo turning, he noticed a horrific wound on its back. Dream witch Moo was a beast of imperial rank, not to mention possessing formidable curse abilities. Anyone who attempted to harm Dream witch Moo would inevitably face a backlash of curses. How could a beast inflict such damage upon Dream witch Moo? Sensing Xing Xing's unease within the beast ring, Song Shao summoned Xing Xing once more. However, just as he cradled Xing Xing, Dream witch Moo abruptly turned back, its icy gaze fixated on Xing Xing, its tone becoming urgent. Dream witch, why do you carry the scent of Bolozi? The stars appear to be in a state of confusion, pointing at itself with a paw. Bamboo, me? Dream sorceress swung its tail, its cold gaze turning fierce as it blocked Song Shao's path. Dream sorceress, what is your connection with the beast tamers who abducted Polas? Polas, Song Shao recalled, was an exceptionally rare pet beast, said to possess the ability to bring good fortune. How could there be a trace of Polas aura on the star? Good luck. Song Shao thought of the eternally unfortunate star, which surprisingly predicted the champion of the Interstellar Pet Challenge Cup and the unexpected by during the previous competition. Indeed, it seemed the star's luck began to improve from that moment. When exactly did its fortune turn? Song Shao rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a card, the one with only a corner scratched off. Previously, the star had drawn numerous times without winning a single prize, during which its luck had been abysmal. He proceeded to scratch off the remaining sections of the ticket. To his astonishment, it was a winning ticket. Dream sorceress. Dream sorceress. Suddenly, Dream sorceress became agitated and fixated on the ticket in Song Shao's hand. Thunder rumbled as the previously calm night sky was rent asunder, and looking up, Song Shao saw a gaping black void as if the heavens had been torn apart. From that void emerged a colossal flying beast measuring 20 meters in length, atop which stood a gaunt man. The giant spirit bat, a beast emperor-level creature. Song Shao's gaze sharpened. It was indeed a beast emperor. Chapter 76. Yurda. A chilling sensation coursed down Song Shao's spine as the giant spirit bat, accompanied by the gaunt man, emerged from the tear in the night sky, casting a shadow of an even larger figure behind him. This figure was shrouded in darkness, its mere presence exuding a terrifying aura, even before it fully revealed itself. Upon seeing the gaunt man enveloped in darkness, Dream Sorceress's entire demeanor shifted. Song Shao could distinctly sense the almost palpable animosity radiating from it. Fixing his gaze on the monstrous creature lurking behind the man, Song Shao activated the skill in his left eye, only to suddenly lock eyes with a pair of deep crimson vertical pupils. A sharp pain pierced his mind, and the star, sharing a profound bond with him, sensed his distress and became restless. It appeared diminutive before the giant beast, yet it bared its electrified fangs, standing protectively in front of Song Shao. Xiao Hao flew ahead of him, its sapphire eyes gleaming like cold gems in the night. Yurda, also known as the King of the White Marsh, was a dragon and steel dual attribute beast at the divine beast level. Given that Dream Sorceress had yet to evolve into the Calamity Sorceress, it was implausible for the military to deploy a divine beast against Dream Sorceress. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, an invisible pressure overwhelmed Song Shao, and the star instinctively sensed danger. Its fur bristled as its long, fluffy tail anxiously brushed against Song Shao's leg, lowering its body and baring its teeth at the giant spirit bat. Song Shao clamped a hand over the star's mouth, internally breaking into a cold sweat. Star, you are merely an awakened late-stage pup, daring to snarl at a beast emperor-level giant spirit bat. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Turning his attention back to Yurta, Song Shao suddenly realized something was amiss. The gaunt man seemed oblivious to the divine beast looming behind him. Moreover, Yurta exhibited no signs of malevolence, even regarding Song Shao with a curious interest. What was going on? They were not allies? Yurta appeared more like an audience member at a spectacle. As Song Shao pondered this, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if his very soul had been touched. It was an odd feeling. No person or beast was present beside him, yet he sensed something penetrating his being, reaching into his mental strength. Looking at Yurta, he found the lingering curiosity and intrigue evident in its crimson pupils. Just because you are a divine beast doesn't mean you can simply touch people, Song Shao mused, momentarily at a loss for words at Yurta's blatant disregard for boundaries, which seemed to diminish its grandeur as a divine beast. While Song Shao was preoccupied with Yurta's unwelcome intrusion, the gaunt man atop the giant spirit bat spoke to Dream Sorceress. Dream Sorceress, you have hidden yourself well. With his words, the giant spirit bat leaped down from the sky, its massive wings creating a fierce gust of wind. The bat's body glistened in a deep emerald hue, its mouth gaping wide to reveal sharp teeth, exuding an ominous and terrifying aura, its blood-red diamond-shaped pupils fixated excitedly on Dream Sorceress. Noticing that Yurta seemed hesitant to act, Song Shao shifted his focus back to the man, feeling perplexed. If this were another hidden beast, it would be understandable to pursue a contract ruthlessly, given that hidden beasts were merely a tier below the legendary divine beasts in this pet world. However, Dream Sorceress represented misfortune and curses. Ordinary beast tamers would avoid it at all costs, so why would anyone seek to capture it? Did they think themselves too fortunate and yearn to complicate their lives? Moreover, it was evident that animosity existed between the man and Dream Sorceress. Who was this individual that could harm Dream Sorceress yet remain unscathed by the impending doom? This man did not fear the curses of Dream Sorceress, but Song Shao did. The skills of Dream Sorceress could be classified as indiscriminate attacks, and should it activate its abilities, Song Shao would be nothing more than fodder. Constrained by the pressure of survival, Song Shao stepped forward, positioning himself between Dream Sorceress and the giant spirit bat. Excuse me, sir, do you have a grievance with Dream Sorceress? The gaunt man seemed to have just noticed Song Shao, yet it was clear that the boy held little significance in his eyes. As he did not respond, but addressed Dream Sorceress instead. You would stand behind a beast tamer? It seems you have changed quite a bit lately. Dream Sorceress offered no reply, its amber vertical pupils turning to Song Shao, cold yet infused with an emotion he could not discern. With a gentle flick of its tail, it nudged the power tail bear to Song Shao's side. Dream Sorceress, you all should leave. The power tail bear clutched Song Shao's clothing, gazing helplessly at Dream Sorceress. Though it appeared dirty, it bore no injuries, a testament to Dream Sorceress's protection during their time together. Song Shao tightened his grip on his phone, estimating the response time of the Enforcement Bureau, uncertain whether they could contend with the giant spirit bat and Yurta. He relaxed slightly, addressing the gaunt man. Very well. I shall take my leave. Turning, he led the power tail bear away, feigning disinterest in the unfolding drama. However, as he turned his back to the man, he subtly raised his head, locking eyes with Dream Sorceress, his left eye now shimmering with a brilliant gray hue. Simultaneously, the star suddenly transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before Dream Sorceress. In an instant, Dream Sorceress vanished from its spot, leaving only a faint blue flash, resembling a shooting star, as it disappeared into the dense thicket of the mountains. Xiao Hao, let's go. As Xiao Hao grasped Song Shao's shoulder, Song Shao held onto the lily bear, closely trailing behind Xing Xing. The Haikaru was revered as the god of 10,000 eagles, a formidable force within the flying category, its speed rivaling that of lightning. Yet, despite this, Song Shao remained oblivious to how long he could prolong their escape. The disparity in pet levels was insurmountable. Perhaps the giant spirit bat could capture them in mere seconds, or even a heartbeat. Reality proved Song Shao's naivety. The giant spirit bat required not even a second. While Xing Xing could contend beyond its level and hold its own against evolved creatures, the giant spirit bat towered 4 levels above it, creating a chasm akin to an impassable abyss. Suddenly, the giant spirit bat unleashed a spatial confinement skill, instantly immobilizing Xing Xing and Mengwom in place. With a mere flick of its wings, Xing Xing was sent flying several dozen meters away. Chapter 77. The Flower in the Dream. A sharp pain pierced Song Shao's heart, his left eye shimmering with a faint red glow. There was not a sliver of hope, not even the slightest possibility. Moreover, the gaunt man had managed to contract a beast of royal caliber, the giant spirit bat, implying he was at least a fifth-tier beastmaster. This meant that the other 4 pets he possessed had yet to reveal themselves. Injured and staggering, Xing Xing rose to its feet, its fur bristling defiantly. Imbued with an unyielding spirit, it seemed that should Song Shao issue another command, it would unhesitatingly confront the giant spirit bat once more. Silently, Song Shao cradled Xing Xing in his arms, while the gaunt man had already located Mengwom. Mengwom, inherently not a combat-type pet, possessed the formidable ability of a curse of misfortune. Yet this man appeared to be unperturbed by Mengwom's curse, and with Mengwom already injured, it would soon succumb to the claws of the giant spirit bat. Lily Bear. Tears streamed down the cheeks of the lily bear as it cried out in heart-wrenching anguish. Lily, Lily. As Song Shao struggled to keep hold of the lily bear, he fell into a momentary silence before glancing towards Ilta, cloaked in the shadows of the night. You've touched my mind. Lend a hand. Ilta seemed taken aback, as if surprised that Song Shao was aware of its mental touch. Song Shao remarked, what else? You've done it several times, and I'm not dead. How can I not feel it? This was the second time Ilta was astonished. First when it discovered Song Shao could see it, and now realizing he knew of its mental intrusion. Ilta pondered briefly, and then a massive figure emerged from the inky darkness, its length exceeding 100 meters, adorned with pristine white feathers, sporting horns atop its serpentine head, and long black tendrils flanking its cheeks, with black fins protruding from its spine. In the presence of such a colossus, Song Shao felt as insignificant as a grain of sand. With Ilta's arrival, the entire forest fell into a profound silence. Unlike the spatial confinement of the giant spirit bat, Ilta employed no skill. Its mere appearance was enough to instill dread in all living beings. The snowy white form of Ilta overshadowed even the faintest light of the moon, standing against the horizon like an insurmountable, unapproachable deity. The giant spirit bat, still wearing a malicious grin as it toyed with Mengwom, froze as its mouth stretched into a wide grin, its diamond-shaped red eyes suddenly narrowing. It shrieked, flinging Mengwom aside, instinctively turning to face Ilta. The gaunt man was also taken aback, staring at the godlike Ilta, muttering to himself, the White Marsh King, the existence of the White Marsh King is indeed real. The White Marsh King, a descendant of the legendary divine beast. Ilta's voice resonated through the heavens like a grand melody. Xing Xing gradually ascended from Song Shao's embrace, its bewildered gaze fixed upon him, attempting to extend its claws to grasp Song Shao, yet it rose so swiftly that in the blink of an eye, it reached a height of several meters. Before Xing Xing could comprehend what was occurring, its fur and wounds began to heal rapidly, the pale gray patches deepening into a rich blue-gray hue. Simultaneously, its body expanded, its fangs sharpened, and the lightning patterns on its cheeks transformed into a bold black, with a ring of blue electricity emanating from its forehead. This was the form of Xing Xing after the evolution of its bloodline. Yet, it was unlike the dreamlike vision. Kulu. Just as Song Shao was engulfed in confusion, Xiao Hao suddenly called out, and to his astonishment, it too underwent a transformation akin to Xing Xing. Its body swelling in size, the black tips of its wings shifting to blue, and its pristine white claws undergoing a metamorphosis, with blue feathers sprouting from its forehead. Was this the form of Hikaru after the evolution of its bloodline? Ilta cast one last glance at Song Shao, its colossal form akin to a deity gradually turning transparent before vanishing. The gaunt man, observing the spot where Ilta had disappeared, let out a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully, Ilta had no intention to intervene. Yet, the seemingly high school student before him had somehow compelled Ilta to unleash its skills. Nonetheless, what did that matter? Even with only the giant spirit bat at his disposal, a beast of royal caliber, dealing with 2 evolved pets would be a trivial task. However, these evolved forms of the 2 pets, were they truly the evolved appearances of the Gray-Eye Stripe and Hikaru? He was not from District 10 and was unfamiliar with the creatures here, but he distinctly remembered that Hikaru's evolved form did not resemble this. The gaunt man sensed something amiss, yet reassured himself. After all, he was merely a second-tier beastmaster, a high school student yet to fully mature. Even if Ilta had temporarily elevated their evolution, they were still 3 levels below his giant spirit bat. As Song Shao witnessed Xiao Hao transform into an evolved creature, the sharp pain in his mind intensified. When the pain subsided, he heard the lily bear's exclamation, "Lily." At that moment, Song Shao's left eye had undergone a transformation. Its once gray iris now gleaming with the brilliance of deep blue sapphires. Gazing at the injured Meng Wum, bloodied and battered, Song Shao steadied his emotions and spoke. Xing Xing, unleash the thunderous wrath. Xing Xing tilted its head, the currents of electricity on its cheeks flickering with a pale blue glow, and the night erupted with a resounding thunderclap. In an instant, streaks of lightning cascaded from the heavens, a torrent of thunderous roars crashing down like relentless waves. This was certainly beyond the capabilities of an evolved pet's skill. The gaunt man, recognizing the potency of the attack, commanded the giant spirit bat. Darkness strangulation. The giant spirit bat ceased its playful demeanor, spreading its wings wide like a shroud of darkness. The once starry night became engulfed in utter blackness, a palpable dread suffusing the air. The gaunt man observed as Xing Xing became enveloped in darkness, instructing, "Giant spirit, wear it down. Ilta's temporary evolution has a time limit. Once that time elapses, they will revert to their original forms." The giant spirit bat nodded, and a multitude of shadowy claws began to encircle the ensnared Xing Xing. Xiao Hao soared into the air, unleashing an air slash that severed the black claws behind Xing Xing. However, the shadowy appendages regenerated like wild grass, sprouting anew after being cut. Seizing the opportunity, the lily bear rescued Meng Wum, who was grievously injured yet gazed towards the perilous situation confronting Xing Xing suddenly. It lowered its head, shedding a single tear. That tear fell to the ground, blossoming into a delicate blue-purple flower, the very flower from Song Shao's dream. Chapter 78. The Sky-Splitting Slash. Meng Wum was undoubtedly the most extraordinary existence among hidden beasts. Each hidden beast possessed a unique ability. Some could control the weather, others could create, and some could manipulate fate itself. These elusive beasts, each one's emergence, is sufficient to incite a frenzy among all beast tamers. Yet, the dream WIRM is a pariah that both people and their companions instinctively shun. It is inherently endowed with the power of a curse, symbolizing misfortune and heralding death. It shall endure a solitary existence for centuries, ostracized and rejected, only when it reaches the threshold of evolution, having persevered through relentless disdain while still nurturing hope and love. Might the dream WIRM ascend to become the prophetic and evasive dream ram. The lily bear stood transfixed, gazing at a solitary tear that fell from the dream WIRM, which, upon touching the ground, blossomed into a delicate flower radiating a soft, luminescent blue-purple glow. Following this tear, the once towering 3-meter form of the dream WIRM rapidly diminished in size, eventually halting at about 1 meter. For the lily bear, this transformation signified an ominous portent of the dream WIRM's impending demise. In a state of alarm, it rushed to the side of Song Shao. Meanwhile, Song Shao found himself in dire straits. The star was ensnared by the dark tendrils of the giant spirit bat, which constricted with lethal precision, inflicting numerous wounds upon the star's body. Kulu, Xiao Hao soared to match the height of the giant spirit bat, directing his ascent towards the shrouded heavens. His deep blue tail wings emitting a faint glow akin to a shooting star streaking across the vast, silent night sky. As Song Shao observed Xiao Hao, a fleeting thought of the flying slash crossed his mind. Indeed, as Xiao Hao became enveloped in a soft luminescence, he surged forth like a razor-sharp blade towards the giant spirit bat, cleaving the darkness as if it were a vast chasm. Witnessing the crescent-shaped blade of light stretching dozens of meters, a bittersweet emotion welled within Song Shao. He had not anticipated that Xiao Hao's inaugural use of the flying slash would be a reckless bid to save the star and themselves. The blade of light reached the giant spirit bat in an instant, causing the emaciated man to tremble slightly at the sight of such a formidable force. Is this the flying slash? No, it cannot possess this level of power. It is the flying rift slash. He distinctly recalled that this Haikalu had only been at the early awakening stage before its temporary evolution under Yurta. Typically, a creature at this stage would only wield a handful of basic skills, perhaps 1 or 2 intermediate ones. How could it possibly execute the flying rift slash? That is a skill that even extraordinary beasts struggle to master. Moreover, he was certain that this was not the evolved form of Haikalu. The giant spirit bat, responding to its tamer's command, felt its diamond-shaped crimson pupils ignite. The blade of light that had approached it abruptly came to a halt. Field, a special skill typically awakened only by beast emperors, had been harnessed by the giant spirit bat, which exerted absolute control over the darkness within a 10-meter radius. "What a pity for this Haikalu," the emaciated man uttered. The blade of light, transformed into Song Shao, had now entered the realm of the giant spirit bat and was under its complete dominion. Thus, should the giant spirit bat choose to shatter its field, Song Shao would meet the same fate. Freed from the dark constriction, the stars seethed with fury, summoning a tremendous bolt of lightning to strike the giant spirit bat. As Song Shao watched Song Shao suspended in midair, the mental connection allowed him to sense Song Shao's emotions. There was no fear. The giant spirit bat shielded itself with its vast wings as the star unleashed a series of lightning bolts, yet each was effortlessly deflected. Cracks, resembling a spider's web, began to form around the giant spirit bat. Song Shao covered his left eye, concentrating his mental energy, and urged Song Shao, use the flying rift slash. As he spoke, the pain of shattering was entirely transferred to Song Shao. In that moment, the crescent blade of light before the giant spirit bat erupted with intense brilliance, and suddenly, 7 identical crescent blades appeared around it. Kulu, the domain of the giant spirit bat, fractured entirely, but contrary to its expectations, Song Shao remained unharmed, instead becoming ensnared by 7 blades of light in an instant. The giant spirit bat, bewildered by the failure of its domain, attempted to evade the blades with a hasty teleportation, but before it could catch its breath, it turned to find the star had materialized behind it. Song Shao, having been merely an early awakening creature prior to its temporary evolution, had exhausted all its energy in executing the flying rift slash. Its form rapidly shrank back into that of a Haikalu, plummeting from the sky. Yet, the afterimage left by the star's thunderbolt shadow astonishingly transformed into a bolt of lightning that caught Song Shao, delivering it safely into Song Shao's arms. Embracing Song Shao, Song Shao beheld the star confronting the giant spirit bat, which bore several wounds inflicted by Song Shao. It unleashed its wrath upon the star. Electric kiss. As the giant spirit bat's wings swung towards the star, Song Shao commanded. The star seized the opportunity, biting down upon the giant spirit bat's wing. Electric currents surged through the giant spirit bat's body. Although lightning is effective against dark types, the vast disparity in their levels rendered the electric kiss ineffective. The giant spirit bat, retaliating, flung the star aside, which crashed into a tree. Dust and darkness mingled, and as Song Shao observed the star, it quickly shrank upon impact, reverting to its mottled, gray-eyed form. It appeared that the temporary evolution had reached its conclusion. Chapter 79, Fiery Spots. Song Shao stored Song Shao within the beast ring and rushed towards the star, only to be halted by a tug on his clothing. He turned to see the tearful lily bear, its eyes reddened, extending the blue-purple flower towards him. Lily, Lily, the dream WYRM says this can help you. Song Shao regarded the familiar flower, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. He accepted it, casting a glance at the now diminished and battered dream WYRM before hastening towards the star. At that moment, the star had succumbed to unconsciousness, its fur ragged and patchy. Song Shao cradled the star and placed the blue-purple flower into its mouth. Giant spirit let it end. The emaciated man no longer regarded Song Shao, but advanced towards the dream WYRM. The dream WYRM, struggling to rise from the ground, possessed no strength to resist in its shrunken form. Dream WYRM, it uttered. You seek to use me to awaken Polaz, but I shall not allow it. The emaciated man, contemplating the dream WYRM and the name Polaz it had mentioned, could not suppress a faint smile upon his stern visage. Polaz, the legendary elusive beast, possessed the ability to grant the deepest desires of both human and beast alike. What a preposterous power it was. Any fervent wish, no matter how far-fetched, would manifest into reality. Yet, when the emaciated man captured Polaz, it had already succumbed to slumber. Due to the overwhelming nature of Polaz's abilities, it could only awaken and wield its power again by retracting its previous blessings. Before Polaz fell into slumber, he had been living in the company of the dream, which, undoubtedly casting his skills upon her, which explained his repeated failures in capturing her. However, this chapter was drawing to a close. The giant spirit bat, receiving a command from its master, unleashed a colossal black energy sphere from its mouth. This ebony orb gradually ascended above Song Shao and Xing Xing, enveloping them like a vast black shroud. Embracing the awakened Xing Xing, Song Shao let out a long sigh, realizing this mirrored the scene from his dreams. As darkness engulfed them entirely, devoid of any glimmer of light, Song Shao stood up, cradling Xing Xing, and gazed down at her. Xing Xing shattered the darkness above. With a thunderous roar, he closed his left eye and opened it once more, his brilliant gray pupils entwined with faint blue currents. Xing Xing rose. Looking up at the profound darkness, her forehead and the sides of her cheeks flickering with bright, piercing electricity. Thunder rumbled incessantly, exploding in the darkness. A terrifying and overwhelming presence lingering in the air alongside the thunderclaps. Xing ascended slowly into the tempest of lightning, her grayish-white fur transitioning to a bluish-gray hue. Her form rapidly enlarging, the tip of her long, fluffy tail also taking on this new color. As Song Shao observed the evolving Xing, a sudden realization struck him, causing his expression to stiffen. Silently and swiftly, he removed his garments. He recalled that in his dream, both he and Xing had been struck by lightning, leaving their clothes in tatters. He had previously informed Eugene Yuan about the dream witch's appearance, and they were en route. Song Shao couldn't fathom how dreadful it would be when he stood naked before a multitude of enforcers after Xing completed her evolution. It seemed he would need to carry an extra set of clothes in the future. At that moment, bolts of lightning struck down upon Xing, singeing her fur black due to the electric onslaught, only for it to regenerate rapidly, repeating this process thrice before her fur stabilized to a bluish-gray. A complex pattern of lines emerged around the electric markings on her forehead. Due to their deep connection, Song Shao found himself ensnared in currents. Electric patterns materializing and vanishing on his body in tandem with Xing's stabilization. As he beheld Xing being baptized in the storm of lightning, her evolutionary form had nearly solidified. He peered through his left eye. Name, Fiery Thunderstrike. Attribute, Electric. Type, Combat. Level, Early Evolutionary. Skills, Thunder Roar, Beginner Advanced. Electromagnetic Paralysis, Beginner. Advanced. Electric Impact, Beginner, Elite. Electric Kiss, Intermediate, Elite. Rapid Thunder Shadow, Intermediate, Elite. Explosive Claw, Intermediate, Apprentice. Heavenly Thunder Armor, Intermediate, Apprentice. Thunderous Might, Advanced, Elite. Electric Slash, Advanced. Apprentice. Thousand Thunder Mirage, Advanced, Apprentice. Evolution Path, Learning Evolution, Bloodline Evolution. Secondary Attribute, Fighting. The Bloodline Evolution form of the Gray-Eyed Stripe was unexpectedly named Fiery Thunderstripe. At this moment, Xing, encircled by faint blue currents, transformed into a lightning-like flame. Song Shao also noted that the initial level of the pet in Xing's previous form had vanished, indicating that she could no longer be classified as a sea-level Gray-Eyed Stripe. Furthermore, this evolution had even awakened a secondary attribute. Henceforth, Xing would embody both electric and fighting attributes, gaining the duality of her abilities, although she had only awakened an intermediate skill, Explosive Claw, as her combat skill, suggesting that her primary attribute remained electric. What astonished Song Shao the most was the evolution of Thunderous Might into an advanced skill, which seemed plausible, as some exceptionally gifted pets might fortuitously awaken an advanced skill during their evolutionary phase. Yet, Xing had not only awakened Thunderous Might, but also two additional advanced electric skills, Electric Slash and Thousand Thunder Mirage. The intermediate skill, Heavenly Thunder Armor, served to compensate for her lack of defensive capabilities. As the evolution concluded, Xing gently descended from the storm of lightning, standing before Song Shao at over 3 meters tall, requiring her to bend slightly to meet his gaze. Then, she realized why her master was completely bare, devoid of any clothing. Why did you remove your garments? Song Shao, still engrossed in studying Xing's data, froze, silently retrieving his clothes from the ground. Suddenly feeling somewhat awkward, he had intended to celebrate Xing's successful evolution, only to look down and find his master entirely unclad. I merely feared the lightning would damage my attire, he murmured quietly. Xing nodded, but began to ponder, realizing that her master needed to be undressed during evolution. She resolved to remind her master not to forget to disrobe during Xiao Hao's evolution next time. Clad once more, Song Shao remained oblivious to Xing's absurd thoughts as he gazed into the oppressive darkness overhead, his voice firm. Electric Slash. Chapter 80. Despairing Evolution. Electric Slash. This can be perceived as a mass electric attack skill, channeling all of one's power into a single bolt of lightning, akin to a heavenly strike, capable of inflicting devastating damage upon enemies within a straight line. This bears a subtle resemblance to Xing's Rapid Thunder, wherein both transform into a bolt of lightning. Stripe. Xing rose, her visage resembling that of a divine beast, shedding the childish demeanor of her gray-eyed striped form and suddenly becoming majestic and unattainable. Her bluish-gray fur was enveloped in faint blue currents resembling flames, and she leapt toward the dark veil, transforming into a flash of lightning that struck upward. The striped bear, only about a meter in size, trembled, and stood before the gaunt man approaching the dream, which, tears welling in its eyes. Lili, the gaunt man scoffed upon seeing such a feeble creature daring to obstruct his path. His current identity rendered him unable to reveal himself. Otherwise, he would not have come with only a giant spirit bat. Yet, even with just the bat, he had never anticipated being halted by a striped bear. The creature was so fragile and insignificant that he deemed it unworthy of his effort. He casually brushed the bear aside, gazing at the incapacitated dream witch, and commanded the giant spirit bat, "Take the dream witch away." The giant spirit bat's claws moved, and the shadow of the dream witch swiftly transformed into black, vine-like tendrils, binding her tightly. The dream witch struggled desperately, her wounds exacerbated by her thrashing, dark purple blood oozing forth. The giant spirit bat, in a fit of mischief, hoisted the dream witch and pretended to sway her carelessly, causing even more of her dark purple blood to spill. The gaunt man observed this without intervening, merely stating, "Once you're done playing, let's leave. The dream which has led us to the forbidden ground. Polaz is of utmost importance." The giant spirit bat acknowledged with a call, using shadowy vines to lift the dream witch into the night sky. As the gaunt man stood upon the bat's back, they ascended, and a swirling black hole, resembling the one he arrived through, gradually opened in the night. The suspended dream, which struggled even more as they approached the black void. Dream witch. Despair flickered in the dream witch's eyes as she watched her body gradually being consumed by the black hole alongside the giant spirit bat. The light in her crimson gaze began to fade. Born as an embodiment of misfortune and curses, she had always brought calamity to those around her. But in this final moment, she found herself destined to bring misfortune to her friends once more. Polaz is a companion that Mengwum encountered upon emerging from the Forbidden Realm, the sole entity capable of restraining its curse of misfortune. Contemplating this, Mengwum suddenly summoned its strength and bit down on the vine composed of its own shadow. It yearned to evolve, to transform into disastrous Mengwum, thereby rendering its adversaries powerless against its curse of calamity, ensuring it would not be captured. Disastrous Mengwum, the harbinger of disaster. A dark purple, ominous light began to emanate from Mengwum, filled with despair and hatred. It possessed but one evolutionary form, that of disastrous Mengwum. As the shadowy vines encircling disastrous Mengwum began to snap, a colossal spirit bat, half submerged in the black hole, suddenly cried out. The gaunt man looked towards Mengwum, his expression tightening. Evolution at this moment was utterly unacceptable. Colossal spirit, bind with shadows. The colossal bat released several strands of shadow, akin to black silk, rushing towards the evolving Mengwum. Just as those malicious strands were about to ensnare disastrous Mengwum, a pale blue lightning bolt struck down with a deafening crack. In an instant, all the shadowy silks were severed. The gaunt man's pupils trembled in disbelief. How could this be possible? A mere awakened pet. How could it escape the colossal bat's skill? Was this truly an awakened state? Had it evolved? The gaunt man was overwhelmed with curses, astonished that he had inadvertently triggered the evolution of the gray-eyed variant under duress. With its bindings removed, Mengwum began to plummet rapidly, and, at that moment, it faintly heard a cool, slightly deep voice. "Mengwum, this winning ticket is for you. May your wishes come to fruition." The stars transformed into lightning, catching Mengwum as it fell, while the slightly chilly night breeze brushed against Song Shao's face, adding a touch of flamboyance to his exquisitely aloof features illuminated by the lightning. His smile was faint, yet genuine concern sparkled in his eyes. In the cool, tranquil night, amidst the desolate mountain forest, Mengwum gazed into Song Shao's eyes, extending its hand to receive the ticket, which represented half of Polaz's power. At that moment, the dark purple light enveloping Mengwum transformed into a pure, immaculate snow-white hue. As the brilliance of this snow-white light intensified, Mengwum's form rapidly changed. Two snow-white horns sprouted from its head. Its once dark purple skin became snow-colored. Covered in a dense layer of fur, its long tail shortened, and a diamond-shaped gem, shimmering with a faint azure hue, emerged upon its forehead. This was a creature wholly distinct from both Mengwum and disastrous Mengwum, resplendent in snow-white, as pure as the snow atop a mountain. Song Shao observed as Mengwum underwent its evolution, blinking in astonishment as a snowflake landed in his palm. He looked up. The night seemed to partake in a silent celebration. Snowflakes cascading from the stars. Summoning Xiaohao from his beast ring, he realized that this was a once-in-a-century event. Mengwum evolving into illusory Mengwum. An occurrence so rare it hadn't been witnessed in centuries. Xiaohao, though still nursing its wounds, disregarded its discomfort, soaring around the evolving Mengwum, joyfully catching the falling snow. Meanwhile, the vigilant Xing watched the colossal spirit bat and the gaunt man with hawk-like intensity, remaining poised. Song Shao retrieved his phone, recording the scene, capturing the appearances of the colossal spirit bat and the gaunt man. Chapter 81. Illusory Mengwum. The gaunt man, witnessing Mengwum's imminent evolution, recognized the futility of a situation. The spatial tear could only transport one creature at a time, and with only the colossal spirit bat at his side, its energy nearly depleted. His chances against the evolved illusory Mengwum and that pesky high school student were slim. As his plan crumbled, the gaunt man reluctantly prepared to flee with the colossal spirit bat. Xing, understanding Song Shao's intent, leaped into the night sky, transforming into lightning. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning splintered into dozens, encircling the colossal spirit bat and the man like a net of thunder. 1,000 thunder phantoms, a skill that creates duplicates capable of binding. Although each split lightning lacked the original's might, their sheer numbers were relentless, each taking the form of a star. Truly a phantasm. You truly are oblivious, thinking your evolution could bind me. So naive. The gaunt man scowled at Song Shao. Just then a deep, slightly hoarse voice resonated from behind him. If you cannot, then what of me? Sir, you have violated the bee security law, posing a grave threat to bee safety, and are hereby under arrest. Jin Xingwan, clad in a black combat uniform, with visible injuries, clearly had rushed from the battlefield, accompanied by a fierce Lirilong. Lirilong, a beast emperor-level form. The gaunt man recognized it instantly, freezing in place, ceasing his chatter, and hastily retreated into the black hole with the colossal spirit bat. Jin Xingwan glanced at Lirilong, which opened its mouth, unleashing a blinding white light that struck the colossal spirit bat with great force. Song Shao felt a weight lift from his heart as he noticed Eugene Yuan, who greeted him while following Captain Jin. Yet, it was indeed the law of drama. Police always arrive at the last possible moment. Eugene Yuan rode a falling blossom seed, its bud-like form with enormous leaves flapping to lift him into the air, typically a pet of the Enforcement Bureau. Eugene Yuan gestured for the blossom seed to fly toward Song Shao, who quickly opened his phone to capture the imminent completion of illusory Mengwum's evolution. As if an endless snowfall halted the moment illusory Mengwum opened its eyes, beneath its snow-white lashes lay a pair of pale green eyes, reminiscent of spring water. It gazed at Song Shao, pausing momentarily before uttering, "Illusory Mengwum, thank you." At that moment, illusory Mengwum shed its previous stubbornness and animosity, becoming significantly more tranquil. Song Shao observed the creature, now about 1.2 meters tall. Evidently, a pet's evolutionary form does not necessarily correlate with increased size, particularly for certain unique creatures. Illusory Mengwum sprouted snow-white wings, ascending into the air, its calm voice carrying a chill. Illusory Mengwum. A flicker of light flashed from the green gem upon its forehead, and as the colossal spirit bat attempted to evade the oncoming attack, its form unexpectedly faltered, teleporting directly in front of Lirilong. Lirilong, seeing this foolish creature collide into it, unceremoniously swatted it down with a claw. Illusory Mengwum, rumored to possess the ability to foresee and evade danger, appeared to transcend mere foresight. It could alter the course of impending events. Jin Xingwan seized the opportunity to apprehend the gaunt man, glancing at illusory Mengwum as it soared towards Song Shao. It seemed that Mengwum's evolution into illusory Mengwum was not solely due to its own efforts. Song Shao had played a pivotal role. Just a high school student, nearly suffocated by refuse upon their first meeting. Who would have thought that in just over 2 months, he would deliver such remarkable surprises? In a surreal twist of fate, the ethereal dream ram first soared before the unconscious tail beast, before whisking away to stand before Song Shao. Dream, may I accompany you? Just for a few days. Song Shao paused, momentarily taken aback, while Eugene Yuan stood beside him, utterly astonished. This was the legendary hidden beast. Throughout the vast expanse of the cosmos, only one such creature had appeared in a millennium, and now this freshly manifested second one wished to linger by a human side? As Song Shao regarded the dream ram, a flicker of understanding dawned upon him. Its desire to accompany him stemmed from a quest to locate Polos. The dream ram nodded in affirmation. Yes, your companion possesses the abilities of Polos. Through the dream ram's narrative, Song Shao gleaned the reason behind the obsessive pursuit of this gaunt man. When the dream ram was still the dream witch, it had encountered Polos, the first creature unafraid of its cursed misfortune, upon emerging from the Forbidden Realm. The dream witch's current emergence was driven by a yearning to evolve into the dream ram. Every dream which aspired to transcend into the dream ram, rather than becoming the harbinger of calamity known as the catastrophe ram. However, Nearly all dream witches faltered in their attempts. Upon learning of the dream witch's aspirations, Polaz had pledged that once it matured, its powers would be bestowed upon the dream witch. Polaz's ability was one of wish fulfillment, a truly extraordinary gift. Yet, as Polaz reached maturation, it was discovered by human beast tamers. The emaciated man sought to claim Polaz's blessing, leading to its capture. However, upon seizing Polaz, he found that it had expended its blessing and succumbed to a deep slumber. To reclaim the blessing, one must retrieve what Polaz had given. The gaunt man believed that it was the dream which had received Polaz's favor, hence his relentless pursuit, undeterred by the dream witch's ominous curse. As he had carried a fragment of Polaz with him all along. If you wish to find Polaz, you ought to visit the inspection bureau. Song Shao mused that it was merely serendipity that had led him to draw the ticket imbued with Polaz's blessing, to genuinely seek Polaz. A visit to the inspection bureau was essential. Eugene Yuan immediately donned a conciliatory smile, speaking softly, cautious not to startle the dream ram. Yes, you can first come to our inspection bureau. Our captain just apprehended a villain. We will surely assist you in locating Polaz. To his surprise, the dream ram became wary, swiftly distancing itself from Eugene Yuan, turning instead to Song Shao. Dream, he does not appear benevolent. I trust only you, human. Eugene Yuan lamented, oh, how I have been slighted. Bewildered by the unexpected trust placed upon him, Song Shao found himself unable to voice a refusal and simply nodded. The dream ram's demeanor relaxed, and Song Shao, now belatedly aware, wondered if the dream ram had employed its powers on him just moments ago. Stars and Shao Hao exchanged glances, sighing silently. What to do when their beast tamer was so exceedingly popular? Chapter 82. The Gift of Yurda. As Eugene Yuan cast a somewhat envious glance towards Song Shao, his attention was abruptly drawn to the towering figure of Stars, standing over 3 meters behind Song Shao. This creature bears a striking resemblance to Song Shao's gray-eyed spotted beast. But wait, how can I not recognize what beast this is? I am an academic prodigy, having secured a top 10 position in the prestigious beast taming university. How could there be a beast in Blue Star that I cannot identify? Could it possibly be a creature from another planet? That seemed plausible, especially given its impressive stature and aura. It must be an extraordinary beast. Yet, something felt amiss. Aside from Song Shao, the only individuals present were members of their inspection team. Or was this creature's beast tamer? Could it be that of the suspect? As Eugene Yuan prepared to activate his communicator, he witnessed Stars suddenly crouching down, nuzzling its furry head against Song Shao, a gesture to assert its claim before the dream ram. However, given Star's current size, such an action effectively buried Song Shao in its fur. With his face tickled, Song Shao reached out to pat Star's fluffy head. Eugene Yuan, now bewildered, stared at Song Shao, grappling with the unfolding events. What is happening? As a suspect's beast, why are you so eager to appease your adversary? Is this reasonable? Eugene Yuan's gaze fixated on the intricate lightning patterns adorning Star's forehead, and a sudden realization struck him. Could this creature be Song Shao's gray-eyed spotted beast? On the other end of the communicator, Jin Qinghuan's deep voice inquired. But Eugene Yuan was too preoccupied to respond, pointing at Stars in disbelief. This beast seems familiar. It can't be your gray-eyed spotted beast, can it? Song Shao nodded, affirming. This is Stars, who's just evolved. Stars, now basking in its newfound majestic form, echoed Song Shao's words, announcing its identity with a proud band fan. Upon hearing Stars' declaration, Eugene Yuan felt as if struck by lightning, exclaiming, "No way. You cannot be serious. The evolution stage of a gray-eyed spotted beast cannot possibly resemble this." He distinctly recalled that a gray-eyed spotted beast evolved into a nearly 2-meter tall black lightning spotted beast, not this grand creature. Song Shao looked up at the imposing Stars, which had softened its previously aloof demeanor, lowering its head to meet Song Shao's gaze. With a gentle smile, Song Shao reflected on the arduous journey of Star's evolution, experiencing a profound sense of relief as he softly stated, "This is a novel evolutionary path for the gray-eyed spotted beast, a completely new form. It is known as the fire lightning spotted beast. The fire lightning spotted beast, its lightning akin to the fleeting blaze of fire, stunning and regal in its appearance." Eugene Yuan's mind swirled with thoughts of the gray-eyed spotted beast's new evolutionary path, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Following Song Shao's lead, he inquired, "What precisely is this fire lightning spotted beast's evolutionary path? Is it a bond evolution? Surely, it must be a bond evolution." Song Shao shared a deep connection with the gray-eyed spotted beast, enabling profound empathy. It was likely that during a moment of crisis, the gray-eyed spotted beast had fought valiantly to protect Song Shao, thus achieving bond evolution. Song Shao did not respond immediately, leading Eugene Yuan to believe he had misjudged. He then confidently asserted, "It must be an item evolution. I never expected the gray-eyed spotted beast to evolve through an item. This truly is remarkable." Before Eugene Yuan could finish, Song Shao interjected, "It is a bloodline evolution." Eugene Yuan felt as if he had been suddenly choked. All sound ceased as he stared blankly at Song Shao, his expression one of confusion. Reality had proven that under pressure, one could indeed become flustered. Eugene Yuan suddenly found himself in a frenzy, tugging at his hair, glancing at stars, then back at Song Shao. Upon realizing that Song Shao was not jesting, he trembled as he held the communicator. "Hey boss, did you hear that? Song Shao says the gray-eyed spotted beast underwent bloodline evolution. Am I hallucinating?" After a 2-second silence on the other end of the communicator, when no response came, Eugene Yuan assumed his boss was equally flabbergasted. Just as Lai Ruolong and Jin Xingwan arrived on the scene, the snow that had fallen during the Dream Ram's evolution had yet to melt, causing Lai Ruolong to sneeze, sending a few sparks flying from its nostrils. Jin Xingwan approached with a calm demeanor, his helmet obscuring his expression. But the way he looked up suggested he was assessing stars before shifting his gaze to Song Shao. Suddenly, Jin Xingwan inhaled deeply, producing a black communicator and dialing. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Song Shao's gray-eyed spotted beast has evolved. The sleepy expression of Kuyao, roused from slumber, responded, "I understand. Have him come find me. I will prepare some new energy meals tomorrow." Jin Xingwan exhaled softly. "You may need to come personally. The gray-eyed moth has evolved into an entirely new form." Kuyao was completely devoid of sleep, astonished that it had indeed transformed. Previously, despite the gray-eyed moth's energy being fully charged, it had not undergone evolution for a considerable time, leading her to suspect that its evolution might bring unexpected surprises. "What is the method?" Jin Xingwan replied, "Bloodline evolution." Kuyao suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, her steady voice betrayed a hint of barely perceptible tremor. "Are you certain?" Jin Xingwan glanced at the utterly transformed fire moth and nodded lightly. "Certain." Kuyao immediately leaped from her bed. "Wait for me." Having overheard the entire conversation, Song Shao could not restrain himself. "Captain Jin, I could actually take Xingxing to find Professor Ko." Jin Xingwan seemed to disregard him. "You should follow Xiaoyu for now, until Kuyao comes to find you." With that, Jin Xingwan moved in front of the Dreaming Ram to report back to the bureau. Eugene Yuan composed himself and subtly gestured to Song Shao. "Boss, it's not every day you get a chance to invite Professor Ko. Do us a favor and make this happen." Song Shao quipped, "So I'm just a cog in your little play with Xingxing?" He hastily tidied up his belongings and was about to message Professor Ku, requesting her to bring a pet-sized collar. Yet, as he reached into his backpack, he stumbled upon something fluffy. Song Shao frowned slightly and withdrew a feather from his bag. It was a pure white feather, even longer than his palm. It seemed somewhat familiar. Is this a feather from Yurta? Chapter 83. Xingxing's Vehicle Tool. As Song Shao examined the feather in his hand, memories of Yurta's enormous body, adorned with pristine white feathers, flooded back, further confirming that this feather belonged to Yurta. Why had Yurta left him a feather? Was a parting gift? The White Marsh King, a descendant of the Divine King, a beast of divine caliber. Was it truly this hospitable? Not only did it assist Xingxing and Xiaohao in their temporary evolution, but it also left a gift behind. It was said that such creatures possessed increasingly capricious temperaments, especially those closely related to divine beasts. But was Yurta an exception? Eugene Yuan, observing the large feather in Song Shao's hand, jested, "What now? Which divine beast has gifted you this?" Song Shao, being academically challenged, although capable of seeing the data on beasts with his left eye, was not well versed in many of them. Holding Yurta's feather, he inquired, "It's from Yurta, also known as the White Marsh King, left for me. I wonder if it has any special significance." Moments before Song Shao spoke, Eugene Yuan felt he had already encountered enough shock for the evening. It would be challenging for anything to make him lose his composure again. Yet, that thought was utterly overturned in the next instant. Who? The White Marsh King. Eugene Yuan reached out to place his hand on Song Shao's forehead, hastily checking if there was something amiss with his mind. If not, he would have to arrange an urgent appointment for a neurological examination. The rare dream, which M's evolution into the Dreaming Ram, had crossed Song Shao's path, and he even gained its trust. Fine, he accepted that. After all, protagonists favored by the wealthy in stories were hardly uncommon. His pet had achieved bloodline evolution, attaining a brand new form. This indeed showcased Song Shao's exceptional talent, and he acknowledged that. However, why on earth was the White Marsh King, a legendary descendant of a divine king, of such caliber, coming into contact with Song Shao? Eugene Yuan was exhausted. Let it all end, this foolish world. Jin Xingyuan intended to escort the man back to locate Pora's whereabouts, and also to fetch Kuyao, so he left Eugene Yuan behind. Song Shao rode atop Xingxing. With the recently awakened koala perched in front of him, his task would only be complete once he returned the koala to its master. Xiao also sat on Xingxing's back, leaning against Song Shao, gazing up at the flying dreaming ram. Surrounding the dreaming ram was a flurry of fine snow, rumored to reflect its mood. On the way back, Song Shao encountered the white, fur beast again. It stood frozen in fear at the sight of so many people and pets. Song Shao instructed Xiaohao to place some snacks on a branch for the white fur beast, choosing not to disturb it further. After evolving, Xingxing's speed had now reached over 100 meters, and it could use Thunder Strike multiple times in succession without any strain. As Song Shao watched the scenery rapidly vanish behind him, he began contemplating a new training regimen for Xingxing. Now, Xingxing's speed was such that Xiaohao had to exert himself fully to keep up. Had it not been for the consideration of Eugene Yuan's falling leaves seed's flight speed, he would have already returned the koala home. Upon exiting the forest, the mobile signal stabilized, and Song Shao received a call from his brother, Song Qin. Hello, Xiao Xiao. I have withdrawn your bonus. I've been trying to reach you, nearly considering reporting you missing. Song Shao calmed the agitated Song Qin, first sharing the news of Xingxing's successful evolution. Brother, the signal is poor where I was, but I have good news. Xingxing has evolved into a brand new form. Song Qin's anxious expression was instantly replaced by joy. However, having been repeatedly surprised by Song Shao's revelations, he had lost the capacity for astonishment, though he was still elated. That's wonderful. There are some issues with the restaurant's renovation, but no worries, I'll cover the expenses. We should celebrate. By the way, will there be reporters coming? Last time you won, several reporters showed up. If our restaurant gets burned down, I'll 1T escape unscathed. Song Shao pondered for a moment. The new form was indeed a bloodline evolution, which was explosive enough news. Reporters would likely come. Ban. Xingxing turned back to inform Song Shao that they had arrived. The dawn's twilight had not yet fully faded, yet a dozen koalas stood wide awake, eagerly waiting at the door. The sharp-eyed koalas had spotted the battered koala in front of Song Shao and quickly called out to the others. Lily, 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 Lily. At the sound of Lily, Song Shao was struck with an idea and promptly asked his brother, Brother, what issues are there with the restaurant's renovation? Are they short-staffed? Song Qin expressed his frustration, recounting how the originally competent construction team suddenly demanded a higher price halfway through the job, leading him to dismiss them out of anger. Brother, I have a group of friends. I can see if they can take on the job. Meanwhile, the crowd of koalas was enthusiastically welcoming the wayward koala back home, demonstrating their affection through playful roughhousing, especially the elder koala, who performed a series of moves to discipline Lily, who repeatedly apologized, promising never to leave without notice again. The young koala's adventurous spirit was shattered in that moment. The dreaming ram looked on hesitantly. Having been the instigator, it quietly hid behind Song Shao. Once the elder koala finished reprimanding the young one, Song Shao stepped forward to discuss the renovation with his brother. Lily, renovation? We can do it, no charge. The elder koala waved its paw graciously, indicating that they would take care of it. Song Shao nodded. Then come with me, but you still need to be compensated. You can negotiate the amount with my brother. The elder koala suddenly bowed to Song Shao, and the others followed suit, bowing respectfully. Lily, thank you. With his gaze lowered, Song Shao reciprocated, saying softly, thank you all. If it were not for the appearance of the koalas, Song Shao would not have accepted this task, nor would he have discovered the flower capable of facilitating the evolution of the stars. It was neither the thunder blossom, nor the imperial spirit flower, and certainly not the reverse growth grass stem, but rather the tears of the dream witch. Such stringent conditions for evolution render success a mere stroke of luck. Strangely, Song Shao was reminded of that blessed ticket bestowed upon him by Bolas. Was this not a manifestation of wishes fulfilled? Come on up. Song Shao called out to the koalas. Although the stars had grown significantly, accommodating all the koalas still posed a challenge. In the end, a few koalas managed to cling to the star's tail and successfully board. Oh dear, the stars sighed in exasperation. This was undeniably a blow to its dignity and image. Chapter 84. Professor Ke's Loss of Composure. Upon returning to his brother's shop, Song Qin, clad in a snug tank top that accentuated his muscular physique, was quite the sight to behold. Song Shao glanced at his own skin, which, despite being considerably stronger, remained pale, and sighed. Whenever the head of the family discussed his responsibilities, he transformed as if he had turned into a different bear. He began to inspect the premises like a foreman, quickly identifying at least 3 potential hazards. likely left by the previous construction team with the intention of setting a trap for Song Qin, forcing him to hire them again. The head of the family thumped his chest and, with a commanding tone, instructed a dozen koalas to begin their tasks in an orderly manner. Song Qin circled around the now enlarged stars, showering it with praise as if it were free of charge. Seeing the stars raise its head higher and higher, almost threatening to break through the ceiling, Song Shao hurriedly intervened. "Brother, how much is the bonus this time? I want to buy a shrinking collar for the stars." He could not allow the flattery to continue. The stars already bore a heavy burden of celebrity, and after much effort, it had finally begun to adjust. He could not let his brother's indulgence ruin that progress. Speaking of bonuses, Song Qin immediately became vigilant. Leaning closer to Song Shao, he whispered, 537,386. "Little Shao, I have never seen such a large sum of money. For the Song family, this was indeed unprecedented. After all, it had taken Song Qin 5 arduous years to save up 50,000 star coins to purchase Song Shao's first pet. Brother, give me 300,000. I want to buy a shrinking collar for the stars, and you can keep the rest." In truth, Song Shao was someone who found it difficult to trust anyone entirely unless that person had first invested 99% of themselves into him. Only then would he, like a miser, offer that final 1%. However, Song Qin had given him 100%, and, as such, Song Shao had no reason not to trust him. As expected, Song Qin immediately refused. "What are you saying? This is your and the stars' prize. I cannot take it. I already feel ashamed for using your bonus to renovate the shop. It should be the elder brother providing for the family. Yet now I find myself relying on you. Little Shao, others call you a genius beastmaster, but to me, you are still just Little Shao. I'm still young enough to support you. Besides, there should still be about 50,000 left from your bonus. Take it all. As a beastmaster, you will find many expenses ahead." Song Shao remained silent for a moment, merely accepting the winning card for the stars, leaving the champion's card untouched. "Brother, you should keep this." Song Qin did not push back any further, taking it and then glancing at the stars and Xiao Hao. By the way, both the stars and Xiao Hao have quite a reputation with many fans. If I display their images in the shop, it could attract a significant number of customers. Song Shao realized this was indeed true. The stars represented a brand new evolutionary form and would undoubtedly make headlines. Moreover, it was a bloodline evolution, providing an opportunity to promote his brother's shop as well. All right, both the stars and Xiao Hao are fine. Dream Yu fluttered over quietly, flitting around in front of Song Qin without making a sound. Song Qin was captivated by Dream Yu's beauty and promptly asked Song Shao what kind of pet it was and if it could also serve as a spokesperson. Song Shao, amused by Dream Yu's seemingly casual yet revealing behavior, replied, "Brother, you'll have to ask it yourself." Upon inquiry, Dream Yu pretended to hesitate before reluctantly nodding. Yu Jinyuan, observing silently from his side, thought to himself, "Brother, do you even realize the immense value of your spokesperson? This is the only Dream Yu discovered in the entire star domain, along with the unique bloodline-evolved form of the fire spot." His thoughts ignited a vision of the shop's rapid success, leading to a chain of stores that would eventually be renowned throughout the star domain. However, before the stars had a chance to take promotional photos, they were abruptly whisked away. Specifically, Professor Ku's elegant pet, akin to a swan, landed with an urgency that caught Song Shao off guard. In a whirlwind of dust, he felt himself lifted entirely. Turning his gaze, he saw the pet, named Lucida, gently placing him upon its back, immediately followed by the stars. Professor Ku regarded the stars with an intense gaze, one that even made the proud stars feel uneasy. "This is the bloodline-evolved form of the gray-spotted beast. Song Shao, do you realize you have created a miracle? No C-grade pet has ever shown the possibility of bloodline evolution." As Professor Ku stroked the star's fur, her smile grew wider. Song Shao hesitated, contemplating whether to share that Xiao Hao would also undergo bloodline evolution. Would she faint from excitement? "Let us go. We must test the star's metrics immediately. This is the first successful case of non-dragon bloodline evolution in the star domain." Dream Yu flew to Song Shao's side and whispered, Dream Yu, is this woman a villain? Why does she smile so frighteningly?" Song Shao chuckled helplessly, explaining, "Professor Ku is the pet breeder for the stars. She's a wonderful teacher, not a bad person." Professor Ku briefly shifted her gaze from the stars to Dream Yu, then back again. After 3 seconds, she turned her attention to Dream Yu once more, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. "Is this Dream Yu?" Song Shao looked at Professor Ku, puzzled. "Yes, it's Dream Yu. Didn't Captain G mention it to you?" Professor Ku was taken aback. "He only filled my ears with trivial concerns. I didn't want to hear his rambling, so I came straight to you." Once Professor Ku confirmed Dream Yu's identity, She could no longer suppress her smile. She was usually a composed pet breeder, but she believed that no beast master could remain calm upon encountering the unprecedented bloodline-evolved pet and the extremely rare mythical creature in a single day. This was a pet that even her mentor had never seen and deeply admired. As she watched Professor Ku's smile become increasingly uncontrollable, Dreamyu cast a doubtful glance at Song Shao. Dreamyu? She truly isn't a bad person? Song Shao replied. Professor Ku smiled and pulled out her phone, capturing images of the stars and Dreamyu. Rarely one to update her social media, she posted a message. An ordinary day, encountering two extraordinary pets. 3 seconds later, Professor Ku's phone erupted with notifications like a bomb countdown. Chapter 85. What to do when the pets are too exceptional. Meanwhile, Professor Ku calmly powered off her phone, donning a gentle smile as she gazed at the stars and Dreamyu, as if witnessing her own academic triumph. Lucida returned to the laboratory. The elegant white swan bowed its head gracefully in response. Lucas. Lucida's eyes shimmered with a hint of blue light, and Song Shao perceived an abrupt stillness enveloping the air around him. In an instant, the scenery before him shifted rapidly, akin to a series of fleeting snapshots. And at the terminus of these images, he beheld Ku Yao's Research Institute. Is this a skill that compresses space? A technique that transcends dimensions is, at the very least, a superior level ability, much like the pet that opened a black hole for the emaciated man, which also wielded a high-tier skill. Skills related to space are undeniably advantageous, allowing one to disregard distance and traverse between two locations effortlessly. No longer would he need to fret about tardiness for school or work. He could simply awaken and find himself transported to his classroom or office by his pet. The mere thought was exhilarating. However, space-related skills typically belong to supernatural, ghostly, dark, or fairy-type pets. Since Xingxing and Xiaohao do not possess these attributes, it appears they will not master such abilities. Perhaps he should consider these attributes for his third pet. Upon arriving at the Research Institute, Ku Yao's first action was not to examine Xingxing, but rather to secure the laboratory door. Yes, those old geezers outside would surely be thwarted from entering. After completing this task, Ku Yao turned her attention to Xingxing. At that moment, Xingxing's size was rather unwieldy, prompting Ku Yao to fetch a temporary shrinking collar for her. With the collar's red light flickering around its neck, Xingxing began to gradually diminish in size until it reached approximately 1 meter, while still retaining its fiery spotted appearance. Xingxing was already well acquainted with the examination process, confidently positioning itself on the apparatus. Ku Yao focused intently on the instrument, observing the fluctuating lines indicating energy levels as they surpassed 1,000, then 1,500, and eventually 2,000. For a typical pet, evolving from the awakening stage to the evolution stage, the energy would generally escalate from 1,000 to 1,500, and then to 2,000. These are the standard values for normal pets. Yet, as Xingxing was the only non-draconic bloodline pet to evolve thus far, it was bound to be somewhat exceptional. Ku Yao had long prepared herself for the delightful surprise Xingxing was poised to deliver. However, as she gazed at the soaring figures, she realized her mental preparation was still insufficient. When the energy value reached 3,000, Ku Yao managed to maintain her composure, but as it climbed past 3,500 toward 4,000, she could not help but clench her fingers tightly, her gaze fixated on the ever-changing numbers. 4,500, 5,000, 5,500, 6,000. When the readings approached 6,500, Ku Yao's expression grew somewhat dazed. It was worth noting that the energy values for late-stage evolved pets typically hover around 5,000 to 5,500. Bang! Bang! The sound of pounding on the laboratory door broke the silence. Song Shao glanced toward the entrance, where he saw 4 faces pressed against the fog glass. To be frank, had it not been for Song Shao's steely nerves, anyone else would have screamed upon seeing those visages plastered against the glass. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a zombie invasion. Teacher, senior sister has locked the door. An anxious woman with short hair, slightly older than Ku Yao, exclaimed. The elderly man, referred to as teacher, with his graying hair and frail physique, yet vibrant spirit, immediately lamented, I told you not to be so harsh with senior sister. And now look what has happened. I'm locked out too. How can we possibly witness the dreaming ram and that newly evolved pet now? After his lament, the old man pulled out his phone and, with a jovial tone, sent a voice message. Little Yao, it's your teacher. Are you feeling tired? Your master has brought you some food. I came specially to deliver it. So please open the door and let me in. A burly man with a square jaw, visibly embarrassed, turned and also retrieved his phone, saying, Little Yao, it's your senior brother. If you don't let me see the dreaming ram and the newly evolved pet, I might just hang myself right at your laboratory door. Another handsome young man mimicked him, adding in a high-pitched voice, Senior sister, please, just let me have a glance. Or I'll join him in hanging myself at your door. As the cacophony of pleas and creative threats echoed from outside, Ku Yao observed the final energy reading stabilize and slowly blinked. 7,000. This energy value could rival that of an ordinary extraordinary level pet. And this was merely the first day of Xingxing's successful evolution. As Xingxing matured, its energy levels would continually rise. And perhaps soon they would witness an evolved pet with energy exceeding 10,000. Is this the might of bloodline evolution? A talent so extraordinary that no ordinary pet could aspire to attain it in their lifetime. After the initial shock, Ku Yao exhaled deeply, her fingers trembling slightly from excitement. The thought that she would be responsible for Xingxing's energy nourishment, and that her name would be etched in the annals of this bloodline-evolved pet's journey, nearly overwhelmed her with joy. Ku Yao pressed a button, and the laboratory door swung open swiftly. The four individuals, who had been pressing against the window, were unable to retract their bodies in time and tumbled to the floor, bowing deeply to both Ku Yao and Song Shao. Song Shao regarded these utterly unreliable individuals with a sense of familiarity, realizing that they were none other than the renowned S-level pet cultivators alongside Professor Ku. The elderly man, in particular, frequently appeared in news reports. Though he was aged, he remained spry, nimbly stepping over his disciple's back as he was the first to lunge toward the dreaming ram. Currently, the dreaming ram only trusted Song Shao, and upon encountering the slightly deranged old man, it responded with a swift slap, flying high and casting an annoyed glance at the peculiar human surrounding it. Despite being struck, the old man was suddenly moved to tears, muttering, "It truly is the dreaming ram. It truly is." Then, with fervent eyes, he turned his attention to Xingxing, reaching out toward it. However, Xingxing dodged with a flash, retreating to Song Shao's embrace. Spots. The remaining three individuals rose to their feet, mimicking the old man's actions. Yet they did not receive a slap from the dreaming ram. Feeling a sense of regret, they cast their glances toward the instrument displaying the data. After a moment of silence, they all turned their eyes to Song Shao. The elderly man adjusted his attire, extending his hand towards Song Shao with enthusiasm. "Hello, Song Shao. I am Jiang Weilin, an S-level pet cultivator and also Ku Yao's mentor. Would you be interested in allowing Ku Yao and me to take charge of your newly evolved pet?" "Hello, Song Shao. I am Su Qing, an S-level cultivator and Ku Yao's junior." "Hello, Song Shao. I am Wang Qi, an S-level cultivator and Ku Yao's senior." "Hello, Song Shao. I am Lin Feng, an S-level cultivator and Ku Yao's junior." Song Shao stared at the four hands extended before him, momentarily taken aback.